Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday. Happy Football Friday to all of you. It is a Football Friday. It's draft weekend. Draft day number one, night one is in the books. It is great to be with you.
Yes.
God, we got a lot to get to today.
There's so much.
We have a lot to get to.
You and I both have like 10 audio wish list items that Ben's.
We do, but I think Ben knows like draft night number one inherently is a very late night for the two of us. You know, like a lot of the good stuff that we're sending him was stuff that we didn't see till this morning.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, all the stuff that's circulating around out there. I got a whole dossier on Nick Saban. I don't know if we'll get to any of that today. He's because when I went home from your place, I watched the first 10 or 15 picks
15
with you.
Picks, yeah.
That's right. I watched the first 15 picks with you.
Yep.
I went home and then I watched a different. I watched the ABC broadcast.
Okay.
It had Herb Street.
Okay. That's where it was.
It was on ABC. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm watching.
They're real hard to find. Which obscure network? ABC.
I'm watching.
ABC.
Okay. I'm watching because you and I don't get to watch night one of the draft the way that we did last night very often because there's a draft party
right.
where the Texans have a pick and we're working.
Yeah.
So I'm not completely I'm a little rusty when it comes to, okay, which feed do I want to watch? So I'm watching ESPN before the draft on Sports Center, a preview show, and I'm like, oh, cool. It's Reese Davis, it's Saban, it's Herb Street. I like this combo. And then the preview show flips over, and now all of a sudden it's Greeny and it's Booger. And
that's right. I know.
No disrespect to any of those guys, but they're not the front crew. And I'm going, okay, I guess Saban, and maybe they're throwing them all on the McAfee cast or something.
They tucked them away on ABC.
They tucked them away on the largest network
broadcast.
of major broadcasting in the history of the world. Oh, okay, that's where they went.
It was Herb Street. I'll go from right to left. It was Herb Street, Saban, then it was Reese Davis, and then it was Desmond Howard.
That thing was sitting there the whole time you and I are watching it. Why didn't you say anything?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know until I got home.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I just flipped it on, and I was going through the guide. Okay, I just clicked on it.
Oh, my God.
They had a different tone to it a little bit, too. It was, obviously, I thought they kissed Saban's butt a little too much, which is understandable. They're trying to make it as draft night's kind of an overwhelming thing to all of a sudden be doing your network duties,
your debut
for the first time.
Saban and Belichick both.
Yeah.
Belichick was on the McAfee cast.
Yeah, and both those guys, it's interesting. Those two guys together would be the dream team because
I think you've
got Saban's college experience and expertise versus Belichick's pro expertise.
Worked with each other before. There'd probably be good chemistry.
Saban coached a total of 8 years in the NFL, but he was with the Oilers back in the day as a defensive backs coach. Okay, so the biggest story as it relates to the Texans is that the overvaluation of the quarterback position has basically almost given the Texans a first-round pick. Anybody that didn't need a quarterback, it's like, fine, go ahead and burn 6 picks at the top. And
6 out of the first 12 were quarterbacks.
So the Texans damn near basically, if you just pretend that those quarterbacks don't exist, they're up at the top of the second round already.
Well, we've been talking about that, how this draft is so offensive line heavy at the top. It was even more quarterback heavy than even we could have imagined.
Yeah.
The wide receivers that we knew the Texans were never going to be in on are pushing guys down. Also, guys like Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze are pushing guys down the board. And as you and I are watching this unfold, I don't know that you and I watched a single defensive player get picked. You watched the first 14, 15 picks. In fact, we didn't. You left my place after pick 14. And remember,
right.
I texted you 3 seconds later. I'm like, Latu. You and I had a long conversation about Latu. I'm like, Latu just got picked.
So Oregon State, this is relevant to the Texans too. Oregon State took Fuaga, the offensive tackle.
Right.
And I told you, oh yeah, Fuaga's a good guy to watch. if you want to say Leatu Latu, because Leatu Latu is one of the best edge rushers out there, but he had a neck injury in college that, like, you know the old expression, he doesn't want to he wants to stick his neck in there. He doesn't want, or you don't want to stick your neck out. Right. He literally doesn't want to stick his neck out. He plays incredibly upright. Like, when anything other than rushing the passer, he just does not want any part to do with, like, really sticking his head into bad business. So he's not a very physical player, but he's an incredible pass rusher. I'm really intrigued by how he's going to do in the NFL versus the better offensive tackles.
He's on the Colts now.
He does. Yeah, so the Colts took him next.
Yeah.
So I told you, I think honestly he got shut down by Fuaga.
Yeah.
Fuaga was just way stronger and more physical than him. So Latu is now the premier edge rusher for the Colts, and the Texans will see him twice a year.
Yeah.
I think that the Texans' offensive tackles will handle him pretty easily.
Maul him, yeah. So relevant here, Latu was the first defensive player taken. So back to the Texans, as far as how this first round played out, I don't think it could have played out any better for the Texans. Short of missing out maybe on a guy they wanted to trade back into the first round to get.
Yeah.
Reportedly, the Texans were one of several teams looking to get back into the first round. I don't think that's any surprise. That's almost like reporting that it's hot outside. You know what I mean? Like Nick Caserio trying to maneuver to get somewhere in the draft because he sees something, to me, is not huge news.
Or at least, I like the way Figgy put it yesterday, which was he's looking for a sucker. Figgy just said, "Is he?" My take on what Figgy said, what I was thinking was, like, I don't know if try is the right word, but exploring.
Sure.
Exploring.
Sure. Enough for it to be reported that they're making phone calls. Didn't get back into the first round. Texans, as of right now, are still sitting at 42 and 59 today. That's kind of what I thought would happen. But the fact that 23 offensive players went in the first round, only 9 defensive players. This is what you need to know if you're just waking up right now. You didn't get to watch the whole thing of the draft or watch any of it last night. There were 23 offensive players taken in the first round of the draft. There were only 9 defensive players taken. There are a ton of guys on the board right now that I think you and I have talked about as possibilities for the Texans. There's guys on the board that we've talked about back when the Texans were at 23 that I would have never thought could be sitting there on day 2 within striking range for the Texans to either get at 42 or trade one of these day 3 picks to move up 3 or 4 spots and get into, like, what you like to call that band of players. If Nick was trying to get back up into the first round of the draft last night, let's call it the back end of the first round, there's only 1 or 2 guys that went off the board in that chunk of the draft that I would even think maybe the 2 corners that were there, Wiggins and then the kid that went to Detroit, Terry and Arnold from Alabama. Yeah. Other than that, it was just more receivers and more offensive linemen and Chop Robinson, who I don't think they were going to be in on. It's this first round for a team that didn't pick in the first round. Yeah. To me, the first round could not have played out any better for the Houston Texans.
I'll tell you what. One of our listeners tweeted at us, I think this morning, but basically said, not going to lie, having Terry and Arnold still there at 23 when the Texans would have picked stung a little bit, because Terry and Arnold goes 24 overall. Yeah. But the kid out of Atlanta, I'm watching the Saban cast on ABC, right, and Saban was just gushing about Terry and Arnold, who is Miss Terry's favorite player.
Oh, really?
Terry and Arnold sits next to Saban in meetings. Like, it sounds like another Will Anderson.
Okay.
He sounds like you would have been another Will Anderson.
Maybe that's who they were trying to get.
That part stings a little bit. I bet they had their eyes on him, and maybe there was a little bit of remorse when they saw that. Okay, wow, Terry and Arnold's still there, and we could go up and grab him.
Who would you rather have? Okay, let's look at this situationally. Would you rather be coming in this morning saying that we've got Terry and Arnold with the 23rd pick?
Yeah.
And you don't have Stephon Diggs? Or would you rather come in this morning and you have Stephon Diggs and you're sitting here at 42? Because that's the trade-off, right? It was the move down from 23 to 42.
Yeah.
And the answer may be Terry and Arnold.
I know. I'm just thinking, like, Terry and Arnold's... The scouting report I got from Nick Saban sounds decidedly
a lot different than Diggs.
Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs, who was once unanimously voted by his teammates as the guy you wouldn't want to date your sister. Right. I feel like Terry and Arnold would win that in a landslide.
And beat up Stephon and fend off Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I feel like people are like shouting at their sisters for not dating Terry and Arnold. Like, how could you not go out with him? Look at him.
Right.
He's awesome.
The real answer comes when we see what they do with 42 tonight. Yeah. Right? Because let's pretend they get Kool-Aid McKinstry, Terry and Arnold's teammate.
If that's what they're doing, if they go 42,
I'm just playing hypotheticals.
Right.
If they
stay at 42, right? But if
even if they move up 5 spots and get
if they take Kool-Aid McKinstry, then that feels a little bit better.
McKinstry and Diggs for Terry and Arnold. 1 year of Diggs, I like where they're at, but Terry and Arnold would have made a lot of sense right there. But even with Arnold on the board, it wasn't like I didn't look at Terry and Arnold like he's Derek Stingley Jr. or something like that, So I at 23. This was always going to be my feeling. Like I'll give you my full feelings on the Vikings trade when we get to 23 and see what's sitting there at 23 that could have been had. And Arnold's a good player. There were other good players there too, but there were so many defensive guys still sitting there, knowing full well that there were going to be at least 5 or 6 teams from 23 to 32 that were going to be taking receivers and offensive linemen and things like that. 23 offensive players taken in the first round of the draft could not have played out any better for the Houston Texans.
And I think also what helps the Texans is, and we've got some audio from C.J. Stroud, who was on a Bleacher Report podcast last night, or stream last night.
We watched a little of that.
That maybe hinted at, depending on how much C.J. actually knows about the Texans' intentions or not, he hinted that the Texans might be really in the market for a wide receiver. But the fact that so many of those, like a lot of the promising wide receivers are still available, or at least a few of them. Enough that, if you look at cornerbacks and whether it's, Ennis Rakestraw or Kool-Aid McKinstry or several of those other guys, I think if the Texans want a cornerback, they're still there. The defensive tackles, because Johnny Newton especially fell out of the first round, there are a boatload of defensive tackles that I kind of lump all together.
Yeah.
That I think the Texans, I suspect they'll take a defensive tackle in the second round, but I think it'd be with their second one because
there's so many.
I'm guessing that, like, when you talk about bands of players, I'm guessing Nick has a lot of these guys kind of banded together in the defensive tackle group, and that there's still going to be a band of them available by the time they get down in late in the second round.
I think they also could move up from 86 with some of that. Take some of those day 3 picks and move up from 86 into the second round and get somebody too. There's going to be maneuvering around. That would be my big advice if you're going to the draft party tonight. They're going to have big screens out there. Keep your head on a swivel because that Texans logo could pop up at the bottom of the screen at any time.
Yeah, that's as much as
keep your head on a swivel too on the broadcast. My friend.
Well, I decided to just I'll let John Harris lead the way.
There you go.
Johnny's so. I was listening to him as I was driving back from your place, and I actually ended up texting with him during a commercial break about Latu. Because John has the same concerns about him as I do, which I like Latu. I love the kid. I think he's awesome. Like you'll seldom find a guy as polished as he is. Like you can tell he worked his butt off. But like he has this understandable concern that he had a neck injury that kept him out of football for 2 years, and he thought he might never play football again.
Right.
He kind of plays like it.
Yeah.
Like so it's. I'm torn on that guy. But now that he's gone to the Colts,
not torn anymore.
Now that he's gone to the Colts, I'm like,
he's trash.
This kid doesn't want it enough.
Trash. He's trash. Doesn't love football. This kid.
Yeah,
trash.
doesn't love football.
Trash.
No, he is you'd want him to date your sister.
You would.
On the date your sister scale, he's up there.
Seems like he'd be on the scale of 1 to Diggs in dating your sister.
That's my scouting report.
Diggs to 10.
Gentle lover.
Yeah.
Probably wants to wait until marriage. Yes.
Doesn't like to stick his neck in there, though.
Hey, okay, all right.
Football.
That's a little too far.
That is a little graphic.
So
that's true.
The best available player. If you just go like top 5.
Well, let's get to it next.
Okay.
Let's get to it next. We'll get to the best available. Yeah. Putting the clamps on Seth.
See what you're up to.
Yeah. We'll get to some of the best available. We also got to get to the biggest story outside of the Texans from last night. Just because you sign a $180 million deal doesn't mean that you're a favored nation with the Atlanta Falcons. Apparently,
oh my God.
Yeah, we got to get
so much to talk about.
I know, dude. We'll to all of I promise here. Payne and Pendergast off and running on a draft day 2 here on Sports Radio 610, and I get to talk about Chris Poulos, who would be a number 1 overall pick in my book. The owner and his family.
Trees.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. If you're just getting into your car, you're just driving in. Hopefully we see you at the draft party tonight.
Yeah, you think there'll be 275,000 people?
Like Detroit last night?
Supposedly. That's what they said on the broadcast.
270. I'll tell you what, as I was watching that, I'm like, man, Houston does big events really well, obviously. I mean, we've had multiple Super Bowls, multiple Final Fours, all kinds of big events here in town. I don't know that we're equipped to do if they wanted the draft here.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're equipped to do what Detroit did last night with that outdoor area there. That was an incredible spectacle last night.
Well, we haven't had nearly the same number of foreclosures in the last couple decades.
That's fair. They do have extra real estate. They knocked down some homes. Yeah.
They
That's
probably evicted some folks and just raised the city. I know that Detroit has rebounded all that.
Yep.
They get super sensitive when you talk about, when they almost completely died as a city.
They get sensitive about the complete failure of the city they were for a while.
The economic failure that birthed 3,000 flip this
they're
house
not just totally
series on. Yeah,
they're not just totally cool with guys like you and I making fun of that.
No. They're like, that time Grandma lost her home. They hate.
That was hilarious.
That. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's some place they could do it. I'm guessing that wherever that is in Detroit, it's not like the Garden Center or whatever.
No, and the stage was temporary. They have there.
It's
a badass stage.
I got to hand it to the NFL. They've really outdone them. So I thought making the draft a traveling road show, I was skeptical of that. And how stupid was I for that opinion?
About as stupid as you look with that hat on, actually, right now.
Whatever. Excuse me? I have to wipe all the female body parts out of my hair to hear what you're saying now. What's that?
Because the ladies love that big foam hat.
I've had 4 propositions since I put this hat
Seth's
on.
wearing pen doesn't count. Seth's wearing a big foam hat.
Ben discovered a fetish he didn't know he had.
Seth, I'm feeling a different kind of way with Seth in that big foam hat. All right, let's get to the best available here for the Texans. These are names. I think I just went through like the ESPN best available after the night was over last night, Seth, and I just went kind of like there are some guys that are best available. That I don't like. Jonathan Brooks is like 12th on the list, the running back from UT.
Yeah,
I don't think they're drafting. I don't think they're drafting him.
He is the one that a lot of different draft experts they kind of break the mold for this year, where running backs, nobody seems to respect running backs at all.
Yeah,
Jonathan Brooks is up there on a lot of lists.
So we'll see. I don't have him, but the best available in no particular order. I went by position, and I'm talking for 42 right now. You rattled off the corner. There are about a half a dozen cornerbacks that I think one of them will still be there at 42 if the Texans if the Texans like any of these guys. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, the Rakestraw kid from Missouri, Lassiter from South Carolina, the TJ Tampa kid who I've seen mocked to the Texans. That's 5 right there. So if you're somebody who wanted a corner, there's going to be a good corner there. The defensive tackles that I jotted down that were on that best available in that range for the Texans were 2 guys you mentioned in the open, Johnny Newton and from Illinois, and Braden Fisk from Florida State.
Yeah. I think, honestly, I like Braden Fisk. I have some reservations about perhaps just how strong, football strong he actually is, but I like his upside. But I kind of put him in the same bucket as Chris Jenkins. Maybe they're a step above Michael Hall Jr. and Ruka Rororo, but I like all those guys. If you're going for a more athletic guy with upside as a pass rusher, but then they also have the kid from Baylor, Gabe Hall, and then Mason Smith, the LSU kid, who are bigger, more prototypically sized defensive tackles that, for whatever it's worth, those guys are a lot more like Eric Armstead, who the Texans did just try to trade for. So if D'Amico maybe likes that Eric Armstead body type, which is not a guarantee that that's what he likes, those are the guys that are out. There's plenty of options at defensive tackle.
There are. If Nick wants one of those two guys, because Newton and Fisk are the two that have been most often mocked in that 42 range by the experts, is he having to make phone calls right now if he wants to get, say, Johnny Newton? Is Newton still sitting there at 42?
Okay, here's the thing with Newton. He's 6'1", which, if you're Byron Murphy, they call that natural leverage. If you're Johnny Newton, it's you're too
sitting
short.
there on Friday.
Which is interesting, because I think, honestly, one of my concerns about Byron Murphy, and I like Byron Murphy a lot, but one of my concerns is he loses his feet a good amount. So for a smaller guy that loses his feet in college, I worry about what that's going to be like in the NFL, where Johnny Newton is has incredible core strength and balance, and is hardly ever, even when he's knocked into weird positions, doesn't get knocked off balance. He's just not, he doesn't have the athletic flash and upside, plus he was injured last year. So I don't know, maybe some teams are really skeptical about Johnny Newton, maybe the medicals. He had a Jones fracture.
Yeah.
And we know Jones fractures can be finicky things. Any kind of foot injury.
Yep.
Because it's a broken bone in your foot, it can end up being way more complicated than you think. So I don't know how much of that factors into it. Johnny Newton might slide maybe way further than people anticipated if it is some kind of medical reservation.
He's on the board at 42 tonight.
I love it. Yeah, I really like him. I like the way he plays. Like I said, in terms of being ready for the NFL, I actually feel like he's better than Byron Murphy in some respects. But I see where the upside is with Byron Murphy. I just like Johnny Newton is he's a hoss that has an incredible motor and really good strength and balance, and he looks like he likes to physically hurt people. Sometimes these kids don't have the lust for violence that you really need and want.
We know D'Amico likes that.
Right. Lust for violence.
He picks up waiver wire guys that have already had two priors, like Kareem Jackson. So
one thing I've noticed about defensive tackles over the years, I don't know if this is an internet effect of everybody knowing that they're going to get torched on social media if they loaf at all. They all have good motors.
Yeah, these guys
I haven't
do
seen a lot
draft.
of fat, sloppy loads that just don't try hard.
No.
Even Devondre Sweat, who's a fat, sloppy load in some respects, he tries. Sometimes he anatomically fails because he's too big to carry all that weight. But other than that, he does try really hard all the time.
It's a byproduct of the age we live in where cameras are everywhere.
Yeah.
I better try.
I honestly, that's where, when I watch these defensive linemen, I'm kind of like, it's really hard for me to hear people bash Gen Z when I watch these guys who are honestly, I can tell on film, they're better dudes than the average defensive line prospect from 20 years ago.
Yep.
They're more about it. They play their asses off.
A few more best availables here, and then we'll get to Michael Penix Jr. and what was the first holy bleep moment of the night last night. Wide receiver Adonai Mitchell is still there.
Yeah.
Ladd McConkey still there. Several others after that, but in my mind, I feel like those are the two best still on the board. There's a run of wide receivers at the very end of the first round.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall went. Boy, C.J. Stroud did not like seeing Ricky Pearsall go off the board.
Didn't know.
We'll get to that at 7 o'clock.
He was really he went on and on. Which game did he bring up? Oh, the Missouri game. He's like, you watched the Missouri game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, sure. Of course I watched the Missouri game.
We'll have it for you. We'll have it for you at 7 o'clock, the audio from C.J. Stroud on that. And then our guy, the deep ball, went at 32 overall. Carolina lived up to their word and traded up and got Xavier Legette.
A lot of people were torching the Bills because the Bills, traded back twice.
Spoon-fed Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs.
Right.
Thanks a lot, Bills.
Yeah, I know. That's the ironic part. Now, what a lot of people are wondering is, okay, well, are the Bills just kind of loading up and because what they really need is at least one veteran receiver that they really like. Are they just loading up and they'd rather trade for an Ayuk or somebody like that?
That's interesting.
Versus bringing in a rookie and trying to bring him along while the rest of the team's resetting too. If they can pull it off, then that makes sense.
Yeah.
If they can't pull it off, then it's all for naught.
No, then they've just I mean, we got to see how it plays out. But the Bills. I was just angry that they facilitated Worthy to the Chiefs the way they did.
Who should be more angry, Kirk Cousins or Josh Allen, in their team's unwillingness to get them help?
To me, Josh Allen, Kirk Cousins shouldn't be mad about anything. He got $180 million with $100 million guaranteed with a recovering Achilles tendon.
But there's the part of him that maybe thought, like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go to a place where, and who knows what promises were made in the free agency
bro, that's
courtship.
business.
Yeah.
I don't feel sorry for anybody who has $180 million that he's getting, which I don't know that he fully deserves. You know how I feel about Kirk Cousins.
And just quarterbacks in general.
Yeah,
right now.
But Kirk Cousins, who has won a playoff game in his career, like a playoff game, or maybe he's been to a playoff game.
Got
I don't even know.
$90 million guaranteed over the first 2 years.
Yeah. And
but
so
there's one of the knocks on Penix is that he's 25 years old. I feel like that's a little bit ironic because we're talking about the guy that he will be replacing. Like Penix could play for the Falcons for 15 more years,
right.
At that age.
Real quick, for those who don't know what we're talking about, Michael Penix Jr., the Washington quarterback who was a runner-up for the Heisman, who was forecasted to go at best like in the teens, if not towards the end of the first round, maybe even second round, ends up going 8th to the Atlanta Falcons, who spent $180 million, $100 guaranteed, on Kirk Cousins this offseason, and it was wild. There was, I was waiting for the next shoe to drop. I'm like, okay, maybe they're drafting him and they're going to trade him to somebody, or maybe we're going to get a report that Cousins' Achilles isn't fully healed.
Yeah.
None of that. The only report we got about Kirk Cousins is he was completely caught off guard like the rest of us were by this pick. Here's Rich Eisen and Daniel Jeremiah on the NFL Network. Jeremiah had talked to Mike McCartney after this pick. That's Kirk Cousins' agent.
I still can't believe the Falcons drafted Michael Penix Jr. That has nothing to do. I am such a huge fan of that kid. I want nothing but success for him. He is incredible. But they just signed Kirk Cousins to a 9-figure deal.
I just reached out to his agent and Mike McCartney. I'm sure Ian's talked to him as well, but he was not given a heads up. Kirk Cousins was not given really a heads up on this whole thing.
Okay, now let me clarify what I said before about not feeling sorry for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I generally don't feel sorry for him. I like in general, okay, you got to deal with it.
Right.
It would if I were Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
It would give me pause on working with my new employer here. This is really the first kind of fork in the road or inflection point I have with my new employer, and I didn't even get a heads up that this was the thought process.
Yeah.
That would make me very, very skeptical about dealing with upper management.
I guess where I'm going to take on your role there too. Then I'm not pretending I'm Kirk Cousins. I'm like, all right, I'm like, listen, Kirk, you are who you are. All right, okay, you're an old man with an Achilles.
Yeah.
We just this all happened. It came together very quickly. We weren't sure Penix was going to be available. Sorry, we didn't protect your tender little feelings by giving you a call to tell you something that you were going to find out in 3 minutes anyway. Sorry, Kirk, did you think we were going to change if you protested? You stupid old man.
Yeah.
That's what I said. That's not me talking.
Right.
That's Arthur Blank.
Right. Oh, yeah, because he seems like someone who would go off like that. Arthur Blank. I wonder if Kirk Cousins openly, accidentally talking about them tampering with him made them kind of look around and go, all right, we may need to get a plan B here.
We've got a lot of skeletons in these closets here. We can't trust him. Penix right. Seems like he knows when to keep his mouth shut.
Independent of Kirk Cousins, I don't know what Atlanta's doing. Like that, I would have loved to have seen Eisen's reaction because that deserves a trademarked. What is up with that?
It's a little bit of you know what it feels like. It feels like you're trying to be a little too clever. It's like you're trying to have this grand plan of how everything's going to work out without taking care of the problem numero uno, which is let's have a winning football season.
Right.
Let's have a winning team over the next couple of years. They're planning for how to sustain a stretch of success that they haven't actually yet achieved yet.
They haven't, but they're favored to win the division, to your point. You know, they're favored to win. With Kirk Cousins, they went from just in the pack there to favored, granted a bad division, but favored to win that division when you see teams like I saw people comparing this to the Packers with Aaron Rodgers a few years back, and then several years back, and then Jordan Love a few years back. Hey, sometimes teams draft their guy and they're going to sit him there for a couple years because they know that the guy they have is kind of winding down. The Packers did that when they were good and picking in the 20s. Yeah. This is the 8th overall pick where you've got Rome Odunze on the board. Instead of finding Kirk Cousins' replacement, who, by the way, is older than, as you pointed out, older than the normal quarterback. And we haven't mentioned this, 2 ACLs and 2 shoulder surgeries as well.
2 ACLs, it's in the same right knee.
Right.
According to the graphic last night, I didn't realize. I thought it was opposite knees, but it was the same right knee.
Yeah,
which is a big deal.
It's crazy. But you don't do it with the 8th pick.
Not his plant, because he's. But anyway, no. This is like if you're building a house and you're stretched out, and you're trying like hell to stay under budget, and you come home one day and your wife's like, I just put a deposit on a pool because I felt like this was the time. We're like, a pool?
Penix is a pool.
Yep. No. We got to get the house built first.
It, man.
This isn't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's not time for the Penix pool.
That's right.
All right, obsessed with Penix.
Okay. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday, day 2 of the draft. Let's get to headlines. We will get to headlines in the draft. We've not talked about the Astros yet. Why? Because the Astros right now are not really worth talking about. They lost again yesterday. They're on their way to Mexico today. We'll get you up to speed on the Astros and a whole lot more in headlines. That is coming up next. But first, Suit Mart. Suit Mart has a huge sale going on right now. If you're looking to get your suit game kind of
the art.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. The draft last night. We'll get into this. We'll be deep on the draft today all day long here at Sports Radio 610, including coverage of day 2 of the draft, starting at 6 o'clock tonight. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Seth Payne on the coverage for you here on Sports Radio 610. Looking forward to seeing everybody out at the big party downtown. Texans still, as we wake up, sitting at pick 42, 59, and 86 overall going into tonight. So 3 picks going into tonight. A slew of really good targets still on the board. If you're wondering, just, hey, sum it up for me. The Texans didn't pick last night, but how did it play out if you're a Texan fan as we sit here on the morning of day 2? I would say it would be hard to come up with a scenario that played out any better with the Texans having not taken a pick. If they were trying to trade up and get somebody, they were unsuccessful doing that. But from what we can see and what we know, Seth, 23 offensive players taken in the first round of the draft, only 9 defensive players. And the Texans are much more in the market, in my opinion, for defensive players than they are most of the guys who got picked last night in the first round.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the combination of wide receivers, offensive linemen, offensive tackles specifically, even though a couple interior guys did get taken, one of them not Cooper what's his face? Dang it, the center from the. I'm stuck. Never mind. So
I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I know because I was about to say Cooper DeJean, but I was talking about the center from Oregon.
Yeah.
But.
Oh, the kid with 3 names.
So the big lesson of the offensive linemen, the wide receivers, and the quarterbacks being so heavily dominating in the first round is that it did push a lot of defensive talent, including just a boatload of defensive tackles. One of whom, Johnny Newton, a lot of people expected to go in the first round. There's a boatload of defensive tackles available. I think likely in the second and third rounds that I would be cool with the Texans taking. There's about 8 defensive tackles right now that I think would be good, worthwhile gambles as a second or third round pick.
If you had to blindly say right now, don't give me a name, just give me a position. What position goes off the board first for the Texans tonight?
I think defensive back.
You think they take
goes
a corner?
First. Yeah,
corner
I think there's fewer. Even with Cooper DeJean falling into the second round, there's fewer of those available than there are defensive tackles.
Yep.
Now Edgerrin Cooper's out there too. So,
linebacker A&M.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think there's a reason he didn't go in the first round more than just being an off-ball linebacker. But I could see D'Amico being really intrigued by him. But I think that might be later second round or third round.
Should be fun, man.
Yeah.
Should be a whole lot of fun tonight. As far as other stories with the draft, so that's where we are with the Texans. I think it played out just fine for the Texans. I think they're in a really good spot going into night 2 here. I would say probably the biggest story, Seth, as far as just like a trend in this draft, not just the heavy skewing towards offensive players, but a record number of quarterbacks taken in the top 12 picks. 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12, including the top 3, who all went in the order that I think ultimately was forecasted the most, which was Caleb Williams to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to the Commanders, Drake May to the Patriots. The first surprise quarterback-wise probably came with Michael Penix Jr., not only going ahead of J.J. McCarthy, but going to the Falcons, who just spent nearly $200 million on a quarterback in Kirk Cousins. McCarthy goes to the Vikings at 10, so the Vikings do get their guy, and they don't have to give up the 23rd pick in the process. They just had to move up one spot from 11 to 10, so that worked out great for the Vikings. And then the top 12 rounded out by Bo Nix, going to Denver, and Sean Payton, who I was reading a lot of. This was the guy Sean Payton wanted all along.
Yeah, it worked out just perfect. You wouldn't have wanted anybody but Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is the biggest thing that I heard. I heard this pre-draft from a couple different smart dudes who, including the QB school guy, JT O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
JT O'Sullivan, if I can paraphrase what he said, was it sounded basically like he's heard stories about what it's like to play for Sean Payton. And having a guy like Bo Nix, whose dad was a coach and who's been around forever, and that might be the best personality fit.
Yeah.
Like, at least Bo Nix, you got to have a thick skin to play for Sean Payton. Yeah. So that might be his part of it. Is how much abuse are you willing to take?
I said this to you last night when Bo Nix got taken at 12. I'm like, if someone had told me watching Bo Nix at Auburn that he would be the 12th pick in the draft someday, let alone drafted in the first 2 days of the draft, let alone the top 12 picks, I would have said you're crazy. But, man, that Oregon system.
There's a lot of value in sticking around for a long time.
Well, and finding a place that has an offensive system that fits you, too.
A system that fits you, and then also, honestly, if you want to talk about development, because look at Jaden Daniels. And kind of like Joe Burrow. When Joe Burrow transferred to LSU, there was nobody that really thought, he was going to be anything.
Right.
And Jaden Daniels, he got to LSU and he started working with a simulator last year, the virtual reality stuff. And that just kind of supercharged his development.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, I think he made, just like Joe Burrow made some mechanical improvements, he just came into his own and just played well enough that, if it weren't for being so slender, I did not like seeing him in street clothes.
No.
I don't like seeing him in street clothes, man. He looked like, talk about a quarterback. They were talking about how Caleb Williams was like having Prince as your quarterback. Physiologically, I felt like Jaden Daniels is a little bit like that. It looks slender hips.
It's like having Chris Sale as your quarterback.
It's like a matador.
Yeah.
You know, like with the shoulder pads, but then like this slender physique.
Yeah.
Except, unlike a matador, he doesn't stay out of harm's way.
No.
He thinks he can take on the bull.
He seeks out the bull.
With that slender prince-like physique. Yeah.
Going to be interesting, man. I am not high on this quarterback class, but by God, the NFL, at least those 6 teams that took those guys last night, are high on them. Let's get to the Astros. We'll circle back to the draft at the top of the hour. The Astros lose again last night. They got swept by the Cubs. By my count,
yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon. By my count, this is the 4th sweep of the year that the Astros have suffered.
That's pretty good.
That was as many as they had all of last season.
It's like at least you had but the awesome part about this one was
they got him out of the way. I guess.
They got him out of the way early.
Yeah.
It was awesome to see Verlander back and dealing, but then also throwing a hissy fit about getting taken out early because in his mind, I'm guessing that in his mind he's thinking, how many starts does he need to trigger his option?
He needs 140 innings.
140 innings.
Yeah.
140 innings.
Oh, that I didn't even think of that. That may be why he was mad he got taken out.
I mean, his pitch count was running. Throw fewer pitches. You don't want to get taken out early.
95 pitches.
You're an old man coming off of an injury on a team that's just been destroyed by injuries. At some point, rely on this offense.
They lose. They lose 3-1 yesterday. I guess the most noteworthy thing yesterday, Joe Espada got his first ejection as the Astros manager. Here's what it sounded like.
Important in the high altitude. Joe Espada's going to get tossed. Seemed rather calm coming out of the dugout. But Jansen Visconti was the one who was upset. He was the one doing the yelling. Joe just kind of calmly walked out there. I think Joe's seen enough in this stretch of losing 7 out of 8 games.
Okay,
the only way that possibly that was badass at all is if he went out there and he just kind of under his breath said, "Tu madre." And that's what flipped. That's why he flipped out or something.
I would love to know what he did say because Todd Callis is like Joe Espada looked calm coming out of the dugout. He looked calm as he was getting ejected.
Yeah,
he looked like he was politely asking to get ejected.
That would be
Could you please throw me out right now? I'm tired of watching your strikes.
Like if you're gonna ask to get ejected, you gotta like commit to the role.
Gesticulate and
have some respect for the game.
Yeah, kick some dirt on him.
Like Dusty last year with his silent protest sit-in. When he staged a sit-in, he took it back to the '60s. He staged it. When was that? Oh, that was at Game 5, right? When he had the sit-in the dugout.
Yeah, I don't remember what game it was.
He got kicked out and he refused to leave.
I know.
Well, that was when Espada ended up winning the job.
Oh, because Game 5. It was Game 5 of the Rangers series.
Yeah, because he inserted Singleton. And,
he pinch hit 2 guys. I can't remember who the other one was.
So that was it. All goes back to then.
Now here we sit, 7-19 with Joe Espada as the manager. By the way, speaking of Dusty, this is the last thing on headlines. He won the Lifetime Achievement Award from Baseball Digest yesterday. So congratulations to Big Dust. We miss you, Big Dust. JP France back to Sugarland, by the way, to make room for Framber Valdez, who will be starting on Sunday. So Framber's coming back. We're reaching the point where it's getting to be a little too late for, so-and-so's coming back. This guy's coming back. That guy's coming. They're 7-19 now. Wow. All right. Top of the hour coming up here. C.J. Stroud was on an alternative feed for draft coverage last night for Bleacher Report with Micah Parsons and Adam Lefkoe. And CJ was pretty straightforward and calm throughout. He reacted huge when he saw a receiver go off the board. This was clearly a guy that C.J. Stroud wanted for the Houston Texans. We will tell you who it was. Well, let's hear from C.J. and who he compares this receiver to. That's coming up next. But first, have you been getting on Prize Picks? Had the draft going on one TV, but, man, I had those basketball.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so last night, there were a lot of different ways you could consume the draft. ABC had their feed. ESPN had a feed. You could watch it on the NFL Network. There was a Pat McAfee sort of Manning cast.
Oh, that's right, with Belichick.
There were a lot of ways, including C.J. Stroud.
Who's that?
C.J. Stroud is the quarterback of the Houston Texans.
Oh, that C.J. Stroud.
That C.J. Stroud, not the other C.J. Stroud. So C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons were guest analysts with Adam Lefkoe in the Bleacher Report app. And on BleacherReport.com, they streamed sort of a kind of a Manning cast.
Which I didn't find out about until I got a notification. Apparently I signed up for notifications for Bleacher Report somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
So right before I got to your place.
Okay.
I saw that C.J. Stroud. Oh, that Stephon Diggs was joining C.J. Stroud on that broadcast. And C.J. is probably an aside to most people. Like I don't think this is like homerism or a bias on my part. Was way more prepared for the draft than almost any current athlete would be in jumping on with the draft.
100%.
Like, usually guys just watch some highlights or what have you.
He
but
had
like
papers in front of him.
CJ had notes. He was consulting stuff. He was on his phone, but you could tell it wasn't because he was texting somebody. Like he was dialed in. It was really cool to see.
He's a football junkie,
He's a football nerd, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. My little test of like whether I'd want a guy to date my sister or not. You know, and that's why like Will Anderson and D'Amico Ryans are way high up on the list. I'd be cool with them dating my sister. CJ, there's an asterisk. I don't know if he checks every box for who you would want to date your sister, except that I think he might be too obsessed with his job. Yeah. Which is perfect, because what do I want out of my quarterbacks?
Irrational obsession.
Yes. I don't want them to have good perspective on life.
Right.
If anything,
CJ's on his way.
Personal life in turmoil, if possible, because he's so hyper-focused on success.
Super hyper-focused. So take a listen to this. This is CJ reacting to the 31st overall pick, which was Ricky Pearsall, the receiver out of Florida, who is he probably projects as a slot receiver, but he's super dynamic. Like he's
right, yeah, and especially that part there. I think CJ they didn't use the word slot receiver, but CJ was kind of pushing back from the notion that he couldn't beat press coverage.
Yeah, and he mixes Tank Dell's name into this
a few times.
Yeah, take a listen. This is CJ reacting, and before we play the audio, know that when the pick gets announced, CJ, who had basically just been sitting there all night on the couch, kind of focused, just sitting there watching, notes on his lap. Ricky Pearsall gets picked, and if you're watching on YouTube, CJ does this thing where he's like, like he throws his body backwards, buries his head in the couch, like he was visibly
that was the guy he wanted.
Upset. Yeah, visibly upset.
Except this isn't like some fantasy draft or something. Like he wanted him for the Texans.
He wanted this guy as part of the Texans receiving corps. Here is CJ Stroud. Take a listen. Take a listen to this, and I think maybe what do we read into this as to what the Texans might be thinking heading into night 2 here.
For the San Francisco 49ers, with the 31st pick, the Niners select... Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearson.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do.
Hit pause, Ben, real quick. Just hit pause. If you heard him there, he goes, well, we're probably going to get a receiver.
Right.
Kind of muttered it a little bit. In case people didn't hear him say that, I just want to make sure they heard that. Continue.
Dang. I wasn't even on their radar. I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4.41 with a 1.49 10-yard split.
Oh, he's nasty, bro.
Well, if you give him a free release, he gets open.
I don't care if you press him. You put on the Missouri game, they press man a lot, bro. Like it's just that, like that, something like that.
Yeah.
Like Tank has it, like that. Just that little quick, little hezzy. Like I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver, like GOAT. But I know routes when I see him. I know football player.
You've played with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this.
Exactly. So like when I watched him, like at first I was like, okay, yeah, he's good because I seen him at Arizona State, and then his first year at Florida was okay, but this last year, bro, he put it together. And bro, when I tell you, I don't know what like it's like Tank. Like you can't just put one. Like it's everything combined. Like I just text my boy, one of my best friends. He's always with me, and I told him like, dang, they got Pearsall. I wanted him bad, like dude. Especially like before we didn't know we were gonna get Steph. Pearsall was my guy. Like that's the one I wanted. So that's a big time get.
Okay, so you identified Pearsall going back several weeks at least before they got Steph on Diggs.
Talked to him. He said in that cut he's been in touch with him. Those are the two things. Two of the things that jumped out at me of many things in that clip right there. And we'll talk about what this might mean for the Texans in a second. But CJ had already communicated with him, which makes me wonder, like what other receivers has he communicated with? And how cool would that be if you're a collegiate receiver and CJ Stroud's reaching out to you? Maybe they had a relationship before that. The other thing, too, is when CJ's like, it's like in the Missouri game where he ... And I'm like, CJ Stroud on Saturdays is sitting down and watching Missouri and Florida. It's like back when he was at Arizona State. And then he had a pretty good first year at Florida. And then this dude, like CJ... I think like if CJ decided today, like, yeah, you know what? This playing football thing's not for me. I'm going to be an analyst. I'm like, he would be a damn good analyst.
Right.
Like,
yeah, I think he would. Yeah,
watches a ton of college football.
The biggest thing though too is that like this is. I guess maybe I'm guilty of verbal analysis, like some people are guilty of body analysis, or body language analysis, and everything. But I do think that it's naturally hardwired into him. To be humble about things, to have a certain humility about things, like even him just saying right there, like, "Hey, like I'm not acting like I'm a guru or something." Like that's the kind of thing that actually keeps you hungry and thirsty for more knowledge, as opposed to the people that are damn certain of exactly how right they are all the time.
Yep.
You know, like a little bit of humility in your opinion goes a long way, and especially like as a quarterback, like the guys who stay curious their entire careers tend to do really well.
Yeah,
and that's him. But yeah, the fact that. Then he said, we're probably going to take a quarterback anyway, or a wide receiver anyway. That's where you just wonder, okay, how much teams might talk to their quarterback. A lot of teams like to get their quarterback's opinion, especially if they've watched film. I know the Bills have talked about this with Josh Allen just recently, but like I don't think many teams would be open with exactly what they're thinking because they have to worry, like everybody else does, about just anybody knowing too much.
Especially the Texans, who keep everything under lock.
Right. Yeah, like I don't think. Yeah, I think that in that organization there are a lot of things that only Nick and D'Amico know.
Yes.
Like when they pull everything together, they're not sharing that with anybody else. That's how they were able to keep everything so secret last year. So I guess if we got to, let's say the Texans stayed at 42.
Yeah.
And D'Amico says, hey, we're going to take a receiver. If it's like, if Ladd McConkey and Adonai Mitchell are still there, but there's also a host of defensive backs still available, I know who D'Amico, or I know who CJ's going to want. You know, I would imagine he wants one of those two guys, either McConkey or Adonai Mitchell or one of the other receivers that's still available, who are still out there. I think the team, me as a fan, I'd rather have him take a cornerback.
You would?
Yeah. For right here, right now, and what they need, and like where there's a position that is still wide open to competition. Sure, you got a couple former first-round picks opposite of Derek Stingley competing for defensive back, but that's not enough for me. I need upside and potential to boot and have an awesome competition there. Again, remember, you can never have too many good cornerbacks.
Sure.
You can really, as long as your wide receivers are healthy, you really don't need more than three. Three is an extreme luxury.
Well, and I think if I were a team that didn't have this is where CJ being so good kind of penalizes himself.
Yeah.
Because I think if I were a team that had a quarterback that needed the help, you know, needed the help, I'd be prioritizing Mitchell and McConkey. And honestly, if I'm at 42, I probably feel like I got to move up to get one of those guys because Buffalo's going to probably take one of them for sure.
Yeah.
So
unless Buffalo trades,
they trade out, right?
You might get traded before 6 p.m.
Either way, I think both those guys are going to be gone by 42, McConkey and Mitchell, and I think they are a cut above the other guys that are there. But I think some of the other guys that are there, especially in this scheme, might be very specific fits where you go, we'll take one of these guys at 86. You know, Malachi Corley is there from from Western Kentucky, or Tez Walker is there from a Roman Wilson from Michigan, and not even at 86. Like you can maneuver, as Nick has shown before.
Especially if you're looking for a guy with upside, somebody who's maybe very raw or what have you, or maybe they've had injury concerns. You're looking for upside and something that can develop over time. Because you're also
fact of the matter is, whoever this is wide receiver 4 on your team probably all season long,
right?
And also, provided health.
If they do, the one thing that we would know is if they take a wide receiver in the second round, then it definitely tells you something about how they feel about John Mechie.
Absolutely.
You know, like I think that's okay.
Absolutely.
We got to find the next greatest thing, and we don't think it's Xavier Hutchinson or John Mechie.
Yep. Good stuff.
Which actually, so if they don't take a wide receiver in the second or third rounds, then I'm going to get excited about John Mechie. I'm going to believe everything that CJ's been saying about how awesome John Mechie looks.
I will too.
Yeah.
I will too.
At the very least, John Mechie knows where John Mechie has that Julian Edelman thing where he knows where his bread is buttered and he makes himself available. Like, I don't know where John Mechie may have been on vacation in freaking, I don't know, Alaska or something. And when he heard that CJ was working out, I don't know, he got himself there.
Next plane there.
Yeah. Remember
That's
Julian
smart.
Edelman went and rented a place where he found out that Brady was staying in the offseason?
Smart.
Before he even knew him or anything?
Worked out pretty good.
Yeah.
Worked out pretty good. All right, let's, for those of you getting in your car, you know, we got a nice long segment here. I've got my notes from last night's draft. So I want to just do a little stream of consciousness.
You said stream of conscience.
I said stream of conscience.
And I thought that was a telltale sign of your guilty conscience. You're going to get up here and confess everything.
Stream of conscious from last night's draft.
Yes, yeah.
Consciousness. Stream of my brain from last night's draft. So I want to go through these here. Just a couple pre-draft.
Can I pass judgment on you?
Absolutely.
If it's your stream of conscience, I'm going to pass judgment, you dirty dog.
Get in line.
Yeah.
A couple pre-draft things before we get into the just the flow of the picks here. Detroit, the visual of that draft last night was amazing. I thought Detroit will continue these next 2 days to do an amazing job of hosting this thing, at least in terms of setting up a facility that pops.
According
on TV.
to the ABC broadcast, there were 275,000
I'm not
people
buying
there.
that.
I don't know if I believe that either.
I feel like, you know what I feel like that is? You know how sometimes, like when something's streaming,
Yeah.
like at any given time, there's 1,000 viewers, but then there's a total at the end where it's like we had 15,000. I feel like it's that. I feel like they're probably packing in 80,000, but at any given time, one of 275,000 people kind of roam through.
Oh, okay.
Some
like
stayed.
If they were,
some came early and left.
If theoretically there were turnstiles there that they would have gone in.
That's how many people walk through.
Right, because when they said 275,000, I was looking at the crowd and I'm like, I just don't see that.
That's 3 football stadiums.
Yeah.
That's practically 4 NRG stadiums.
Standing up takes a lot less space than like seats in a football stadium.
And it also sucks. So a lot of people probably left after standing up for a long time.
There probably were, at any given time, there were like 7,000 people in urinals. So you got to factor that in.
Too. So I thought Detroit did a really good job.
Way better than Nashville, I'll tell you that much.
Way better than Nashville?
Probably way less crime, I'll guarantee you that.
It looked cool. The stage they had was badass.
That was, like, the fact that the LED lights changed to the color of the team drafting.
It was really cool.
That sounds like, I don't know, maybe you and I are old. Maybe we're boomers for like being impressed by that. We're like, look at that. They changed the colors.
How did they do that?
Yeah. It was really cool.
So I thought Detroit did a great job. I was kind of rhetorically asking earlier, like, well, could we ever do that in Houston? Because we do big events really well. But that just aesthetically looked like an event we would have a hard time replicating. Someone sent in a great text like, knock over the Astrodome. There's your space.
Yeah, or have it in the Astrodome.
You could do that.
And then everybody gets in there, you lock them in.
Yeah.
And then they have to clean up before
Everybody
you leave.
gets their own feral cat.
Everybody gets their own feral cat.
It'd be great.
And an N95 mask for the dust.
Yeah.
The extreme dust.
That's right. The holy bleep moment before the draft, you and I have not talked about this yet. A.J. Brown got a contract extension from the Eagles, and it's significant for a couple of reasons. One,
this is a fever dream. You told me this last night.
He's now the highest paid receiver based on average annual value in the history of the sport. 3 years, $96 million, $84 million guaranteed, so $32 million a year. I think 2 things here, Seth. One, they have spent money on their receivers in Philadelphia this year.
Mm-hmm.
They paid Devontae Smith a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
They've now paid A.J. Brown. They are paying a quarterback. I don't know what's getting sacrificed in all this for Philadelphia because something has to get sacrificed.
Well, think about what they've done.
They signed Saquon Barkley, too, this offseason. They've
drafted so many defensive dudes for their front seven and really their defensive line over the last few years that, they're loading up. They're fighting out everything they can. I think there are a lot of teams now that figure, all right, we need to be at a certain level for quarterback, but really let's not overthink it and think we need to find the next Tom Brady. Let's just if we feel like we've got a good enough quarterback, load him up with weapons and keep him there as long as possible.
I think like the Eagles doing what they're doing with receiver, I think maybe the Bengals eventually coming to the realization that they may need to do this with T. Higgins also. I think the Texans going and getting Stephon Diggs. I think that is the free agency veteran player roster construction version of what we saw last night. I don't know that last night with the draft, it being 23 offensive players and 9 defensive players has as much to do with these guys are all just better players, these offensive guys. It's a down year for defensive guys than where the league is going, which when you look at the teams that are dangerous, that are making runs, that people are scared of, they're teams that are just ridiculously good offensively.
Right.
I think that's what it is. I think it's teams looking around and going, no, it's not that these defensive players are bad. Maybe it's not as good as other years. There's no Will Anderson in this draft. The
edge rushers were very lackluster. It wasn't,
But 23 offensive versus 9 defensive is drastic. It's not just the talent level of the two sides of the ball.
And, let's not act like all of a sudden the quarterback talent is just that much better. It's that the reason they set a record with 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks isn't because these quarterbacks are so awesome.
No.
It's because a lot of guys that would have been drafted in the 4th round 20 years ago are now getting picked in the top 12.
Desperation.
Yeah.
Desperation
they're just desperate for it. And quarterback is just so overvalued.
Yeah.
They're honestly, I did have a moment last night where I was like, man, some of these other position players some of these guys are getting screwed out of being a top 10 pick just because a team is willing to take a guy that's got an 80% chance of sucking.
Yeah.
It'll be a huge victory if 2 of those guys, those quarterbacks drafted last night, end up being good quarterbacks.
Yep.
They are just throwing picks away, trying to get something at quarterback.
2 is my total of those 6. If they get 2 that turn out to be franchise quarterbacks, I'll be mildly surprised. So going through the draft now, so the draft begins pretty much chalk through the first 4 picks, meaning it was kind of as people predicted. Ultimately, the 3 quarterbacks at the top, and then Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. Joe Alt goes at 5. I'm not going to hit every pick, just the significant ones.
Joe Alt's poor girlfriend looked petrified.
That's where you and I, because you and I watched the first half of the first round together. That's where you and I were like, okay. At first, we just see that it's a girl. And we're like, I wonder if that's his girlfriend or his sister.
We were playing a game of trying to figure out whether is that a girlfriend or a sister? There was the one player we kind of wished his sister was his girlfriend because she had a tattoo on her leg and everything.
Oh, God, who was that?
It wasn't Bo Nix, was it?
No, I'm gonna go look. It was
It was a white guy.
Yeah, it was a white guy. It wasn't J.J. McCarthy either. I don't think. Anyways, well, I'll look it up. I'll find it. But yeah, Joe Alt's, I guess, girlfriend or sister, whoever it was.
It was his girlfriend because he hugged her first.
Okay.
And then went to the family and everything.
She had the Adam Gase eyes.
If you're going to hug a family member first, you hug mom first and then the sister.
Yeah. She had the Adam Gase eyes going. She had the deer in the headlights, man.
I know.
And she's being memed like crazy right now.
Yeah, I know.
She's cute.
Yeah, I know, but she looks petrified. Yeah. I think she was just really... she was dialed in.
Yeah.
She was focused. She's got to be 6 foot tall. She might be a basketball because he's
6'8".
No, 6'8.5".
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You said it best. You're a Notre Dame fan or you're an alum, and you didn't realize he was that tall, which is pretty good because usually there aren't a lot of 6'8" guys in the NFL. It's too unwieldy. It's
they're not good.
Yeah. It's hard to move that body around fast enough. He doesn't move like he's 6'8.5".
Does not.
Yeah.
Does not. Malik Neighbors goes 6th, and I think the reaction from Payne and Pendergast was, okay, this guy oozes New York City. He oozes swag, and he's going to murder Daniel Jones by week 5.
Yeah. Like,
Malik Neighbors.
We're looking at Malik Neighbors like, all right,
that's done playing with Jaden Daniels in college.
I'm like, man, that is a wide receiver.
Yes.
He's got his shades on, dark shades on inside.
All kinds of ice.
I couldn't even, I don't even know if I've seen jewelry, like some of the kinds of jewelry he was wearing and everything.
Yeah.
And he's going to New York City.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Who's your quarterback?
Yeah.
Daniel Jones.
Who was the last LSU wide receiver drafted in the first round that may have gotten uptight? Oh, yeah, it was Odell Beckham Jr. That's right. Yeah.
He's the quarterback whose college coach bragged about him by saying, "Round here, no swag is swag."
Yeah, right.
That's why there's so many awesome Duke quarterbacks. Yeah.
Yes. The 8th pick was Michael Penix Jr. This was the first holy bleep moment of the draft. Kirk Cousins reportedly, according to Diana Rossini, was stunned when he saw that the team he had just signed a 9-figure contract with for him to play quarterback, drafted a quarterback. So dude hasn't even taken his first snap with the Falcons yet. They've already drafted his replacement, eventually with Michael Penix Jr. I'm going to read a text because I think that pick has been getting widely panned by people.
Right.
What are you doing? What are they doing in Atlanta? Text message 3323. Why are people tripping on Atlanta taking Penix? Cousins will win too many games for them to ever pick that high again to draft a top QB.
Right, which again, I'll go back to my objection to it earlier on is, man, you know what? I'll quote Stephon Diggs, noted Texans legend. Don't put the carriage before the horse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't be planning for how you're going to spend all this cash you've made when you still haven't gotten a job yet. You know, like it would be the real world analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Just, it's okay to dream a little bit, but when it comes to drafting somebody, when you just paid $90 million guaranteed in the first 2 years to a quarterback, like, let's not worry about how we're going to extend this window that you haven't even started working on yet.
Yep.
I understand the thinking, but this is what happens when you go down, when you start playing the parlay game. It's Bill O'Brien type thinking. Like, well, all we have to do is these 17 things, and then we're going to have a dynasty that we need to sustain. So I'm going to draft Michael Penix right now.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Yep. So I still think it's questionable. It's a fair point. I still think it's questionable. Continuing.
It's a fair point. You know what? The first step in being a GM who keeps the dynasty together is keeping your job long enough to get the dynasty going, right? Yeah.
I was watching.
There's nothing worse for some people than master planning.
Yeah.
Because it's the same way when you plot out a business venture on a spreadsheet. It's just too easy. It's too easy to just start going down the list and be like, oh, yeah, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this. Oh, I'll have a profit margin of 30%. That's spectacular.
Well, and I think if you're trying to feel good about the Texans and their direction and how they go about things, it doesn't take a lot to try these days. But if you're looking for more nuggets to feel good about the team, I think Nick Caserio is somebody who does not do what it is you're talking about. I think he very much reacts to. He's proactive for sure. He's proactive in making the move with the Vikings and with Stephon Diggs. But he's definitely not somebody who's married to some sort of master plan.
Right.
Very adaptable.
Well, and then again, too, like the other thing about my issue with that text about like, well, you're not going to be able to pick high enough to draft a quarterback to sustain the success that you haven't even achieved yet.
Yeah.
But also that what's been demonstrated over and over again is that, yes, taking a quarterback high is one way to get a quarterback these days, but there's multiple other ways around 100%. The league, whether it's trading for a Matt Stafford or whomever else. There's so many ways to get a quarterback that don't handicap you in the present.
Yep.
So that's the issue with that.
Yep. Roma Dunze goes to Chicago, and you and I were watching this pick, and then I think it dawned on the two of us at the same time, like, oh, wow. Caleb Williams has DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Roma Dunze to throw to.
Roma Dunze. So that's how I like to say his name.
Yeah.
But then that also got us to thinking, my God, it's just Ryan Poles, who's being heralded by mostly Ryan Poles as just a genius.
Yeah.
Like how much luck did it take? There's no way it was in his master plan that the Carolina Panthers were going to have the number one overall pick
be
that
the
would
worst.
Then be theirs.
Yeah.
And that also then they'd get this quarterback who still hasn't proven himself in the NFL. And that was worth, like, in hindsight, they passed on C.J. Stroud. Like, they could have drafted C.J. Stroud. They didn't. this master plan all comes together, I guess they would just be going forward with Justin Fields.
That's for sure what they would be doing.
Yeah. So if
which
the
is
Panthers
not the best plan either. I mean, Justin Fields hasn't been anything special,
right?
You know,
right. And even then, okay, if that in that scenario too, Bryce Young wouldn't have looked as bad as he did this year either. So it just. Man, so much of it's just luck of the draw.
It is.
And like Ryan Poles is getting a lot of credit for his team sucking a lot. Mm-hmm. And for also the Panthers sucking this year, which I don't think they planned on.
Not that bad, at least. Not as bad as the Panthers did, but worked out for him, man.
They could have. And they probably wouldn't have had enough capital to trade up to number 1 overall because Caleb Williams is slam dunk number 1 overall.
Yeah, they'd have been doing what everybody else is doing, making phone calls on Drake May all day.
Yeah.
So 6 QBs go in the top 12. We've talked about that. They showed the shot of all six of the headshots of the guys all next to each other on the screen, and that's where, looking at that screen, I'm like, wow, at least 4 of these guys are totally going to fail.
Based on your
J.J. McCarthy and Drake May for sure.
You like to use the punchable face barometer. And J.J. McCarthy, man, I'll tell you one thing. Dude. Guys with punchable faces are made 10 times more punchable with that stupid haircut that the kids have these days. This mop top haircut where you look like a racer head, it's not a good look for people who already have a punchable face.
We've had quite the run of punchable faces in the first round of the draft at quarterback the last few years.
J.J. McCarthy's his face looks like it should be on my body. You know, like I was looking at myself in the mirror and I'm like, I guess I kind of have a punchable face, except it fits better on my body.
Stop it! You don't have a punchable face.
That's what they're into. I let them.
Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Will Levis.
Drake May, who would be played by like a young Jason Bateman as the country club member who scoffs at the help.
Yes.
I'm looking at Drake May and I'm pretending I'm the scholarship kid at his fancy private school, and he's totally making fun of me as I'm serving him and his friends breakfast, like meals in the cafeteria.
I'm going backwards chronologically. Will Levis, I'm counting as a first-round pick because I think his punchable face is what dropped him to the second round.
Eminently punchable
face. Eminently punchable. Where's Kenny Pickett on the punchable face scale?
Well, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever identified him as a punchable face.
I haven't either. I'm just going through all the first rounders here.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Kenny Pickett doesn't have a punchable face.
Okay.
He actually has I'd like to go to a concert with him.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay. Mac Jones and Zach Wilson for sure.
Yeah. That's where I feel like Drake May. I feel like they doubled down on tennis brats by Mac Jones was a guy that throws hissy fits.
Yeah.
Cries to an extreme degree and screams in agony when he's injured.
Yes.
Like all these red flags, and they're like, yeah, let's get another one of them there. I like that.
Yep.
I like these guys who are nothing like the Patriots way is supposed to be.
Right.
Give me the opposite of Tom Brady. Give me the wimpiest dude, like the biggest brat you can find. Yeah.
Brock Bowers goes off the board at 13, which was interesting because they drafted a tight end, Michael Mayer, last year. The Raiders
got to make it these days, Sean.
The Raiders.
Two tight ends and
They're going for the Gronk.
Two tight ends and a microphone.
Gronk Aaron Hernandez approach minus the murdering is what I call that. Defense finally goes off the board
far.
In 15.
If there's time.
At 15.
They are Raiders now.
That is true.
Fair point. They're hoping to.
Fair point. 15, 16, 17, all defense. So you get a few defensive players there. We made it to 23, at which point I said to myself, all right. I looked at the board and I said, I'm officially cool with the Texans trade back to number 42. I know Terrion Arnold went at 24, and people like him.
I'm watching the ABC broadcast as Saban is
He's gassing you up
about Terrion Arnold and how, and it wasn't. No, I'm going to tell you, it didn't look like he was trying hard to put. It's not like he needs to make the case that Alabama puts out good football players or anything. I think that's pretty much assumed.
Yeah.
He was talking about Terrion Arnold, and it sounded like he was describing either Will Anderson or D'Amico Ryans himself.
Just their mentality.
Yeah. Who never, to be clear, D'Amico didn't play for Nick. But, as far as a kid from Alabama who Miss Terry's favorite player on the team was Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, that's
and Arnold sits next. He sits next to Saban, but it doesn't sound like he's a kiss-ass type.
Okay.
It sounds like he's one of these guys that's just so full of energy and enthusiasm. Kind of like a Will Anderson, a George Springer, a Pat Beverly to a certain degree.
Okay.
I know this about Pat. Brandy was doing rehab on an injury, on a surgery at the same place that the Rockets do theirs.
Yeah.
And Pat Beverly was in there.
Okay.
A lot of time. This is when Pat Beverly was still kind of he was just a kid from Russia that nobody really knew that much about, but he played his ass off. and Russell Westbrook hated him. She said he couldn't have been like a nicer kid.
I've heard that about him.
Just talking to all the old people in the place and everything.
Yeah.
Asking them their opinion about sports.
That's
and everything.
very Will Anderson like.
Not just like to Brandy or Barry Warner was in there at the time too doing rehab. Now Barry, listen, I trusted Pat Beverly with my wife. Barry,
no chance.
That dude's too much of a flirt. I'm gonna call him after the show.
Retroactively getting angry about it.
Not being available.
If you're listening, Barry.
Hey, Barry, strutting around with no shirt on at rehab back in the day.
No, I'll find him. I'll bring him to the draft party tonight.
Okay.
So you can take him down face to face.
I'm gonna fight him.
Yeah. All right, a few more things here. Stream of consciousness. It's really hard for me.
You're really smart.
Yeah, no, I can't.
When it comes to this,
it's weird.
Dullardville.
Yeah, big time, big time. So, a few more things, just observations from the draft last night. Tony Khan, the son of Shad Khan, the Jacksonville owner,
son of Khan.
Son of the 19th Star Trek film based out of Jacksonville. So Tony Khan is the son of Jacksonville owner Shad Khan. Tony Khan owns All Elite Wrestling, which is like it's probably the closest thing to WWE that you can find out there. It's not in WWE's universe, but it's on TNT every Wednesday. It's a big wrestling organization. He owns it, and he this week was on air playing his owner character on air, and one of the wrestlers on the show gave him a pile driver. As a show of sticking it to the boss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a pile driver is where you hold a guy upside down and you bring him and he lands on his head.
Yeah. It's a tough thing to pull off.
Tough thing to pull off.
As anybody our age can tell you when their older brothers would do it. It's hard to pull off safely.
Yeah. So Tony Khan sold it on the broadcast. They had to stretcher him out. Credit Tony Khan, man. He respects a good wrestling storyline. He's not going to give up the wrestling, they call it kayfabe. He's not going to give up the secrets of the industry. He wore a neck brace in the war room for the Jacksonville Jaguars last night. Now, he was smiling a little too much for somebody wearing a neck brace, I would say.
That guy got in an accident with a couple months ago is wearing a neck brace and smiling all the way to the bank is so far right
Tony
now.
Tony Khan's going to sue this wrestler that gave him a pile driver. But anyways, as a wrestling fan, I respected that. I respected it, yeah.
What was the name of the wrestling organization in Texas back when the Von Erich brothers were?
That was World Class Championship Wrestling.
So that was regional, right?
Yeah, that was Dallas.
It was just Dallas in that
Dallas
area?
in the surrounding area, yeah.
Are there any like that, like successful regional ones?
That are still around?
Now? Yeah.
No, most of them, the ones that are around are tied to WWE.
Yeah.
They're like developmental territories for WWE. So, yeah.
Maybe you and I could start our own
wrestling territory?
Our own wrestling territory
God, no.
in Houston. Why? No. I'm not. Well, I can exploit people underpay them and screw them over and all that stuff. What? That's all I'm all about.
You can do that, and I get to write the storylines.
I've got 3 spreadsheets with I'll show you how easy it is. I've got it all set up, Sean. It's simple.
Ben, put it in the big book of ideas. All right, a couple more things here, real quick. Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs. Chiefs trade up from 32.
I forgot all about that.
32. Yeah. Chiefs trade up from 32 to 28 with the Bills. Thanks a lot, Bills. Sign the rest of the AFC.
Just
the hell?
Hold over
here's the fastest guy.
It's like I'm in a sculpting competition with Michelangelo. Right. And he's sitting there with no clay. And I'm like, I got all the material. And then all of a sudden somebody comes in.
Brandon Bean.
Here you go, Michelangelo.
Hey, Michelangelo, you need some clay? Here you go. Brandon Bean. Clown.
Brandon Bean.
Jerk.
Just a stupid clay peddler. But they, if the Bills trade for Brandon Ayuk today, I think I saw Clint Stoerner, write it. I think I want to say, no, somebody else didn't. Never mind, Clint. I take back the credit.
No. Clint tweeted about the Bills spoon feeding receivers to teams.
Yeah,
he was mad about that. Yeah,
so the way they can come back from that is if they do trade for Brandon Ayuk or something
with the 33rd pick and some more stuff. Yeah,
so the Bills loaded up on capital. And now they can work the phones for 18 hours.
Bills traded back twice. Yeah. So they traded back. They allowed Xavier Worthy to go to the Chiefs. Ricky Pearsall then goes to the Niners at 31.
Yeah.
And then they actually originally traded back to 32, the Bills. And then this goes to our last observation here. They moved back one spot to 33. They let the Panthers move up to 32 to draft our guy, Xavier Legette. master of the deep ball.
Mm-hmm.
John Crumpler, who covers the Texans for Texans Wire, I believe.
USA Today's Texans Wire.
Yeah,
right.
He had Xavier Legette on his podcast. We played some of that earlier this week.
It blew up. Like, he was asked about... He
had Xavier Legette as a guest.
And we had missed this, but Xavier Legette had basically just said that the Panthers...
We'll take a listen.
We got it
right here. Yeah. Here's John Crumpler.
That explains what it says in the show rundown.
Yeah. Here's John Crumpler with Xavier Legette. Xavier Legette calling his shot a few days ago.
Potentially would be the Carolina Panthers, and my understanding is that's a team that has shown a lot of interest in you, whether that was the top 30 visit or coming to your pro day. What have your interactions been like with the Carolina Panthers?
I've met with the Panthers about 4 or 5 times. I mean, the relationship. Oh yeah, man. The relationship it just keep continuing to grow, and they really hoping that I can make it to that second round. Man, they keep on telling me, man, that if I'm sitting at 33, they're gonna take me.
They did even one better. He was still sitting there at 32, and they traded up to go get him.
Was he in the green room? He wasn't he?
He was not.
Oh, he wasn't? Okay.
He was not in the green room.
He was. He'd be sitting there next to Forrest Gump.
I know.
Me and my bestest
shrimp
bud.
Stew, shrimp burger, shrimp scampi.
That accent is just so awesome.
I love it.
Yeah, they ended up being asked about that. The Canales was asked about it.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of people. I heard Landry and Lopez talking about this. In the way it was coming off, I didn't hear the entire conversation, but the way it seemed like from the way Landry and Lopez were talking about it, and maybe some other people, that they felt like the Panthers maybe had done Xavier Legette dirty by teasing him with the notion that they were definitely going to draft him. But they drafted him.
They drafted him. Yeah. They kept their word. They more than kept their word. They moved up to get him.
I wonder. I don't think that they probably were stoked about him being so open about what they had told him and everything. Like, the team wants to try to keep their cards close to the vest, which is that's why I do like the way the Texans operated last year with C.J. Stroud. C.J. thought the Texans hated him. Like, C.J., they just do not. Anything you hear about the Texans pre-draft, I feel like, man, you got to take it with 17 grains of salt.
Yep.
Because we dealt with this last year. The first time we saw a draft with Caserio and D'Amico, people just started making crap up.
Yeah.
Because they just didn't get anything. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe that started to happen a little bit yesterday with some of the reports about the Texans, trying to trade up into the first round. Figgy. I think Figgy said it best. That Nick was looking for a sucker.
He's sucker searching.
He's always going to be looking. He's on the prowl. But it's not like I think it was being painted like he was desperate to get back up into the first round.
Right. All right, top of the hour, we'll do our 8 at 8. We got a lot of stuff still to get into from the draft. Okay, so day 2 for the Texans. As of right now, we'll start with pick 42. Maybe. Does Nick Caserio use some of that day 3 draft capital to move around like in previous years? Or I actually have a John Harris theory on this from when I talked on my podcast with him about why the Texans may not be as hepped up to move some of this day 3 draft capital. We'll have that coming up for you next. But first, Soup Mart. Gary Dante and the team.
85.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so how does Nick Caserio play the game tonight? Reports were, I don't even know if these count as reports. Like, it doesn't shock me at all that Nick Caserio would be making phone calls about the back end of the first round. I would be curious, like, what specific players that they were looking at maybe that might have gone off the board. Like, there were so, I would have to think it would be defense, and there were so few defensive players taken overall that I've got to feel like 90% of the guys, they feel like, hey, we might need to move up to get this guy. They might still be there heading into day 2 of the draft.
Right.
So one of the theories out there, Seth, has been that because of NIL, name, image, likeness, for those who don't know what that is, guys being able to get paid in college, because of the fact that guys can make a decent amount of money doing commercials or just getting paid to play college football is really what it amounts to, that more guys are going to stay in school and try to improve their draft stock, maybe make a couple $100,000 from NIL.
Like, if you're going to make $200,000 in NIL, that's guaranteed money for the most part. Whereas if you go into the draft or if you go as an undrafted rookie free agent, then you got to make the team, then you got to stay on the team because your contract's not guaranteed when you're a rookie for the entire season.
Yep.
There's just a lot that's left up in the air. So a lot of these guys now are opting to stay in. It's the fewest underclassmen in a long time. Staying in the draft. So it creates, for at least this year and maybe next year, a little bit of a gap where some of these guys that would be in the draft this year aren't there. So you get into the later rounds, and for at least a year or two until they catch up and these guys start graduating out, there might be a little bit of a weakness there.
There's a perceived dip in talent in the middle of day 3 that hasn't been there the last few years. And just to quantify it, at its peak, underclassmen coming out was like 130 or 120, something like that. This year it's 58.
Wow.
So it's a big drop off. Now, I look at that and I go, okay, well then Nick Caserio, who already loves to move day 3 picks to kind of move up and down with the day 2 picks, like I'll give you a couple 4ths to go get Nico Collins. Here's a 5th and a 6th, so I can move up 4 spots and get Tank Dell. 5 of the 7 guys that Nick Caserio has drafted on day 2 of the draft over his 3 drafts have been trade-ups, where he's used picks during day 3 and in future years to go do that. So my initial thought is, well, he's going to be even more inclined to do that this year because, in theory, you're not getting as good a player as you're used to getting in the 5th, 6th, and 7th round. I floated that theory to John Harris on the Utopia podcast this week, and Johnny brought up a really good counterpoint to this. And when he brought this counterpoint up, I said, okay, well, this may feel like now the Texans might hang on to some of those picks. Johnny said, and keep in mind, John Harris watches all of these guys.
Right.
So when we're sitting here, John Harris is not talking in generalities about 5th, 6th, and 7th round guys. When he's giving his theories, he's watched all these guys play. So what Johnny said was, you may not have in rounds, say, 5, 6, and 7, the guys with the same ceiling that you've had in previous years, because in previous years it'd theoretically be younger guys who aren't as seasoned. But it's all guys now who have had 4, 5, some even 6 years of experience.
A lot of maturity and maybe more NFL ready.
More NFL ready, more mature, maybe not the high ceiling, but ready to come in and be a pro right away, and then my response to that with Johnny was like, okay, well, now I feel like the Texans are closer. while they do have needs, I don't think rounds 5, 6, and 7 are where you're going, we're going to fill needs with this. I do think that maybe they're more inclined to hold on to these guys because these could be the finishing touches that you're putting or your special teams guys. And instead of having to pay Neville Hewitt $4 million to be a special teamer, and I know he's on the team, but I don't think much of his deal is guaranteed, you can pay XYZ 6th rounder $750,000 to be your special teamer.
I guess the other side,
maybe they're more inclined to use those picks.
Another part of that also might be that because it's easier to talk yourself into the upside of some guy who's coming out as a redshirt sophomore, had one good season, and he tested really well. So you got kind of fixated on, wow, look at all this upside. It might actually be good for some GMs to get more of a dose of reality and realize, like, oh, yeah, wow, yeah, I remember 2 years ago I thought this guy was really going to be awesome, but now, after those next 2 years, you realize, so maybe guys make fewer I guess maybe I don't want to say risky because it's all late round picks. It's not that risky, but maybe they go more for solid proven ability more so than upside.
That may be what's there.
Yeah,
they may be forced to do that. So
I also but I do wonder though too, because given the way Nick looks at this like he's an arbitrage trader or something. I think NFL GMs being what they are, they tend to devalue future picks. So there's money to be made by trading for next year's picks.
Yeah.
Teams get really convinced that their opinion is superior right now, and they want what they want right now. And if you can take advantage of that, like Chris Ballard is really good about trading back, trading into future years, doing stuff where you're being the smarter, savvier, more like computer-like dude. I could see Nick starting to do that as this day starts to wear on. Trading for future picks.
Oh, yes. Somebody pointed out, God, what am I thinking? You asked me, are there any like little regional wrestling promotions? That's right. Booker T has his reality of wrestling here in Houston. So he's got. So Booker
that's
has
reality.
One.
Yeah, no, I was just listening. Okay, yeah.
Booker has one. Yeah, right here in Houston. My bad, Booker. If you're listening, I was thinking more like you
better watch it, sucker.
It's right underneath my own nose. I know.
Yeah.
Can you dig it?
What was his
sucker?
Signature move?
The Booker T signature. He did like a spinning kick on the back of somebody's head. His big signature move though was after the match. He would break dance and call it the spinneroonie.
Oh, that's right.
He would spin and come up and do the 5 thing. Yeah, Booker's the best. Xavier Worthy to Kansas is a text message. Xavier Worthy to Kansas City was the second biggest lock in the draft behind Caleb Williams to the Bears. I do feel like he was mocked to Kansas City quite a bit, but not to where they had to trade up to get him. Just he was falling.
It was one of those. 32. It was almost like the Ravens. Sometimes you can just tell. Remember, like I tweeted that about Kyle Hamilton like 2 months before the draft. Sometimes it just makes too much sense. Like everything about it, the other teams aren't going to value these things or be able to exploit them the same way either the Ravens or Andy Reid would. Those two, they've just got to type. And Pittsburgh used to be that way, but they've lost their way a little bit. They don't have the same necessarily identity that they used to.
Little bit.
Now, boy. And now, if you can add some kind of domestic assault to it, boy, then Kansas City is all over that.
They're all over.
They're like, oh, yeah, give me that.
Move way up the board.
Classy organization.
Move way up the board.
Organization.
Nate Wiggins was Baltimore's pick yesterday. That honestly, like that feels Wiggins. Wiggins was a guy who was forecasted like around 18 to 20.
Yeah.
And then there he is at 30. That's their need.
The other thing about the draft that sometimes I get annoyed is when a team takes somebody and people say, well, you could have had that guy. You could have had that guy in the next round. But like those same people typically won't do the same when like Johnny Newton falls. Like if Johnny Newton had been taken 20th overall, nobody would have batted an eyelash. Maybe some people wouldn't have liked it or whatever, but nobody would have said, you could have had him on day 2. And yet here we sit with Johnny Newton available on day 2.
Yep.
It's you just never know what other teams' draft boards are.
You don't.
I don't think Johnny Newton, I'll be surprised if the Texans stand pat at 42. I'll be surprised if Johnny Newton is available.
I would be too.
Yeah,
I would be too. There's a few guys. We'll go through our best available. We've got 2 hours still here, so we got plenty of stuff still to dig into on the draft. Night 2 tonight. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth will be on with John Harris and with Mark Vandermeer starting at 6 p.m. tonight. We've got you covered all day long on the NFL draft. All right, up next, the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories, including the NFL draft. We've got the Astros. Dusty Baker gets a little hardware. Oh, Big Dust. We've got that and several more stories. Big Dust. That's what they called Dusty Rhodes back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Big
What was
Dust.
his signature move?
The bionic elbow.
What was that like? Can you do
He
it
just
right now?
spin his arms and then hit somebody on the head with the elbow.
He'd spin his arms like
Spin
this?
his and go,
Like
boom,
he's in a
with the
Broadway
elbow.
show?
Yeah.
And then you
And then bah with the elbow.
I got to come up with a Pope Zaza signature
Yeah,
move.
we'll think of something.
Okay.
Text in. All right. The 8 at 8 coming up next. Stay there.
Nick Caserio isn't buying.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories for you. NFL draft is starting back up tonight, so let's start there. The Texans. I would say, Seth, if I had to sum up night one for the Texans, a night on which they didn't have a first-round pick. First of all, this was way less painful than the other times they haven't had a first-round pick because we're just dealing with a much better football team. But I would
say after Deshaun's, like when we didn't have a first-round pick because of Deshaun,
2018
that
wasn't
wasn't
bad.
painful either. That made sense.
That wasn't bad.
Okay, we get
Except
it.
we didn't have a first or a second-round pick in that one.
That made it boring.
Yeah, Justin Reed, third-round pick, was their first pick that
and
year.
yet it still made sense.
Yeah.
It wasn't fun, but it made sense.
I didn't feel bad about the team then. Now, the couple of times it happened after that stunk. In 2020 and 2021, that was horrible. This was fun, actually, to be able to sit back and watch and mock a little bit and point and laugh at some of the things teams were doing, especially maybe in the division. But I would say, to sum up, because we'll go into more detail on this in a little later on this hour. But just to sum up here, it was a good night for the Texans because draft was so heavily skewed to offense last night. And the Texans, I don't think, are sifting through prospects on the offensive side of the ball at this level of the draft nearly as much as they are the defensive side of the ball, where only 9 defensive players went off the board last night.
9 defensive players.
9 players.
Now, was that a record as well?
Yes,
as far
I believe
as, okay,
so.
right.
Yeah,
I think it was 15. Whatever the record for offensive players was going to be, it was pretty. It wasn't much more than 50%.
Yeah,
as you would think.
Most offensive players, most quarterbacks taken in the top 12, most consecutive offensive players taken, not just to start a draft, but at any point in any draft.
To not have
14 consecutive.
Latu was the first defensive player taken to the Colts at number 15.
Yes.
Well, and honestly, even after 10 picks, it was already a record for quarterbacks because 5 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks was already a record.
Yep.
So then they just stacked on with 6 in the first 12.
Nix. Yeah, man. So this is good news, I think. The last night was a good night for the Texans, given what's been pushed down to them.
Right. And if you're going to go, I mean, they retained Dalton Schultz, so they spent, that doesn't feel like they went out and got anything, but they had already, and then they went out and got Stephon Diggs, obviously. Mm-hmm. The holes on offense, really right now, the most obvious potential hole is at left guard and at center, but the Texans do have draft picks there that they still consider unproven, but that are either coming off of injury. So Kenyon Green, Patterson at left guard, Kendrick Green that I think they might feel better about than certainly I did.
Right, yeah.
I thought I was really down on Kendrick Green when they first brought him in, and then after he got a couple games in here, I wasn't bad at all.
Okay, yeah.
So I think they're still waiting out the upside at center and guard.
Yep.
So, defense makes perfect and total sense.
2.
As far as storylines surrounding the draft outside of the Texans last night, I would say the one that's getting dissected the most this morning that I've listened to on national radio, we've got the TV on in here, so we see Get Up and First Take and everything else, and just on social media in general, has been the selection of Michael Penix by Atlanta with the 8th overall pick. I think the quarterbacks getting picked near the top or at the top were noteworthy, but we knew that was coming for the most part. 3 quarterbacks taken with the first 3 picks. Penix Jr., A, going ahead of J.J. McCarthy, but B, going to a team that just spent or is about to spend $100 million guaranteed on its quarterback who hasn't taken a snap yet. This is not Aaron Rodgers, who's been in the building for 10 years and they draft his replacement and you kind of there's a relationship there already. This is Kirk Cousins coming to a new team, and before he's even had a practice with the new team, they're drafting his replacement with the 8th pick.
Right, and one of our listeners earlier said, well, hey, look, Kirk Cousins isn't going to be around forever, and they're going to win too many games, especially in that division, to where you're not going to be able to draft high at quarterback again. I say I like your logic and your reasoning, but it's also a great reason to draft Spencer Rattler in the 3rd.
Yes.
Or maybe trade for somebody a couple years from now or what have you. Planning that new addition, planning the addition on the home that you haven't built yet, I don't think is smart and sound financial management.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel like you're in a draft where already at that point 4 quarterbacks had displaced good receivers or anybody offensive weapons that you could have added to Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
So you've already come out ahead, and you just take a guy, a 25-year-old who's had the same knee, injured had 2 ACLs on the same knee.
Yep.
It's just it was curious, very
Roma
curious.
Dunze was there from Washington.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers. I mean, I know they've got Kyle Pitts already, but nothing's stopping you. I mean, those are two weapons.
There's not a single Falcons fan alive who's like, oh yeah, Pitts is exactly what we were hoping
and Bowers
for.
is from Georgia.
Yeah.
That would have been a crazy good pick, I think. But they take Michael Penix there. That was a big story. We'll talk about that more as the show rolls on.
3.
The Astros are not good at baseball. They continued yesterday to not be good at baseball. They lose 3-1 to the Chicago Cubs. Justin Verlander didn't make it out of the 5th inning. He didn't get shelled, but he was not efficient at all. Both these teams. The Cubs especially had runners on base all day long, and the Astros really had to kind of tiptoe out of some jams, and eventually they couldn't. Eventually, Rafael Montero gives up a run. They bring in Brian Abreu. He gives up a 2-run home run to a guy playing in his first game as a major leaguer, and that was the difference. 3-1 the final score. Joe Espada did get ejected for the first time as Astros manager. Here's what it sounded like on the broadcast.
Important in the high altitude. Joe Espada's going to get tossed. Seemed rather calm coming out of the dugout. But Jansen Visconti was the one who was upset. He was the one doing the yelling. Joe just kind of calmly walked out there. I think Joe's seen enough in this stretch of losing 7 out of 8 games.
If he's going to get ejected, I need to see some more animation out of Joe Espada. Get your money's worth, man.
Yeah.
Or I need to know what he whispered under his breath to the umpire.
Was like, I hope it was really vicious.
Yeah.
It was maybe a vicious put down.
Right.
It was. It wasn't. It didn't have to be loud and demonstrative because he cut right to the chase.
Or like of a family member of the umpire, like really cross the line.
Yeah, they said something like your mother,
about his mom or his wife,
or I don't know, red dress, blue dress, so something. I don't know. It was something like that. Something very divisive.
What's our confidence level in Joe?
He walked out there and he was like, Trump 24. And I was like, that's you right here.
MAGA. MAGA.
What's the most divisive thing you could say these days?
Make America great again.
Taylor Swift is saving the NFL. Taylor Swift put Travis Kelce over. Yeah.
What is I don't even know if we have a body of work that we can even answer the question, but what is your confidence level in Joe Espada right now as the manager? Do you feel like they'd be 7-19?
I feel like it's not.
Dusty
I feel like
it's
an invalid question.
Yeah, you're right. Undefined. It's like dividing by 0.
The question is, I think a better question might be, what % blame do you put on Joe Espada right now? And it's really hard for me to, other than, this is a problem. Even if I were going to blame Espada for putting Bregman as cleanup to begin the season, a lot of that's just on Bregman. He is, as we know, he's a notoriously slow starter.
He is a notoriously slow starter. We've been told that.
Yeah.
Slow starter.
Right.
Thanks, Brandy. So there's that. The pitchers are just we got a bunch of AAA plus pitchers going out there every day.
Yep.
We got old man Verlander, who's old man Verlander is basically he was angry at Espada like an old man is angry at his son taking his keys from him.
He had the glove in front of his face. I'm assuming that's what that was, right?
He wasn't, unless he was saying,
Thanks for taking me out. I really appreciate it.
I've saved a lot of face by doing this. Please, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Espada, for taking me out.
You're right. He was pissed. Yeah.
He seemed like he was pissed at being taken out, when really Espada was just doing what any good son should do, which is take the keys away from the old man.
Rescue him from himself.
At some point, But if you've ever had to take the keys away from an old man, it doesn't go well.
No.
They are rarely in agreement with you on their need to stop driving.
That's right.
4.
Speaking of Dusty, won the Lifetime Achievement Award thanks to Baseball Digest. This is an award that has just been invented over the last few years.
Didn't even exist back when Dusty was a kid.
Back when it did, or when Dusty was the Astros manager, barely.
You couldn't buy it with a straw penny.
Willie Mays won the inaugural award in 2021, then Vin Scully in 22, Joe Torre last year. This year, the 74-year-old Dusty Baker said, "Receiving this award is a tremendous honor. I never thought that I'd be in the class of people that receive this award. I know that my late mom and dad would be proud of me. This is really special. I am happy for Dusty Baker winning this award."
Yeah, that is really awesome.
Yep.
No, you talk about lifetime achievement. There's very few people in sports that have the same experience as Dusty would have had, just because, he's a Marine Corps veteran, right? He was Marines, right? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure which branch.
But he, he played forever.
In
He's
L.A.
been a manager forever. Right. It's just...
Like, he met a lot of famous people.
That's right, yeah. He's got a lot of famous friends.
Yeah.
It's just a different... But at a time back before celebrity culture was what it is now, he knew a lot of celebrities in L.A. who had no interest in just, like, doing a collab on their social media feeds or anything.
Right.
They just got together and they put whatever in their bodies
when
that
men
people did
were
back
men.
in the day.
Yeah. Congrats to Dusty. Chancellor Johnson from Channel 2 sat down with Jonathan Grenard, former Texans defensive end, and they, I'm assuming, had a wide-ranging conversation. The only part that I've seen is this part that popped up on my social media. But as we recall, Jonathan Grenard was the selection that was made during the 2020 draft where the Texans thought they had a deal locked up to move back with Detroit, and somehow it fell through. Bill O'Brien blamed Jack Easterby, it looked like, for the deal falling through, and went to the point of pointing at the Zoom screen because we weren't allowed to be near each other at that point. COVID had just hit. And pointed at the screen and said, "That's your pick, Jack." That was the Jonathan Grenard pick.
Mm-hmm.
Chancellor handed Jonathan Grenard a tablet and played the video for him. It sounded like Grenard for sure knew about the video.
He had never really he had seen it, but not really like sat down and studied it or anything. It seemed pretty. I believe him. Like I don't think. Yeah,
he definitely doesn't obsess over it.
Right.
Like he doesn't go back and watch it every day and use it as fuel. But he revealed something about maybe how things once Grenard got in the building, what it felt like for him with Bill O'Brien.
I never really got a full story on it, but I remember seeing this video.
What was your reaction?
Yeah, so. I remember seeing this part like maybe a day after the draft, and I remember seeing it was the infamous like hands up, like what are we doing type deal, and like that's what I got from it. But man, I remember getting drafted. That was like a huge time. Like it was a blessing. Like I got drafted in the NFL. I always wanted to hear my name called, and it did happen. But as we know, like I got a text from some of my friends. They sent me the video, like, "Yo, what's this about? Like you seen your coach doing this?" And I'm like. I never got a true story on it. I heard rumors about it, and I heard it was like maybe like it was a pick that was supposed to be there, and then somebody backed out. But as we know, like we ain't dumb. Like we see the videos, and we know like all right, something went wrong there. And if you read your lips, you can just tell like he's saying this is your guy. Like like just know that he didn't want me. I just put it that way. If he could have won another option, he maybe could have.
Didn't sound like O'Brien really loved Grenard all that much.
Well, I mean, I guess that's what he's saying based on the video. I know he didn't really go into whether he felt that way in the building when he got there or anything.
I don't know. He kind of confirmed it again, like that he felt like he wasn't.
He said
really
he
wanted.
Didn't want me.
Yeah,
I don't know though. That's where I couldn't tell. I don't.
Okay, see, I listened to me, and maybe I went in with a preconceived notion on it.
I was hoping. I wanted to hear more about whether, and that's what it felt like when we were, when I was in the building
like details
or after
and
I got
stuff?
there. Because some coaches can't help it. Like some coaches they hate a draft pick and they treat them like they hate them, and it's like a grudge match between the coach.
All right, I'm going to go back
GM or the scout.
I'm going to go back and watch the whole thing during the break because I feel like I came away from that feeling like, oh yeah, for sure O'Brien didn't want it, and he only had to play for O'Brien for 4 games. O'Brien was fired 4 games into that season.
Oh yeah, good for you, John Grenard. I forgot that was.
Way to get him fired.
I thought Grenard had him for a year before that happened.
No, just 4 games.
6.
We'll get to these quick. HOA Florio is all over the Marvin Harrison Jr. not signing his NFLPA licensing agreement. Marvin Harrison Jr., in case you haven't heard, drafted 4th last night, but you can't get his jersey in team stores in Arizona because he has not signed the document that I guess all players just go ahead and sign blindly to be part of the licensing deal.
Yeah, it's one of those. Well, whenever you talk to the NFLPA your rookie year, there's a whole lot of let's just sign the damn thing. All right, rookie, just sign it. Be one of us. Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is not doing that, and Florio is taking up for him. He might not sign. He might retain his full rights. This is Florio without joining the herd. Maybe he'll design and sell his own jersey. Maybe he'll do his own deal with EA to appear in the Madden game.
Florio's a union scab? He's a union buster, this dude.
Players must join the union. They are not required to join the group licensing portion of it.
Yeah.
They retain their full NIL rights for a new age of college players who profited from NIL. Why sign anything away to anyone else?
Yeah.
Now, that is interesting, actually.
It is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, like the players now may come in a little more like,
I was loaded up to be anti-Florio on this, but that's a good point. It's not the actual union. It's just something that collectively all the players do. But, okay, I could get into the weeds on this. There used to be something called the Quarterbacks Club, where the quarterbacks were kind of set aside from a lot of the other collective, bargaining and licensing and all that stuff. In that the quarterbacks all got together and said, you know what, this is kind of screwing over our buddies because now, like, we can't increase the pool because so they decided to get rid of the Quarterbacks Club. And I think that's, like what's good for the goose is good for the gander or vice versa. There's a little bit of that going on. But, in this age of NIL, I don't know if players are wired to think that way. Like Nick Saban said a few months ago, they're very much more open about just like, hey, what's in it for numero uno than they used to be.
Yep.
7.
All right, real quick, NBA scores, and then I want to get to one more thing. Nuggets beat the Lakers last night. They're on the verge of sweeping the Lakers. They're up 3-0 in that series. Sixers get a win against the Knicks, so that series is 2-1 Knicks. And the Magic get a big win over the Cavs by 40, 121-83. So that series is 2-1 Cleveland right now.
8.
All right, this is pretty funny. Deontay Johnson, the wide receiver, former Steelers wide receiver,
traded away by the Steelers to the Panthers. And it was one of those things where it was kind of curious, except that it sounded like he'd worn out his welcome in Pittsburgh.
It sounded like he got a little tough to deal with.
Either attitude or something like that.
He's got a new lease on life. He's in Carolina. I think he's viewed as like a kind of, not a savior, but somebody who's really going to help out Bryce Young. Yeah. Probably feels more important there than maybe he did in Pittsburgh, where they had George Pickens and other. So he went to dinner apparently the other night with Dave Canales, the head coach of the Panthers, the new head coach of the Panthers, and here's how it went.
Coach Dave, he was cool. To be honest, I didn't know he was the head coach when I went out to dinner with him. Well, I'm like, because he was just talking like this, his energy he brings, and then after the dinner, I'm like, somebody told me he was the head coach. I'm like, oh, I was so surprised. Like, but other than that, like, I love his energy. So, like I said, I'm excited to play for him.
Who did he think he was?
Some up-and-coming young, guy's got a future, obviously.
Deontay
Johnson, like, this guy's got big things. He could be a head coach someday.
Deontay Johnson's going back to the car with whoever drove him to the dinner, and he's like, man, I like this Dave. Dave's cool, man.
Did he ever... I love that. Okay, this isn't like when he first learned of the trade or anything.
No.
He's been traded.
Yeah.
He's out to dinner with people from the Panthers. Right. At no point between the time he was traded and when he's out to dinner with these Panthers executives did he even think to ask, hey, who's the head coach of the Panthers these days anyway?
You know what that tells me? It tells me that Dave Canales is really good at connecting on a non-football level with his players.
Yeah.
Because I would think at some point if they were hardcore football talking, I think it would have come up that he's a head coach.
God, I wish I could go through life like this. No, honestly, think about Deontay Johnson to just be going into that dinner and, like, at no point, I don't even ever even crossed his mind, but they're like, hey, who's the head coach anyway?
Did he even know why they were going to dinner?
Like, I don't think the fact that he's telling that story, it's like he's not even aware of the fact that it would be weird that he doesn't know who the head coach of his new team is.
Right, no, he's, like, openly talking about it. It's like, I just found out after.
I thought it was funny when Robbie Anderson, the wide receiver for the Panthers, when he was new to the Panthers, he didn't know who Sir Purr was, the mascot. Remember he asked, like, what is that, a bear? And the guy next to him, they were sitting on the bench. He was like, what is that, a bear? And the guy next to him was like, that's Sir Purr. And the guy next to him was even funnier because, like, of course not. It's Sir Purr.
Jeez.
Duh.
It's a little insulting.
But I feel like that's a little bit more excusable than not knowing that the guy you're having dinner with is the head coach. Did he think he was on Undercover Boss?
I don't know.
Canales is wearing like a Groucho Marx outfit. And at the very end, he's like, Deontay, surprise.
Yeah, right.
And Deontay's like, what? I'm Dave Canales. Who's that?
All right.
I feel bad. Canales thought he was really pulling something up.
That's great. All right, best available. This draft last night played out fantastically for the Houston Texans, in my opinion, and it's pushed a bunch of guys down to day 2. I think the Texans. I think if you're a Texan fan, you're going to be really happy with who the Texans could come away with here in day 2. I'll tell you, give you some names coming up next.
If you've been in an accident and it was not your fault, you're probably not very.
580.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I was just telling you, like this older guy was sitting next to me on the plane.
Yeah.
And for one, like so there was nobody in the middle seat. I know my United planes, and I got a bulkhead that had like unlimited leg space. It's better than first class in a lot of ways, especially if you have the seat next to you empty. Except that I had this older gentleman who had no respect for the headphones, no respect for my eyes closed, no respect for the hoodie up. He was going to talk to me when he wanted to talk to me.
Wow.
Pleasant older guy, but just, and he was a little bit, he needed some help and assistance, But then at one point during the flight, he dumped his entire Coke on his lap.
Well, that's, we call that karma for talking your ear off.
No. He wasn't a jerk at all. Like, he wasn't a bad guy, and he's not from Houston. Nobody worry about me. Like, so I went back and I got... and I don't cross the curtain, Sean.
I know
I'm sitting there right behind first class.
Right.
I don't cross the curtain.
Okay.
I make my way back through the aisle. Mm-hmm. Me navigating the space with the other big guys who are, like they overflow onto the aisle. Yep. I don't know who I'm hitting with my ass as I'm walking through. Right. And I got a big wad of napkins to come back to him, and then helped him delicately pat around his crotch area and everything.
Oh, okay.
And yeah. And then, but it was. So anyway, I say all that to say that I didn't get the work done on the plane that I had planned on.
No, not at all.
Because I was trying to feign sleep half the time, and then I realized, that's not helping either. I was basically a home health aid to this guy for 3 hours.
I was going to say, you had to go crotch area.
Oh, no, I ended up knowing. Then I had to talk to him. The wheelchair situation.
You're like a nurse.
The wheelchair situation was a little screwed up, too. So after I got off the flight, I had to go talk to the gate agent. I talked to the flight attendant, and then I went up to the gate agent talking about the guy in 7D.
Like a jerk.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Yeah, that I said karma. I was in a wheelchair.
No, it was one of those things where there's no part of me that wasn't going to help the old guy.
Sure.
It's just, I was fighting with the other side of me that was very much selfishly wanted to do the stuff I wanted to do.
If he were not in the physical situation he were in, would you have told him to shut the hell up at some point? Like if he were just some businessman who was like slightly obnoxious,
if he wasn't an older guy or something.
Yeah.
I would just be like, I got to get this. There's something about, the worst part was that he had worked for United for like 40 years. So he was telling me about how he used to fly for free and now he's got to pay because it's like they don't have the empty flights. That part was interesting.
Yeah.
But I did genuinely have like work. I had like 2 hours of work I needed to get done.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't tell him like, hey, sorry, sir, but I got to work on this. I have a hard. Like I would have felt weird the entire time because he wasn't. It wasn't like he had a book to read or anything. The poor guy was just, I felt like he was a little nervous and out of sorts.
Are you okay with lying to him? Because I would have just made up like a dead relative or something like that. Like, look, I'm going, the reason I'm flying where I'm going to is because we've got a funeral coming up and I'm the executor and I've really got to get this stuff done because we got a big meeting when we land.
No, I can't.
When death's involved, I feel like he would understand that.
Yeah, but I can't lie.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be comfortable. To be clear, he was just a pleasant older gentleman.
Sure.
It's a me issue where I have a hard time setting the boundaries sometimes with older people. I feel like I need to do anything they ask of me.
You are very friendly. There was one time at Lizards where that guy was there and you engaged him in conversation.
Yeah.
And
you and Amy were trying to ignore him like crazy.
Like crazy because we've seen his act before.
You were doing the right thing.
We've seen his act before, and I'm like, oh God. And then the guy's coming over and talking to Seth, and I'm like, this isn't going to end well. Because this guy usually starts skewing political at some point. No, this is just a guy who is very lacking in self-awareness.
To be clear, I would have been fine if he went political. Right. But he went the old, like, you better open your eyes.
Right.
Because I didn't know of some arcane conspiracy theory that he brought up. Honestly, I had to Google the conspiracy because he was talking like I'm an idiot.
Literally told him to get the hell out of here.
You heard me. When I caught your attention, I was like, no, leave.
Yeah.
You're not, Seth, get away from this table now.
Seth can be super friendly, but at times like on very specific occasions like that, 0 to 60.
It was when he said you better open your eyes. Like, no, we're not doing this. We're not.
You were a hero.
Some semblance of civility. Yeah. Really? Like people in the bar were like,
no, you're a hero to me and Amy to get him the hell away from the table. Maybe in the bar. Who knows?
He paid our tab.
He did.
Remember?
Yes, he did. Now I remember.
He also hit terminal illness.
Yeah. Well,
you just always remember people are going through.
He's still hanging around. He's still
not that
terminal
terminal enough.
All right, let's get to the best available players.
I'm joking, everybody. I don't think he has a terminal illness.
No. As far as we know. So, best available. There's a bunch of dudes who have slipped down to the second round of the draft thanks to the NFL falling in love with offense and offensive players. Texans feel pretty set up at offense. I wouldn't obviously them drafting a player on offense in the second round wouldn't be a complete shocker. A wide receiver, maybe an interior offensive lineman, as you pointed out. But the names that sit here at defensive tackle and cornerback make me feel really excited about tonight.
And I would say, too, I would be surprised if to take a wide receiver this early. And yet, okay, so the Texans are at 42.
Yeah.
So they are the 10th pick in the second round.
Correct.
All right. I'll go through, honestly. I don't want to throw a bunch of names at everybody. Like, we're not going to talk about each of these guys. But if you go down the line of just ESPN's list of best player available, this obviously isn't the same as the Texans, but Cooper DeJean, the defensive back out of Iowa, cornerback, some people might suggest maybe a safety, whatever. I'd be 100% cool with that. Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle, I'd be ecstatic about that. Kool-Aid McKinstry, the cornerback out of Alabama, hell yeah. Adonai Mitchell, if they chose to go wide receiver, yeah, that's okay with me.
Yeah.
Ladd McConkey, ditto. Ennis Rakestraw, the cornerback. Keon Coleman, the wide receiver. Braden Fisk, defensive tackle. Marshawn Nealand, and then Edgerrin Cooper. Like the top 10 guys that are available, according to just this list right here, I am 100% A-okay with every single one of those guys going at 42. So I do feel like for however much the Texans might be aligned with what I would like for defensive guys or what have you, I think they're going to be. I think we'll be pleased with whoever they take at 42.
Yeah,
if they stay there. Now, if they trade back, we might have issues.
Yeah. If they right.
And then and to be clear, there are a bunch of guys after that I'm okay with too. It's not. I'm just saying that like worst case scenario, if the Texans board were exactly the same as ESPN's board. I think any one of those guys makes a lot of sense at 42.
The next 7 guys include the names Jonathan Brooks, running back, Texas, Kamari Lassiter from Georgia, the corner, TJ Tampa, the corner from Iowa State, Chris Jenkins, the defensive tackle from Michigan, Mason Smith, whose name you brought up, is right there at 17 on best available. Javon Bullard is a really good safety out of Georgia.
They're going to get a good guys. Defensive guys that are lined up here, and remember, the defensive players didn't start going until the 15th selection in the draft.
Yeah.
So I don't want to pull a Jack Easterby thing here and act like, well, it's really like having a late first round
got
pick.
the 18th pick overall, but way cheaper.
Right. Part of the reason that the defensive players didn't go as early is that there were not like a bunch of Will Andersons available this year. You know?
Right. Who's your crush? What's your dream scenario?
I say Johnny Newton. Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle,
he's number 2 on this best available.
Right. He's not, in my mind, he's not as far ahead as like of the other defensive tackles than I think maybe some people have him. So like I would guess if I had to put it into tiers at defensive tackle right now, I would say Johnny Newton, Braden Fisk, Chris Jenkins, Michael Hall Jr., and Rook Aurora. It's 3 rows. Aurora.
Yep.
There's not that much separation between any of them in my mind. And then there's 2 guys that don't quite.
And by the way, real quick, I feel like one of them will be at 59.
Right. That's where I think now, like Johnny Newton, I would put Johnny Newton and Braden Fisk just on like athletic ability and upside, and maybe Chris Jenkins above the other guys. But like in that, it's a big mishmash of guys who don't have ideal size, but have upside athleticism, and B, they've all got motors.
Relentless.
Like I talked about this yesterday. I don't know what's gotten into these kids, whether maybe this is just the way they're raised these days. Maybe
cameras, dude. Cameras are rolling all the time.
ADHD meds, perhaps?
Something.
I don't know.
Who
the
cares?
ADHD shortage did not affect the motors on these defensive tackles. I love them. There used to be so many squids at defensive tackle in the second round. And I'm looking at these guys. They all play their butts off.
Yeah.
Even Devondre Sweat plays his butt off. He just physiologically can only do it for so long.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, I feel good about all these kids. I would be fine with any of them.
Where's old T Sweat on the best of? There he is, 29th on the best available.
Yeah, I wonder about him because he's he weighs 365 pounds, and he really, really, really needs to weigh 345.
Right.
Even if you only platoon him, I'm watching him, and it would have been okay in 2002.
Yeah.
Back in the days of Ted Washington and those guys, and I don't think there's necessarily he needs to lose weight, and he doesn't look like. He's not sounded one bit like he has any interest in losing weight.
T'Vondre Sweat is 29th on the best available list on ESPN. Michael Hall Jr., who you like from Ohio State, is 33rd. The Texans are sitting there at 86.
Yeah.
And they're both on the board. They haven't taken a defensive tackle yet. Do you want Sweat or do you want Hall?
Hall. Sweat. This is
still too scary for 86th overall.
This is the issue with the DUI for T'Vondre Sweat, is that it's not an isolated incident when it comes to perhaps a lack of discipline in his personal life. He had to address his partying with the team and make a committed effort to not party as much this season, and it worked out. But between that, his flat out stubbornness and losing weight or playing at less than 365, all of that, teams are going to be nervous as hell that he comes, and with even more money in his pocket.
Yeah.
In a city known for its restaurants is gonna. If he came to Houston, I think keeping him below 400 would be a chore.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. On a scale of 1 to Kyle Hamilton, what's your Ravens fear factor on T'Vondre Sweat?
Oh yeah, because he would. I don't know. I think again, this is not the days of Tony Siragusa and Sam Adams.
Yeah.
And Sam Adams was super athletic though too. So it's not the days of Tony Siragusa.
I'm just talking in terms of a guy who's got some
work
warts
out there.
He's going to go there and it's going to turn into Haloti Nada.
Okay, you know what it is?
That.
I don't know if I'd call it a fear factor. They're already an awesome defense, and then it's almost a piece of look, we can shuffle them in for 10 plays a game when we need them. So for me, I want somebody that's more versatile. Is a finishing piece or a situational guy, it can make sense. Yeah. I just worry about him for this team right now.
You asked for it, you got it. You asking the people what your finishing move should be if Pope Zaza embraced a WWE lifestyle?
Yeah.
At least 2. There's a few, but the 2 I want to get to because we're up against it. Pope Zaza feels like a choke slam guy to me. Do you know what a choke slam is? Grab a guy by the neck, pick him up with one arm, and just throw him down on his back.
I did that to Peyton Manning. It was. Of the 17 and a half sacks I had in my career, that's the only one that I felt actually good about.
That neck's a big target, too.
That's right. 17 and a half sacks, everybody.
Big neck.
If you don't know much about football, just know this. That's a lot of sacks.
17 and a half.
That is a lot.
It's double digits.
That's basically...
you know how they talk about how important double-digit sacks are? Set that double-digit sacks,
That's right.
17 and a half.
No, it was... Go ahead.
Someone said Pope Zaza would just flick his opponent on the forehead.
It
just falls down. That's great.
What was Bruce Lee's thing? The 3-inch punch or whatever it was.
I don't know.
Hey Ben, what was Bruce Lee's thing?
Does Ben know? I have no idea. Oh,
the text line's going to tell us.
Oh, for sure.
He had some kind of punch that was just it was 3 inches, and he was,
yeah. CJ Stroud was on a draft show on the Bleacher Report app last night. It was interesting. He was really good. He was well prepared. Did not show much emotion until this guy was drafted, and then he flipped the hell out. We've got that for you coming up next.
Hey, Johnson Fitness and Wellness. You know what they've got?
management for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Day 2 of the draft is today. It's tonight at 6 p.m. Seth Payne, John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. They will be broadcasting live from the draft party tonight, right out there at George R. Brown.
I was listening to those guys last night, and I was jealous that I wasn't in there with them. So
you should have done a run-in on your way home from my place. You should have stopped at the studio.
Just
down
dropped in.
and
actually literally run in on
that
them.
could be, yes, that could have been Pope Zaza's first entree into the world of wrestling. Hit them all with chairs and grab a headphone, and you just do the rest of the draft.
The biggest thing the only reason I was jealous was that I was leaving your place after the 14th pick.
Yep.
After the 14th pick?
14th
After
pick.
the 14th pick.
Yep.
When the offensive tackle out of Oregon State was taken.
Yep.
And I got in my car, and I was listening to the guys as Leatu Letu was drafted by the Colts. And I could tell that John Harris and I felt the exact same thing. Like almost like we could write 3 paragraphs.
You could sense it.
And you would think one of us was plagiarizing the other. Mm-hmm. And it would obviously be me plagiarizing John because he knows all.
Clearly, yeah.
I try to educate myself about the defensive lineman a good amount, but John knows all of these guys very well.
That ain't even shade at you when I say clearly.
Like,
Johnny's on another level.
By sheer luck, I think I happen to share the same opinion of Latu with him, which is that, man, there's so much to love about the kid, and he's so polished, and he just destroys college kids. But there's a certain lack of physicality in his game that stems from him having had a neck injury that kept him away from football 2 years. And it's glaring just how little appetite he has for violence. And he's also not it's you know what it's like? It's like if you have a karate instructor who's a black belt and has been doing it for 20 years, he's going to absolutely destroy novices. Mm-hmm. Just absolutely destroy them. But if he goes up against a world-class athlete, it's a different scenario.
Yeah.
You know, if he goes up against a world-class black belt from somewhere else. And I feel like he might be I think Latu might end up being kind of like one of these quadruple A baseball players.
A Fugazi black belt. A guy good enough to train, but not good enough to go fight.
The Astros used to have a bunch of quadruple A players. Yeah. They were awesome in triple A. Then they get up to the main, and you realize, like, oh, okay, they'd maximized their talents.
Some of them are on the team now.
Yeah. Well, John Singleton was the quintessential quadruple A player.
Yeah.
So I think that's where I don't worry as much about Latu going to the Colts, and at the same time, I love the kid because you can tell that he has obsessively worked on his pass rush arsenal. He just doesn't have power and violence in his game.
Put real simple, you'd rather he be a Colt than a Texan.
Yeah.
I think that's.
It was like, and I sense that John maybe felt the same way. I don't want to speak for John because he's still don't get me wrong. It's perfectly good for him to go where he did in the draft. There's some question marks about him that are very understandable because he had this really bad neck injury that almost kept him from playing football. But when you watch him play, you see very much like, wow, this guy literally does not want to stick his neck into anywhere dangerous. Like, he plays incredibly upright and just kind of ducks his way into contact.
We're going to get to C.J. Stroud here in just a second.
Yeah.
But I think you bringing up Latu, accentuates, in retrospect, a year later, how much sense the Will Anderson trade made.
Yeah.
That it was a 2-year window Nick was looking at, not just in the moment, in the night, I got to have this guy.
That's true, yeah, because the edge rushers this year were not at the same level.
It was, I got to have this guy.
Yeah.
And by the way, this guy's the first defensive player to go off the board. He goes at 15.
Yeah.
And, if he were Will Anderson, he would have been gone long before 15. I promise you that. So I think that does really hammer home the point that Leatu going at 15 and the first defensive player, and we're sitting here talking about these questions with him, and he had neck injuries and this and that. If you held off on getting an edge rusher the caliber of Will Anderson, it wouldn't have been there in this draft. And it helps that it turns out the first-round pick you gave away was a 27th overall pick, not a top 5, like everybody thought it was going to be.
Right. Yeah, that's a whole.
That was the variable in all.
Yeah,
of it.
this year things could have gone way, way further south. Obviously, if the team hadn't.
And won a bunch of games. Yeah. So C.J. Stroud is a big reason they won a bunch of those games. We're getting texts from people. Man, the Micah and C.J. draft cast was awesome. We watched a little bit of it. A lot of it some of it is floating out now on social media in blurbs. This is the best one. This was C.J. Stroud reacting when Ricky Pearsall, the wide receiver from Florida, got picked by the 49ers with the 31st overall pick. Pearsall is a guy who's experienced guy, an older guy, had a big year for Florida this last year. He's like a souped-up slot guy, kind of like a Tank Dell type guy. CJ,
don't tell CJ that he's just a slot guy.
Right. Well, you're going to hear that, but this is what you need to. This is what you need to know about this audio is that when you hear the host Adam Lefkoe kind of pointing out like, "Oh, sorry, CJ, that was your guy." CJ is literally like rolled over, face in the cushion, like can't believe that Ricky Pearsall just got picked on a broadcast where CJ spent most of the time pretty stone-faced and doing a good job analyzing things.
For the San Francisco 49ers, with the 31st pick, the Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearsall.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Damn. I wasn't even on their radar. I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
Oh, he's nasty, bro.
Well, if you give him a free release, he gets open.
I don't care if you press him. You put on the Missouri game, they press man a lot, bro. Like it's just that, like that, something like that.
Yeah.
Like Tank has it, like that. Just that little quick, little hezzy. Like I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver like goat that just, but I know routes when I see him. I know football players.
Well, you've played with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this.
Exactly. So like when I watched him, like at first I was like, okay, he's good because I seen him at Arizona State. And then his first year at Florida was okay. But this last year, bro, he put it together. And, bro, when I tell you, I don't know what, like it's like Tank. Like, you can't just put one, like, it's everything combined. Like, I just text my boy, one of my best friends. He's always with me. And I tell him, like, dang, they got Pearsall. I wanted him bad. Like, dude. Especially, like, before we didn't know we were going to get Steph. Pearsall was my guy. Like, that's the one I wanted. So that's a big time get.
Is there anything you can take away from that audio we just played as far as like how tonight might play out?
Okay, so he said I couldn't tell whether he said it as an actual point or just kind of like in him soothing himself when he said we're probably going to take a wide receiver anyway.
Yeah,
or he said we're probably going to get a wide receiver.
I watched it and I
however he
couldn't
said,
tell.
it was really hard to say like whether he's like consoling himself,
trying to talk it into existence.
Yeah, or if he's I'd be really surprised given that it seems like for the most part, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are the only 2 guys that know a lot of stuff about what the Texans' plans are. I'd be really surprised if they actually tipped their cat.
Told CJ, don't worry, we're getting your receiver.
Yeah, I don't think they tipped their hand to CJ at all. So I think CJ was more just likely talking about that. I think the fact that...
Or was he trying to send a little subtle message to Nick and D'Amico? Like, oh that's all right, we're going to get a receiver. Like, oh, okay, well, now our guy wants a receiver. I don't know.
I told him to get Tank Dell last year, even though it's not actually how it went. But he put in.
I love the narrative.
He put in a gird. They asked after they drafted CJ. They asked him about Tank Dell, and really, if anything, they also the way Caserio presented it sounded like they were looking for mostly intel on what other teams might be drafting Tank Dell.
Yeah. Well, they did end up moving up 4 spots to go get it.
Yeah, I think the Texans liked Tank Dell already. The way the story's been told is that CJ like endorsed Tank Dell, and that's what it was. The way Caserio told the story, it sounded more like they were trying to see if Tank would tell CJ like who was talking to him if a team told him they were about to draft him, whatever. The fact that CJ just casually brought up the Florida-Missouri game when Missouri played Florida late in the year after Florida was already a non-factor. Missouri obviously wasn't a non-factor.
Season, yeah.
So he might have been watching just it was a late season Missouri game. But yeah, it wasn't like he just was casually thinking about this. He had receipts of the plays and games he was specifically
leading press man coverage
talking about. Yeah.
He may have been scouting already. That's just such good audio, man. That is so good. CJ was really good on there last night. Very well prepared. Text message. I've been going back and forth between y'all and Atlanta Sports Radio because I'm flabbergasted the Falcons picked Michael Penix Jr. I'm so entertained. Listening to the hosts freak out. Okay, that answers one of my questions. What are they saying in Atlanta about that? 2 takeaways, the texter says. Having no first-round pick when you already have a franchise quarterback is so relaxing. That is true. You and I were just sitting there, man, eating those chicken wings last night. Just watching guys come off the board.
You can observe.
Number two, when the Falcons,
a good ratio of celery there too, though. By the way, Sean, last night.
I replaced the fries with all celery.
Oh, you did? Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. I actually, because that did help my mental health last night. I was like, oh, you know what? I mean, I actually didn't have that many wings because I was alternating celery and wings.
Yeah. I replaced the fries with all celery. And I know people will make fun of me, but I got to watch my girlish figure.
Mm-hmm.
Number two takeaway: when the Falcons,
I gotta watch your girlish.
When the Falcons picked, can keep my eyes off you. When the Falcons picked Penix Jr., I could hear Rich Eisen yelling, "What is up with that?"
Honestly, though. Because I think some people might think, all right, well, we had the one listener that said, look, they're probably going to win too many games over the next couple of years with Kirk Cousins in that awful division to be picking high enough to take a quarterback. To which I reply, like, you are banking on success that hasn't actually happened yet and potentially cutting yourself off from some of that success. Like, this success that you'd like to have first has to happen. Some of which can happen by way of taking one of these many wide receivers or this tight end or anybody else who's available right now to work with your aging quarterback.
Crazy.
But also, if that's what your concern is, take a guy in the third round.
Right.
Take a Spencer Rattler, something like that. Don't turn down a chance to be good right now for some and it's because this isn't even thinking long term. This is thinking that you're playing 5-dimensional chess and being a galaxy brain, like, well, of course we'll probably win 2 Super Bowls in the next 3 years. We need to have a succession plan. Like, get over yourself, Atlanta.
Yep. All right, I've found 2 day 2 mock drafts that are out. One on The Athletic, Dane Brugler, and one on CBSSports.com. If CJ Stroud is looking to get a receiver, Nick Caserio may need to do some work today, according to these 2 mock drafts. And who do they have the Texans taking at 42 and 59 and 86? We'll run through it coming up next.
Leaf Filter.
But first, Leaf Filter. Yeah, I got to talk about Leaf Filter and the awesome system that they have. If you're anything like me,
KILT.org.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. All right, so Seth.
Very excited about tonight.
I am too. The more you and I chop it up during the breaks and looking at, we got John Harris's best available here from the Harris 100. We'll look at that in a second. But we've got a few, at least two that I found here, little day two mock drafts that have been put together in the last several hours.
Yeah.
Once round one ends, they take a look at the best available, they take a look at the board, and these experts say, here's how we see it playing out. Now, before we get to the Texans, I will say one thing. The two that I have here, I have one that's Dane Brugler with The Athletic, who's excellent. He's really, really good. And then the other one I have is from CBSSports.com from Chris Trapasso, who also does a good job for CBSSports.com. The one thing that these two mock drafts both have in common, and again, they start with the 33rd pick today, and this is on the heels of you and I playing audio of C.J. Stroud just kind of flipping out over Ricky Pearsall going off the board. He really liked the wide receiver out of Florida, and C.J. muttering to himself, that's all right, we're going to get a wide receiver. I think that Ladd McConkey and Adonai Mitchell, McConkey from Georgia and Mitchell from Texas, are clearly the two best wide receivers on the board, to the extent where the Texans at 42 probably won't get either of these guys. I thought that before looking at these mock drafts. Dane Brugler's mock draft, 33rd pick, the Buffalo Bills, Adonai Mitchell. 34th pick, New England Patriots. Oh, my God. Ladd McConkey, Patriot as it gets from back in the day. Trapasso, same two players, just flipped around.
Oh, really?
He's got McConkey going to Buffalo and Mitchell going to the Patriots. So at least with these two experts, clearly these are not only just the two best receivers, but the two best players available.
The part here that gets interesting is exactly what's the personality profile and all of the stuff, or the medicals, all the stuff that the teams have that we outsiders do not have, that sometimes throws things into flux, and that it might not be as simple of a slam dunk for whatever reason with those two guys, based on whichever information that isn't public, you know, beyond the combine scores and the production.
Conky's had injury issues, and we had that weird thing with Adonai Mitchell come up in the last week to 10 days with his diabetic diagnosis, and it affects his mood.
He was right. Oh, Jay Cutler made it long enough as a moody diabetic. Yeah. I did always wonder with Jay Cutler, is it just a matter of, can we get this guy an insulin pump? Does he always have does he have not resting bitch face, but resting diabetic face?
I think he has an insulin pump, because there was a story from back in the day where somebody at like the Pro Bowl or someone pushed him into the swimming pool and he had his insulin pump on.
Ooh.
Jay Cutler. I'm pretty sure that was him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you trust that he took care of and maintained the insulin pump appropriately?
After watching Very Cavallari, no.
I don't know. Watching Very Cavallari, I got more the impression he's not hypoglycemic. He just does not like people.
Yes.
He's
could be both.
Yeah.
So let's do Dane Brugler's mock draft first. So I mentioned the two receivers, Mitchell and McConkey, go 33 and 34. Let's skip down to number 42. And by the way, Johnny Newton next off the board. Cooper DeJean goes off at 35. Johnny Newton goes off at 38.
I feel like he's just going off his big board here at this point.
Kool-Aid McKinstry goes off at 39. So a lot of these guys we've been talking about are moving off the board.
Patrick Paul, the offensive tackle out of Houston, University of Houston, goes to Washington at 36 in this, for those which is a little bit of a... That might be where Dane Brugler is a little higher on Paul than a lot of other people.
Maybe.
But the upside of Paul is very much there. It's just he's a lankier... He looks like he's still got some maturing to do in terms of the way... Sometimes big lanky kids don't move like adults just yet. Right. Paul's got a little bit of that in him, so the upside is there, though.
Edgerrin Cooper goes 41 to the Packers. So that's a lot of guys go off the board that you and I have been sitting here talking about this morning here. Before we say who the Texans pick at 42 in this mock, I will say this. If Nick likes any of these guys, like that we just named, as much as we like them, he'll trade a 4th-round pick or a 5th-round pick to move up 5 spots and go get him. I have no qualms about that. Like, he will go, if he likes a guy enough at this stage of the draft, he will go get him.
I think that the way this scenario is playing out, though, where there's wide receivers going earlier, like he's not going to be, I think
pushing guys down.
Defensive backs and defensive tackles is my guess for what he's focused on in the 2nd and 3rd round.
Here's what Dane Brugler thinks. With the 42nd pick in the Dane Brugler Day 2 mock draft, the Houston Texans select Mike Sainristil, cornerback, Michigan, who is a really good slot corner.
My immediate thought there as well, they already have a slot corner with Des King, and then I remember, they cut Des King last year and then brought him back. It's not like Des King is like the long-term plan or solution at slot corner, because Sanders Drill, he's tiny. He's a slot corner. Like he played like 20% of his snaps on the outside when he was in college, but he's a nickelback.
Yep.
And which is awesome. You need a nickelback. And I don't think that the presence of Des King would prevent them from bringing him. It actually gives, because Des can play on the outside or inside.
Sure.
So it does give you a lot more versatility and depth. I would be A-okay with this
I'd like
one.
that pick.
Yeah.
Yep, I'd like that pick. The other players that were on the board there potentially that I think Texan fans, the next pick was Chris Braswell, an edge from Alabama. They're not going there for edge guys, I don't think. Enos Rakestraw from Missouri. Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from Florida State. Max Melton, TJ Tampa. Andrew Phillips, so I know the Texans, I think, have had Andrew Phillips from Kentucky for a visit. So that's 3 straight cornerbacks for the Tech. Chris Jenkins.
Yep.
So there's a lot of guys on the board right there that go in the next 7 picks. Let's skip down, though, to the 59th pick overall. This is Dane Brugler of The Athletic, and with the 59th pick in the Dane Brugler mock draft for day 2 tonight, the Houston Texans select, you're going to be happy. Mike Hall Jr.
I like Mike Hall Jr. a lot.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
I think that he's a guy.
Braden Fisk's still on the board, by the way.
I'm telling you, this group of defensive tackles is really, I think people's values and ratings on them are going to be all over the board. There are a bunch of guys that are totally worth a second-round pick. And I think it comes down to personal preference, almost like what you're looking for, what kind of upside versus what kind of ceiling. Michael Hall Jr. is a guy that I look at, and he went to Ohio State, so they're going to have a good report. They're going to have a good level of intel from him from CJ. I feel like CJ would either gush about him.
Yeah.
If they ask CJ, CJ will be like what good college coaches do. He'll either gush about a guy or he's not going to insult a guy, but he might just not gush as much.
Yeah.
Like how he was just gushing about the wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, Pearsall.
But with Michael Hall Jr., the thing that intrigued me was that you listen to him in interviews, and you're like, okay, this is a bright guy. But apparently he's also the best trash talker on the team.
I like that.
Yeah.
That means it's intelligent trash talk.
Right, yeah. So
there's a chance for some really good burns.
I gotta check my notes to be sure I don't have that crossed over with somebody else.
Yeah.
As far as but I think that he plays with that little bit of lust for violence that I like to see out of guys.
Yes,
like he's got a badass side to him.
Yep.
But he's not as fluidly athletic as some of those other guys like Braden Fisk. But he does a lot of the little stuff the right way. He hasn't produced and stacked up stats the way some other guys have. So I don't know if back half of the second round or in the third round probably makes the most sense for him. But I do like him a lot in terms of I have a hard time thinking that he won't work out and be a productive player in the NFL. I just don't know if he has the ceiling of some of those other guys.
59 feels about right to you for him. 59th overall. All right, let's do Chris Trapasso's here. Chris Trapasso's mock draft for the 2 second-round picks the Texans have. Again, as I mentioned, he's got the 2 receivers going at the top of the second round, McConkey and Mitchell in that order. A lot of the same names. Braswell going to the Cardinals. He's actually got Keon Coleman going 37th. Needland going there 38. You skip down. Let's get to the Texans at 42. I think there's going to be some happy Aggies here with the 42nd pick of the Chris Trapasso CBS mock draft. For tonight, the Houston Texans select Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker from Texas A&M. Here's the quick blurb. Mini off-ball linebacker run here in round 2. Yeah, he's one of several. As DeMeco Ryans gets a young and athletic second-level defender in Edgerrin Cooper to fill the void left by Blake Cashman leaving in free agency. We actually had a text from somebody right here saying they got to replace Cashman.
They got to replace. Well,
there you go. Trapasso just replaced him.
I'm having a hard time figuring out exactly what. I've seen so many people, not just people on the text line, but like draft people, act like Elshire doesn't exist.
Right.
I don't understand.
They replaced him. They upgraded.
They replaced Cashman with somebody that DeMeco likes better.
Yeah.
Like, DeMeco gave kind of a tepid response when asked a question about Cashman late in the season last year. And Cashman did, he got injured, but he also fell off in some respects towards the end of the year. And, like, the linebackers got really victimized and exploited by the Colts especially. It's just the Texans won the game, but the linebackers got exploited. Elshire is that guy. So I don't know why people are ignoring Elshire. Maybe it's just because it's hard to pronounce his name. It's not spelled the way it sounds, So I think with Edgerrin Cooper, there's a rawness there that could either be rawness or sometimes guys just actually, some linebackers just, they're more hustle than they are actual instinct. And I wonder sometimes with Edgerrin Cooper, he does a lot of things right, and he's got that lust for contact that I know D'Amico loves. There's some parts about his game that really need to be refined when it comes down to keys and reads and taking the proper angles and all of that. And I think you got to bank on D'Amico getting a feel for, all right, is this something that's innate or is this something that can be learned?
Yeah.
And his experience as a linebacker and as a linebacker's coach is going to have to be the judge of that. So if they take Cooper, I'll trust that D'Amico feels like, okay, yeah, there's something here that I can refine and mold.
I as somebody who is really excited for the Texans to add some pieces in the front seven possibly in this draft, the big thing that gets me excited is the fact that I feel like if there's a person in the NFL, not just a coach, like a person in the NFL, head coach, position coach, that's going to get the most out of defensive linemen and linebackers, it's D'Amico Ryans.
I get, the one thing that makes me nervous about it is that it would be for the very reason they're drafting Edgerrin Cooper would be because all of those things that I said that might be downsides for Edgerrin Cooper, those are Henry To'oTo'o's downsides.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised, honestly, when I was watching Henry To'oTo'o this year. I'm like, I did not expect him to be taking this many bad angles to the ball or to be this bad at tackling or to be doing a lot of these linebacker-type things as bad as he's doing. And, that would be kind of admitting that, all right, you didn't judge that one properly. That was a later pick.
Fifth-round pick.
That was a fifth-round pick. So it's not as big a deal. But, yeah, I guess that's the part that makes me a little extra nervous about Cooper.
Let's do pick 59 here in Chris Trapasso's mock draft. With the 59th pick in the Chris Trapasso CBSSports.com mock draft. Okay, this is interesting. Mason McCormick, interior offensive lineman, South Dakota State. And this is what he says. As a 6-year player at South Dakota State, McCormick enters the NFL with a high floor, and he can be the eventual Shaq Mason replacement at guard. Now, keep in mind, in this particular mock, the very next pick is Braden Fisk from Florida State.
You know what I'm going to say about Mason McCormick? Okay, for one, nobody from South Dakota State is a high floor. What the hell are you talking about? Like, based on what? Like, what? Honestly, what the hell are you basing that off?
The game against Northern Iowa.
Yeah. The other is
fill in FCS school
same as Trevor Penning last year. You come from an FCS school. No, you don't have a nasty streak. You've got a bullying streak, which is fine. You can have both a nasty streak and a bullying streak, but it's not real until you actually see it versus full-grown men. There's nothing I hate more. Now, this is my personal bias. I despise dudes who think they're badass, like nasty streak offensive linemen in college. Because usually it's like, no, you're beating up on small kids.
Even at the big schools.
You're beating on 230-pound defensive linemen, right? And like just like it happened with Trevor Penning last year, or 2 years ago, and it's continued to happen. Those Saints defensive linemen were like, oh, you're Mr. Tough Guy, are you?
Right.
And they beat him into the dirt, and he continued to get beat into the dirt all over the place. Now, that was a first-round pick, which made it especially deplorable that the Saints took a guy who was an obvious squid. Like, go to the Senior Bowl, Trevor Penning was getting his ass kicked. They drafted him because Sean Penning had Sean Payton.
Yeah.
I'd be skeptical of McCormick and his nasty streak and his high floor coming from South Dakota State.
Let's pretend you take the name out of it and the high floor and all that other stuff. Let's just say, nameless interior offensive lineman and Braden Fisk on the board, and you've got equal grades on both of them. Who are you taking? Are you taking the interior offensive lineman or are you taking Braden Fisk?
I would take Braden Fisk just because I do feel like I still feel good about Juice Scruggs at center. I think he's going to be a much better center than he was as a rookie guard playing out of position. And then I think like the 3-person competition at guard right now between Kendrick Green, Kenyon Green. It's so hard for me to get
Jarrett
those
Patterson.
And Jarrett Patterson.
Yeah.
The two K
They
Greens.
need to cut one of those guys.
And Jarrett Patterson.
Just to save your
one of the K Greens.
Sanity, yes. Yeah, they're going to need to cut one of them.
They've really, I feel like this is Nick's little.
Or just treat them like Siamese twins.
I kind of got Nick on that zinger once a couple years ago in one of our interviews.
I do.
Where I basically asked him what his excuse
kind of was playfully joking with you about your caliber of player you were.
Yeah. That's right. It was pretty good. It was a good one. But I kind of went back at him. I feel like this is his subtle way of getting back at me. is
having two guys that have basically the same name.
Yeah. Not to mention the whole D'Amico, Nico, and Danico. Yeah. All of them being on the same team.
Even Daniil getting mixed in there, too.
I'm okay. It's the eco part that gets me. The ecosystem.
Ecosystem. All right, there you go. Some mockaroos for you right there. We're not going to be able to do these for a while after this. All right, up next, quarterback drama near the top of the draft. No drama at the top. 1, 2, and 3 all go as a lot of people predicted. Some people will say the drama started at pick number 8 with Michael Penix Jr., Did it actually start the quarterback drama at pick number 6? Based on audio we played yesterday. We will have it for you coming up next. But first, Men's T Clinic. Men'sTClinic.com. Oh, today's my Men's T Clinic day. About an hour from now, I'll be at the Men's T Clinic over at Durham and I-10.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is day 2 NFL Draft. I'm sure the phones are being worked all over the league, including over at NRG Stadium as the Texans sit right now, set to pick 42nd overall, 10th tonight. They have the 10th pick in the second round tonight, so we'll see what happens. We'll talk more about that between now and the top of the hour before we hand it over to John and Landry. We've got you covered all day long here on the draft, including coverage of the draft tonight out at the draft party downtown on the Avenidas right there in front of the George R. Brown Convention Center. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and Seth Payne on the coverage. So the first three quarterbacks were the story last night league-wide. 1, 2, and 3 are all quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, Daniels, Jake May all go 1, 2, and 3. So after a lot of talk about the Patriots might move out of 3, or Jaden Daniels doesn't want to go to Washington, there was a lot of that going on this week. It turns out that that's where everybody ends up going. Caleb Williams to Chicago, Jaden Daniels to Washington, Drake May goes to New England. I think the thought had been that J.J. McCarthy would be the next one up. That certainly was what the odds makers were thinking when they put J.J. McCarthy's forecasted draft slot at 5.5 over/under. So I think the thought was, well, somebody's going to move up and get that pick from Arizona or the pick from the Chargers at 4 or 5 and get J.J. McCarthy. That didn't happen. Nobody moved into the top 5. Now, 6 was the Giants. And I thought at that point, well, this looks like a logical spot for J.J. McCarthy because on the Rich Eisen show, J.J. McCarthy said this.
So where you're going? Any idea?
I mean, I have somewhat of an idea. New York Giants, I've spent the most time with. You know, they're a phenomenal staff. Love Coach Dable. Love, Mr. Shane. Love Coach Tierney, Coach Kafka, Chicago guy. Just being able to go in there, pretty much know most of the install because Coach Dable came from Alabama and Coach Gaddis came to Michigan from Alabama. So it's similar formations, motions, plays, all that stuff. So being able to get that install in has been great. I met with them twice. It's been amazing.
There's a lot of issues I had with him being that forthcoming about a team that already does have a quarterback in Daniel Jones. There's a certain part of just reading the room or understanding the situation. I felt like he shouldn't have been speaking that liberally about it. I also, if I were the Giants, I don't know if I'd like how confident he was that he knew most of the install already. I like a certain, we talked about this earlier. One of my favorite things about CJ is a sense of humility. Like, he knows that there's things he doesn't even know that he doesn't know. Like, that there's just constantly more to learn. I don't like somebody having that cavalier an attitude about, they'll roll right in here and pretty much just, I
already know it. Yeah, it's going to be cool that I can actually teach it to the coaches, pretty much,
Pretty much an automatic transmission right here.
Right.
He's going to turn the key and
J.J. McCarthy.
Put it on D and let's go.
The automatic transmission. That's a good nickname for a quarterback. I don't know that cut necessarily scared the Giants off of J.J. McCarthy or anything like that. But it was interesting last night when the Giants were up that, they opted to go. That not just did they not only opted to stay away from a quarterback, they went and got a weapon for the quarterback that they've got right now.
It's been tough for me with J.J. McCarthy because there's part of me that wants to stick up for him because a lot of people will talk about, well, they didn't ask him to do this or they didn't ask him to do that. And yet, when they did ask him to do some of those things they say they didn't ask him to do, he did them really, really well. Mm-hmm. They would routinely run. They were the classically infuriating, it's 2nd and 13. Let's be sure we get another run in.
Yeah, no.
And then it was up to J.J. McCarthy on 3rd and 27 to bail him out. And he did that at times, and he had some very big moments. He just didn't do it with as much consistency as other teams. It was like an extreme version of CJ, really, where they did things really well that you couldn't credit to the quarterback, so people start assuming, well, the quarterback can't do it.
Yeah.
I wanted to stick up for him there, but then on the other hand, I've got your punchable face index.
Yeah.
He's got a very punchable face.
On the PFI, he's like a 15 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Not as high as Drake May, but he's up there.
I don't know, man. Last night was pretty punchable.
Who was sitting next to him? His girlfriend? I think it was his girlfriend sitting next to him.
Yeah, I think so.
Boy, it's just I'm ashamed at how much time I spend analyzing interactions between the girlfriend and the mother. The one was it Fashanu, the offensive lineman whose mom looked like she was boxing out the girlfriend.
Oh my God, she kept trying. The girlfriend was sitting Yeah, the mom was in between the two of them.
Yeah.
The girlfriend kept just trying to reach around and touch his thigh just to congratulate him. And the mom's like sticking her hip out, and like it was crazy.
She was doing everything except swatting away the hand.
Dude, the replies are hilarious on that. Some of them we can't read, but the replies are really, really funny. If you can find a tweet of the video,
though, man.
Yeah,
it's so
really,
awkward.
It's really awkward.
Oh, I'm so glad that I wasn't a first-round draft pick.
Did you?
I really am. Oh my God, I swear. Oh. I have to see them. My high school girlfriend was gone within like 3 weeks.
Oh my God!
Those moments.
That's beautiful.
I got one taste of the real world. I was like, hey, I ain't coming home no more.
Right.
I called up her dorm room. Like, hey, put what's her name on the phone. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I ain't never coming back there no more.
Did you see that Dave Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, apparently yesterday, this is a true story, Panthers owner Dave Tepper, I'm looking at the Charlotte Observer right now.
Yeah.
There's a bar in Charlotte called Dilworth Neighborhood Grill, and they put up a sign.
It says, please let the coach and GM pick this year.
Yes, thank you. The paywall is killing me on the Charlotte Observer right now. And he drove by, and apparently that bar has been throwing all kinds of shade at the Panthers all year long.
Yeah.
Apparently he stopped in the bar, and he was none too happy with the signage. I've heard varying stories from he was really angry to he was just annoyed by it and just wanted to come in and pay a visit kind of thing, just show his face.
Yeah.
Feels very Dave Tepper to me.
If
I had to rank my owners on a scale of 1 to 32, most likely to take umbrage with a sign outside the bar.
So this is confirmed by the Charlotte Observer, because on Twitter you never know. Like, I thought this is almost too perfect. This is like what Patrick Storm sometimes puts, like things that he thinks are obviously jokes out there, but it's just plausible enough that you're like, oh, wait a second, is this actually? So I thought it was almost like a Patrick Storm type of tweet.
No,
this actually happened. Okay.
Kyle Bailey, who's a host, he's been on this show, Kyle Bailey, WFNZ, our sister station. He tweeted about it yesterday. So
the guy that Brock Saturno, who also tweeted about it, said, poor hostess at the front was clearly confused on who he was. Finally, the manager or bartender walked over. They went to the side, and you could see Tepper arguing about this sign.
Dude. Think about that.
I told you I was happy I wasn't a first-round draft pick. I'm happy I'm not a billionaire.
You've said that before.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Like, there's not a single part of me that wants to be a billionaire. Because, A, the level of psychosis that it typically takes to get there isn't worth, like, nothing. Once you get to $1 billion, it's not like you're happy then. And then once you get to $50 billion, it's not like you're happy then. You're just never. But this Dave Tepper. So Dave Tepper's stopping in to argue with. Apparently, according to people, the place is owned by a Pats fan. This Patriots fan is not going to be like, oh, I didn't realize that you were the owner of the Panthers.
Yes. Yeah. Someone texting yet another Tepper tantrum. Oh, is that what they call them? That's really good.
Tepper tantrum, yeah.
I'll tell you what. There is a way to localize this story right here about Tepper, because think about this. This time a year ago, the Panthers and the Texans are picking back-to-back at the top of the draft. Now, granted, the Panthers traded up to get that number 1 overall pick, but it was still a bad football team.
Yeah.
And they were picking 1 and 2. And one of them took Bryce Young, and the other took C.J. Stroud. And now, the owner of the team that has C.J. Stroud, owners, I'll call, Cal and Hannah, are having parties celebrating new uniforms where Hall of Fame players are coming out with gigantic diamond-encrusted medallions to put around their necks like it's a coronation.
Yeah.
At a huge party where there's rappers and everything else that are a salute to the Godfather, Cal McNair, and the First Lady of Football, Hannah McNair. Dave Tepper is walking into bars to argue about signs that are in front that are throwing shade at his dog crap football team.
The last thing I really saw of Dave Tepper even speaking, or like when I clicked on it, was last year when Steve Smith, so former great wide receiver for the franchise, was just, how Steve Smith is. Steve Smith is not going to hold back based on whoever he's talking to or anything. Steve Smith was just flat out telling Dave Tepper that he's got to stop checking his mentions so much on social media. He was just flat out saying, like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, why? You gotta lay off, man.
That's funny.
David, that's the one you realize you're a billionaire. Oh, listen. As a billionaire, you should have the wherewithal to understand that you're never going to win some battles.
No.
You're never going to win certain battles. And just so stop trying to fight every battle. Well, it's just not, especially on social media. When on earth do you think you're going to win that battle? It will never happen.
And he chooses this life. He chooses to be as front-facing as he is.
Yeah.
I mean, you're always going to be in the spotlight when you're a billionaire owner of a team, but there's degrees to which you inject yourself into the storylines and whatnot.
Yeah, Tepper's the worst kind of rich person. There's an old story of Kurt Vonnegut, the author, who's talking to Joseph Heller, who's an author. He wrote Catch-22.
Yeah.
And they're at this party hosted by a super rich dude. And Kurt Vonnegut kind of made some kind of comment about how this guy makes more money. He wasn't being a jerk, but he was just remarking to Joseph Heller that this rich guy's made more money in a single day than Heller had earned from his incredibly popular Catch-22 book over its entire history. Joseph Heller responds, yes, but I have something he will never have. Enough. Yeah, just true.
Yes.
There's a lot of wisdom in that right there.
That's a good one. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
They're both dead now, but still,
Yeah.
everybody there.
It happens.
They're all dead. No, that's the point. That rich guy, Kurt Vonnegut, Joseph Heller, all dead. They all have the exact same amount of money.
How much were they allowed to bring with them after they died of all that?
None that I'm aware of.
Yeah, we
don't know for sure that you can't. People love to say that, well, you can't take it with you when you die, but that's not proven.
Right, yeah. There could be an ATM at the pearly gates right there. Like, oh, crap.
I don't carry cash anymore.
I don't even have my card with me.
Dude, heaven is run that way too. It's like one of those places, it's like it's been around forever, and they were like the last to start taking credit cards. They're just like, oh, cash only. Yeah. They thought it had a charm for a while, and then after a while, they're like, all right.
I was told this was paradise.
Like, you realize after you get there too, we're like, when was the last time they updated the decor in this? You're like, is this like that fake wood grain paneling from the 70s?
Right. Yeah, the curtains. Can we do something about the curtains? Predictions, thoughts for tonight. I've got one big prediction about what I think Nick Caserio is going to do tonight in day 2 of the draft. And I will tell you what that is, and we'll give you our thoughts, who they're going to take, all that as we head towards the top of the hour. That's coming up next.
I'll tell you what, if you're looking for enough, and you want enough truck, go to Bayway.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, getting you ready for tonight. Day 2 of the draft is tonight. Party downtown. Hope to see you there. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, Seth Payne, they're all on the call for tonight's draft.
You want to talk about attention to detail? Mark Vandermeer just asked me, hey, do you have a pass to get in tonight? It's like, no, I don't. So now we are, between the two of us, we got it dialed in. I'll be there.
Okay.
I'm not going to have to breach a checkpoint or anything.
Do you? So he got you your pass? You're good to go?
I assume that he will.
Okay.
I assume that he will.
Sometime before 6 o'clock, I'll have that pass. I have a prediction for tonight, and it's not player-related. It's not they're going to take this guy or that guy. I mean, we can talk about the guys on the board here for the Texans and in the loop. John and Landry will be in here shortly. I think they have 3 picks right now, 42, 59, 86. I think they're going to wind up picking more than 3 times tonight. I think Nick,
more than 3.
Think they've got 2 picks in the 4th round. I think Nick moves up from the 4th into the 3rd tonight, 1 time.
I like your thinking.
Well, it's
I like
because
your gumption.
It's because of what I said before, and I know there's 2 schools of thoughts on the complete lack of underclassmen in this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're going to consolidate a little bit. I think they're going to, there's a lot of players in that meaty part of 40 through 90 there.
This is the big question. Because I told, I think Figgy phrased it perfectly yesterday when the guys were having a discussion about this Diana Rossini. At the time, it wasn't even a report. It was just kind of her
looking at his history.
Yeah. Like
Nick's history.
She kind of felt like Nick was probably calling around. Now, during the draft, she said that he was calling around trying to get up into the 1st round. But at the time, I think is like trying to move up into the 1st round is different than the way Figgy phrased it, which I think was probably more appropriate, which is that Nick is just looking for a sucker.
Sucker searching.
I think he's always looking for a sucker. Like he wants to find something where the trade value based on his chart, because all the teams have their own little tweaks on the chart, that he can just find some value there and moving around a little bit. And I just wonder this year if enough teams feel like, well, the back half of this draft, like rounds 5 through 7, really just aren't that strong. I think there might not be a good market for consolidating and moving up.
Maybe
the 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks that you would use to trade up, it's not going to be as cost efficient this year.
Maybe not.
Now we're getting super draft.
Now
nerdy.
maybe it's wishful thinking to me. I'm just hoping for I liked sitting and watching the draft last night. Very relaxed. That was fun. You're able to joke about stuff. You can flip around between the different feeds. You're not all worried about, when are the Texans going to be on the board?
Tonight, if the Texans pick 3 or 4 times, we got to put out videos after each one and everything. So you're you don't get to really watch the draft because you're fixated on your team. Last night we got to sit back and just actually enjoy everything.
It was chill. It was chill. And yet, I wake up this morning like, I'm kind of itching to make a pick here. You know what I mean?
It's been a long time.
And because of that, I'm itching to make 4 picks, not just 3. So maybe it's wishful thinking for me.
That's where, what does Lopez always call Cario? There's a computer or a robot or whatever it is.
Cyborg, maybe?
Saying it in a complimentary way. But I think that's where, like, Nick is not emotionally tied to the draft any more than free agency, any more than undrafted rookie free agents, like trades. Of all the different avenues, he always talks about, look, it's just a way to get a player into the building.
That's right.
The phrase he uses more than anything is we just want to get a guy in the building and see what he is.
Yep.
And he looks at everything, whether it's a free agency signing, a draft, anything, is like, okay, it's a way to get a guy in a building and see if it works out. And he's very humble and realistic about the fact that they don't all work out. So I think, like, of all people that, like, I don't think Nick's emotionally affected by it the same way we are.
No.
Where we're just agitating, like, we got to draft somebody.
He slept fine last night.
I think if Nick woke up and somebody called him with an incredible deal to move into like nothing but 2025 picks, you'd take it.
If it was a great deal.
If it was a ridiculous deal. Somebody wanted to trade him like a 1st, a 2nd, and 3rd next year, there wouldn't be any hesitation. You're like, we're done. Okay, we're done for the year.
Yeah.
You want all of our draft picks for like 2 1st rounders and 2 2nd rounders in the next year. Yep, we're done.
He is a robot like that. Yeah. He really is. Someone says maybe it's Bill O'Brien PTSD talking here, but I can totally see the Texans reaching on a tight end like Cade Stover from Ohio State. Had versatility and ran with CJ for a bit. I think Cade Stover is on the board for the Texans. I think Cade Stover is a possibility with that 3rd round pick.
Yeah, I think 100% he's available.
They need a tight end.
They need a tight end. Now, I don't know if they need another tight end that doesn't Nobody even makes a show of acting like he might someday be a good blocker. And yeah, that's the thing that worries me about Cade Stover. I don't even see anything. People don't even try to say, like, well, yeah, he can develop at it and he wants to be a good blocker. And they don't even bother with that. I think they just write it off as like, yep, there's one of those new age, modern, ain't going to block nobody type of tight end.
That is one position that is drastically different this year from last year. Remember all those tight ends last year?
Yeah.
It went like middle of the first or like late first round through the second round right there. Man, this is like Brock Bowers and then a gigantic cavern to the next tight end.
You know what angers me about Cade Stover? Is that he's a farmer.
Right.
And yet he doesn't seem to have an aptitude or care to block people. Like, I feel like that's like everything that you would, like, if you hear like, oh yeah, this guy's a farmer, raised as a farmer, tough, knows how to work, all that other stuff. I feel like it's in direct. I don't. He might have gotten booted off the farm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask him about this if the Texans come here. As a farm kid myself.
Yeah.
Like there's certain.
You're uniquely qualified to grill him.
Right. There's certain stuff like you're supposed to be cool doing the stuff that nobody else wants to do because you were raised doing the stuff that nobody wants to do. Yeah. Like there's a certain part of like when you grow up working on a farm, one of the best things you have going for you is that nothing that you do in football will ever feel nearly as awful as like the stuff you had to do working on a farm.
Yeah.
You're hardly almost never elbow deep in manure on a hot summer day in football, unless you're talking about consorting with journalists.
Yeah.
Other than that, like,
take that, journalists.
Yeah. So it bothers me that they call him Farmer Gronk, and yet he's not into blocking.
Yeah, I can see that. Dwight Schrute would be livid at Stover. LOL.
Well, you know my issue with Dwight Schrute.
What's that?
That whole
that
Hayville or whatever they had.
Yeah.
It was straw. It wasn't. They had, what was it called? It was Haytown or whatever. It was all supposed to be all like a bunch of hay everywhere and everything, and it was all straw.
Are we about to get into a chimp gorilla thing again? What's the difference between hay and straw?
Okay. Straw is like the shaft of a wheat plant, and it's much easier to sit on, and everything is not as scratchy as hay. Hay is like alfalfa. Usually alfalfa.
Hay
is
prickly.
Scratchier, harder, heavier. The bales are not much more prickly. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want it's not as much fun to sit on a hay bale as it is a straw. You certainly don't want to. You'd much rather make love in a mound of straw than hay.
That's what I really wanted to know.
Unless you're into like super.
What's better to knock boots on?
Yeah.
Hay or straw? Okay. I use them interchangeably. Is that worse than me using chimp and gorilla interchangeably?
No,
like I did
not
last
knowing
week?
chimp and gorilla is worse.
Because your wife didn't know it either.
Yes, she did.
You said that you talked to Brandy after I said that, and she said it wasn't the craziest thing, that I didn't know the difference.
Yeah, but she knew what it was.
Oh,
I wouldn't have married her if she didn't know the difference between a chimp and a
that
gorilla.
would have been enough to...
How has she ever read it? That would tell me that she's never read a children's book.
So she knew...
she's never read a children's book to one of her nephews.
She knew the difference, but she was sympathetic to my stupidity.
Yeah, she's always nice. She always tells me, like, Seth, you're being a jerk to Sean. Like, there's lots of people that probably don't know the difference between a gorilla. Okay. Lots of people who are face blind.
I thought Brandy was one of my people.
To other primates and great apes.
Brandy was one of my people, not someone who felt sorry for me.
Would you be able to tell the difference between a gorilla and an orangutan?
Yeah, orangutans have red hair.
Yeah, orangish, yeah. And they've got much longer
They're
arms.
gingers.
Yeah, they're gingers. Orangutans are pretty identifiable.
Yeah, longer limbs.
Yeah.
So
you said a pretty healthy portion of the people that responded to your poll didn't know the difference between a gorilla and a chimpanzee.
I don't remember.
Too.
Did I put up? No,
you put up a poll.
I did. I don't remember the results. I think I put it up and said, I don't know if I want to look at this.
Would you marry a woman if she didn't know the difference between a gorilla and a chimpanzee?
God, no.
Okay. Now, the next question. Would you continue to host a radio show with somebody?
Sean
well, I like if you press me into action.
If you paid me to host a show with you, Sean.
Thanks, John. I appreciate that. And if you put a picture in front of me and say which is a chimp and which is a gorilla, I would know the difference.
Okay.
I just happen to use them interchangeably that day.
Is this? Oh, dang it. I got it. Hold on. Don't look.
Okay.
I got to get that.
Did you see the video I posted when we were in Costa Rica of that monkey that came to visit us?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Actually, it wasn't a monkey, but it
Is this a chimpanzee or a gorilla?
That's a chimp.
Okay, you're good.
That's a chimp.
Okay, good. You were very quick with
that's
that.
That's a chimp.
Yeah. There's no mention of chimpanzee on
No, that's a chimp.
You know that.
No, I know them. I just use them interchangeably.
You actually describe it like the 10 taxonomical features.
No, that's it's.
Is it a marsupial? I don't know.
That's an animal that has a sack that carries their offspring in.
Very good.
Thanks.
Very good.
So are human males, but still. Carry half an offspring.
Hey, what'd you think? What'd you think of last night, man?
Dude, I think it's better than, and you guys have been covering it, but I mean, I think it's even better than we could have imagined.
Yeah.
Like better, even than we're saying. Like in the moment, like I saw your tweet. Was it last night, this morning, whatever? Boy, it couldn't have gone better. And I'm like, yeah, and yes, and I think it's even better than that. Like I think because if you go like every running back is still available. I mean, you guys are talking about this, but it's just like it. You couldn't have drawn it up better.
It is. You couldn't have drawn it up better. I think this is where the trade back into the second round made a lot of sense. If what you're hoping to do is get defensive backs, defensive tackles, linebackers, like all of this stuff, I think that Nick read it right. Now, there was more reports, actual reports from Diana Rossini last night saying that the Texans were trying to trade back up into the first, or was making calls.
I think that was a ruse.
I think the way Figgy phrased it was perfect. Is that he's looking for a sucker? Like I think
maybe
Nick is constantly on the lookout for a sucker of a deal. And if somebody and the only way to find out if somebody really wants to get out is to put it out there. Yeah.
But either way, kind of a ruse. Like they
didn't they might have made.
My whole thing is they run such a tight ship over there.
Yeah.
For that to get out to Rossini was not an accident.
I mean,
she could be getting it from no, but she could be getting it from whoever he's calling.
Somebody's saying that these guys are a couple other GMs are telling her that.
Yep, that could very well be.
You know who that is? Freaking Monty Austin douche from
Monty Austin.
He won't shut up about all the interactions
and Ryan
with the Texans.
Poles calling up. Do you want to do an interview with me right now?
Austin Ford seems like a nice guy, but he's annoyed me in some of the stuff that he just makes so public with his dealings with
It's the Arizona social media team that's annoying you because that video came out last year.
That's right.
It made Monty Ossenfort look like the love child of Ted Thompson and Bill Polian.
It was,
and they made Nick on the other end look like, oh sure, I'll throw another first in.
They took one side of like multiple phone conversations that happened over hours and made it look like over the course of 30 seconds, Ossenfort just worked him.
Oh yeah. Got him to throw in the extra first and all that other stuff.
How about your firstborn son? Okay, okay,
sounds good
to
me.
I was thinking second, but okay.
Okay. Yeah. No, that was good, man. The trades, the whole sequence of trades, like I think tonight you put the final bow on everything once you've seen it all play out on the field. But as far as like the season we're in right now, like tonight at 42 or whatever stems off of 42, because they may move up a little bit or back a little, probably up. That's when we'll be able to like actually apply names to all this stuff now. You know what I mean? Like with all the picks and everything else. So.
I actually don't see how they can fail.
No, they have
really
to do
don't.
a totally out of the box pick that people hate.
We looked at a few different best player available lists, and it's kind of like, okay, the Texans have the 10th pick tonight, and you go through the top 10 to 20 names, you're like, all right, if they take any of these guys, I think people are going to approve. Yeah.
And a few are going to fall to 59 too. What's up, Landry?
What's up, man?
You look ready to go, man.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm very excited. I think it went about as good. I think a lot of the discussions that would have been had at 23 are being had today, which kind of validates the decision to trade back 19 spots.
Yeah, that was going to be big for me last night. Is like, okay, the clock starts at 23. How do I feel right now about everything that's out there? And I felt like, okay, there are some good players out there. But
sure.
Landry, what can you tell us really briefly about like Adonai Mitchell or Jordan Whittington or any of the other Texas guys?
I think Mitchell's the best receiver that Texas had last year. I don't think they involved him enough, and I think that Jatavian Sanders is going to be I think he's going to be a really good tight end in the league for sure. And Whittington can make a squad for sure.
Right? Yeah, he
can make
a second rounder, obviously.
He can make a squad.
Whittington was a cash machine this year on the prop bets.
Oh yeah,
They so bring him on. Bring him on.
We need more prop bets.
Yeah, we need more prop bet guys. All right, good stuff. All right, so draft coverage tonight. Seth will be on that with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. That starts at 6:00. We've got you covered all day long here for the draft on Sports Radio 610. I'll be on tomorrow, day 3, with Cecil Shorts and John Harris at 11 a.m. So keep it tuned right here all weekend long. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Oh, by the way, you're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop. Draft day 2 starts now.
Yes, it does. And yesterday went about as good as I think you could expect. The Diggs trade validated, not that it needed to be, but with where they are right now, I think we're having a lot of the same discussion, and I don't see any criticism of the decision to trade back to 19. And quite frankly, the other thing that crossed my mind, golly, I'm glad that they're not in this quarterback business because that is an absolute disaster right now.
It's a bleep show. Here's the thing. We were talking about couldn't have gone. Everybody's talking about it. Couldn't have gone any better. Couldn't have gone any better. I think it's almost to the point of like this was like fantasy world.
I'm getting greedy.
This was like fantasy.
Well, I'm getting greedy now to where I'm just looking at the best available, and I'm wondering if I can get 2 of them.
I said that. I put that in my notes as well. In fact, I'm wondering if you want to get really, really greedy, trade back, get your 2 guys. Trade back a couple of spots, get your 2 guys, and add another 3rd or 4th round pick or whatever it may be. I mean, that's how much of a fantasy world it was. Like, let's think about some of the things you and I have talked about all week. Well, we want quarterbacks and wide receivers taken. 6 quarterbacks.
Tackles.
7 wide receivers. I mean, just like that, like off the top.
Well, and there's 2 really good ones that
are still there.
That are there for the Texans to perhaps take.
Yeah. And then remember that list yesterday? I said, you don't want to hear these guys' names called today. You really don't want to hear these guys' names called. None of them but one were called. Only Xavier Leggett was called. All those other guys I said you don't want to hear, they're still available. Like it's fantasy world how well this worked out.
Yeah, it worked out, and they are set up very, very nicely to where there's a number of possibilities for Nick Caserio. We're going to take you up to the draft. You've come to the right place in the Loop. Sports Radio 610, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. For me right now, I mean, if you want to go DB, perhaps DeJean or Kool-Aid is there. If you want to go D-line, I know a lot of people like Newton, a lot of people like Fisk. If you want to go receiver, McConkey, Adonai Mitchell are there. Linebacker, Cooper out of A&M is there. Safety, you can have a crack at your first safety. I mean, this is lined up about as nice as you could possibly ask for it to be lined up, and the possibilities are endless. And I'm very happy, because the rumors started intensifying, but I am very happy that Nick Caserio kept it together and did not trade up.
I said it yesterday. I believe it even more now. I think that was all just floating a little balloon, trying to see, as Figgy said, see if he can find a sucker or maybe just sort of try to manipulate the draft a little more, get people to jump up into the draft, into positions that he wanted them to or whatever. I mean, it's been just a brilliant offseason, and yesterday didn't hurt at all. Here's the other thing. The 3 positions that you and I have kind of been on a consensus agreement that they really need the most help. Linebacker, cornerback, tight end, right? We pretty much agree those are the 3 spots where, immediately they could use some help. Only 1 tight end was taken. Only 3 linebackers, and all 3 were hand-in-the-dirt guys. So they weren't really like linebackers like D'Amico once, and only 3 cornerbacks were taken. Like, dude, this is – I went to bed last night. We talked about this. All the thoughts are going to be spinning in your head as you go. Man, I slept like a baby because I was like – it's like if you drew it up and then like said, okay, this is how I want it to go. Now let's make it even better. That's what happened. It was even better than you could have drawn up.
What is your dream scenario now? I mean, given because it's one thing to say it yesterday, and this is kind of why I was hesitant to go too all in on something when it wasn't really in your control. But now that you see. Yesterday you were talking linebacker, and that's still a possibility, but it almost seems like there's more possibilities than you anticipated. So I don't know that you anticipated that DeJean and Kool-Aid would be available. I don't know that you anticipated Adonai Mitchell and McConkey could be available.
Rakestraw.
Where are we at now when it comes to the possibilities?
Yeah, that was the one thing that I was kind of like hedging on a little bit, because I've been saying, dude, it's going to be a linebacker. It's got to be a linebacker. It's going to be a linebacker. Gun to my head, I still think it is. I still think it'll be Edwin Cooper or Junior Colson. But you hit it on the head. I mean, DeJean, hell, a wide receiver. Like they're still there. So I think what it's going to come down to, who do they love the most? Like, who is like number 1 on their board right now that maybe they can go ahead and bump up and get if they like them that much. If not, they can just wait there and go into those buckets. Nicky Buckets, baby. He's been hooping, and he was hooping last night.
In the division, the AFC South, I felt, if we are going to localize it.
I'm really glad you brought this up.
I didn't think it was
nothing.
It was okay, but I would say good for Jacksonville for being able to trade back and then get a receiver, although I know you're not as high on him and I'm not either. But the Tennessee Titans, man, they wanted Alt so bad.
Yeah.
And then Jim Harbaugh comes in and gets him, and they get, I think he was like.
He's a bad dude.
I saw.
He might have killed Roger Goodell.
Yeah. The Tennessee Titans just kind of a non-factor for me yesterday.
I'm glad you brought up the division because I think that's also feeding into the you couldn't have drawn it up better. Oh, yeah, you could have, and then you did. Because you mentioned Brian Thomas Jr. I have not – look, I know he's had, 1,100 yards and all that. I know his numbers. Watching him, especially compared to, Malik Neighbors and some of the other receivers that we saw this year in the SEC, he's a super fast receiver, like super fast. That's it. Like he doesn't scare me in Jacksonville. Like he's a first-round wide receiver. I know there's a reason that he got taken there. But I think in terms of like worst-case scenario, he is not the worst-case scenario. Then Latu with Indianapolis, that dude's an injury waiting to happen. Now, I know he has some great, the same surgeon that had worked on.
Dude, he medically retired, bro.
They said he wasn't going to play football anymore.
He medically retired, but he's
the same surgeon.
I think he's good, but.
He's good. Look, these are first-round picks. Of course they're good. But they don't scare me in the division. And Latham I like. Latham, I remember him, was it 2 years ago in the national, or in the college football playoff? He was just a monster. And then just watching him, he's really good, and he almost broke Roger Goodell's back again, but that's a different story.
Did Roger Goodell break his back, or did he just
had
have
surgery?
Yeah.
He had surgery.
What kind of surgery?
It was back surgery 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I wonder how
they should have told these guys.
Serious it was.
Don't throw Roger around like a rag doll.
Suck it up, brother. If the players sucking it up, you go in there and suck it up, man.
But yeah, division didn't scare me that much with what they got.
Yeah, the trade was validated. We heard from C.J. Stroud. We'll get to some of that. We'll get to Stephon Diggs. 713-572-4610. What are you feeling now when it comes to the Texans? I think the most popular names are still available. I do wonder what's going to happen in front of them, but you only got 10, and then it's all bets are off. If you want your crack, two positions that have been polarizing around here, safety and running back. Right now, there hasn't been a safety or running back really selected.
What running back you want? Because you can get him.
Benson.
No, you can get any of them.
Yeah, I want Benson.
Yeah, Benson's definitely there. Corum I like. You're not as high as Brooks as I am, but I think he's good. But yeah, you can get any of the running backs you want.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The draft was yesterday. Diana Rossini did report right around 21. She started reporting and others started reporting that Nick Caserio, she didn't use the word desperately, but he was aggressively working the phones. So that tells you right there that there's someone that they liked. Now, whether or not that person went, that's to be determined. But that tells you that there was someone that they liked. And Nick Caserio was there. Now, whether or not that's true could be an exaggeration. But according to Rossini, who is someone that you need to trust at this point when it comes to the Texans, Nick Caserio was perhaps trying to get up into the first round.
I still have my doubts about that whole thing. I mean, I get it, but she got the story. I don't doubt. The impetus, behind the story is what I have questions about. I just don't, because there was no at that point when she kind of reported it again. It was clear the Texans didn't need to do a damn thing, and they were going to have options today. It was already clear because all the quarterbacks had been taken.
Unless they're just obsessed with somebody.
With one particular player, yes. So I still have my doubts about that. I think that was Nick being very shrewd and smart and throwing up that test balloon, as I said.
Well, what does he benefit from that? And how does he even have time? He's trying to put up smoke screens or what?
Well, I don't know if it's a smoke screen. Maybe get somebody to jump up thinking the Texans were going to draft somebody. You know what I mean? Just kind of that whole sort of cat and mouse thing that they like to play.
I'm really, really, really confused by what in the hell. I know Eminem was a big part of the draft yesterday. One of the songs on his original album was Brain Damage.
they might as well play that anytime the Buffalo Bills logo is shown during the draft. What on earth are they doing? They trade Stephon Diggs to the Texans, and then you knew it, I knew it. I said it on March 3rd. Xavier Worthy's going to be a Kansas City Chief. Buffalo, with their arch rival, the team that has prevented them from winning the Super Bowl, they put Xavier Worthy in the only situation that is an ultimate threat to the rest of the league. What on earth is Buffalo doing?
Buffalo and Atlanta. Those were two of the people are bad at their jobs in every industry. You're going to have somebody in your building, in your office, that just suck. They're just bad at their jobs. The NFL is no different.
Here we go, baby.
The NFL is no different. Like the Falcons, Fontenot, and the Bills, they're just dumb. They're just bad at their jobs.
What is going on with them? Are they just saying F it?
Dude, like
the Bills are bad, man.
What are they doing?
What the hell are the Falcons? I almost said the
And then they traded one spot. And by the way, we might have to apologize to the GM of the Panthers. Maybe he actually did tell Leggett, and Leggett just blew the cover. So they traded up one spot just to make sure they got it.
But what in the hell? No one should ever feel bad for Terry Fontenot or Raheem Morris, ever. They did.
Well, according to Rap, that it was all Arthur Blank. You're talking about drafting Penix?
Hell no.
That's what Rap said.
Arthur Blank was standing there like, what the bleep, dude? Why'd you draft the quarterback? Okay, and you can just see him working his hands. When you start talking with your hands like that, you know he's in trouble.
So somebody is about to jump up and get him, so we had to come get him.
You have to realize, 2 years down, he's not guaranteed anymore.
I was doing the stream.
Did you see him working his
I was doing the stream, and I was like, oh, man, because we were trying not to spoil, and I was like, okay, well, here comes the internet breaking, and Stutz was like, why are they showing Michael Penix? And I was like, welp.
I told my wife as we were watching this thing, I showed her on my Twitter, and this is awful, but I said, I can read his lips. He's saying, what had happened was... So here, Arthur, so what had happened was, dumb. I mean, they're no matter how much heat they get, and they're getting it already, and how much hotter it gets when this thing becomes a bleep show, and Kirk Cousins starts popping off, which he's prone to do, about how dumb it was. Don't feel sorry for these guys. They did it themselves because they're dumb. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Penix? First of all, Penix is a risk. Oh, we had that private workout, boy. Ooh, boy, that was good.
No, they didn't even. They just went for 40 minutes. They didn't visit with him.
I read this morning they actually went to Washington one day.
Yeah, for 40 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, was it a workout? I thought it was a workout.
Yeah, it was 40 minutes.
Okay,
it was the open one.
Yeah, that blew him away. That blew him away. And Kirk Cousins, 65 guaranteed? Arthur Blank should have just been slapping him. What the hell are you doing? And he's going his arm. Okay, and he closed his fist okay, got to go with this. You have to realize we're big picture.
It was funny listening to ESPN before they made the pick. They're like, oh, no, they could take a quarterback here. They need so much more. They got Kirk Cousins. They need somebody that can rush the quarterback.
Yeah. He says, we'll never be in this position again. You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Oh, man. And then the Bills, of course. You mentioned the Bills.
I cannot fathom, I cannot believe. I just cannot even comprehend being in this quarterback market. Having C.J. Stroud is awesome. It's fantastic. But even the other quarterbacks last year that we were talking about, the Richardsons and the Levises that we kind of rolled our eyes at, and I know a lot of people rolled their eyes at Bryce Young. I could not imagine living in a world. Maybe this is me being a quarterback hipster. Maybe this is me being a quarterback snob, where drafting Bo Nix or Michael Penix in the top 12 of the draft is what the future of your franchise rests on. Yeah. I do not want that life.
Yeah.
Imagine if we waited to get a quarterback this year.
It would suck.
Oh, my gosh.
It would suck.
Oh, that's why I was like, man, get C.J. Stroud now. You don't know how it's going to be next year, man.
And by the way, what was Drake May doing? Was he bored? Did he not want to go to New England? I've never seen someone look so unexcited to go somewhere. You try to read the body language, and sometimes you can tell when it's coming down. What was going on with Drake May?
Yeah.
He looked miserable to go to New England.
He did. He did. The whole quarterback thing for sure. But, I'm starting to – it was so bad. I'm like, hell, maybe Stephon Diggs was right. Like, it wasn't him. It was those bozos in Buffalo, and the coach is McDermott, the general manager. And, like it wasn't. Maybe Stephon Diggs was like
Figgy. Me and Figgy were watching it, and I was like, "Oh, Buffalo's up," and everybody. Oh well, what they traded with Kansas City, and then it was like, well, you know it, I know it. Everybody knows what this is now, so we don't even need to see this pick.
Yeah.
Just show Xavier Worthy, and there you go.
Mm-hmm.
And now they have speed. And I don't think Xavier Worthy's like a wide receiver. I don't think he's the best wide receiver out of Texas.
But he's super fast.
Yeah.
It's Buffalo fast for you, man.
And then I heard someone saying, well, he didn't visit with the Chiefs. Dude, Mahomes texted him after he ran the 40. Who do you need to visit with?
And we're getting variations of this on the text board. This is the other thing that's so stupid about Atlanta and Penix. One text said, Kirk Cousins is 35. Why not draft a future
They gave him
quarterback?
2 guaranteed years. He's got $100 million guaranteed the next 2 years,
If you're picking the quarterback 8 overall, he need to play.
It's 2 years, $100 million guaranteed, and then the 4 years. If it were just 1 year, yes. It's 2 years, $100 million.
And then another text says, wait till 2 years after they cut Cousins. You're going to see why they did this. Here's the other part. He's going to be 28.
Yeah, he's also old.
He's going to be 28 when Kirk Cousins.
Michael Penix is an older prospect. CJ was 21. This guy's 24, 25.
Yeah, he's going to be 27 maybe. Well, yeah, but he's like, he's going to be like, oh, does he still have anything left? Hell, he hadn't even started. I mean, he hadn't even started. Oh, my God. That was the dumbest thing. That was the Bills was dumb, but the Atlanta thing was just, you're completely just, ignorant.
And the Raiders had to just be sitting there. I don't know whether they wanted a quarterback or not, but the Raiders, I mean, God bless them. I wouldn't have drafted a quarterback, a tight end in the top 10, but they're sitting like, Brock
you got a Hun.
Oh, there's Brock Bowers. Okay.
Yeah, you got a Hun.
Nah, it got canceled out because Bo Nix went first round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, McLean texted me. He actually said, I told him, he said he was going to come give me the 100 or the 200 if he lost next week. I was like, well, just come in anyway, sir.
Yeah, the last time I saw him, he actually told me he was going to do that.
He might come in next week.
They went back to back, Bo Nix and Brock Bowers.
Yeah, so it canceled out very quickly. But, I mean, the Raiders are just sitting there and, okay, well, we'll take Bowers. Okay, that's cool. All right.
They might have got saved by that, to be honest. All them quarterbacks going off the board.
They're probably just thrilled.
There might be one, maybe 2 good quarterbacks here.
I don't even know about that.
Yeah.
But I'm just glad we're not in that business, and I'm glad things went the way that they did. 713-572-4610 here on a Football Friday, one of the best Football Fridays that we will ever discuss. Coming up next, there was a report that Nick Caserio was trying to trade into the first round, and C.J. Stroud might have tipped his hand as to what Nick Caserio was trying to do. The one that got away, according to your quarterback, and could another receiver be in the Texans' future real soon? Football Friday next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, let's get you guys that new vehicle. Maybe
Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Is wide receiver the play of the day? That is the question here. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Texans got the 42nd pick. They're a few spots away. 33 is where the draft resumes today. We know that they got Tank Dell. We like him. We know that they got Nico Collins. We like him. We know that they got Stephon Diggs. We like him. A lot of other guys, veterans that have a lot to like as well. But yesterday there was the report from Diana Rossini that the Texans were perhaps trying to trade in to the first round, and you immediately start thinking defense. Okay, do they want to trade up for defensive guys? But I'm watching C.J. Stroud, and I'm watching his reaction on Bleacher Report with Micah Parsons.
It's like he got shot.
And the San Francisco 49ers surprised people somewhat, and they take Ricky Pearsall out of Florida, formerly at Arizona State, and seems like a good receiver, seems like maybe a little bit of a reach. I'm not sure. C.J. Stroud's reaction leads me to wonder two things. Number one, was this who Nick Caserio was trying to trade up to get? And number two, are the Texans heavily in the market for a wide receiver, which I think would be a good move because 4 guys are on the final year of their contract this year, and there is some value to be had. But listen to this reaction. Listen to this breakdown from C.J. Stroud when the San Francisco 49ers took Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida.
The Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably wasn't going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearsall.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Good. Damn.
Ricky Pearsall, the pick for the Niners.
How? What? How was he even on their radar? I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
He's nasty, bro.
Well, if you give him a free release, he gets open.
I don't care if you press him. You put on the Missouri game, they press man a lot, bro. Like it's just that something like that.
Yeah.
Like Tank has it like that. Just that little quick, little hezzy like.
You're this effusive in your praise.
I don't know what it is, man. I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver like goat that just, but I know routes when I see them. I know football players.
Well, you've played
position.
with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this
Exactly.
point.
So like when I watched him, like at first I was like, okay, yeah, he's good. Because I seen him at Arizona State, and then his first year at Florida was okay. But this last year, bro, he put it together. Bro, when I tell you, I don't know what, it's like Tank. Like, you can't just put one, like, it's everything combined. I just text my boy, one of my best friends. He's always with me. And I told him, like, dang, they got Pearsall. I wanted him bad, like, dude. Especially, like, before we didn't know we were going to get Steph. Pearsall was my guy. Like, that's the one I wanted. So that's a big time get right there, man. Dang, man.
Okay.
Find someone who loves you the way CJ loves Ricky Pearsall.
But it does have me wondering, how close are they looking at receivers? And was Nick trying to trade up for him? And the other thing about it is he can do some work in the slot.
Yeah.
He can line up outside too, but he can do some work in the slot. So this Mechie love and stuff, I think that they are going to aggressively, whether it's like a Jordan Whittington, like late, like just kick the tires on, whatever. I do think they want to find someone who can make some plays on the inside as well. And you look at some of the possibilities today. There's a few really good receivers that the Texans could be taking a look at.
Well, here's where it gets interesting to me. If it was Pearsall, and by the way, like, he loves Pearsall.
I mean, that wasn't like a reaction of someone who didn't think he had a chance.
Yes.
Like, that's the thing. Like, that was a damn, man. I thought we were going to get that guy. That wasn't like a damn, he's nice type of thing. That was
the one.
Play the original heartbreak of that. Yeah. That's not a oh goodness.
Yeah.
The Niners select.
That's him leaping back in his chair. Like he leaped back in his chair.
Yeah.
Like, dang.
Yeah.
So there's that.
It's almost like Nick said, "Hey, we're gonna try to trade up and get him, man."
Bingo. Because remember, we didn't believe the Tank Dell stuff last year, right?
Yeah.
But it was true, or it was partially true. Nick even said,
"Well, they had a relationship."
That they had a relationship, and he talked to CJ about it.
Yeah.
Could this have been his tank? this year.
Here's the thing. Why would you not listen to that guy? Because it's one thing for Aaron Rodgers to say, I want to bring the ghost of Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard with me everywhere I go. You roll your eyes at that eventually.
CJ's just out of college.
Well, I mean, he's
so he
1
knows
for 1.
These guys.
He's 1 for 1.
Yeah, and he's 1 for 1.
I mean, the tank ended up working out fantastic.
Yeah.
So I just wonder about, if a wide receiver, and there's a couple of guys, man, that are right there for the taking. Ladd McConkey out of Georgia, Adonai Mitchell out of Texas, Keon Coleman out of Florida State. Don't know if they want a big guy. Polk out of Washington, Troy Franklin out of Oregon, and these could be any time today. But there are some big receivers, but you can tell C.J. Stroud was very, very high on Pearsall.
The way he reacted also made me think of this. Maybe he knew that was the guy and Nick is not going to really tip his hand, but he had a good idea that was the guy, and he had told Nick that was his guy. But now that he's gone, maybe they go in a totally different direction now. Maybe they don't think as highly of McConkey or Mitchell or all these. So it was like him. That was the reason they were trying. That one player was the reason, which is usually the case.
Yeah.
The one player was the reason they were trying to get back in the front. So since he's gone, it's like, okay, pivot. Let's go to a different position. So I think that's in play.
There's so many possibilities right now. You just go on ESPN and list the top 10 and think that you can get one of these players if you're the Texans. I'll just read the list. Cooper DeJean, the honky corner. Newton out of Illinois. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Adonai Mitchell. Ladd McConkey. Rakestraw, the corner out of Missouri. Keon Coleman, the wide receiver out of Florida State. Braden Fisk, the D tackle out of Florida State. Edgerrin Cooper out of Texas A&M. There's so many possibilities that you're gonna be pleased. Now, do they need to aggressively go up? Is there someone they want to go get? Who knows? What's the cost going to be? I'm a lot more open to the wide receiver thing when I hear that reaction, and I also wonder is CJ looking at tight ends too? Because right now, maybe in that third range, but whether it's Jatavian Sanders, Stover, Sanat out of Kansas State, who can kind of be an H-back, Jared Wiley, TCU, he has to have opinions on tight ends as well. I know he knows he knows Stover, but he's clearly looking at these guys pretty close and trying to imagine himself playing with these guys. And I think that and I think that they do need offense more so than defense. That's where I'm at. Score some damn points.
No, yes. I think there's certainly some need on offense, but I think this could easily have been, at least the way I read it, like from what he said, from what the Rossini report said, this was like they're going to make a move and they're trying to get Pearsall, and now they're adjusting, which is what he's always doing anyway.
My goodness. He wanted that guy on his squad. Good Lord. Holy crap.
He really did.
That was nuts. Speaking of nuts, internet goes nuts at 11:20 today instead of 1:20. We got the slime off. Yeah, it's a pretty easy one for me. My vote, I'll let you know who my vote is. One of the biggest goofballs in town at the moment. And he reminds me of a goofball who was in town a couple of years ago.
I think we're thinking about the same guy. Yeah. I was thinking about nominating him.
Joe Espadicoli?
Based on what he did yesterday. That's what I mean. Come on. What are we doing? Hey, would you mind throwing me out?
Yeah, and the umpire even says, "Are you out?" And he says, "Yes."
Yeah.
Come on, dude. Yeah, that's not how it works. You got to at least act mad.
I'm mad at Adam.
Gene Hackman?
I'm mad at Adam Spillane. Oh, he's fiery. Oh, he's going to get thrown out of some games.
Yeah, I'm not listening to Spo anymore.
What the hell?
He could at least threw his hat down.
Kick some dirt, man.
Step on the hat.
Raise your voice. This isn't a library.
Spillane said, "Oh, man, he's fiery. He's going to get thrown out of some games."
Okay.
He should have just threw his hat down.
Excuse me, Blue.
Can you throw me out?
Excuse me, Blue. I need to fire up my team and motivate them.
And then they asked him about it. He's like, I got tired of watching.
Yeah.
I got tired of watching the game.
Yeah, you and I are on the same wavelength there.
This guy. Coming up next, were the threats to the Texans. We got big dreams around here. Were the threats to the Texans, did they become bigger or smaller threats? We'll hear what C.J. Stroud had to say about it. We'll go through some of the most viral moments from yesterday. And, of course, we will localize it next.
Texans owner Cal. Marketing expert. N61. Visit staples.com/print for details.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
AFC South yesterday in the first round. The Titans were the first team on the clock. Now, it was very obvious that they wanted Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame, as most teams did. However, the Los Angeles Chargers, and we'll hear what C.J. Stroud has to say about Jim Harbaugh and the Los Angeles Chargers in a second. The Los Angeles Chargers took Joe Alt, and that eliminated the possibility of the Titans getting him. Then there was whispers, or were whispers, that perhaps the Titans were just going to go all in on weapons, and perhaps they would take Malik Neighbors out of LSU and put him out there with Calvin Ridley, the ghost of Nuke Hopkins, and the other guys. Well, Malik Neighbors went 6 to the New York Giants. Then the Tennessee Titans selected J.C. Latham, tackle out of Alabama. Pretty popular guy.
He's really good.
Good guy. Number 3 on, I think, Jeremiah's board. But the Titans wanted Alt. But Diana Rossini said that Bill Callahan, one of the best offensive line coaches of all time, he apparently wanted Latham to the point it was his favorite prospect in the entire draft.
I don't know about that.
Come on, brother.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Let's be serious. Let's not make stuff up. Then we had the run on quarterbacks. We had the run on tackles, and the Jackson and the Indianapolis Colts sitting right there at 15. It looked like perhaps Brock Bowers would fall into their lap. However, Brock Bowers goes 13 to Las Vegas, and the Indianapolis Colts take Leatu Latu from UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
Don't quote me on that pronunciation.
That's how I would say it.
Very familiar with this game.
That's how Goodell said it.
He literally medically retired from football with a neck injury, came back, looks good. Seth says the technique shows that he might be a guy that knows that he retired from an injury in football. But I actually didn't hate this pick for the Indianapolis Colts. I don't hate it. But I
wasn't that big a fan.
Overly threatened by it.
I was because it helps the Texans. I think he's an injury waiting to happen, to be honest. Had a great season. Look, they're saying, look, he had the same surgeon that worked on Peyton Manning's back, et cetera, and that he's got it. You know, he got back. He obviously had a good year, but he as good a year as he had, it doesn't scare me having him there.
Okay, so you were not threatened by that.
No.
Then we had the Miami Dolphins. There was whispers about perhaps they would take Xavier Worthy. They take Chop Robinson, the edge guy, out of Penn State. I'm going in the Texans tiers, and I'm going the division. Jacksonville had traded back. They traded back with the Minnesota Vikings. They took Dallas Turner out of Alabama, who CJ said had a top 5 worst suit that he's ever seen. And then we go to Jacksonville finally selecting at 23. There are reports that they wanted a pass catcher. They get one out of LSU. Brian Thomas is their selection, who I think is fine, but I would have been much more threatened by Adonai Mitchell, maybe even Worthy in their situation. The Brian Thomas thing, good for Jacksonville for getting their pass catcher and being able to trade back. Not shaking in my boots there, though. But I thought they did okay.
Same. I know his numbers. I recognize how awesome he was at LSU. He's a really fast player in the NFL. I don't see a whole lot else. They were talking, like, maybe I'm just dumb. Sometimes I know I am.
Well, I am.
But they were like, I forget who it was. It might have been Louis Riddick. Said, but boy, he can really run routes. Everything I've seen, everything I've read is that's his weakest point, that he's really, really fast, but not always the best route runner. I'm like, okay, I mean, you're Louis Riddick. I'm not.
Yeah, he'll let you know that.
but I don't. He doesn't scare me.
Yeah, I didn't start look the division. Okay, they're adding players, but the Texans are adding players. They're going to compete. It could be a competitive division. I'm looking as much at that second tier in the AFC and chasing the Kansas City Chiefs. And we've already seen Buffalo get rid of a lot of players. So when Buffalo decided to trade with the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills handed the Kansas City Chiefs Xavier Worthy, gave Andy Reid some toys, that was a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. Then we have Ricky Pearsall go, who C.J. Stroud seemed to want, 31 to San Francisco. Then Carolina trades with Buffalo again, and Carolina takes Xavier Leggett. Let's hear what C.J. Stroud had to say about some of the most viral moments yesterday during the draft, starting with the Xavier Worthy thing. He's kind of shaking his head during this Bleacher Report. By the way, Brian Burney does a pretty good job of getting those guys, Micah and him, platform they get. Micah Parsons, you're saying too much, brother. They hate you in Dallas right now.
I like this Parsons and C.J. Stroud thing, though.
But did you see the way he's disrespecting their picks?
Yeah, God. His body language. He's
poor guy gets drafted, and the best player on the team is crapping
on him. He's getting dragged to church or something.
Gracious. Here was the Xavier Worthy reaction from C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah, man, they know what they're doing in Kansas City. They're winning. So, that's impressive, man. I think, like you said, Andy Reid having Deshaun Jackson, that's who my comp would be. I think he's a better route runner than Deshaun Jackson was a little bit. Zay has a lot of great routes, but like you said, just straight speed, and that's a good pick, man. AFC just got harder.
Have you ever worked out with him before?
I haven't, but I know him personally. Like he's from Fresno, so another Cali kid. So man, congrats to Zay, man.
Deshaun Jackson, a Cali guy as well.
Right,
man.
All right, there you go. I think that's a good comp. That's who I've always compared him to as well. Deshaun Jackson. I don't know he's as good as Deshaun Jackson. I don't like Worthy as much as everyone, but in Kansas City I do.
In Kansas City,
Kansas City I do.
He could be not quite. He could be better.
But I will say this: they got Hollywood Brown, they got Xavier Worthy. That's cool.
Yeah.
But you better hope it's not cold, because those little dudes. Yeah. If you're talking about like a game like they had last year in the playoffs,
well, they're going to play cold games.
Well, that cold, they're gonna be getting eaten alive.
Yeah.
You get them at NRG on that turf, man.
Then it's a different story.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a track meet, to say the least. Jim Harbaugh. How do you feel about Jim Harbaugh as a threat?
Pretty good.
I'm threatened by him.
Yeah, pretty good.
Here was C.J. Stroud after the Chargers took Alt. Here was C.J. Stroud breaking down his thoughts on Jim Harbaugh and the threat they pose to what the Houston Texans are trying to do.
The culture change they're trying to do right now, fortifying the offensive line for Herbert.
Yeah, I was recruited by them as well, so I got to spend a lot of time with Harbaugh and his staff and the stuff that he was building. Of course, not my favorite people after I went to Ohio State, but a lot of respect for Harbaugh. I think that he's a hard-nosed football coach. He loves to run the football, and he loves to stop the run. And those are two things that he prides himself on. So this pick doesn't surprise me. I think Coach Harbaugh is his mindset is, man, you can't throw the ball deep without protection. So you can have all the receivers in the world, but if you can't protect, and then you have no shot for the forefront. And in this league, man, you win games and lose games from the O-line and D-line. Those are the best players in the world.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, and they got
Flowers.
Yeah, gave him his credit. What about Brock Bowers? C.J. Stroud reacting to Las Vegas. My goodness, Gardner Minshew can't throw the ball over 15 yards, so it's good to have a good tight end. Here is C.J. Stroud.
There's a lot to that.
Reacting to Brock Bowers going to Vegas.
The closest thing, maybe, I wouldn't say he's Travis Kelce, but he's up there. You put on the tape, dude, he's elite, quick, but plays big at the same time, doesn't lose one-on-one reps. And you can tell he's a dog. Every game he has his freaking shoulder pad up, and he's showing a shoulder pad. To me, he don't care about his swag. He want to hit something. But nah, man, I think that's a great pick. I think Brock Bowers definitely was my second favorite player in this whole draft.
How about that? Brock Bowers, second favorite player.
I mean, at 14, that's good. I don't have any issue with that.
You know how I've felt about Brock Bowers over the last 2 years. I think he's an absolute stud. Now, we'll see how it works out in Vegas. I think he's just going to be there.
We'll see how it works out. You talk about him being good in Vegas, or you think?
No, I think he's going to be good no matter what.
Hit the strip or what?
But no.
We'll see how it works out in Vegas.
It had nothing to do with
he's
that.
He's going to develop a coke habit?
No. It didn't have anything to do with that. I mean, Gardner
get him around to some prosties.
With Minshew and all that stuff. And maybe he will.
Yeah, I think they're trying to build the roster for the next quarterback or something. I don't know. But, correct. I mean, hey, if it falls in your lap, it falls in your lap.
Yeah. Oh, you take him.
I mean, and that's what might happen with the Texans right now.
Yeah.
Is stuff might just fall into their lap. Now, the question, though, and I need the people on this, 713-572-4610. The question is, should the Texans be thinking offense or should the Texans be thinking defense? We'll go through the exciting, intriguing possibilities for Nick Caserio when the Texans are on the clock very, very soon. An awesome Football Friday continues next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As you're watching this tonight, Seth, are there specific guys or position groups
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so Nick Caserio trades down from 23 to 42, uses the extra second to get Stephon Diggs, and here we are. Kind of feels like we're having the same discussions heading into today that we were having when they were picking at 23. That's how it feels.
I'll take it a step further. Let me ask you this. I was thinking about this driving in. So let's say they stayed at 23.
Yeah.
You didn't need a quarterback. You weren't really that interested in a tackle. I mean, you could have, but you weren't really that interested.
That would have been wild.
In a tackle. Some people projected it, remember, several times.
Yeah, I don't think they knew.
So even right now, after the entire first round is over. Oh, okay, one more thing. And you weren't going to get Marvin Harrison Jr.
No.
Okay, so even right now.
Or Bowers.
Yeah, you weren't interested in a quarterback. Not interested in a tackle.
Seems like they might have taken Pearsall, be honest with you.
No, here's my question that I was thinking about. How many players even now would you have wanted at 23?
Here's the thing.
Not a lot, right?
If you told me, like, I'm just going down this list. If you told me they took these guys at 23, I don't think there would be like mad reaction. Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Coleman, Fisk, like all these guys, these were names that we were talking about
at 23.
Yeah. And now here they are at 42. It's pretty wild. It feels like it's between Newton and McKinstry, the names that you're hearing the most.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of getting greedy. If Mitchell or McConkey is there, sign me up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Sign me up for either one of those guys. If either one of those guys are there, let's get it. And then I think one of these defensive guys will fall down to you.
So you're even more in on wide receiver.
I'm more in on wide receiver just because those two are available. Coleman, maybe later, but I'm not sure. And then maybe we can get into like the McCaffrey, Whittington talk on day 3. But if McConkey or Mitchell are there, depending on how CJ feels, and God, it feels like he's got takes about these receivers, sign me up for that.
Yeah, I am starting to wonder, but I'm still pretty – when I'm trying to think like Nick Caserio, which nobody really can.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, but if I'm trying to think like Nick Caserio, I'm still leaning linebacker is it. Like position of need, they're all available. Because the 3 linebackers that were taken were really kind of hand-in-dirt guys. You know, Latu and the kid from Alabama,
Dallas Turner,
Turner, and all like in terms of stand-up linebackers that can replace To'o or Jake Hansen, they're all available.
There's no linebacker.
Yeah, they're all there.
No linebacker, no safety, no running back has been selected.
Yeah, that's what the Texans would need.
Yeah, so if you're even looking at the top 2 and you consider those big needs, and that's where the proactive.
Yeah,
I feel like a lot of times when you look at the draft, it's like filling in holes of what the weakest part of your roster is or the most unfamiliar spot at the top. But I like proactively make Brevin Jordan not your top tight end. Give yourself an option to where if Dalton Schultz is a free agent next year, maybe you have someone that you feel good about to where you can say bye-bye to him.
Yeah.
Just proactive stuff like that. Get another running back that can be the long-term piece and contribute early on. Wide receiver, you're going to have 4 guys with their contracts expiring.
Yeah.
So I do think there's some proactive stuff. The Kool-Aid McKinstry thing's interesting, too, because I heard Saban yesterday. By the way, can I just confess something real quick about Nick Saban? Seriously.
Yeah.
He's a friend of the show. He's a legend. He's an icon, and I have nothing but respect for him. I think he's probably on the Mount Rushmore of most likable media personalities in my lifetime. You with Nick Saban up there at the center of the stage on that College Game Day set, it just demands such respect. I don't think you have to force Lee Corso on that stage anymore. Just if he wants to do the fun stuff and maybe come out and do the headgear, it's endearing with Herb Street.
Yeah.
But now that Saban's there, you don't need to do that. Just let Corso hang around, but don't do that. I heard Cody Stooch yesterday say, well, you could just wheel Corso out there for the mascot thing. I was like, man, he's not in a wheelchair. You can walk.
Well, figuratively speak. Are we sure? And anyway, I still think linebacker. They're out there.
Yeah.
The one you want is there, whether it's the Junior Colson or Edgren James. Edgren James.
Oh, wow,
Edgren
that'd be
Cooper.
nice. Yeah, if Edgren James is there.
Edgren Cooper.
Trade all your picks. Get up there, get him.
But I am hesitating a little bit because of what you said. You know, White Rice is still there, and then the DB Cooper DeJean is still there.
Why are you calling him White Rice?
Ladd McConkey.
Come on.
White Rice.
It's McConkey.
It's White Rice.
Oh my gosh.
That's the best nickname.
Oh my God.
I'm good on this nickname stuff.
Keep going.
Adonai Mitchell's the other one. So I'm starting to hesitate.
Adonai, I think, could end up. Yesterday, Herb Street picked Adonai Mitchell as his offensive rookie of the year.
Oh, wow.
He picked Adonai Mitchell as his offensive rookie of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Adonai has said that he wants to play with CJ. I got a feeling that CJ likes Adonai Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
But I was bringing up that Saban thing, not to talk about the Corso thing. I was bringing up that Saban thing because he was talking about Kool-Aid McKinstry, and he said that he thinks he's a good corner. He's got good instincts. He's very polished, but he thinks he can play inside too, which is interesting because the Texans kind of want versatility. But he talked about Kool-Aid being able to play corner and safety and on the inside and all that type of stuff, and that's something that they might need. So the versatility, I thought that was interesting where Saban said that he could easily see Kool-Aid playing all over the place, which I think you can say the same about Cooper DeJean too.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about like positional versatility and what the Texans need, some corner depth, some safety, all that.
DeJean, because they moved him around early in his career.
So I think the DeJean Kool-Aid thing is interesting, especially when I hear Saban say that, because Saban knows.
Yeah.
He knows him pretty well.
Did you hear him admit to tampering, by the way?
Who?
Nick Saban, you didn't hear that?
I didn't. What'd he say?
He was talking about the kid from Toledo. He said, yeah, we were trying to get him into the portal. I was like, wait, that's not legal. He's the one that's high. You know, he was the one that was all on his high horse when it came to NIL and all this other stuff and portal, and the kids aren't the same anymore. He said, yeah, we're trying to get that. Is it Quinion? What was his name?
Nelson.
Nelson, the cornerback from Toledo. Yeah, we're trying to get him into the portal. Dude, you probably shouldn't say that. Probably should.
Mitchell, my bad. Mitchell.
Yeah, Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah, Quinion Mitchell. Yeah.
He's a good story, too.
You didn't get him.
Yeah, didn't get him.
Yes, Adonai Mitchell is from he's from Mo City. Now, here's the thing, though. You got to think Buffalo needs a receiver at some point, right?
They don't.
Well, I mean, they're drafting first today, right? Because they traded back one with Carolina. Like, they got to be getting Mitchell or McConkey, right? That's got to be how this thing starts, right?
I would want to agree with you. But look what they did. Like, they
got to be.
They're bozos.
But what
I would be losing.
But if they end up with Adonai Mitchell, I think they're in good shape.
Okay. And they got the extra pick. I mean, sure. But I'd be losing my mind right now. If after everything that they're cutting, now, obviously Diggs. Yeah, you gave the Chiefs, you know, another receiver that you could have had. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I'm just kind of wondering. I think Buffalo takes Mitchell. I think they make it all right. I think they make sense of what they've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
They take Adonai Mitchell. Call it a day.
That would be probably the favorite, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. Kool-Aid McKinstry seems like the popular pick. I know he's got the foot injury. On the text line, someone says, I don't want Kool-Aid. He's going to be another cripple. Like, what? Who's the first cripple that you referred to?
Mm-hmm.
Derek Stingley? He didn't look crippled to me last year. I mean, I know he gets hurt. So what do you mean by he's going to be another cripple?
He did okay.
What does that mean? I think, and by the way, the guy ran the 40 and had the 40-inch hops on that hurt foot. I like Kool-Aid McKinstry a lot. I like DeJean. A lot of people like DeJean.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, if they get a white corner,
it's
my gosh,
they're going to get all kinds of airtime.
Boy, might start me a new business.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll be slinging DeJean jerseys on the corner of certain neighborhoods, man. I might go on walks with Sean. When Sean goes walking through River Oaks so he can spy on
Why
rich
are there
people.
so many DeJean jerseys here?
I'm gonna walk behind him. Get your Cooper jerseys. Get your Cooper jerseys.
Oh.
Sean loves those walks, man.
Yeah, well, he gets to rub elbows.
Hey, Calvin Hanna, I noticed y'all ordered pizza the other day. What kind did y'all get? Hey, Jim Crane. I saw that you have the Texans turf doing your yard for you. Do you how'd they do? Don't you live in an apartment, son?
What are you doing staring at our house?
Don't you live in a skyrise, son?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's out walking. Crossing Westheimer. A little dicey sometimes.
Cooper DeJean, they're talking about him. He kind of offended some people. Did you see what he said?
I did not see this.
He offended some people, man. There were some wokesters not too happy with him, man.
How's that?
You didn't see this?
I did not. I didn't see this on Cooper DeJean. Did not.
He went to Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big star there, man. Her name's Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, that's her school.
Yeah. Good ball player, I would say.
She's pretty good.
All-time leading scorer in college basketball history. This was a question he said he got a lot during the process, and just say he answered it, and he upset some of these wokies.
Okay.
It's really weird, but a lot of teams have asked me if I could beat Caitlin Clark one-on-one. Just being from Iowa. I said I think I can. She probably score a few buckets on me, but I think I could pull it off.
Wow. Oh, wow. He said he could. His basketball highlights are pretty sick, but he says he could beat Caitlin Clark one-on-one.
I don't know if he could, but you better say you could. If teams are asking you, you better say you. Yeah, hell yeah, I'd kick her ass.
When she wouldn't be able to get by him.
She'll get some points though.
Yeah, but he's athletic freak.
She'll do the dribble.
But he's an athletic freak.
No, I know. Like he might beat her.
He can dunk.
Like he might.
She ain't guarding him.
Well, just
if he can dribble.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I don't know.
She had to shoot threes.
She has good hands. She has to shoot a lot of threes, which she does.
Yeah, but when you have
She's
the
got
40,
range
but
to
when you
30
got 40-inch hops, man, you just get out
I know,
there
but
and
I'm saying
dunk
do
it.
the dribble, pull back, 30-footer. Now we got to see it.
I mean, that's what he's saying.
Now we got to see it.
Nah, they might not. WNBA might not want that to happen.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, he said that.
Although he's a professional athlete, so no shame in that.
He said it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Said it with his chest. So there's a big conflict battle dialogue about, do you draft guys to immediately help you, or do you draft guys with long-term ideas ahead? Jatavian Sanders is the guy that I point to there, because I think there's a chance that a couple years from now he's as good of a receiving tight end as Dalton Schultz. I think he develops into perhaps being a better blocker, and I also think he could help them now. But what he currently is might not validate taking him with one of your first two picks. I
don't think he's in play.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
That 8 reps.
Yeah,
is going to be a non-starter for the Texans because they need a guy that can block a little bit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, well, they don't have one.
No, I know, and so he's
better than Brevin Jordan.
I don't doubt that. I'm saying they're going to lick somebody that can block a little bit.
That's fine. They'll regret it though.
They might.
They'll regret it.
But that's all they have to go by right now.
Yeah. Here is Nick Caserio. This was a question from Stutz talking about how you look at a long and a short-term draft pick / prospect.
When you put together a draft evaluation of a prospect, how much goes into how can the guy help day one versus how can the guy help maybe in November, December versus how can he help in the years to come with that player?
It's a good question. It's kind of a moving target. Sometimes it's circumstantial. Sometimes it's contingent upon maybe some other players that are in the building already. But everybody kind of gets the same opportunity, and you don't want to pigeonhole a player and say, well, he's not going to be ready until November. Maybe he expedites that because his performance, and he shows the confidence, and he gets the confidence and faith of his teammates and the coaches around him. So when people walk in the building, everybody kind of has the same opportunity. I would say, just generally speaking, Cody, a lot of these players are behind just relative to their development, where they are physically. I would say for whatever reason this year, it seems like more players are further behind. And again, some of them have been advised to basically, after the combine or their workouts, basically don't do anything physically in lieu of they don't want them to get hurt or anything like that. Well, okay, you lose, call it 4 to 6 months of training, which means when you come in a building in May, you're behind physically. So maybe we think the player is going to be ready physically, but part of our assessment is to see where they are physically, do some testing, get some baseline testing, and we're not going to put the player in a position and kind of force feed it. The player's ready when he's ready.
What's up, Daisy?
I would say just going back to last year's group, I mean, other than, I'd say a player like Brandon Hill might be in a situation like you kind of alluded to where other than Brandon, everybody else made a contribution to the team last year. Brandon really didn't because he kind of got off to a slow start, was injured in rookie camp and in OTAs, and he really didn't have a training camp. But I'd say the work that Brandon has put into this point, he's put himself in a position where he's going to have an opportunity. So I'm excited about, his chances and what he can provide. So it's case by case. And again, it's all about how do they perform, how much progress do they make, and how much information can they absorb in a short period of time. And we're not going to, again, put a timetable on anything, kind of pigeonhole anybody. When they're ready, they're ready. Sometimes it takes a year. Sometimes it takes 2 years. But after kind of that first iteration, draft, off-season program, training camp, in-season, off-season, you should have a decent idea of the player's ability and opportunity in front of them, understanding there could be some things that derail that. So you're kind of weighing everything. There are actually probably some players in this year's draft who physically might not be ready to contribute maybe early on in the season, so maybe you're drafting them for next year. Okay, then that's a decision you have to make and say, are we comfortable with that? Do we want to try to gain the player's services? Understanding maybe he's not ready. So those are all the discussions that we're going to have. I think it's a pretty astute observation. But again, every case is going to be different, and you kind of have to treat each individual player kind of differently and not really force feed anything.
All right. I mean, that could be Kool-Aid. That could be Dejin. Both of those guys, injuries. So it is interesting. And I don't think you need to think short-term at this moment. The 2-year window that Caserio speaks on could be there. There's some guys that can contribute. I see on the YouTube bringing up Braden Fisk.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I'd like to know what it is.
Yeah, let's move him back.
You're just not high on it.
Maybe with the second one.
I get it. I wasn't high on Thomas, and still am not.
To be honest with you, I'm kind of getting to where I'm getting greedy. I want Sweat in the third at this point. Screw it, man.
Hey, I wouldn't really.
Third. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, we forgive you, man. We're going to be here for you.
You've done your punishment.
Hey, we're going to be here for you, man.
You've done your time. Yeah.
Make a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caserio is going to put me in charge. Make 2 phone calls.
And who are they?
First phone call is going to be to John McClain.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, John, notice that you've been maintaining your weight pretty well with the soda.
Mm-hmm.
We're bringing in a guy that he's kind of sometimes struggles with his weight. We want you to be his mentor, his weight mentor. So we're going to have John McClain be his weight mentor. That's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, hey, John Lucas, what's up, man?
Oh, man.
What have you been up to?
There's something to that, probably.
Hey, what have you been up to?
Yeah.
Hey, we got a young man. I know you've dealt with worse. This is just a young man likes to party a little bit.
I need a lot.
We'd love you to be a mentor for him.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get the John and John. Yeah. It's the John and John sweat plan.
John squared.
Yes, John squared. John Lucas and John McClain, the John squared sweat plan to draft Tavondre Sweat in the 3rd round when he falls.
Mm-hmm. Hey, don't sleep on that Lucas thing, man. He can help. He could help.
Oh, John.
Yeah, absolutely help.
Coming up next, the internet goes nuts. The rivalry up 45. The Texans kind of smacked the Cowboys around yesterday, and most of the world saw it. We'll get into that next. First, though, I want to tell you about Orchard.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Texans versus Cowboys. Who says no? It's going to happen. Is it going to happen on Thanksgiving? One of the newest Texans hopes so. We heard from Stephon Diggs for the first time. We'll hear what he had to say about being a Houston Texan, as well as what CJ's original thoughts were when we play the hits. But first, let's hear a little bit of Cowboys versus Texans rivalry.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons, CJ Stroud, both Mulligetta guys, both Brian Burney guys. They were on Bleacher Report yesterday during the draft. It went about how you'd expect. Let's start with that popular question that people like to mention. Who's the best NFL team in Texas? Here's CJ and Micah.
You say is the best team in Texas.
Create some beef. I like that. You know what it is? I mean, I feel like Micah knows who it is. Steph knows who it is. You know, so. But no, like, everything got to get figured out on the field. You know, like.
I ain't even see no chemistry, and I ain't even get a snap. We the best team. What the hell? You feel me?
I ain't say that.
We gonna figure it out.
Yeah, we gonna like, you gonna,
figure it out.
like, everything in life, man, like, there's a time and place. You gonna see what it's about.
And you know what it is? You know what it is?
What is it?
You know, he faced some pretty good guys, but he ain't never see a killer, though.
You sit on the couch with one.
Man, I love that.
All right, you sit on the couch with one. Okay. What about the Texans move? Micah Parsons has been pretty critical of the Cowboys' moves, including their draft pick yesterday, man. I didn't know what Guyton did to you.
Body language.
But here was Micah Parsons and C.J. Stroud going back and forth on the moves that the Texans have made while the Cowboys have been quiet.
What went through your head? Because I know you're a jealous person.
Yeah, I was very jealous. I said they souped up, bro. the first thing I called is his bro Trash said, "Yo, bro, I can't believe this, dog. Like, how this happened? Like, you know, they got all these moving pieces. Even like the pieces before him, they added with Mix and adding Daniil Hunter with Will Anderson, just adding all those like superstar pieces. I was like, this is the time to do it. I was like, they really locked in on CJ. Because that's the only time you ever see that. When you got before you pay that big check, you know, you got that time where your QB is sitting on just a little bit of money.
Assemble the squad.
Yeah, so they souped up right now.
Yeah, they're souped up.
He's
That's
not
what he
wrong.
says. Now, Thanksgiving, we've been talking about
It has to be.
I mean, come on.
It
At
has
this
to
point,
be.
At this point,
I mean, just because
you're interviewing the Diggs family right there
Yeah.
around the Thanksgiving table.
Well, just so you can replay this cut about you're sitting.
It's going to
next
get
to
replayed
one.
no matter what.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, can you imagine on Thanksgiving?
Be a lot of build up there.
Yeah.
Here is Micah Parsons, C.J. Stroud, with a little Stephon Diggs too. His brother's a Cowboy, so that just adds to things.
You ain't never see a killer in his eyes, and you know, got to throw that ball downfield like that. He ain't. You know
What?
He just be talking.
Dog, you just be talking.
Hey, I can tell you right now, you know, we've had this ongoing conversation, especially since my brother been in Texas. There's been a conversation at least bi-weekly about I see you soon. So hopefully it's on Thanksgiving, you know what I'm saying, so we can figure out who eating turkey and who not.
Steph,
one of us gonna be eating turkey, the other one
Hey,
gonna be eating stuffing.
You ever watch Norbit? Like Norbit, one of my favorite movies.
Sure.
I'm gonna eat the leg. He gonna be eating turkey ass. I'm gonna make sure some pieces like.
I knew what he was doing there.
I'm gonna send that turkey butt over to the locker room to let him know how I feel about him.
That's a great
crazy word.
That's a great call by him.
Glad Micah Parsons has one fan, man.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
That's a great call.
Here is Diggs with Stroud with Parsons hopping in as the internet goes nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
What's up?
What's up, brother?
A7?
What up, Trump?
I was going to say what's up to Micah, but I don't really.
Nah, for real, though.
That's crazy. What's up, man? You know, I'm real jealous, but, you know, I'm going to come down to Houston to come see you, big bro. Don't worry, bro.
Come holler at me. Come holler at me.
I am.
We going to go holler at them.
Oh, for too. No curse words. Sorry.
It's crazy, bro.
what is it like for you, man, to be joining that squad, a team on the up and up?
I'm extremely excited. He's a hell of a quarterback. He's a hell of a leader. As you watch those guys throughout the season last year, you kind of start building something extremely special. Him as a quarterback and him as you see him lead his team, it was something that we all kind of got excited about, something that, you know, you kind of noticed it around the league. If you were watching it, you heard about it. And that's something that I kind of take heed to. And in the offseason, the more conversations I had with him on a personal level, kind of like it's easy to fall in love with a quarterback like that.
All right, there you go. Steph Diggs.
It has to be. Has to be. They're saying it. I mean, players are like, come on, let's go. Thanksgiving. You can eat the turkey butt.
Make it happen.
Let's do it.
Let's see.
I got the internet going nuts.
This was kind of long, and but Bill Belichick, it was like the epitome of why this guy, you just have to sit.
Be careful when you use that word. You start fights when you start using the word epitome.
Well, no, they interpreted it wrong. Well, actually, they interpreted it right. But the epitome of just sit, just sit crisscross applesauce and listen to a legend tell a legendary story.
We've been trying to trade for Randy Moss for 2 months, like childbirth. So after the first day of the draft, I talked to Mr. Davis. I said, "Are we going to make a deal or not?" And he said, "Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it for your fourth." And so I said, "Well, we got to get the guy for a physical. We can't take his contract. We're going to have to renegotiate his contract." And Mr. Davis said, "Well, that's your problem." So I said, "Okay." Hung up the phone. This is like 11:30 at night, right after the first day of the draft. I call up Randy. Said, "Hey, Randy, this is Coach Belichick." Boom. Hangs up the phone. What? Let me try this again. Randy, it's Coach Belichick. Who is this? Who's pranking me? Who is this? Bam. Hangs up the phone. Randy, this is Coach Belichick. We traded for you. What? Is this a joke? This better not be a joke. Who is this? Really? I said, "Yeah, but look, we got to get this done by tomorrow at noon." He goes, "All right, what do I need to do?" I said, "You need to come up, take a physical, and we need to renegotiate your contract." It was by noon? I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, I'm in Houston now, but I got a plane. I'll be there." And he's there at 8 o'clock in the morning, comes in and takes the physical. We're done at 10 o'clock. First thing he says to me is, "Where's the playbook?" "Right here." He said, "Okay, because when I walk out there with the first team with Brady, I got to know all the plays. I can't go out there and make mental errors and screw up." He was smart, man. This guy was smart. So I sat down. I watched a lot of film with him. I said, "Randy, like, we never had a guy like you." I go, "This is awesome. On this post-safety coverage, what are you going to do?" He goes, "Coach, you ain't going to see any post-safety coverage against me. You're going to see cover 2. He's like, "You're going to see cover 2. And he was right. 25 touchdowns. Randy, come on, man. Randy, I'm trying to.
Stanford Broughts actually told that story a couple times because he was actually with him.
Yeah.
They were at a club or something.
Yeah.
Because that was Raiders days.
Mm-hmm. But Belichick just lights up all of a sudden. Now that he's not coaching anymore.
Well, Moss got him in a Halloween costume. He showed up to Randy Moss's roller skating Halloween costume party. He's always kind of softened him up a little bit. I love that country mofo, Randy Moss. Yeah. My favorite, man.
He's so good.
I love Randy Moss.
I got the internet going nuts.
Dallas Turner, man, he was feeling pretty good about himself yesterday out of Alabama. He joined C.J. Stroud and Micah on that Bleacher Report thing that they had going, and goodness gracious, man, number 17 overall pick to the Vikings. He's going to join former Texans Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman, and he's also going to get roasted by C.J. Stroud because of his drip.
What do you got to say to him, Micah?
No, CJ, what do you got to say to him?
First of all, congratulations, bro. Happy for you. I think, see, he smiled because we know he'd be going at it. I think JG is going to help you a lot, bro. I don't know if you know JG yet, but connect with Jonathan Grenard. And, bro, he's going to help you a lot, man. He helped me a ton, helped Will get better. I know you and Will are really close, man. I'm happy for you. But I got to keep it real with you, bro. Top 5 worst suits I've ever seen in my life. Y'all ain't going to lie, bro.
I mean, that's coming from a person that don't know how to dress, so.
I like that. Man, CJ was loose, kind of feeling it, feeling very comfortable.
Hanging out?
Yeah, hanging out.
Chilling, breaking it down.
It was good. We got to talk about this.
I got the internet going nuts.
I don't want to talk about this because I'm embarrassed.
Okay.
For Joe Espada.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
What? I'm mad at Adam Spillane, to be honest. Oh, he's fiery, boy. He's gonna get ejected out of some games. He looked like...
I tweeted the video. He literally asked the umpire to throw him out calmly, and the umpire said, "Really?" And he said, "Yes," and they threw him out.
Yeah.
And he just walked out.
And even the announcers were
I think he wiped his feet at the dugout.
May I leave now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can leave now.
If I was that umpire, I would say no. I would have just said, "No, I'm not throwing you out."
It doesn't even
you got to do something else.
Man.
It doesn't even serve its purpose.
Do something,
He's
bro.
David Coley, dude.
They're like, yes.
He's David Coley. It wasn't David Coley's fault that the Texans were where they are. I don't think it's Joe Espada's complete fault. I think a lot of this stuff was going to happen naturally with the roster. I've heard some people say, well, Dusty took this team. It was different. I mean, it was inevitable. They were getting older.
Yeah.
So I don't blame Espada for all the problems. I do think Joe Espada, like David Coley, he latched on to situations where he was just an assistant coach, and he latched on with the Yankees, and he latched on with the Astros, and as a result of that, he gained respect. I also don't think he elevates stuff. And I mean, that was embarrassing yesterday.
Well,
that's slimy.
It was. It is slimy. But before we do that, the whole
Did you hear his explanation of the ejection?
Yes.
Listen to this.
Yes.
Listen to this explanation.
Did not agree with his strike zone today.
Throughout the whole game?
Yeah, I thought there was some, pitches didn't go our way, and I just didn't agree with him.
Why'd you kind of choose that moment right there?
I just got tired of watching.
The whole
just admitted he asked to leave.
He asked to leave. But the whole purpose of getting thrown out is to fire up your team, right? To spark something.
And that guy's
like you say what you will about
he stinks.
Aaron Boone and all these others. They still spark some sort of reaction. He didn't spark anything.
He's bad.
If anything, it was the exact opposite.
You want to hear his speech?
That's our manager.
Here's how he says they got to show some fire. Listen to this delivery.
They're fighting, man. They want to get back to playing the type of baseball that we're capable of. But it's not happening, and it's not going to happen unless we change it. Like no one is going to handle anything. This is we have to fight through this. Is there a team that could do it? It's this club. So I know they will turn these things around, but there's got to be a little bit more urgency. There's got to be more fire in the middle of the game where we find ourselves back against the corner. We just got to fight, and if we do that, we'll be fine.
There's nothing there.
We got to fight.
There's nothing there.
We got to fight, guys.
Yeah.
They got to be 30 games over 500 for the remainder of the season to get to that 90 that I talk about. 30 games above 500 the remainder of the season.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Still mad at Adam Spillane.
Internet going, he told us he was going to be fiery.
Well,
Lord.
Okay.
Golly, that ain't even a match. Goodness gracious. Coming up, Stephon Diggs speaks for the first time. And, yeah, Joe Espada. What's going on there? Next.
All right. How about...
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. One of the best times of the year, one of the best football Fridays you will ever hear. Let's play the hits.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Stephon Diggs has finally spoken. Here with C.J. Stroud, a little back and forth with Stephon Diggs.
I think we've done a really great job. Shout out to Nick, man. Nick and D'Amico put together a great roster, and it's very exciting times in Houston.
What was your first reaction when you heard Stephon Diggs was coming to the squad?
Yeah, so of course, being the quarterback, I kind of had got word and had some conversations here and there with Nick, and try to help him out as much receiver and as a person. The things that I was asleep when I found out. Like I was telling the media the other day, like my boy Chase B texted me. And he was like, bro, how you feeling? So he's asking me how am I feeling because we got Steph. I didn't know that. I'm thinking he's asking me how am I doing? I'm good, fam. How are you? And he didn't respond. And I had 5 texts like that, man, congrats. I'm like, man, what happened? So then I hop on Instagram, I hop on Twitter, and I finally seen it. I was stoked, man. I hit Steph because we were talking dang near the whole week. We're 2 weeks consistently trying to figure it out, So it was.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
A7?
What up, Trim?
I was going to say what's up to Micah, but I don't really.
Nah, for real, though.
That's crazy. What's up, man? I'm real jealous, but, I'm going to come down to Houston to come see you, big bro. Don't worry, bro.
Come holler at me.
I am.
We're going to go holler at them.
Oh, for sure. No curse words.
It's crazy, bro.
What is it like for you, man, to be joining that squad, a team on the up and up?
I'm extremely excited. He's a hell of a quarterback. He's a hell of a leader. As you watch those guys throughout the season last year, you kind of start building something extremely special. Him as a quarterback and him as you see him lead his team, it was something that we all kind of got excited about, something that you kind of noticed it around the league. If you were watching it, you heard about it. And that's something that I kind of took heed to. And in the offseason, the more conversations I had with him on a personal level, kind of it's easy to fall in love with a quarterback like that.
It's all over, man, and that was good to finally hear from Stephon there. And he couldn't have been more effusive about Stroud. I mean, what he was getting.
Yeah, you always wonder if you put, though, and I know I'm not saying that you wouldn't praise Stroud no matter what. Probably put a little extra mustard on it, given the Josh Allen situation.
Well,
over-the-top praise.
No, I said this, yes, but I said this earlier. Given how the Bills are acting and drafting, Stephon Diggs looks like he was the stable one. He was the smart, stable one in that whole mess.
The historic day yesterday when it comes to what went down in the NFL draft, it's actually pretty astonishing. So the first 14 picks last night were offensive players. Mm-hmm. That surpassed the previous record of 7, which was set in 2021. So they doubled that. 23 offensive players were taken in the first round. That breaks the previous record of 19. So it's an offensive league. It's definitely an offensive draft. Who knows how that looks as things go today. Texans selected at 42. We're resuming at 33 with Buffalo. And we had 3 quarterbacks with the first 3 picks, 4th time in NFL history, 6 in the top 12. Which one of these quarterbacks do you think is the most NFL ready? If I asked you, who would you say?
I think Jaden Daniels.
Okay, you say Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I really do. He's been kind of slept on in terms of his pocket presence, his ability to throw from the pocket. I was really glad that they highlighted that. I don't know what you were watching. I was watching the ESPN broadcast, and they really kind of said that. And I'm sort of saying yes. And I'm not I'm not his agent or a fanboy. I just really liked his game this year. And I think people are like, oh, he scrambles, or he's off script. Caleb Williams scrambles and is off script a lot. He does a little bit, but I think his pocket presence is going to surprise a lot of people.
He went number 2 to Washington after Caleb went number 1 to Chicago. C.J. Stroud disagrees, though. He thinks the most NFL ready is the guy who went number 3 to the Patriots.
I feel like Drake May is. You watch his tape. Just his arm talent jumps off. I mean, he's one guy that, to me, the one mistake that I did early on in his first couple of games was I moved around too much. I didn't get the ball out on time. I started taking risks that weren't even downfield. They're necessarily scrambling. And when you watch his tape, he scrambles when he needs to. He throws guys open. He has like right here, he has rollout ability, like different arm angles. So
I feel like when you watch
like Drake May.
All right, so there you go. So he likes Drake May. What about Michael Penix? Where does he fall into things for you?
That one threw me for a loop.
Top 10 pick of the Atlanta Falcons, Michael Penix. And Ian Rappaport, he planted the seed before the draft. I'm not going to lie, I just kind of dismissed this, but this was what Rapp said hour-ish before Michael Penix was selected, despite $100 million guaranteed to Kirk Cousins in the next 2 seasons.
I want to focus in on number 8, the Atlanta Falcons. A lot of people around the league believe they're going to take a defensive player. I want to add one thing to the mix here. Arthur Blank, the owner, has made it clear that succession plan at quarterback is very important to him. Yes, I know they just signed Kirk Cousins. My understanding, though, they took a hard look at quarterback, specifically Michael Penix. Will they take him at 8? I don't know the answer to that, but I know it is something that they are going to consider, if only because of what owner Arthur Blank wants him to do.
Okay, well, they did it. And they broke the internet, and they broke their own damn internet.
I almost broke my damn iPad.
My jaw dropped. It's Fontenot. Fontenot told him, hey, if we can get owner approval, which of course they're going to, because if you saw the video afterwards, like Arthur Blank was like saying, what the bleep, dude? Like, and he's trying to explain it, like overzealous, trying to explain it, using all the hand. You start using all those hand motions, like trying to explain yourself. It's like you're trying to get out of a ticket.
Rough, man.
It's like you're trying to get out of a ticket. Like okay, so what had happened was this. Right, it was yellow, but, I couldn't see because the truck in front of me was blah, blah. Like he was trying to explain getting out of a ticket. It was awful.
Xavier Worthy, another interesting moment. I think most of us saw this coming from a mile away. Xavier Worthy, he went to the Chiefs. I kind of like the way he handled his draft party. He rented out a local bar in his hometown, had his people with him, looking fresh. And the great Corey Mose, who covers the Horns. Corey Mose caught up with Xavier Worthy, and here's what he had to say about joining the back-to-back Super Bowl champs.
When that phone started to ring, what were the emotions like?
To be honest, I really thought it was the Bills. Then I seen KC at the time, like, oh, shoot, they called and pick me up later on or something. But they called trade up, and shoot, it was just an amazing feeling.
You spoke this into existence. You've been saying this since the beginning of the year. How did you know, and what made the Kansas City Chiefs so attractive to you?
I mean, shoot, obviously, Patrick Mahomes is himself. Everybody want to go play for him. But, shoot, that's just like a dream, just to have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes improvise and get you the ball. Also, how much he cares for the players. So just being over there would be amazing. Super Bowl contenders, 2-time back-to-back, so it's amazing to be on a team like that.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
God. Okay.
Yay, the Chiefs got Xavier
Run
Worthy.
deep.
Yay.
Justin Verlander, he almost gave you 5 yesterday. Couldn't quite do it.
He was hot with his
he was pissed.
He was.
He did not want to be taken out.
He was yelling into his glove, man.
Astros end up losing 3-1. It kind of fell apart when it was a 1-1 game. Abreu came in. Guys trying to bunt the runner over to second. Abreu throws it about 25, 30 feet over the catcher's head. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but maybe not by much.
Yeah.
And then a little later on gives up the jack, and the Cubs win 3-1. Stroh's now 7-19, and this is how I've decided I'm going to follow the Astros. I'm going to function under the belief that you got to win 90 games to get in the postseason. I think that's fair. That's pretty much where you're at, especially with the division. In order for the Astros to win 90 games, instead of just doing they would have to go 83-53 to finish the season.
Come on.
I'm just telling you, they have to go 30 games under 500.
I know you're right.
But I think this is the best visual instead of saying, we're this far through the season. Because the other thing about it is this.
Yeah.
If you're an optimist, and I'm not knocking you for being an optimist. I'm not knocking you for being down on the Astros. You probably look at the division and say, well, they're only this many games back. I don't think too many teams in this division feel like they've played their best baseball yet either.
No, not at all.
And
they've been injured.
Yeah.
When you're thinking about the Rangers.
83-53.
Yeah. I'm going to follow the Astros by following the Texans. That's how I'm going to follow the Astros. 83-53. It ain't going to happen. They can't even win 4 games in a row, man.
And then we have this sad moment right here.
Yeah.
Not the Joe Espada thing.
It's embarrassing.
Something else.
No.
We'll get to the Joe Espada.
Okay.
He's in the slime off.
Okay. Oh, I know what you're going to say.
Here lies one of John Lopez's go-to excuses.
Where did this come from?
To get out of big events.
Where did this come from?
John Lopez missed one of the biggest parties in Texans history.
I brought it up.
Because he said he had to watch J.P. France pitch.
I didn't say I had to.
Well,
got a little more free time now.
I didn't say I had to.
Now, if John Lopez wants to see J.P. France, he might just be able to drive to Sugar Land.
Let's go to Sugar Land tonight,
He might be able to drive to Sugar Land because the Astros
Here's my Saturday night.
Are optioning right-hander J.P. France to AAA Sugar Land ahead of their road trip to Mexico City. This will clear the roster spot for Framber Valdez. So there you go. Pour one out for J.P. France. Sorry about your luck, sir.
No, I never said any of that. I just said I had FOMO. I said I wanted to go to the uniform reveal, but I had my podcast, and then I was like, I turned on the Astros, and there was JP France.
I'm getting unfair to a lot of guys. Like when your team is disappointing you as much, you tend to be a little bit obnoxious, even more obnoxious than usual. JP France can take his hipster glasses and all his tattoos. Go to a microbrewery or something like that. Go play some hacky sack.
He looks like he should be at a microbrewery.
Yeah, get out of here, man.
Yeah, they have.
You go on 6th Street.
They're done. They're so done. It's not even a conversation anymore.
Done with him, man.
Yeah.
Why was he still a thing? Just kidding. Do your thing, JP. I'm just kidding. I'm just taking out my frustration on you. It's not your fault. There should never be a situation where J.P. France should be in your rotation as long as he was for the Astros. I don't give a damn how many injuries you have.
Yeah.
Have fun in Sugar Land, sir.
Mm-hmm. You will.
Lopez will be there.
Front row, baby.
With his Sharpie and ball cap. Coming up next, big opportunity for the Texans, and they got some polarizing possibilities when it comes to what Nick Caserio can do. Let's go through them. Let's break them down. Let's enjoy. Let's continue to kill the time on a football Friday before Nick finally makes a pick next.
In the Loop.
One thing we
Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
C.J. Stroud clearly has his eye on receivers. I mean, I think it's as clear as day. When Ricky P went to San Francisco, he was upset, and there were reports that Nick Caserio was trying to trade up, which makes you wonder, was that what they were trying to trade up for? He also said, and I saw Beltway Boys pointed this out, that Leggett was high on his board as well.
Mm-hmm.
So is this just a matter of C.J. Stroud liking two specific guys, or is he kind of siding with us and thinks that the Texans need even more weapons than they already have? And could that mean perhaps whether it's Ladd McConkey, Coleman,
White Rice,
or not working, man?
It's going to work. You didn't think Nicky Buckets was going to work, and it's taken off.
It's still done.
Oh, it's taken off.
I mean, we're having a drink special tomorrow.
Yes.
Nicky Buckets.
Yes.
Daily Sports Club if you want to come through 11 o'clock.
I might.
Yeah.
12:30.
JP France might be making his show.
What time does Sugarland play? I got to base my decision on that.
We got 4 new Texans hats to give away too.
All right.
4. But the receivers is C.J. Stroud. Does he just want more receivers? Is it just specifically those two guys? Because you have McConkey and you have Adonai Mitchell available.
I think yes. Did he want that receiver? Yes, it's obvious. Was he maybe on the Texans board? I think yes. That's a possibility. But I also think that, look, Nick Caserio is not going to give away anything on the draft to just any schmo. But this is C.J. Stroud we're talking about. So I think it could have been Pearsall was in the mix. Obviously, that's why he was upset. But the Texans, the day went so well for the Texans. I can't emphasize this enough. Like you and I have been talking about it. What's the perfect scenario? It was better than the perfect scenario. So wide receiver is still a possibility, even though I think linebacker might be where they're looking. Even they might be changing and adjusting because that's what Nick does to maybe wide receivers. Adonai Mitchell is still there. McConkey,
he's got to go first, right? Buffalo's going to take him, right?
Is Buffalo going to trade with the Texans? Hell, they're trading with the Chiefs.
And the Texans.
Yeah, and the Texans, yes. And you can go get you one. So, yes, wide receivers are still there. 6 quarterbacks and 7 wide receivers were taken in the first round. Perfect, beyond perfect for the Texans.
Is there anything that you don't want? Because there's a lot of stuff. There's two. I don't want Newton and I don't want Fisk. I don't want these D linemen that we're talking about. Just give me a committee. We'll figure this out. The edge guys, all that. I'm okay on that.
I'm with you.
I don't want that unless it's Chris Jenkins. I can get down with Chris Jenkins or Hall. I can be okay with that at 59. Pause as far as getting down, but I could be okay with them at 59. But I don't want to take at 42. I don't want to take Fisk or Newton. I'm not. This Newton thing is please someone draft him. Please someone draft Newton out of Illinois. Please. Begging.
I think we're in alignment there. How about that? We're in alignment.
How about that?
Just like Brian Gain and B.O.B.
What's up, B.O.B.?
But everything else
at the hip.
I'm very much open to. I still think linebacker is going to be, if I had to,
give me some Kool-Aid though.
Kool-Aid's on the board. Obviously, DeJean's on the board. Hell, every running back. Who's your favorite running back in this draft? He's available.
Benson.
He's available. They're all available. Every single running back. And in terms of linebacker,
they get a running back today, right?
They have to. It could be Corum. Could be. Any of them. They're all on the board. So the Texans, it couldn't be in a better position for them.
Look at this, dude. I'm already shopping at HEB too. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, man. I'm getting these ready just in case.
Look at that. Kool-Aid. We got to take some of those, right?
Kool-Aid Burst, baby. Kool-Aid Burst.
Yeah, we got to take some of those.
The Kool-Aid bottles, $189 for a 6-pack, baby. $189. Stock me up. Stock me up. Let me get 12 of those.
Those are the ones, the little twist off wax?
Yeah.
Twist off wax is the best.
Give me that. Give me the Kool-Aid Burst, baby. Kool-Aid McKinstry. I am definitely okay with that. Don't threaten me with a good time on that.
Or Rakestraw from Missouri.
Yeah. He's not bad. I could see them liking him.
He's there too.
I could see them liking him. I'm looking at Cooper. I'm looking at McConkey. I'm looking at Mitchell. I'm looking at Kool-Aid. No thank you on Newton. Cooper DeJean. Maybe do something there. Javon Bullard, you might be able to get with your second.
Mm-hmm.
You might be able to get with your second, like with the way this thing's going. Like it's insane. I just can't believe that these conversations. This almost resembles like had they had 23 overall. I feel like a lot of these names would be being mentioned, and they were before they made the trade. So here we are. So Nick Caserio, you are vindicated. It was a good trade. I never really questioned it because you used the second-round pick that you got to trade back. You used it to acquire Stephon Diggs. I think that needs to be taken into account. But if, like, let's say Byron Murphy had fallen to 23, there might be some people that would be like, dude, oh, my God, we could have had Byron Murphy. Like,
okay, but here's the thing. Like at 23, what the receivers that were taken at 23 and below, would you rather have, if you're just going that? I don't know if there was many more.
No,
things.
I like Mitchell and McConkey. Yeah, I like both those guys.
Yeah, I know, but would you rather have Stephon Diggs or Brian Thomas Jr., who was taken there? No, you'd like Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs or Ricky Pearsall. Who knows? But I think I'd take Stephon Diggs. So, yeah, the trade was absolutely justified, 100%.
Yeah, and according to Diana Rossini, I don't know how much I put into this. Like Nick Caserio was apparently being aggressive on the back end of the draft. Okay, whatever you say, ma'am. I like Diana. I think Diana is one of the people that you need to listen to when it comes to the Texans. But are we sure? Okay, all right. Well,
I still think that this was Nick Caserio doing Nick Caserio things, planning for every little subtlety, every little potential twist in the draft, floating that rumor, seeing if it would get anybody to jump up in there, anybody to show their hand, so maybe they can react today, and they can. Like I frankly, right now, like whomever you want and wanted at 23 before they traded the pick is pretty much there. Outside of like Murphy, but he went earlier and all that stuff.
So I looked at the big game, C.J. Stroud's last college game against Georgia, just to see, did McConkey do anything? Is there any like moment where C.J. Stroud maybe look back and say, oh, okay, this guy, McConkey didn't do anything. He actually had 2 catches for -1. Adonai Mitchell did have a touchdown, 22-yard touchdown in that game. So maybe he's an Adonai Mitchell guy. We know he was a Ricky Pearsall guy. Here was C.J. Stroud, the Ricky Pearsall reaction, the Florida receiver. Good Lord. I mean, and this doesn't sound like the reaction of someone who just liked to do. This sounds like a, damn, I wanted that guy. We could have had that guy type of vibe. Here was C.J. Stroud yesterday with the reaction. And you tell me if this sounds like a guy who wants a receiver.
The Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearsall.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Good.
Damn. Ricky Pearsall, the pick for the Niners.
How? What? How was he even on their radar? I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
Oh, he's nasty, bro.
Well, if you give him a free release, he gets open.
I don't care if you press him. You put on the Missouri game, they press man a lot, bro. Like it's just that
Yeah.
Like Tank has it like that. Just that little quick, little hezzy like.
You're this effusive in your praise.
I don't know what it is, man. I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver like goat but I know routes when I see them. I know football players.
Well, you've
at the receiver
played
position.
with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this
Exactly. So like when I watched him, like at first I was like, okay, yeah, he's good. Because I seen him at Arizona State, and then his first year at Florida was okay. But this last year, bro, he put it together. Bro, when I tell you, I don't know what, it's like Tank. Like, you can't just put one, like, it's everything combined. I just text my boy, one of my best friends. He's always with me. And I told him, like, dang, they got Pearsall. I wanted him bad, like, man. Dude. Especially, like, before we didn't know we were going to get Steph. Pearsall was my guy. Like, that's the one I wanted. So that's a big-time get right there, man. Dang, man.
And CJ, I mean, I'm telling you, and CJ has the he has pretty good credibility on this because he wanted Tank last year. And I don't think he like held a gun to Nick Caserio's head and said draft Tank like some of the reports were kind of insinuating, but he wanted him really bad. Here's what I do wonder, because you go back to the performance that put CJ Stroud. He was already on the map, but really put him on the map. And it was the Georgia game, obviously. 23 of 34, 348, 4 touchdowns. Also used his legs, 34 yards. And deserved to win, quite frankly. Deserved to win, I would say. But in that game, after C.J. Stroud led Ohio State to a field goal to take it to make it 41-35 with 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Who made the big catch?
Georgia drove down the field. They got to the 10-yard line. Back went Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett looks to the left corner of the end zone and finds Adonai Mitchell, who would later transfer to Texas, right there in the back corner of that end zone to take the 42-41 lead. Then CJ drove Ohio State down the field. They missed the field goal. So he's been on the big stage with Adonai Mitchell. I think Adonai Mitchell gets drafted by Buffalo. Right? I mean, is thinking.
I can't predict what Buffalo's going to do at this point.
They might take Coleman. I think they take a receiver, right?
Maybe. I'm serious. I'm not even trying to be dramatic. I'm not even trying to be funny.
They got to take a receiver.
You would think. I'm not trying to be funny. You would.
They're going to take an offensive tackle.
You would have thought they did it yesterday. You know what? Let's just give that receiver to the Chiefs. Why not? Why not? Let's just give them the receiver.
You know what? Y'all have beaten us in overtime. Y'all have beaten us straight up. Hell, we missed a field goal last year and didn't make the Super Bowl against you, and our team's kind of depleted. Let's just give you the guy that you want.
Yeah.
Here you go. Go get Xavier
we gave
Worthy.
you Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, gave him Pat Mahomes, too, back in the day.
Here you go.
I'm not trying to be funny. Like
Have at
I'm
it.
not going to say, oh, yeah, boy, they're going to get a wide receiver. Hell no. How could you say that?
I want Kool-Aid, man. I want Kool-Aid or I want the receiver. I don't know. I don't dislike any of this. I don't want the D lineman.
Pick one.
I don't want the D lineman. Pick one.
42.
Adonai Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell. Let's just go in on receivers. We got the long-term plan here. Let's go. Let's eat. Let's feast. Time to feast.
I've been all about that linebacker, but boy, Cooper DeJean's there, man.
Oh my! If he is,
if he's there,
ain't no way he is.
Yeah, it's not that. It's only 10 picks,
man. But he's the top-rated guy right now, I think, on ESPN.
Yeah, on CBS.
Newton's too. Take him first. Come on, Buffalo. Give Ed Oliver some help.
There you go. There's a pick.
Give Ed Oliver some help. Take Newton.
Top 3 in any order are McConkey, DeJean, and Newton. And Adonai Mitchell.
And then 4. Kool-Aid's up there.
Yeah.
Ray Straw, Coleman, Fisk. Coop. Man, this is. I love day 2 so much, man.
Yeah.
I love day 2 so much.
Keep in mind, like, there are
no more quarterbacks, right?
You're also picking 59.
Where's this Spencer Rattler stuff coming from?
God. I never fell for that.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Hey, you never know.
How do you feel about it? Because I didn't watch him except at the end of the year. I watched him in a couple of games. The tight end from K-State.
He's good, man. He's an H-back. He's tough. He's hard-nosed.
Yeah. He made some plays.
Not what you expect.
Was it the Big 12 championship? Were they in the Big?
No, Oklahoma State was in the Big 12 championship.
No. It was the bowl game.
Yeah. He's a tough, hard-nosed lineup all over the place.
Yeah.
I know Stoerner likes him. I don't know.
Might be
what is he? A third round? The second round?
He might be 59.
I could see them reaching on a tight end. Like they're gonna be aggressive with the tight end. I want Sanders, but they don't like it. They want to.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be hardos. They want tight ends that can block. Whatever.
Yeah. Blocking's overrated. I actually think that there's a scenario in which they could maybe even trade back with that second round pick, add another something, and that would be very much on brand for Nick Caserio as well.
I don't know what his brand is, man. I think
trading is his brand. Moving.
Man, this is a good one. So a sketch on something. They said Christian Harris. So what are we doing? We're pushing sketch back.
And then they had somebody else.
Yeah. So a sketch out.
I don't know.
Did he tear his ACL that bad?
Did he get pumped?
What happened? Surely not, right?
No, he's going to be involved somewhere, right?
Third?
Fourth, fifth, sixth.
He's definitely going to say, "What's up, brother?"
What's up, brother? Yeah.
Man, I am very, very, very intrigued by Buffalo. The best part about this is that Buffalo has the first pick after everything they did yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Bill has been traded. The pick has been traded. Wouldn't surprise me. To the Chiefs. Let's help them again. It was a wild night, and it just could not have gone better. And then there was the two dumbest things in the world, Bills being one of them, Falcons being the other. Oh, did you see Dave Tepper?
I didn't.
I guess, restaurant. Did you see it, Figgy?
Yeah, they had a sign up or something like that.
Let the coach and GM make the pick this year on their little sign.
Uh-huh.
He stopped and went in and talked to him about it. The owner of the Panthers.
What did he say?
Like, I don't know, just like, well, whatever, just like felt like it was an insult or whatever. Like he walked into a roadside
Who does
restaurant.
he think he is,
He's
man?
a numbskull. Like, that's the dumbest thing. Just an absolute.
Threw his drink on a person.
Yeah,
he sucks.
On top of that.
I forgot about that.
Dude's trash, man.
Mm-hmm.
That dude's trash. So Cal and Hannah going to be in the war room tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I would.
Yeah.
They're going to be, they're going to be in there.
Yeah, well, hopefully Hannah not talking during the movie, man.
She does not do that.
She talks in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
0 doubts.
No.
100%.
Maybe the
100%.
Maybe the previews.
100%.
Maybe the previews.
100% talking during the movies. There's no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you want? 713-572-4610. Slime Off coming up at 120. David Culley nominated. Not the real David Culley, the new David Culley, in the form of Astro skipper Joe Spada.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
Yes, we are, Joe. Coming up next, though, it's time to confess. I said consweat because sweat is on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, I'm willing to look past a lot of things at this point with how things have stacked up. I'll tell you why when we confess next.
Cal and Hannah McNair. the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time on a football Friday, one of the best there is, best there was, and the best there ever will be, to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So if my daughter was dating...
By the way, you called your daughter fat this week.
I did not.
You did.
How?
You said, this is a large. It might as well be for my daughter, the jersey. That's what you said, John.
When did I say that?
When Callan Hanner, you said
large isn't fat.
You said you gave me a large. This is definitely going to my daughter.
Oh, that jersey.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah. How was that? How was that saying?
You did say that.
I absolutely said that.
She looks more like a medium to me.
She is a medium.
Yeah, well, that's not what you said. You said this is definitely going to my daughter. This is a large.
Yeah. Do you wear jerseys tight?
No.
Okay.
I feel like women do, though.
Some do.
Women like to wear them
Did you catch him say that? He goes,
I
this is
did.
large. I'm about to give this to my daughter.
Yeah.
I kind of thought maybe that would be BG or something.
No. See, this is you making stuff up. Like a woman wearing a large football jersey.
Hey, I'm not saying
she's
the way you said it though. You said, "Oh, this is a large. This is definitely going to my daughter."
Yeah. So she can have a jersey. The hell you're talking about? So
she's in great shape, by the way.
She is in terrific shape. She's really working out hard. Anyway, if my daughter were
medium,
the medium,
maybe small.
If she were dating an NFL draft prospect, I would say two things. The first thing would say, "Please God, no," is what I would say. The second thing,
you wouldn't want her dating Caleb Williams?
Hell no.
What about Drake May?
Hell no. None of them.
What about?
Yes, she would.
No,
man.
I would not.
That's a lie.
No,
I don't believe
What about
that.
Xavier Worthy?
No, I would not. This is the more important thing. The second thing is the more important thing I would tell her. For God's sakes, don't go to the draft party. I feel embarrassed for these girls. The girlfriends get, it's all.
Nah, man.
No.
I mean,
That's
some of
the
them.
time to shine.
Some of them do. Some of them do their thing. Some of them don't.
How many draft night girlfriend bad moments have we seen?
There's some, but
But
when you're at a certain point, it's okay.
Yeah.
Who was Brock Bowers?
Oh, the one that had the shock face? I'm talking about the girl that was with the offensive lineman that the mom kept blocking her out.
Oh, yeah, that was last year, right?
No, it was last night. It was last night.
Did you see that side boob yesterday?
From who? I'm a big fan.
It looked like someone's aunt or something, but there was some side boob late in the draft.
I might have to go
just type in side boob. You'll see it.
Search that. No, man, they always come off looking bad. And by the way, it's the parents' night. It's the mom and the dad's night. They get blocked out by mom. They look thirsty. And most of the time, they're never even heard from again.
Not most of the time. You're making that up.
Most of the time, they're never even heard from again. The old CeeDee Lamb thing, remember that with the phone, and then
that was
the Russell Wilson thing. And last night, getting blocked that girl. I would don't do it. Don't go to the draft. Don't do it, please. No, you're just going to be embarrassed, and I'm embarrassed for you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I like what the Texans could possibly do in this draft, and I think taking a swing on a guy who has clear issues with weight, whatever. I'm all about T'Vondre Sweat. I'm all about T'Vondre Sweat.
Sweat, baby, sweat, baby.
Make it happen. Whether it's in the third round, whether it's trading back up, just roll the dice. You have the culture. You have a lot of picks in day 3. He's sliding right now for obvious reasons. He's a run stopper. You could use someone that could stop the run. Perhaps this foolishness that happened that is undeniable a couple of weeks ago, perhaps this is just something that's going to make him realize just what's in front of him. And some people will say, well, you should have realized that to begin with. All right, if you had it all figured out at 22 or 23, first of all, you're a weasel, and I would probably I don't know how many friends you obviously had, but congratulations. Either congratulations to you, or you're just a weasel, or you're not telling the truth.
Yeah.
22, 23. I think I was in my 4th sophomore year at that point. Maybe.
I think you were. Look, it's
maybe 2 credits away.
It's a roll of the dice. It's an absolute roll of the dice. But you better be right on that one, especially when you have so much on the line.
Sweat, baby.
Here.
Sweat, baby, sweat, baby. Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got it. You always hesitate when you give Roger Goodell his props. I got to give him props last night. That was a pretty cool show setup with Eminem. It was pretty cool. That was unique. Detroit came off looking great, but that was cool. And then I got to give it to him for today on Pat McAfee. He's saying that he wants the NFL schedule ideally 2 preseason games, 18 regular season, extended by a week, and the Super Bowl on a 3-day weekend, which would be President's Day, I guess. So that was a cool show open with Eminem and the Mom Spaghetti and all that.
It was very predictable, right?
It was very predictable. It was very cool. And then now he's doubling down with making the Super Bowl a 3-day weekend, which is very much needed.
And I thought Detroit kind of showed out
big time.
I mean,
yeah, big time.
And you know what I really respected the most about them?
Mm-hmm.
This is where I was like, man, these are true fans, because at like pick 26 or whatever, it was empty. They made their pick and them mofos left to party.
Yeah.
I mean, we were like, where the hell is Schefter? Oh, that's the stage?
Yeah.
Man, they cleared that
Way back
mofo
in the
out
back
after
over
they
there?
drafted. Or did they have a curfew or something?
Did you hear? Well, maybe you were doing your show, but there were they estimated 275,000 people.
Yeah, that might have been an Anthony Lima.
Oh,
really?
It looked like it.
It was packed.
It was packed. 275,000 at the draft?
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I hate Sean Payton so much. I mean, every time I see Sean Payton, I root against his success. Every time. He is the one guy in sports. I am so glad that the Texans didn't entertain that weasel. And every time I see that weasel, I just
Hey, man, he got his quarterback. He won it all along.
Good for him. And you know what?
No, he didn't.
He won't do a damn thing with him. That's the thing. Drew Brees was a Pro Bowler before he got to Sean Payton. Let's just make that very clear. He made a Pro Bowl. I hate, this is my confession, fair or not, I hate Sean Payton. In case you didn't know.
These are my confessions.
I think, speaking of Roger Goodell, I think J.C. Latham might have broken his back again or hurt his back again. That was bad. He looked like he was in pain last night, and I think they should have told, if they didn't already, they should have told these guys, don't hug Roger. He had surgery on his back 3 weeks ago. But we're going to hear something. I think he was hurting. I think
he's all right. He's all right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the Astros are benefiting from injuries. You brought this up yesterday. I was actually thinking about this. I went and got some lunch after the show with the Pluckers. And look, I'm not saying whether they would be. I mean, obviously, if you had Fromber, you had Urquidy, you had Verlander, you might be a little bit better team. But I think now we're living in like a fantasy land where, because of these injuries, you look at them and say, well, that's the reason why.
You were pitching injuries.
You were already kind of declining a little bit. I actually think like the approval and stuff, they're kind of benefiting from injuries just as much as perhaps being hurt by injuries.
It's a classic excuse. Oh, man, we got hurt. Injuries got us. Dude, look at the pitchers that are out there and when you actually expected them to get back. Fromber, okay, but who knows how good he's going to be. And Verlander, okay, but who knows how good he's going to be. No, I agree with you.
Watch this. My confessions.
So at the very beginning of the audio of C.J. Stroud reacting to Pearsall, he actually said something that I think we shouldn't gloss over. If you listen to this, Figgy, he said at the very beginning when he was upset that Pearsall left, that the Pearsall got picked, I'm pretty sure he said, we're still going to get a receiver. Listen to this.
The Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to...
Didn't he say we're probably still going to get a receiver? We're probably going to get a receiver?
Get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearson. We probably was gonna get a receiver, but hey, shout out to.
I'm not wrong there, am I?
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, I think he kind of told us a little something there. He wanted Pearsall, but at the very beginning, it kind of got glossed over. He said, "We're still going to get a receiver." All right,
go get it,
GM. Let's
get
go.
it. You got a couple.
Let's go.
Got a couple.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Big Goodell guy here. I am a big fan of Roger Goodell.
I am today.
Big fan of Roger Goodell. I got to tell you, man. I know it's not an easy job. I know you're not going to get approval ratings. I know there's a lot of stuff that's going to get thrown your way.
It's kind of a bit now, the booing him.
Yeah, when you look at what's happened with the MLB, what's happened with the NBA, from Tagliabue to Goodell, they handle it like a real business. They handle it perfectly. They put on the best events. They have the most magnitude. I don't care what anybody says. It's popular not to like the commissioner. I confess I'm a big Goodell guy here. Big Goodell guy. Might go get me a Goodell T-shirt.
I think he's had a good couple of days.
He's had a good career. Hall of
He's
Famer.
had a very lucrative career.
Hall of Famer, baby.
I don't
he
know.
deserves it.
I actually don't know.
He deserves a raise.
It's such a well-oiled machine. I think he's replaceable, but he's been good.
He's not.
But he's been good.
He's not. And I hope it's someone that is close to him.
Yeah.
For sure. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We were watching a guy do a really awkward selfie video right now, right? He's moving towards you right now, Fig. You don't know what that was.
Yeah.
About 5 takes. That looks like he belongs on Disney Channel or something. Coming up next, CJ Stroud. He wanted this guy pretty bad. Who do you want? Let's list the top three. Top three guys we would like to see. And could we get greedy and go for two? It's next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Should they be the hunted?
No, hell no. I don't think anybody in the
putt? Get your own putting green. Go to TexansTurf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, CJ Stroud. God, he liked Ricky P. Give me your top three dream scenarios for the Texans. Could they get greedy and go for two? I'm more open to T'Vondre Sweat maybe in the back end of the third round than perhaps I thought I would be. But give me your top three scenarios here for the Houston Texans, because God, it's hard to pick just three. That's when you know you're in a decent spot. It's hard to pick just three.
Yeah, my number one scenario by far for today is you get Edgerrin Cooper at 42, and you trade 59, maybe just a couple of spots for somebody that wants to get into the second round for a later second round pick, and add another pick, like fourth or fifth or whatever it may be. Because you're getting, after you get the linebacker, then you're getting you can get a little bit.
You're on this linebacker, man.
Well, they need one. No, I mean, I'm just talking about what they absolutely need a linebacker.
So you're drafting for need.
Danger zone, everybody drafts for need.
I'm going to call you Tom Cruise.
That's the biggest lie in the NFL.
Call you Tom Cruise.
We're going to draft the best available player.
Danger zone.
Lies.
Need drafter.
Lies.
Landry Locker, need drafter here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610.
When you hear an
draft
NFL,
for need guy.
When you hear an NFL general manager say, we're just drafting the best available player, that's 90% of the time a lie. Everybody drafts for some sort of need. So I'm saying Cooper or Colson at 42, and then trade 59 for someone who's desperate to hop in there, because then you're a little more selective, right? After you get the need taken care of, you can be a little more selective at tight end.
I don't want to go need. I want to get some ball players. I need ball players.
Well, you're getting.
I'm like Tom Hanks, man.
You're getting ball players.
I need ball players, man.
Cornerbacks or whatever at let's say 60, 62, whatever it may be.
Yeah, for me, I want the receiver or I want the corner. I want Adonai Mitchell, number one. I think he's a total, complete receiver. I saw Herb Street picked him potentially as his offensive rookie of the year. I think if you get him with the right quarterback, you can have that. Although I would laugh at Buffalo even more than I already have if they don't take him. I also like McConkey, but if we're talking about Kool-Aid McKinstry being there, then give me the Kool-Aid. I'll drink the Kool-Aid. And then dream scenario number 3, Dejin. And then with the second, I want a running back and a tight end with the second and third. I think you gotta solidify that.
That's where I'm going with the trade the second pick, because then you can get a running back and something else. Because a running back could be a third round running back could be a really good player that helps you from day one. So if you get something at 42, trade the second pick, add another one, you can get a running back and maybe a cornerback or something.
I just wonder if D'Amico will be able to find linebackers a little bit later, because it's kind of his wheelhouse, to where you don't have to take the Cooper or whatever in that situation.
Yeah,
I am in on this T'Vondre Sweat situation now, though. I think they can handle. I think they got a good culture. And maybe the young man's learned his lesson. Now, would I take him with your one of your second round picks? No, I wouldn't do that. But had this never happened, I mean, he's going early, and I've heard, well, he's a head case ball. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm not. I mean, it's there's clear risk when a guy gets the D-dub 3 weeks before, when that's one of his issues. I very much agree with that, but I also know that the guy can stop the run.
Yeah.
And when you draft T'Vondre Sweat in the first round, the second round, you're saying, well, is this just a 2-down guy? When you draft him in the third or fourth, you're not worried about that. If you get an elite 2-down guy, then you take that all the time.
Yeah, you don't care if he's a 2-down guy at that point, So yeah, there's a world of possibilities right now for the Texans, and hell, neither you nor I is that crazy about it. But there's some damn good defensive tackles in there too. Like,
I don't want this Fisk guy, man.
Good. Yeah,
I really don't want this Fisk guy. But
there's others.
That means they're going to get him.
Yeah,
we'll see how it goes. He's bro-ish.
He's a little bit of a bro.
Oh, he's bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big time. He probably. I mean, like 1 second you'll catch him with probably taking a beer to class, and then the next second he's probably got a full water jug. Total meathead bro vibe from him.
Mm-hmm.
he's definitely the guy, like, taking his shirt off. Like, Fisk is like the guy at the party. There's the dudes who are like the life of the party, and then there's guys that might be the life, but they're also taking the life out of the party. He strikes me as the dude who's like taking his shirt off and wrestling his bro in the middle of the living room.
Drinking his beer with his elbow out.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to pick up chicks. Pick up chicks and have a good time and maybe score a dime bag. Fisk is in there with his shirt off, wrestling the offensive lineman in the middle, breaking the TV. I don't know about him, man. But hey, that guy can end up being a hell of a ball player too.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have a worst case scenario? Is there even anything at this point where you would say, man? I mean, even if they do take Fisk or Newton or someone that I'm not talking about, I don't. The reason why the trade is validated, I'm not looking at this and saying, okay, this is a disaster.
Yeah,
there's not going to be a scenario where on Monday, unless they don't get a running back, if they don't get a running back at all in this draft, then they don't take the position serious. They just don't.
I'll agree with that.
They just don't.
Mm-hmm.
And they've lied to us saying they want to run the rock. And I question their evaluation of the position if they don't take a running back in this draft.
All right, so let me. You say, is there any worst case scenario?
Is there a scenario where you come in here on Monday and say, man, they screwed up?
With the number 42 pick?
42, it'd be hard to screw that up.
You can't. I think the added benefit of the first round going the way it did makes it like almost, a caveman could do it at 42. Seriously, like a caveman could do it.
Cavemen were pretty smart, brother.
Yeah, well, but
you think the world would have lasted if you had started as a caveman?
They were innovative.
You would have just died in a corner.
Ingenuity. Yeah. Hell no, I would have been a great caveman.
They didn't have anything to work with, and they helped the world survive. So quit talking about cavemen.
Yeah, no, but they weren't Nick Caserio. They didn't go to John Carroll.
Well, Nick Caserio, how would he have functioned as a caveman?
I don't know. That's a good question. So here's why I said even a caveman could do it at 42. Now, beyond that, who knows? Maybe we'll be disappointed. But let's go through the top 10. Let's go through the top 15 players still available. So, like I said, if you just go on CBS or ESPN and go by their list,
or the Harris 100,
or the Harris 100.
Shout out to John Harris. He's going to have a draft coverage today.
Exactly. And even if you're not doing your own research, which obviously they are, you just go by one of these lists, you can't go wrong. Ladd McConkey. Stop me when you think this would be a bad pick at 42. Ladd McConkey, Cooper DeJean, Adonai Mitchell, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Braden Fisk, set your personal feelings aside, Ennis Rakestraw. We haven't even talked about this Sua Matia guy. He's an offensive tackle from BYU. Chris Broswell, Tony Franklin, Edgren Cooper. I mean, you can't. Keon Coleman, is it Sanat, the tight end?
Yeah, it's Sanat.
Yeah, Sanat.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong at 42.
H-back vibes.
Yeah, you can't go wrong at 42. Now, beyond that, we can talk. But you're going to get a really good player that can contribute at a very important position no matter what.
Here we go.
What happened?
Uh-oh, what happened?
On the text line, here we go, okay. If they don't take a running back, they can bring in some undrafted guys.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they can find an Arian Foster.
God.
Oh, God. You know that's coming.
Like for every...
They found Arian Foster undrafted, guys.
Arian Foster, Austin Eckler, like those two guys, they're like, it's almost like they get treated like they're the norm because there's like an occasional like late... You got to invest in the running back. Like, stop that crap, man. Yeah. Like it drives me freaking nuts. This garbage that... Oh, yeah, you can ignore it because Arian Foster exists. All right, why don't we just wait till the 6th round and draft a quarterback? Why would we wait till the last pick? Hell, Brock Purdy went last.
Yeah.
Stop this garbage, man. God. Stop with this running back thing. My goodness, man. It is.
Can't take a running back in the 2nd round.
Let's just do this again for the people in the back. Mr. Wait till undrafted. Christian McCaffrey, 1st-round pick, traded half a draft for him. Derrick Henry, 2nd-round pick. Williams, he was late, so there you go. There's your one exception. James Cook, 2nd-round pick. DeAndre Swift, 2nd-round pick. Forgot what Connor was. Maybe a little bit. Najee Harris, first-round pick. Joe Mixon, second-round pick. David Montgomery, second-round pick. Travis Etienne, first-round pick. Breece Hall, second-round pick. Bijan Robinson, first-round pick. Saquon Barkley, first-round pick. Jahmyr Gibbs, first-round pick.
Yeah.
You can sprinkle in an occasional Pacheco, but let's not act like you just find running backs in the undrafted. Goodness gracious.
Let's just get one off the street.
Just stop it.
Yeah.
It's important.
Running backs grow on trees.
God. Man, why do they get treated like this? Trying to have some sympathy for these guys.
That's how you get a Royce Freeman.
That's how you draw Landry off sides.
Yes. Yes. Big time, yes. I hate the way running backs get treated.
You scared the hell out of me when you
I
said
thought it was breaking news.
Yeah.
I started looking, yeah.
Oh, you thought they traded their whole draft for a kicker?
Yeah.
Nah, it's just that. But 0061 always makes me he always makes me feel better. Because 0061, my favorite texter, he said running backs are going to be in the third. I agree with that. There's going to be a run in the third. So he's at least got a grasp of this. And he also said this. He brings up a good point about Sweat.
Mm-hmm.
Tavondre Sweat, perhaps bringing him in.
Yeah.
Just don't put his locker by Kenyon Green's. There'd be too many snack exchanges.
Be a lot of snacks.
Start a snack podcast.
Be some Twinkies in their locker.
Got the food podcast going on.
We got the food podcast.
Or maybe they could be motivated. Maybe Kenyon Green's lost weight and they can motivate each other.
No, they could not.
And get it right.
No, they could not.
Figure that out.
I'm just glad he changed his number.
Oh yeah, the D'Amico was an interesting one, for sure. Yeah, these find the undrafted running back guys, man, the worst, absolute worst. You take the exception. It's almost as silly as like, oh, you need to get $100. Well, you don't need to work or anything. Got a scratch off. I got a $100 scratch off the other day. Let's go scratch off. Yeah, I remember like I think once a year or once every other year I win $100 on the scratch off. Let's go.
Yeah.
You got your quarters? Let's go. Let's go to the gas station. Get us a scratch off. Goodness gracious. It's insane. The Fisk thing though, I'm keeping an eye on. I don't know. I think he might be there at 59.
I'm not feeling
I think he might fall a little bit.
I'm not. Oh, at 59.
I think he might fall a little bit.
Oh, at 59 maybe.
But I'm still not in. I'm not in on these D linemen as much.
Mm-hmm.
Not as much.
No, I'm not either. I'm not really feeling the D line. I am having second thoughts about the linebacker thing just because there's some real talent available, man. There's some real talent available that dropped.
A linebacker.
Yeah, that guy. Cornerback could be it. Cornerbacks are strong right now, man. Cornerbacks are real strong.
There's a lot of strong things. There's a lot of things going on in the NFL. Let's take a look at what the team/front office that broke the internet had to say about their performance yesterday. Let's also look at the last time Nick Caserio had the number 42 overall pick. Result was pretty good. Around the league next.
Texans owner Cal McNair. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, here was C.J. Stroud talking about the Texans offseason, particularly the acquisition of Stephon Diggs.
I think we've done a really great job. Shout out to Nick, man. Nick and D'Amico put together a great roster, and it's very exciting times in Houston.
What was your first reaction when you heard Stephon Diggs was coming to the squad?
Yeah, so of course, like being a quarterback, I kind of had got word, and had some conversations here and there with Nick, and try to help him out as much receiver and as a person. The things that I was asleep when I found out. Like I was telling the media the other day, like my boy Chase B texted me, and he was like, "Bro, how you feeling?" So he's asked me how am I feeling because we got Steph. I didn't know that. I'm thinking like he's asking me like, "How am I doing?" I'm like, "I'm good, fam. How are you?" And he didn't respond. And I had like 5 texts like that, like, "Man, congrats." I'm like, "Man, what happened?" So then I hop on Instagram, I hop on Twitter, and I finally seen it. I was stoked, man. I hit Steph because we were talking dang near the whole week. We're like 2 weeks consistently trying to figure it out, So it was a blessing.
All right, there you go. It was a blessing. What does Diggs think, though? We haven't heard from him. Nick Caserio said they're not into that.
They
type
don't play
of thing.
that game.
Yeah, they don't play that. They're hardos. Here's Diggs, though. Finally heard him.
What's up?
What's up, brother?
A7?
What up, Trim?
I was going to say what's up to Micah, but I don't really.
Nah, for real, though. That's crazy. What's up, man? I'm real jealous, but, I'm going to come down to Houston to come see you, big bro. Don't worry, bro.
Come holler at me. Come holler at me.
I am. We're going to go holler at them.
Oh, for sure. No curse words. Sorry.
It's crazy,
What is it like for you, man, to be joining that squad, a team on the up and up?
I'm extremely excited. He's a hell of a quarterback. He's a hell of a leader. As you watch those guys throughout the season last year, you kind of start building something extremely special. Him as a quarterback and him as you see him lead his team, it was something that we all kind of got excited about, something that, you kind of noticed it around the league. If you were watching it, you heard about it. And that's something that I kind of took heed to. And in the offseason, the more conversations I had with him on a personal level, kind of like it's easy to fall in love with a quarterback like that.
All right.
Just made it more exciting to be.
What's up, Diggs?
To know you got the guy.
Diana Rossini said that the Texans are trying to get in on the back end of the draft. I do wonder. We look at this layout, just 33 through 38. You can make a case that all these teams need wide receiver. Buffalo.
Mm-hmm. I was looking at that.
New England. Cardinals. Although they just got Marvin Harrison Jr., so let's be serious. Chargers, definitely. And then the Titans, perhaps. So, yeah, I don't know that Adonai Mitchell and Lab McConkey make it down to the Texans, which is fine. Then maybe you can go with some Kool-Aid.
Maybe they can trade.
Who knows? We'll see. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe Nick can call Gerard Mayo. Hey, remember the old days, man?
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you.
I remember when I drafted you.
Yes.
I remember it like it
I
was
scouted
yesterday.
you.
I remember how great of a player you were, man. I
remember that phone call that I made.
And here I am making another phone call.
How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Speaking of phone calls, perhaps the funniest draft phone call of all time. We'll hear in a sec. But let's talk about the quarterback, 6 of 12 in round 1 to start off the draft. None more surprising than Michael Penix. This might be the most surprising draft pick that I've ever witnessed, quite honestly. I mean, I'm trying to go through it. I mean, obviously, there's always. I remember when the Raiders drafted Darius Hayward Bay, and it was like a running joke. It was like, man, this guy ran a 4.3. Al Davis likes guys.
Yeah.
And he did it. But you give Kirk Cousins, at bare minimum, 2 years, $100 million guaranteed. And then you draft Michael Penix. Did you see what Lombardi said about it? Lombardi said that the Falcons are behaving like a guy with no money but just bought a second Rolex. You can't wear 2 Rolexes, Terry Fontenot. Here is Terry Fontenot and Raheem Morris facing the media types and trying to explain what the hell they were thinking.
When you can add a high-caliber player like that with his intangibles, those tools, he's a winner. Very, very excited. You don't pass up that opportunity. Kirk Cousins is our quarterback. We're very excited about Kirk. Michael Penix is. We're talking about the future. But we are very excited about that quarterback room. And again, Kirk is our quarterback.
Questions for Terry or Raheem, whichever one of you called Kirk when you were on the clock and you tell him about it. What's his reaction?
Well, that's a private. We wouldn't share that, and obviously
reactions are pretty private, right?
Yeah.
He got called on the clock, obviously, because it's a sensitive time with the issues of what you got going on. It's never a right time to talk to a quarterback about those things, and reactions are always going to be private when it comes to those things, unless Kirk decides to tell you some of those things, or whatever the case may be. But he's a competitor, just like us all, and you can always expect those things to go just like you kind of think.
His agents kind of been telling us that they were shocked and dismayed, and so that they were informed on the clock.
Yes.
Don't ever feel bad for Terry Fontenot or Raheem Morris when things start to go sideways, which they already are. This was clown stuff You just spent $100 million guaranteed on Kirk Cousins. You're clearly talking about the next 2 years to win. The division is gettable, and you go and draft a quarterback, which, by the way, even if you think those things, has more question marks than any of the other guys that were up there because of all the injuries. This was a clown stuff. Like, it shouldn't even bother me because Falcons, who cares? But I'm like, how – it just amazes me how we put these people on a pedestal. They can be dominant.
Do we?
GMs are always put on a pedestal.
Nah, come on.
They talk the language.
You don't.
We as no, I don't. But we as analysts.
I feel like there's healthy skepticism
and
with GMs
fans,
now.
Yeah, but they're always like, they talk the language.
Why don't you coach the team? Why don't you be the GM?
Yeah, exactly. Like he's in.
And then
football.
they do stuff like this.
He's been in football for 20 years. Yes, he's incompetent. He's been in football for I can't believe how bad this was. Again, it shouldn't even bother me. Who cares? It probably helps the Texans in a weird way, because there's another player taken off the board. But either way, it's don't ever feel bad when these guys start to get raked over the coals.
It's so bad
They've
either
earned
way.
it.
It's so bad the way you look at it, man.
Yeah.
Even if Penix end up being a good quarterback, why did you sign Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
I want you guys to sit crisscross applesauce. I'm going to tell you a story.
Okay.
Ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Once upon a time, not too long ago, a couple months to be exact, there was a young man by the name of JJ.
Mm-hmm.
That man was coached by a man named Jim. They came to Houston with a goal to do something that hadn't been done in a long, long time, win a national championship. As they were on the field, a man by the name of John mooched his way into the stadium, and he witnessed history as J.J. McCarthy and Jim won that national championship. 2 months later, J.J., against all odds, was a first-round pick in the NFL draft by the Minnesota Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in this J.J. guy? Because you are the guy named John.
Yeah, I don't
You
know.
witnessed him win a national championship.
Why was I even involved in this story?
Because you witnessed him win a national championship.
Yeah, I did.
So you witnessed him at his best.
Yes, actually
Would you
it was.
take J.J. McCarthy in the first round of the NFL draft?
Yeah, you know the answer here. I wouldn't. I would say this. I will say this. I would take him in the first round ahead of Michael Penix Jr.
Okay.
And I love Michael Penix Jr. Loved him as a college football player. Awesome. Too many injuries, man.
Yeah, they faced each other in that game.
Yeah.
He
Made him look bad. Well, the defense made him look bad. But, I wouldn't take him in the first round, but I'd take him ahead of Penix Jr.
The legend, Chris Russo, Mad Dog Russo, he's not really a fan of J.J. McCarthy either.
Name me the game at Michigan where Harbaugh had to say, here, JJ, you got to win us this game. We're not running the ball well. We're in a shootout. Our defense is gassed. Go out there and win a game. There is not one game in his college career where he had to do that. He had a drive or two, one against Alabama. Not going to 4th and 2 completion, touchdown, forced overtime, I understand. But where was the game where you said to yourself, there's the quarterback who brought us down the field under some adverse circumstances when everybody else was falling apart, and he hung in there for us and got us to win. I don't have that game.
Where did the come from? And by the way, Mike Meltzer was very adamant about this when he saw the tweet about it. He pointed out a couple of games, including an Ohio State game when he had 3 touchdowns and such. So he has had those games. But to be fair, and this is one of the reasons that I'm not, I love the kid. I mean, obviously national champion and all that, and I think certainly deserved to be drafted. I just wouldn't have put him up there. I don't think, by and large, he was as dynamic as some of these other quarterbacks that were taken.
He's definitely not dynamic.
Yeah.
He's not slow. Is
he better than Mac Jones when he came out of college?
Mac Jones?
Yeah.
No. Is he? I mean, I don't think so.
Mac Jones was.
I mean, he had Waddle and Devontae Smith, which is a pretty good duo.
Yeah. Yeah, those guys were okay.
But
I'm like dumping on him. But as a first-round quarterback, I'm like, man.
But I think that he's in that class.
Yeah.
But I think if Mac Jones had got drafted by San Francisco, he might have won a Super Bowl.
Who knows with those guys?
Yeah, because, I mean, he just would have replaced Jimmy G.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a whole.
It was
other,
a wild first round, man.
I'm just glad we don't have to have these discussions.
Wild.
Yeah,
No,
Bo Nix.
It's one of the wildest. What is that? What is
Man,
that?
It was wild.
How is Bo Nix a thing?
Yeah.
Once I seen Penix, I'm like, oh, we might get 6 or 7 quarterbacks.
Have you ever watched Bo Nix and said, man, he's it?
That's a first round
He
pick
sucked
right
at Auburn. At Oregon, it just seemed all system. It's
He was
like all these
okay
screens.
at Auburn, but I never thought that.
They run those plays at Oregon where he's literally sprinting and he like throws it to him.
Yeah.
Just seems all system-y.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's wild. I guess Sean Payton thinks he can do something with him. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Diana Rossini, early in the draft, she said that the 49ers were trying to perhaps trade Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk to get up. They ended up drafting a receiver. I wonder if they're going to be more willing now.
Mm-hmm.
What if the Texans liked Deebo Samuel? What if Bobby Slowick could run some reverses with Deebo Samuel and Deebo Samuel could help you at running back and wide receiver?
Yeah.
He knows the system. He knows the guys. What if the Texans did some cap gymnastics and they decided to bring in Deebo?
I actually like.
Don't be against this.
No, like I said, I get it, but man, you got to take advantage of the rookie contracts.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know what I mean?
Well, that could be kind of maybe taking advantage. I don't know. That's wild. Bill Belichick told an interesting story about Randy Moss, which we heard earlier in the show. I want you to hear this Gronk story. So Gronk was drafted. The last time Nick Caserio was with an organization and they had the number 42 overall pick, Gronk was drafted by the Patriots. And after he was drafted, he was with his brothers on stage. They were
I actually remember. Yeah, I remember this.
And then I guess it shows Bill Belichick watching him. He actually put the Patriots helmet on and was colliding with someone else that was wearing a helmet. He was taking it extremely far, and he was on the stage forever.
Yeah.
Here's Gronk's memories about this moment, which Nick Caserio and Bill Belichick were a part of.
When I was drafted to the Patriots, it was a proud moment. My family came on stage as well. We got in a huddle. We were doing hoo, 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 hoo in the huddle, jumping up and down. And then all of a sudden, I get a phone call from the Patriots.
Hi, Rob.
And they said, hey, Rob, like, you can get off the stage now. Like, enough is enough. And I'm sitting there like, wow, I'm already in trouble. It's been 5 minutes since I've been on the Patriots, and I'm already in trouble. I can picture Bill in that draft room just being like, why the f*** did we just draft this kid?
Oh, look at this. Lord have mercy.
That was Nick Caserio that said, Lord have mercy. But, hey, I think it all worked out for everyone. I think it all worked out.
He says, Lord have mercy. Sees him. Who? Yeah, I'd say that went all right.
I think it worked out all right.
Yeah, and you know what? Y'all should have been calling Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah.
The tight end you drafted a few rounds later. Maybe y'all should have been giving him a phone call.
Yeah.
Sorry that he was broing out with his bros on stage and ready to go. Just give Aaron Hernandez that extra phone call, Bill.
Yeah.
From traded in 2022 to extended in 2024. We all remember the draft day trade of A.J. Brown, which led to Mike Vrabel having not the best reaction. That was a couple years ago. Yesterday, the Eagles, which, by the way, they got a lot of money to pay receivers.
They had a good day.
Yeah, they're the new Ravens. Players just fall in their lap.
Yeah.
The Eagles, 3-year, $96 million extension for A.J. Brown. So this is right after the Devontae Smith.
So it just every time you talk about A.J. Brown, you just think, what the hell were the Titans thinking?
Yeah, the Eagles got Quinyon Mitchell
that's
out of
the
Toledo.
one we were talking about earlier. Probably the best,
right before when the Texans would have selected.
Yeah, probably the best cornerback. Arguable. I liked, what's his name, Arnold from Alabama too. But, the Eagles did okay. That's exactly what they needed, and they got the best one. Or the first one. We'll see if it's the best one. But they had dibs on cornerback.
I was impressed with Nick Saban yesterday.
I was impressed with Saban. I saw
Thought he did a good job. Now, is he going to get bad 3 years in or not? I don't think so. I think he's going to put in the effort.
I think they're at the age, both he and Belichick, where they don't need. They're not going to coach again. Maybe Belichick, but they can just say whatever they want.
The other thing about Saban that I think he has as an advantage over everyone else, and I know they all have relationships, but his track record since he's been at Bama, a first-round picks, I think, what is he up by, like 23?
Yeah.
Something insane. He knows GMs.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not like I'm sure that, some of these guys know GMs, but, like, he freaking knows GMs.
Like GMs were coming, basically, telling him, begging him, to be their friend.
Yeah.
We could find out everything he could about their players.
So Dave Tepper has a video that went viral.
You saw it?
Owner, I just saw it. The owner of the Panthers, WBTV, caught it. So there's a restaurant. It's called the Dilworth Neighborhood Grill, and they just put up a sign that says, "Please let the coach and GM pick this year."
Yeah.
Now we've already seen the Dave Tepper video of him throwing a drink at someone and then just walking out like nothing happened. Well, in this video, he walks into the restaurant. Someone's wearing an Eagles hat. He's going to act like it was playful. He takes the hat off the guy's head, the Eagles, sets it down, and then shows it to a guy. You don't ever take someone's hat off, brother.
I agree.
And then he just walks out. My thing is this. The guy's obviously a D-piece. He's a weasel. But when I look at this, I just kind of think, like, I can't imagine how bad this guy's treated people behind the scenes in the many instances in which it doesn't get caught on camera. This guy's a bad guy, man.
Yeah.
He's a bad guy.
Yeah. No, he absolutely. And people say that, like people who have worked for him.
Yeah.
Like he's petty.
He's a bad human being.
Mean.
No doubt about
entitled.
it. Yeah.
No, absolutely. No, when I saw it's weird you said that because I'm like, he's like, ha, ha, ha. That wasn't ha, ha,
Yeah,
ha.
he's trying to act like he's just playing.
Yeah.
You don't grab another dude's hat.
No, that wasn't ha, ha.
And, dude, they said that. Like, could you imagine if Jerry Jones, every time something happened, he just pulled over?
Or Cal McNair back in the day.
Sell the team?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, this is asinine. This is just pathetic on his end. I don't know what the heck he's doing. That's ridiculous. I won't put him in the slime off because, I mean, he could probably win it every week. Yeah. Plus, we got pretty strong candidates this week, if we're being honest. Pretty strong candidates. And neither one of us
for a
change
change
here. Despite you saying that your daughter
never
needed
said that.
a large jersey.
Never said that.
Despite
Well, I said that I could give it to her.
But despite that, Lopez not in.
She's a petite beauty.
That's how you make up for it, baby.
Am I making up for anything?
Coming up next, it's time for the slime. An NFL GM, the new manager for your Houston Astros, and a football player that might just need to get cut. Enough is enough. It's time for the slime next.
Payne and Pendergast. the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
David Culley's back in town, man. He is back in town, or is he? It is time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, well, Terry Fontenot of the Atlanta Falcons and Raheem Morris, the coach.
Slimes.
They went to Kirk Cousins, coming off a torn Achilles. They gave him $100 million guaranteed at minimum the next 2 years, and then they drafted Michael Penix. Here was their explanation with the media. This is a John Lopez nomination.
Yeah.
The shot callers in Atlanta, slime ball nomination number 1, which we do every Friday at 1:20.
Yeah, when you can add a high-caliber player like that with his intangibles, those tools, he's a winner. Very, very excited. You don't pass up that opportunity. Kirk Cousins is our quarterback. We're very excited about Kirk. Michael Penix is. We're talking about the future. But we are very excited about that quarterback room. And again, Kirk is our quarterback.
Questions for Terry or Raheem, whichever one of you called Kurt when you were on the clock and you tell me about it. What's his reaction?
Well, that's a private. We wouldn't share that, and obviously
reactions are pretty private, right?
Yeah.
He got called on the clock, obviously, because of the sensitive time with the issues of what you got going on. It's never a right time to talk to a quarterback about those things, and reactions are always going to be private when it comes to those things, unless Kirk decides to tell you some of those things, whatever the case may be. But he's a competitor, just like us all, and you can always expect those things to go just like you kind of think.
His agents kind of been telling us that they were shocked and dismayed, and so that they were informed on the clock.
Yes.
Yes, they were. So, first of all, big-time slime ball move, letting him know as the clock is running and you're calling in the pick. You're turning in the pick. Hey, Kirk, we're drafting right now. Drafting a quarterback. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. All right, look, talk to you later. Nah, man, that's a slime ball move right there. Secondly, if you did your job correctly with Kirk Cousins, you won't have to worry about 2 years down the road. I mean, it'll be 3, 4, whatever years. And so why'd you even draft? I mean, these guys are incompetent. Incompetent. Don't look at it any other way. Just to like create this weird vibe in the locker room.
Penix turns 24 in 2 weeks.
Yeah. So
he's 2 years older than CJ. He's 2 years older than CJ.
He'll be 26, pushing 27 in 2 years.
2 knee injuries.
Now, what if it's 3 years, So you're drafting a guy that's going to be like 27, 28 by the time you end up using him?
Cousins will be okay, though, man. He made some money.
No, he shouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't.
And I think they could actually be good. I might have been nice to add a weapon or something.
That's the thing.
I mean,
spend $100
maybe
million,
a wide receiver or something.
$100 million guaranteed. Might want to help him do the best you can for him.
Vision's kind of open. So that's slime number 1. Slime number 2, Joe Espada, a.k.a. David Culley.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, look, he just sat around with the Yankees. He sat around with the Astros. He's David Culley. He's David Culley with Andy Reid. He's David Culley with John Harbaugh. And yesterday, the dude walks out to the field. You can basically read his lips. He says, "Throw me out." He's not even trying to act like he's mad. We've seen this trick before.
Mm-hmm.
But he can't even act like he's mad. And then the umpire says, "Are you sure?" He says, "Yeah," and then he throws him out. Here's Joe Espada on the explanation of getting tossed.
Did not agree with his strike zone today.
Throughout the whole game?
Yeah, I thought there was some, pitches didn't go our way, and I just didn't agree with him.
Why'd you kind of choose that moment right there?
I just got tired of watching.
Got tired of watching, huh? Okay. All right, dude.
Kind of loses the effect of being tossed when you do it so kindly.
Dude, you moron, we can see you. Like, you at least got to make it. You at least, I see managers do, I've seen coaches do this all the time where walk out there.
He ain't the first manager that wanted to get out.
But you got to at least
put on
be
a
able
show.
to act mad.
You gotta throw your hat down, man.
Put on a show, get your team riled up, fired up, whatever.
That's you upset?
Yeah.
Have a little respect for what the Astros are. There's people more ticked off than you. Have a little respect.
It doesn't even have any effect. All you're doing is getting fined.
And then this is him talking about the fire. Here's his passion for wanting the Astros to get out of trouble.
They're fighting, man. They want to get back to playing the type of baseball that we're capable of. But it's not happening, and it's not going to happen unless we change it. Like, no one is going to handle anything. We have to fight through this. Is there a team that could do it? It's this club. So I know they will turn these things around, but there's got to be a little bit more urgency. There's got to be more fire in the middle of the game where we find ourselves back against the corner. We just got to fight, and if we do that, we'll be fine.
Let's go, Dusty.
Come on, man.
Let's go, Dusty.
Like, this was. I actually kind of feel bad for him in a little way because he's going to get fired.
Dusty's getting a lot of love now. He's looking good. But look, I look at this like, were you begging for Bill O'Brien when Culley was here? Not really.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying Dusty's David Culley, but, I mean, you can hire a worse manager.
Yeah.
You can need to make a change and hire a worse manager.
Yeah.
Which is what they did. They hired David Culley, basically, a.k.a. Joe Espada. Next contestant. All right. This is embarrassing. Okay, so we have contestant number 1, the Atlanta shot callers when it comes to Kirk Cousins. Okay, contestant number 2, Joe Culley Espada.
Yeah.
This is Deontay Johnson. Okay, he went out to eat with his new coach Dave Canales, formerly of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He was asked about the dinner. I think he's dead serious here. And I don't know if I want this guy on my football team. Dead serious.
Coach Dave, he was cool. To be honest, I didn't know he was the head coach when I went out to dinner with him. But I'm like, because he was just talking, like, just his energy he brings. And then after the dinner, I'm like, somebody told me he was the head coach. I'm like, oh, I was so surprised. Like, but other than that, like, I love his energy. So, like I said, I'm excited to play for him.
What?
Come on.
What? What in the world is that?
And Canales was like, really?
Y'all don't introduce each other? Like, when you introduce, hey, looking forward to coaching you, son.
He had to. He had to have.
Oh, hey, coach, how you doing, sir?
I wonder if he got baked before dinner.
How baked did he get?
Like, oh, that's the head coach?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I didn't know that. I thought it was weird how he was talking about how I'd fit in the offense and stuff. Thought he was just a fan,
What about the conversations?
Damn.
Like, how do you think you're going to fit into this offense?
That's why he was asking if I preferred to line up in the slot or the outside, man.
Had to have gotten baked, right?
That makes sense, bro.
That's all I can understand. That's all I can see. Yeah. He was high as a kite.
I mean, there were questions about him in Pittsburgh. I believe it now.
He was hired in Fontenot and Ream Morris.
Good Lord. Damn.
Figgy?
Right. Who are we voting for here?
I mean, are we really voting at this point, man?
It's that much of a slam dunk, isn't it?
You don't like Deontay Johnson?
No, that's not it.
Nah. I got to go with Espada, man.
I do, too. This guy's a clown. He's a clown. I'm sorry. And I think it was time for Dusty to ride off into the sunset. I think but they hired the biggest dope that has ever managed the Astros, and the biggest, like, this guy, you put him up on a stage. You imagine, what if they had a coaching convention and they had M.A. Udoka going up there and talking, D'Amico Ryans, and then this goofball's going up there and speaking?
Yeah, what I'm going to do, yes, I'm going to agree with Espada, but I'm going to give a little hat tip to Adam Spillane. Adam Spillane gets a little shrapnel. He gets a little shrapnel on this slime ball of the week this week. Oh, that guy, boy, wait till you get a load of his fire. He's going to get thrown out of some games this year, boy. Dude, he was in a library getting thrown out of the game. It seemed like. Like, come on, Adam, what are you selling us? Oh, boy, he's a fiery one. He's going to bring that heat to the Astros. It's Espada with a little shrapnel.
Yeah, I can't believe Spillane said this guy had some fire.
Little shrapnel sprinkled on Adam Spillane.
It's unbelievable. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud breaks down the draft, and we're going to go live to the draft party. We are hours away from the Texans making picks. We got a lot of thoughts to squeeze in to the next few minutes. Next.
There were plenty.
WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so we're a few hours away from the Texans finally making a pick. Yesterday was a wild day when it came to the NFL draft. A lot of very nice, intriguing ball players available for the Houston Texans at many positions. We've talked about them. But let's talk about the ones who went yesterday that perhaps the Texans would have been interested in. And I wonder, Ricky Pearsall, out of Florida, the wide receiver, I really wonder if Nick Caserio was trying to trade up and get this guy. Because C.J. Stroud's reaction on Bleacher Report, it just didn't seem like, oh, this guy's gone. Oh, good for him. It seemed like someone who wanted the guy to be one of his teammates. Here was C.J. Stroud's reaction. And keep in mind, there's a couple of interesting wide receiver options that have slid into day two, specifically Mo City Mitch, a.k.a. Adonai Mitchell, and the honky receiver, a.k.a. Ladd McConkey, and Keon Coleman out of Florida State. But here was C.J. Stroud's reaction to Ricky Pearsall.
The Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably wasn't going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearsall.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Good. Damn.
Ricky Pearsall, the pick for the Niners.
How? What? How was he even on their radar? I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get some more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets open.
Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4-4-1 with a 1-4-9 10-yard split.
Oh, he's nasty, bro.
Well, if you give him a free release, he gets open.
I don't care if you press him. You put on the Missouri game, they press man a lot, bro. Like it's just that, like that, something like that.
Yeah.
Like Tank has it, like that. Just that little quick, little hezzy, like.
You're this effusive in your praise.
I don't know what it is, man. I'm not saying like I'm some guru or some receiver like goat that just, but I know routes when I see them. I know football players.
Well, you've played
position.
with like 5 Pro Bowl wide receivers at this.
Exactly. So like when I watched him, like at first I was like, okay, yeah, he's good. Because I seen him at Arizona State, and then his first year at Florida was okay. But this last year, bro, he put it together. Bro, when I tell you, I don't know what, like it's like Tank. Like, you can't just put one, like, it's everything combined. I just text my boy, one of my best friends. He's always with me. And I told him, like, dang, they got Pearsall. I wanted him bad, like, man. Dude. Especially, like, before we didn't know we were going to get Steph. Pearsall was my guy. Like, that's the one I wanted. So that's a big-time get right there, man. Dang, man.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean, did that sound like? I mean, I know that he's doing but why would he be upset by it? Like if
he loved, I mean, he just loves that guy, obviously.
Yeah, and it seems like he had hope that maybe he would be there.
It seemed like it was a chance.
Yeah, like there was a chance.
Like he was going to go to 59
because
or something?
he didn't do that with Marvin Harrison Jr.
No.
Right. He knew it was no chance.
Right.
Yeah, so it seems like he was getting to the point where it was like, hey, could it happen?
It might happen.
Like, was he thinking 59? Was he thinking there'd be a slide or what?
If this was more than a ruse, the whole rumor about moving into the first round, I think the odds are pretty good it was for that dude. It was for Pearsall.
Man, sound like he was expecting the trade up.
But now that it's not him, I think Casario's going back to the next adjustment. You know, maybe stay where they are, maybe move up someone else, maybe a different position.
We like to lean local, so I don't want to like turn this into a San Francisco 49er conversation. But the reports were that they're looking to trade Ayuk or Samuel. That's per Rossini. Is there any way the Texans get in on a Deebo Samuel?
I can't say no, but
they're going to have all these wide receivers coming off the books next year. You're still going to have the C.J. Stroud.
Exactly.
1-year deal. He can play running back too,
mm-hmm.
and receiver. You know, Bobby's got to find him a guy to run reverses with, doesn't he? I just can't. I can't imagine Bobby.
Oh, he's going to do that, and they already have some guys, but he's definitely going to do that. I can't say no, but I would put it as more unlikely than possible. So here's the best thing about yesterday's draft. This is the best way I can put it. You really only missed a chance on about 4 players you could have had,
mm-hmm.
because you had the number 23 pick.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how good the day went. At number 23, it ended up being Jacksonville's pick. Brian Thomas, 24, Terry and Arnold, loved him. don't worry about 25 or 26. Those were some linemen. 27, Darius Robinson, maybe. Xavier Worthy after that. And then another cornerback, Nate Wiggins, and then Ricky Pearsall. So like 5 players.
Yeah.
And that really is all you missed out on by trading that pick.
The Deebo Samuel thing's interesting because, I mean, there's an out in 2025. I mean, he's making $20 million this year, and then next year he's making like 16 with the 24 hit. And you're gonna have Diggs, Nico off the books. I'm playing Madden like a mofo, but I don't wonder, you know. I mean, you can do some gymnastics. Could that be something? I mean, is San Francisco drafting Pearsall and saying, hey, let's just add him to this?
Exactly.
When you have 2 receivers that you're shopping around, like, does that not make sense to where they're?
No, he's going to be shopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a relationship.
San Fran, do not even think about trading Deebo Samuel to the Chiefs or something like that. That just seems like something that these teams want to do. Like Buffalo, who traded with Kansas City so that Xavier Worthy could go play with Patrick Mahomes. Here was C.J. Stroud's reaction to that.
Oh, yeah, man, they know what they're doing in Kansas City. They're winning. So, you know, that's impressive, man. I think, like you said, Andy Reid having Deshaun Jackson, that's who my comp would be. I think he's a better route runner than Deshaun Jackson was a little bit. Zay has a lot of great routes, but like you said, just straight speed, and that's a good pick, man. AFC just got harder.
Have you ever worked out with him before?
I haven't, but I know him personally. Like he's from Fresno, so you know, another Cali kid. So man, congrats to Zay, man.
Deshaun Jackson, a Cali guy as well.
Right,
man.
Well, I mean, you are more confident today that they're going to get another receiver, though, right? Just based on his reaction. What he may or may not have said regarding we're still going to get a receiver.
Some people were saying it was. Some people were saying it wasn't.
It's hard to make out. And what's available.
Well, I mean, if Adonai Mitchell or McConkey slide, which I don't think they will. Yeah. I'm starting to think the wide receiver thing is done.
Pretty high.
Most of the teams in front need a wide receiver, specifically Buffalo. Like Buffalo's got to set this off with a wideout, right?
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that wide receiver, which if that's the case, okay, then just take 3 wide receivers off the board before the Texans happen, and then maybe we're talking Kool-Aid. Maybe I get to go get those Kool-Aid chills, and you better believe I'm buying Kool-Aid chills. I'm bringing them to Daly's Sports Club tomorrow, 11 o'clock, by the way, if I haven't mentioned. Nice little party. Yeah. No, we're going to get Kool-Aid shots.
Yeah, throw a little vodka.
We're going to make Kool-Aid shots if it's down. Daily Sports Club. Lopez might be there, but he might be heartbroken because JP France got sitting down, so we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, Nicky Buckets. Come on down, Daily Sports Club, 11 o'clock tomorrow.
I'm going to get me a Nicky Bucket if I
should be popping.
Damn sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Probably taking about 8 hours
Here's
to
the other
drink
thing,
it,
though.
too.
Let's say it is wide receivers, and most of these teams look at wide receivers at the top of the second round. That's still good. That's still just
that's fine.
That's still an extension.
A wide receiver's a luxury.
Yeah,
it's a luxury. It would be a nice luxury to have that you take advantage of. But look, there's 2 guys, McConkey and Mitchell, that I look at and say, okay, that would be luxurious.
Yeah.
If not, okay.
But they have the 10th overall pick today if they don't trade up. We were saying yesterday, hope they draft a lot of quarterbacks and receivers so all these other guys can be available for the Texans. Well, keep it going. You know, you can go McConkey, Mitchell. Maybe even Fisk goes high there. I know he's not a receiver. And then and maybe Franklin. And then you get to the Texans. They're like, hey, we still got our pick from cornerbacks and cornerbacks that are remaining, and every running back and every linebacker.
Almost. I mean, I'm surprised if you would have told me that we were having this conversation. I don't know. Ever, I would think maybe that we got in a time machine and went back to the 50s.
Why is that?
Because we're sitting here talking about the Texans needing to pick someone at 42. And we're talking about a white DB and a white receiver.
Yeah.
What year is this?
Exactly.
Goodness gracious. Yeah. Jim Harbaugh. He took the can't miss offensive tackle out of Notre Dame, Joe Alt. Someone made a joke after Marvin Harrison and Joe Alt went and said, nepotism's a thing in the NFL. But this was CJ talking about Jim Harbaugh, what he thinks he's got going, and getting the best offensive lineman in the draft.
The culture change they're trying to do right now, fortifying the offensive line for Herbert.
Yeah, I was recruited by them as well, so I got to spend a lot of time with Harbaugh and his staff and the stuff that he was building. Of course, not my favorite people after I went to Ohio State, but a lot of respect for Harbaugh. I think that he's a hard-nosed football coach. He loves to run the football, and he loves to stop the run. And those are two things that he prides himself on. So this pick doesn't surprise me. I think Coach Harbaugh is. His mindset is, man, you can't throw the ball deep without protection. So you can have all the receivers in the world, but if you can't protect, and then you have no shot for the forefront. And in this league, man, you win games and lose games from the O-line and D-line. Those are the best players in the world.
All right, there you go. So talking about Harbaugh, I think Harbaugh is going to do his thing. Man, you want to talk about needing receivers. My goodness.
Yeah.
What are y'all up to? You got to think they're going to get in on that as well. Brock Bowers, he fell to Las Vegas. Good pick by them. That's going to be interesting. Here was CJ talking about Brock Bowers. Apparently, he said he was his second favorite. Was Pearsall his first?
That's a good I think that had to be it, right?
Or is there someone that he liked more than Pearsall?
No, it had to be Pearsall. Yeah, it had to be.
You think?
Look at how he reacted.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's just a passionate dude.
Yeah.
But here was CJ talking about Brock Bowers.
The closest thing, maybe, I wouldn't say he's Travis Kelce, but he's up there. You put on the tape, dude, he's elite, quick, but plays big at the same time, doesn't lose one-on-one reps. And you can tell he's a dog. Every game he has his freaking shoulder pad up, and he's showing a shoulder pad. To me, he don't care about his swag. He want to hit something. But nah, man, I think that's a great pick. I think Brock Bowers definitely was my second favorite player in this whole draft.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
had to be Pearsall.
Okay. Is that it?
Had to be.
You think?
Mm-hmm.
What if it's Adonai Mitchell? What if he's like Adonai? Oh,
starts doing a backflip. Hey,
he starts throwing his chair through the wall. Adonai Mitchell goes.
It's what are we doing?
By the way, Adonai Mitchell broke CJ's heart, man. Maybe he has beef with him.
Oh, yeah.
Scored that game-winning touchdown. Ohio State versus Georgia. 54 seconds left. Adonai Mitchell. Corner of the end zone. Although the kicker didn't help. CJ led him down there, and kicker missed the field goal. But who knows, man? What a time to be alive. What a start to the draft. Went really well. There's a lot of possibilities. I'm leaning Kool-Aid right now. Because I'm starting to give up on the receivers. The more I'm seeing these mocks, needs, all that stuff, I'm starting to think that the luxurious thing is gone, which is fine. You can just take them all. You can take.
You are right. A lot of the teams up top are going to be needing a wide receiver.
Yeah, maybe Franklin out of Oregon. Maybe Buffalo will set it off and just take a receiver we're not even thinking about.
Wouldn't surprise me, given where they are.
Well, they're just giving.
Yeah.
Leggett, I bet the Texans like Leggett too.
Yeah.
Let's go party. Let's go to the.
Let's go party.
Let's go talk to Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. They're out there among the people. How y'all doing?
Calm before the storm, man. A few people walking around out here, but nice little cloudy day. But it's gonna be a good time out here as this draft party get going downtown here. It's gonna be a good time.
What was your? I know you got 4 hours to talk about this, but
few.
That's right. What was your biggest? Because what I said early on, and I've mentioned a couple of times, we thought it could. What the ideal scenario was for the first round of the draft, and I think it was even better than that.
Yeah, I'd say my biggest surprise is that Joe Espada is North Turner. And Dave Campo deemed to be assistants, but I guess that's not what you're talking about.
Not really.
The draft.
Although I agree.
The draft. No, man. Really, especially for the Texans, is I know you all love to localize it. For the Texans, man, it really sets up very, very well. And I've been saying this for a week. And Clint maybe slightly disagrees with me on it. There's really nothing that they can do that would disappoint me. Nothing that they could do, and then the board set up even more for that. I mean, it would seem that defense is the action, and hell, a defensive player didn't go for 14 picks. And there's corners. The D tackle, one of the top two is still right there on the board in Johnny Newton. Corners, my dream, the white corner, is still there. I mean, it's all attainable right there for the Texans. It's hard to see them going wrong anywhere.
Hey, Tyler's laughing about the white corner. I told Lopez it's crazy. We're sitting here talking about early draft picks, and two of the possibilities, we got a white corner and a white wide receiver, man.
Sorry,
crazy
man.
world we're in right now.
Do you know how good he has to be?
Oh yeah,
to be a white corner from Sioux City, South Dakota, that went to Iowa, and that everybody had, as a first or second rounder. Mm-hmm. I mean, and not trying to change him positions.
Yeah, they're not calling him a lunch pail guy either. They're saying he's an athlete.
He's got to be that damn good.
Yeah,
I would love to see.
You're absolutely right.
You should go check his basketball highlights. Have you seen him?
He's only not a first round pick because of the bias.
Have you seen his basketball highlights?
He can get up a little bit.
Yeah,
he can go windmill on you.
Yeah.
Do his thing. Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to it. Man.
God, I covet Cooper. I want that kid so bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
God,
if
I want that kid.
I don't know if you're going to get it.
I know.
You might. We might get Kool-Aid. I would take either him or Kool-Aid McKinstry. I'm a big fan on both of them.
I've had Kool-Aid before. I've had that. I've had cherry. I've had pink lemonade, tropical punch. I ain't never had Cooper.
Pink lemonade?
Oh yeah, I used to get
pink, had that.
Pink lemonade, and I would mix it with tropical punch. I would mix them bad boys.
Ooh,
probably a little bit too much sugar that I would.
Yeah, a little suicide working.
What about the blues?
Yeah,
the blues are nice.
Yeah, I'm not a big blue. Not a big blue like blue raspberry. Not a big fan of that.
Oh man,
not a big fan of that. That pink lemonade tropical punch. That was my joint. Mixed them up. Maybe a little grape too. That was it. It's fun too. Go ahead, Clint. My fault.
Oh, no, I was never a big Kool-Aid guy. I don't know. I never was a big Kool-Aid guy.
What were you? What was your childhood treat? What was like your drink?
Man, I'll be honest with you, dog. There wasn't a whole lot to it, man.
Linda probably forced you all to drink water and milk.
Well, we just didn't have a whole lot of options, man.
Sweet tea, yeah.
Dad would get into Dad's sweet tea from time to time and piss him off when he came home. Came off him 311s, and we done drank all the sweet tea. Boy, it'd be hotter than a firecracker. I tell you, this is awful, but I used to get really amped up about going around the street. There was a snow cone spot right around the corner, and I literally would prefer to get just ice and then sprinkle that lemon lime salt that everybody puts on their beer. Now I was sprinkling on my snow cones back in the day.
You were destined.
Oh, my.
Man, you ahead of your
man. That was it, brother, right there. I'll be honest, I wasn't a Kool-Aid guy. Wasn't a Capri Sun youngster. A little bit of Gatorade from time to time. Back then, Gatorade, everybody still thought it was what you had to drink after practice or during practice.
It tasted awful, too.
Yeah.
What?
Gatorade used to taste awful.
Oh, my God.
Gatorade out of the can is the best, J-Lo.
No. I'm saying the original Gatorade tasted bad. Oh, wow. They've gotten a lot better.
Oh, you know what? Gatorade out of the can is.
It's the best.
It is something.
What happened to it? What happened to it?
Wow.
Without a doubt. These youngsters took over, needed more for less, of course. Needed bigger bottles that you could recycle and all that kind of crap instead of just that aluminum can.
Got a different kind of cold to it. Yeah, that's one I never thought of.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live. 4 hours from the draft, by the way.
That's right. The Drive is live, and yes, today the Texans will be heavily involved on day 2. They've got right now 3 picks, 2 in the second, and 1 in the third, and we will keep you updated. Up on all of that. There is Tyler Milner. If you could see him, you can still see us on YouTube and Twitch. We're out here live, right here in front of the Convention Center, Clint. And they look like they've got it set up early. Looks like this is going to be a nice little party spot here. I see a lot of potential rolling around here. I see big drink potentials rolling around here.
What kind of potential are you talking about? Are we still talking about the bars and the setup, the games, the radio, or what kind of potential?
The potential to have a good time, like a real Tyler Milner type potential.
Yes, absolutely. Look, I don't know what's gotten into Kyle and Hannah. I have no idea what's gotten into them, but the Tuesday night event was off the charts. It was over the top. In a beautiful way. And then today is just set up absolutely. Right now, I don't know what's going to happen, but it is set up right now beautifully, man. You got games along the side.
Energy.
Yeah, there you go, Hannah. Tell me about it.
Look like a team expecting to win.
Yeah. Looks like a team that's going to do things in championship fashion and see if they can't make one happen. So Plenty of good times to be had out here. They're doing it right. It's right now, slightly overcast day, obviously. If it stays overcast, a little cloudy here, keep that sun from beating down on folks. It'll be a beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I like the little breeze we're getting here. It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah. And Ron, I'll be honest with you. It could not have. Not that the Texans right now need any added juice for folks to get amped up about what's going on, but the first round of the NFL draft in 2024 last night, there's a lot of takeaways from that particular draft, but it could not have set up any better for the Houston Texans.
No, hold on. I want to get to that. In just a second. But Tyler, it's not hard for me to do. We got to do this. We got to give this man his flowers.
Who?
We got to give Clint Stoerner his flowers.
What kind of flowers do you like, bud?
This is tulips. This is Clint seems like a tulips fella.
I feel that
tulips.
too.
I do like tulips now.
There you go. No,
nice.
Yeah, he came right.
I do. I spent some time in Amsterdam, and they have tulips everywhere, man.
Yeah, but we got.
I grew kind of fond of them over there.
We got to give him his flowers. This is 2 years in a row. And Clint and the real impressive things, I got no problems giving you your flowers. The real impressive thing is this isn't Clint coming from a space of he's talking to a bunch of scouts and teams. Clint literally just goes off what he sees, what he watches, and what he, I guess, knows about the kids and what he's learned over the time, even just from afar. And last year, he was on. He held on to everything he believed in. That no, man, Will Levis ain't going that first round. He put $100 on it. He ain't going in that first round. And then we started seeing coming closer and closer to it, where he was being talked about betting odds as being the number 2 pick with C.J. Stroud. He was moving up, and Clint. I think I even allowed Clint to get out of that $100 bet. He said, "No, I'm gonna stay here." And last year, Will Levis, that first round came and went, and his ass was in the second round. And this year, Clint said, I think there might be a chance all 6 of these jokers go in the first round, these quarterbacks, and he is hell-bent on there is no way teams are going to look at Michael Penix Jr. and think that he is better, that J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix should go ahead of him. And now we sit here at the 8th pick of the draft, Tyler, and Michael Penix Jr. not only gets drafted, but he goes to a team that's already given another quarterback $100 million guaranteed in the offseason. I got to give you your flowers on that, man. That like 1 year's
flowers for sure.
1 year's all right. That maybe you got lucky. Now this is 2 years in a row. Stick it to your guns. I don't know many people who had Penix Jr. being the 4th quarterback. Let alone most people had him going behind J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix. So I'll give you credit on that.
I appreciate that, Ron.
That's 2 years in a row.
I appreciate that, Ron. I appreciate that, CJ. Y'all giving me my flowers. God
bless, brother.
You bet you. God bless you too, CJ. There's certain things, and Michael Penix Jr. can spin it better. I mean, if we're in a competition,
that's not what people were saying. Like comparative to these other guys, like what happened?
You got a bunch of parakeets, man.
What happened was
parakeets or parrots, or both?
Parrots.
Parrots are the ones that talk, right? Or does a parakeet talk too? Nonetheless, the parrot just repeats.
Parrot repeats. Yeah.
You just repeat, boy. Everything you hear, and I just. When I see something like Michael Penix, that ball comes off his hand, and then on top of that, you hear Andre Ware, who has called as many, if not more, football games than anybody in the damn business over the last.
College and NFL.
I mean, and you think about it, Ron. He's been doing Thursdays and Saturdays and Sundays. I mean, he's calling a bunch of games, bro. And he's been doing it before ESPN started making all their cuts, and now they're forcing guys to call multiple games. He was doing it before. He was making that money. He's seen as many quarterbacks as anybody in the game. And the minute he laid eyes on, I remember like it was yesterday. It was a year ago. Yeah, it was last year, about this time, right before the draft last year. I remember him saying, "Hey, I ain't never seen the ball come off a quarterback's hand the way it comes off Michael." When a guy like that says it, and I'm watching it, and I'm thinking some of the not I've never seen, but damn, that's hot. And then Dre says something like that. I'm like, there's no way. There's 32 scouting departments out there that look at Michael Penix and don't go,
I believed it, but but you just kept seeing the trend of where people were going, and it seemed like certain teams believed it. And
well, it ended up, to your point earlier, it ended up crazier than I thought. The fact that it wasn't just
hell. I thought Spencer Rattler might sneak in that bad boy.
Look, Ron, I thought he was going to fall. I thought he was going to fall into the late first. Like I thought if he did, let me say, if he did, I thought he was going to be the steal of the draft.
You talking about Michael?
Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. fell into the bottom third and went to a team that had a quarterback, an older, aging quarterback he was their future. I thought this guy's going to be the steal of the draft. I mean, and then you look, or even if he just slid into the second, one of these teams that did, the New York Giants that didn't get their quarterback early, then they get him in the second. I'm thinking this guy's going to be the steal, no doubt about it. Well, he ends up going to a team, to your point, that just signed Kirk Cousins to a $200 million deal. $90 million of that is guaranteed. And they said, no, we can't pass on this old boy. So it ended up being a little bit more.
Especially the team that selected him.
Yeah, they didn't need him.
That was crazy.
They didn't need him for the next 2, if not 4 years. So, that was good to see. And the crazy thing is that happening led to 6 quarterbacks then going in the first round, which led to. Which
is helping the Texans.
It's helping the Texans. I think there's several teams that are guys that are sliding down the draft board because you had 6 quarterbacks, and I think, what was it, 13 straight offensive players or 14 straight offensive players? 14 straight offensive players selected. To me, that all falls into the favor of the Houston Texans and what we're going to see today.
Let's jump into that right now, right? As the draft comes to day 2, and the Texans have 2 picks in the second round coming up. As you said, man, this thing fell together. When you just think about some of the positions that you have kind of connected with the Texans, I think the top 2 positions of need that I've seen listed with the Texans is cornerback and defensive tackle. And the second guy on the board at D tackle is still there, and Johnny Newton out of Illinois. And then there are a host of corners that are still there in that range. None of the linebackers went either, which is another space. I know you are not really with this, but the receivers, there are still guys there if you want to go that route. Safety. So there's a lot there to be had for the Texans. And I think, to me, I don't think this is understating it, Clint. When I look at what they have today in front of them, when you think about the ammo that they have, they got two twos, and they got a third and 2 4s, right? They've got ammo to either obviously stay where they are and pick at 42 and 59, or they have ammo to say, all right, we want to go up earlier in this round to get, the guy that we really covet and want. And to me, man, it really looks like they've got a chance to get real serious day 1 contributors, not guys that are going to be projects that you hope maybe towards the end, but day 1 contributors, that guys that can help immediately. So that is set up very, very well for the Texans.
Yeah, and multiple positions, and I think what I was afraid of with the Texans selecting early in the second was that you were going to be put in a position where your draft pick was going to be a guy that, as we mentioned multiple times, was going to be need to be a rotational player at best. But I'm looking at Big Newton, the kid out of Illinois, the defensive tackle. Ron, I love the Braden Fisk guy out of Florida State. Both guys that obviously would be part of a big-time rotation, but I think you would expect to bring something to the table that the Texans don't currently have in-house. You mentioned all the cornerbacks that are out there. There's 3 or 4 corners out there.
McKinstry is still out there. Max Melton is still out there. Cooper DeJean is still out there.
The Rakestraw kid out of Missouri is ranked up there. And then those inside linebackers, the Cooper kid out of A&M is still out there. What's my man? There's Colson out of Michigan, and the kid Peyton Wilson, everybody's in love with, out of NC State. I mean, there are, at this point in time, and I know the Texans, what are they going to get? They're 10 picks in here. Even if they sit steady at 43, I think there's still going to be guys available, multiple guys available that are better than we discussed yesterday. I think there are guys that could potentially be plug-and-play starters immediately. Maybe not starters that play 70% of the snaps, but definitely plug-and-play starters sooner rather than later.
Yeah, is there anybody in particular that that you're coveting for them to go get. Johnny Newton is the one for me. Like that's the guy. I don't think Buffalo is going to go there. We'll see what happens with what happens in front of them. But Newton, to me, is the one. There's only one D tackle off the board right now, and that is Byron Murphy. But Newton is the guy for me that I'm like, God, find a way to go, if you can, to go and get him. That would be a guy that I would be like, all right, if you want to go and reach to go and move from 42 to maybe, 35, 36 or whatever, to go get that D tackle, that to me, because he is clearly somebody we discussed yesterday. He's not coming in and just right away to me starting and being your best D tackle or something. But he is somebody most definitely you could see in the second half of the year, starting to rise over the other journeyman guys that you have there, and he could be one of your guys. And now you got somebody right there for the future. That is somebody that I would really hope they maybe take a look at going to go get.
I agree with you with Newton. That would be my pick at defensive tackle. And if you can't get him, then the fifth kid I would take and get real excited about it. He's got some
the kid from Florida State.
Yeah, he's got some. He's a big dude with twitch, man. I mean, he's got some serious twitch. But I'm gonna tell you, we've tongue in cheek played a lot about this Cooper DeJean kid.
I want to.
I like, of course, covering having the only white corner in the NFL would be fun as hell. but what I really like about this kid right now, Ron, is that he's got experience playing outside corner at a first-round level. He's got experience playing the slot at a first-round level, and he can also play safety. You want to talk about a guy, I like Des King in the slot, but if you got a second-round pick, a first-round talent in the second round of a draft, then this kid should push Des King immediately out of the gate. If you want to play him outside, he should absolutely be in the thick of a competition with C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, without a doubt.
And just versatility, right?
And the safety. We've talked a lot about the safety position here. If this kid can play safety, and you have the ability to close the middle of the field, and he supposedly plays with great instincts. I mean, we know D'Amico likes that. This is a guy to me that you look at and you go, okay, he's not just a corner. And now you've got a moving piece that if C.J. or Jeff Okudah works out, now Des King works out. Okay, now Jimmy Ward works out and Petrie comes back and plays. Like, you got a guy that, boy, you could really plug and play him in multiple places, and he'd be an impact player immediately.
The name that I've heard him compared to is L'Jarius Sneed, L'Jarius Sneed.
April 25th, 2024. Don't get much better than that kid, does it? Who
played in the slot before last year, who was a slot guy that they blitzed a lot, that wasn't afraid of contact, that could play enough up near the line because he could tackle but could cover too. That's what you've heard, the versatility action from that cat. So yeah, man, they got a shot, man, to get a player that can help them immediately, right? Like they should come away with that in almost any route they go. Almost any route they go, they should be able to find a player that helps them at some point. By the way, real quick, I know you was watching in that first round. I know Tyler was watching that first round. I know the people out there were watching that first round. Was there at any point as that thing was starting to roll through towards the 20s? Was there any point where you were like, God, Nick, come on and get back in here? Was there a player? Was there anybody that was falling? Anybody out there? Was there anybody that was falling where you were like, oh, Nick, get in there? Nick, I know you was over there getting antsy around 19. I know you saw your guy fell all the way to 19.
Well, you get antsy when the Bills are moving, the Cowboys are moving, you see all that action, and you're like, okay, wait, is Nick involved in this, or the Texans going to be involved in this? I'll be honest, though. There wasn't a player, though, that got down. And once you got down to where I think the Texans would be willing to try to bump up to, that I really got turned up. But as you know, look, I'm not a believer that the Texans should even be flirting with wide receiver at this point in time. And it seems like all those moves late in the draft were for people moving up to take wide receivers in Worthy and what's the kid from Pearsall, the kid from Florida.
Pearsall. For me, is the kid from LSU.
Yeah,
who Jacksonville ended up getting. He starts sliding because they drafted him in the spot in which the Texans were, at 23 because they traded with Minnesota to get him back. They got back up there to get Brian Thomas Jr. When I saw him, I know you're not big on the receivers, but when I saw him dropping to 23, I'm like, boy, man, you might want to think about that. But I thought I saw Jared Verse kind of dropping. I seen 17, 18. I'm like, I bet Clint's over there thinking, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Nick. Don't you slide back in there and pick him up.
I really like him, man. God, I really like him.
I know you. I was like,
I could see him opposite Will. But, I mean, look, they just spent a bunch of money. And he is a defensive end, an edge guy that can move inside and play big inside. But obviously you'd have to rotate him. Really what got me, the Jared Verse thing, I personally like him. But then all of a sudden I see where D'Amico and Nick are obviously going to use Autry, in that inside-out fashion. And I'm thinking, damn, it'd be nice to have one of these youngsters in that inside-out fashion right there. But
have another one out.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just really liked him as a player. So we'll see if he can fill the monster shoes of Aaron Donald in L.A.
Gus and Katie said I watched round 1 to pick 23, and at that point I felt pretty comfortable with the players that were going to be available for day 2. Gus and Katie. Yeah, as we sit here right now, as we sit here to start things, they should be able to pick up not one but multiple players that can help them in some form or fashion immediately next year. Immediately.
I'd like to see if need be. We'll see how this thing unfolds early in this draft. But if need be, I mean, I think Nick's got the ability to take one of those 2s and one of those 4s and advance his position in terms of moving up, whether you move up from 43 or you move up from, what's the second one, 59, or you move up from there. Either way it goes, to improve that draft slot, that second, 4th round pick could be instrumental there in terms of them moving up a couple of spots to get the right guy. So we'll see how Nick continues to work these multiple picks and packaging them to move up a couple spots and maybe not move up into another round, obviously, but definitely move up into a better position with these. Because I bet you there's 20 players right now that you got to think are in whatever tier they're in this NFL draft right now. You got to think that Nick and D'Amico are going, hey, we got 20 players in this tier. Can we move from 59 up to get 2 of these guys instead of just 1?
All right, as we're live here covering the day 2 of the draft, in which the Texans have 2 picks in the second round. We will be here live right here downtown, right in front of the convention center. We're set up, and this is going to be a big party tonight here for the Texans to see who will be the newest members of the Houston Texans. We'll continue rolling here on the drive. Coming up, we have got to go in on the shock of the draft. Give me the one word to describe what the Atlanta Falcons did with the shock of the draft by drafting Michael Pickens Jr. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
The new Texans uniforms are here.
The red all.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as The Drive is live, and we're downtown. The early stages of the draft party, which should be a really, really big night for the McNair family and all Texans fans out here. So in about, 3 hours, this place is going to be crazy.
Be jumping. I bet it's sooner than that. It's Friday, baby. The clouds are keeping the sun away a little bit.
It feels good out here, man.
Yeah, I bet you about 4 o'clock, boy, this traffic picks up big time.
Yeah, it'll be a good time out here, man. It's going to be a live time out here as the Texans have 2 on the board here. I said this on the other side here. Give me one word. You can text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. One word to describe. Multiple people are going with multiple words, but one word to describe the decision, the move, the shock of the draft. And it feels like this has been a shock of the draft for a couple years, and that is the Atlanta Falcons, who in the offseason made the big move to get the top quarterback in free agency in Kirk Cousins and gave him, I think, 100 guaranteed, 180, 90 to 100 of it guaranteed for a 4-year deal. And they, at 8, who most people had them getting a defensive player, they go and draft Michael Penix Jr. at number 8. They bring him in. They've since said he is our future. Kirk Cousins is our quarterback right now. And most people were floored by this decision. One word described. One person texted in Vegas. Another person said asinine, outrageous, dumpster fire, if I could get that as one word.
Dumbfounding. Dumbfounding, dude.
You were dumbfounded right there from Tyler Milner, who was on the coverage last night. Stupid from the text line. What's your word? Clint, what did you feel about that crazy move?
Smart.
You got smart. Someone just texted in genius.
Yeah. Look, I mean, here's the deal. If you look at the contract of Kirk Cousins, they're committed for 2 years. Ultimately 2 years, and it's a $90. What I saw was a $90 million guarantee, and they're committed for 2 years. At the end of the day, any way you slice it, and so drafting a quarterback when you're not sure that the team that you're putting together right now is ever going to put you in a position to where you're going to be able to draft that high again over the next handful of years. Anyway, I think is smart, especially when a guy like that falls right in your lap at the fourth number 4 quarterback in this year's draft. I think it's smart. Their quarterback room is set. You don't have any. You really don't have any guarantee that Kirk Cousins is going to stay healthy.
Coming off the Achilles, yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, I said this every year, man. I don't think it's hard for people to wrap their head around because we were spoiled here with what C.J. Stroud just did. Quarterbacks aren't ready to play at this level when they're drafted. I don't care how good they are in college. We just watched an exception to that rule. We watched arguably the biggest, most impressive exception to that rule in C.J. Stroud. I just think overall guys aren't ready. They need time. They need some kind of mentor. They need time to make mistakes and become a pro and mature and learn everybody. And I think it's smart as hell, man, to address that particular. Their quarterback room is set for the next 5 years, regardless of what happens.
From YouTube and Twitch, Corey Miller, strange. C. Mallory, a frequent messenger on YouTube and Twitch, said, "Huh?" That was his word. Was huh? Mine was understandable. Excuse me, not understanding. Understandable. Listen, I don't know if it's going to work. And yes, I think his name's Jerry Fontenot, the general manager. His job will probably be on the line with this decision. But I understand it from the standpoint of, dude, I just put it in your mind. If you are, Raheem Morris, Fontenot, the guys that run this thing, and you worked out Michael Penix Jr., and you're just doing your due diligence, right? You're doing what you do. You got a top 10 pick. You got this guy. You go and work him out. And just imagine if you got the same vibes and feels that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio got last year when they worked out C.J. Stroud. Because that's what it have to be, right? Like, you can pass up potentially on guys that could be potential all-pro corners that have the potential to be all-pro defensive ends. You can't pass up on somebody that you think or feel may be special at quarterback. And damn sure you don't walk past it because Kirk Cousins is on your team at 35 years old. Nothing against Kirk Cousins, but there's obviously a ceiling right there. If they sat there and fell in love with Michael Penix Jr., and the reports we hear was they worked him out on a day when it was outside and it was 50 degrees and it was windy all over the place, and they said they had multiple people who worked close with Matthew Stafford in Detroit, and they were like, Matthew Stafford's the only person I've seen be able to cut through wind like this and get the ball and spin the ball and still cut through stuff like that. Like, they were so impressed. To me, that position, like, you a fool if you don't. I mean, just like Alex Smith wasn't going to stop the Chiefs for drafting Patrick Mahomes when they felt he was special. Now, they didn't just sign a deal with him, but they still had years of money for him. And Kirk Cousins wouldn't stop. If you think this dude is C.J. Stroud-like, if you think this dude is Joe Burrow-like, Patrick Mahomes-like, you got to. It makes sense to me. Now, if he ain't, your ass is gone. But I mean, I understood what their thinking was.
Well, we're just living in a world where these guys are drafted early like this, and they're expected to immediately play, which to me, that is more reckless than drafting a guy with a top 10 pick and ensuring that he's going to sit for a year or two and developing him and maturing him and taking that route.
Yeah, they said they're looking at the Justin Love route or the Jordan Love route. Excuse me,
worked out really good for them, didn't it? I mean, it's I know it's rare, and at first glance, it's like, what the hell are they doing? They need edge help. But think about it. This is a defensive-minded head coach. This is a defensive-minded head coach who's fully aware that they need edge help. They're fully aware of what Booger McFarland is harping on, is that they need help at getting to the quarterback defensively. And that defensive-minded coach said, "Okay, no problem. Let's go get that quarterback." So I don't have a problem with that. I think it's smart as hell.
The quarterback, if you believe he is that guy, I mean, edge help. Who the hell cares?
Right.
It fixes all that. Edge help. It fixes all that. So right. I completely understand where they came from. Someone texted in, Ron, you pay Cousins $100 million, but you're not getting him any help. Just stupid. Listen, they were going to draft. If you mean help, like, overall with the team, I guess I get that. If you mean offensively, the thought was they're going to go defense, right? They feel like they got a pretty good crew on offense, and I'm sure they'll add to it today as well. But, dude, man, there is nothing more important. There is only a handful of teams, in my opinion, Clint, that shouldn't be looking for special at that position.
Yeah.
Like, even teams that you think are competing that shouldn't be looking for special at that position. So I can understand it. Now, they may all get fired. I can completely understand it. All right, this is now 3 people that are connected with the Houston Texans are in the Houston Texans organization, and one of them being extremely important, that makes me think that they're going to go in a certain direction that I don't think Clint's going to like. I've heard 3 different comments now, and now I'm pretty sold that they might go in this direction today in the draft. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
One thing we know about Nick Caserio, is he's going to trade and make a lot of moves. I'm not so sure about that. I think all the draft trades that we have come to expect, they're pretty much done. I think they're kind of
So you're looking
set.
at the Diggs trade as, if they did this on draft day, the internet would break, but essentially they did it a few weeks before.
It's done.
So all this, like, will he, won't he trade, he's already made a pretty damn big trade. I mean, I think that's a good way to look at it.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by College Ave. On the West Loop northbound before Evergreen, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. College Ave, enjoy your ride and some peace of mind navigating the financial road through college. College Ave has your back from application to graduation and beyond with flexible private student loans that fit your goals.
continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With the 89th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nico Collins, wide receiver, Michigan.
All right, that is one of the best picks for Nick Caserio. Nico Collins who really shined last year, and I'm telling you, Clint, I know because of the year Nico had and Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, who they were able to get big returns out of the draft from last year. That's a position that you don't want to see get touched yet. You have been steadfast on that.
They ain't got no business. They ain't got no business.
You're gonna be hot Monday if it happens. And listen, Clint, I'm just telling you, man. I think they are going to go receiver tonight. I think one of these picks are going to be receiver. It's just three things that have happened. One, like it feels like it's something that they've kind of looked at and they want to give as much firepower to this team as they can. And two, I was listening to Payne and Pendergast on Wednesday. They had John Harris on, and John Harris came out and he said, "Yeah, I just think maybe we should maybe look at future things here. You know, they could go wide receiver here because Stephon Diggs is only a 1-year deal, and then there is a real possibility you could be without Diggs and Nico Collins next year. So they could draft a wide receiver for a future play." And that triggered in my mind because the day before, Mark Vandermeer joined us, and we were talking about the draft as well. And this is what he said, talking about where the Texans could go in the draft.
Let's say they take a receiver with the second pick in the second round.
Calm down.
That they have.
Easy, Vandy,
I know. But we face the very real prospect that heading into free agency next year, you don't have Stephon Diggs and you don't have Nico Collins, right? That's a possibility. Mm-hmm. I'd love to have them both. I don't know. Let's just talk about hypotheticals here for a moment.
Brown 1-year deal. Yeah.
You might need to draft somebody just to develop them, and then maybe you can only re-sign one of those guys. Look, I'd love to see Nico here forever. To me, he's a beloved Texan already, and I love guys who have been here during the tough times, and then they have some good times, and look at the season he had. So I adore Nico Collins as a person and a player. But I'm just talking in real football terms here. You don't have him until you have him.
This is back-to-back days, Clint. Two guys connected to the Texans. Now, I'm not saying they don't. They know they're going and spitting off things that they were told, but they know how these guys think. They're connected with the Texans, coming out saying the same thing, giving the same reasoning. And then CJ last night said when the Florida receiver was drafted late in the first round, he said, "Oh, damn. Well, I think we'll still get a receiver anyway." He said that last night. That's three people.
I got it if you want to hear it, Sean.
Let me hear it. Oh, yeah, let the people hear it. CJ, he was the one that took me over the top when I heard this last night.
The Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver, but hey, shout out to Pearson.
That was the first reaction I saw.
Right there. That's three people. CJ, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris.
Good detective work, bro. Not even going to lie.
That's not, I mean, that one, all right, you fooled me once. Now I got two or three. Clint, I'm just telling you, man. I think they're going to draft one of these receivers right here, and it's with one of these second-round picks.
Boy, let me tell you what.
He's chewing this gum so hard.
Let me tell you what.
Come on now. Come on, man.
If D'Amico Ryans
he's going to.
and Nick Caserio draft a damn receiver with Newton on the board, any of those two or three top corners that are available right now on the board, Hey, man, them linebackers that could potentially be on the board. I know they just signed a one-year deal with a kid out of Cleveland or whatever that was hurt last year, another linebacker on for some depth. They signed another receiver with all those being an issue. Hey, man, yeah, I might have a problem with it.
We don't like that.
I don't care. I don't care who it is.
You don't care who it is.
No. You're talking about potentially the 5th, 6th, 7th best receiver.
Lad McConkey?
Yeah, no, man, get out of here. We got plenty of wide receivers. You got plenty of targets for that quarterback right now. I mean, there are positions of need as it pertains to
Keon Coleman.
No, man. I like you know me. I like Keon Coleman now. I like them big body wide receivers.
Someone texted. There are no worthy receivers at 42. Nah, they're going to be worthy receivers there.
Nah, man. That receiver can't be on the board. Receiver, quarterback, tackle cannot be on the board. I mean, those often look. If they took a guard center, I could probably get down with that. If they took a guard center, I could probably get down with that. But I cannot get down with the wide receiver at this point in time. Absolutely not. Look, there's any.
Tyler, you're coming around, aren't you? You hear it. You hear it, don't you, Tyler? You hear it, Tyler. That's 3 guys. These guys were pushing the same message back-to-back days.
I mean, offensive players are more exciting. Not gonna lie.
Okay, well that.
Yeah, man. No,
I'll take a skill player. Let's do it.
You got to need it. You want to talk about future need? How about safety? You want to talk about future need? How about corner? You want to talk about future need? How about D-line?
Yeah, and receivers in there too.
Nah, man. Nah. I'm talking about future as in tomorrow. I'm not talking about next year.
You
got immediate needs right now. Again, if we're not talking about building a roster. We're not talking about building a 2D. We're talking about the ability to withstand a 17-game schedule, go through injuries, have quality players in depth, and be able to fill in holes. And hopefully, at least with one of these second-round picks, you hit on a guy that by the end of the year is an impact player. Not at the wide receiver. There's not enough balls to go around for a wide receiver right now. Ain't no way.
There is a way. I just checked the temperature. I just checked the temperature. 2 guys saying the same thing. I know they work together, but they saying the same thing.
I'll bet on it.
I don't do that.
I'll bet on it.
They say no.
Tyler, did you get that $100 I sent you?
I did. I appreciate it.
Okay. I'll bet on it. Anybody wants to give me some odds, I'll bet on it.
How confident are you on this?
100%.
110%.
They'd be crazy to draft a wide receiver.
They wouldn't be crazy.
It'd be
That
crazy
seems like
to
a big
draft
number.
a wide receiver.
They wouldn't be crazy.
Absolutely nuts.
It wouldn't. It would make sense.
Okay.
It would make sense because right now,
it would make sense next year if you don't sign one of those 2 guys back.
But the reason why it would make sense is because the only guys that you have that are guaranteed after this year to be on your team. Now, I'm not saying you can't sign them, but guarantee that you know are going to be Tank Dell and John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson. Those are the only guys that are guaranteed. Someone texted in. Here they go, back to back. Ron, you're making up things as usual. Second one, Ron, there's a reason Clint is on the radio and not in the draft room.
Yeah.
I love it when people both.
Oh, my God.
He ain't wrong. He is not wrong. Or she, whoever said that is not wrong.
Saying. Hey, Tyler, Clint would be excited for Ladd. They went up there and got Ladd.
For sure he would.
He would.
What's the use of getting excited about? What are you getting excited about? You just watch him in training camp?
Watch him in training camp. Watch him become a real one of the 4.
Watch Noah Brown play over the guy that you drafted.
Nah, they would. Noah Brown wouldn't play over Ladd. He would play. He'd be the 4th.
You're crazy. They tried to play everybody and their daughter, everybody and their son over Tank Dell last year for the first 2 weeks.
John Harris said if Ladd McConkey was there, he would take the card and run it up there. Pick his end immediately. That's Big John Harris.
Yeah, I don't like that. We're not again. We took advantage of a light schedule last year, made a nice run. Quarterback played great. We don't need to start operating like we're the Kansas City Chiefs.
it's sometimes a little future action.
Yeah, no, I mean we ain't there. We had one decent little year.
A little future action, and you got two receivers.
We're not there.
Who are injury prone.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you this.
Nico and Payne.
It makes sense of this for me. You draft somebody this year in the second round. There ain't enough balls to go around. I mean,
by the way, if they do that, John Mechie, we know how they feel about John Mechie.
Well, I mean, Bob Woods got to go. John Mechie's got my ass out. Xavier's gone. But here's the deal. If you draft a guy in the second round this year at the wide receiver position, and he don't,
you are really against.
No, I know. I'm just. Let me paint this picture. Let's say he goes out there and catches 15, 20 balls this year. Best case scenario, because you got. I mean, between your top four guys, I'm counting Noah, but I'm talking Dalton Schultz. I mean, you ain't got enough balls to go around. Now, all of a sudden, if you don't have Nico Collins next year and you don't have Diggs next year, this guy's going to make you feel great.
Make you feel good.
Make you feel
in the
great.
System. You've seen him play.
That's
he knows
the deal.
System. He knows CJ. Got him right there.
Because we're worried about Diggs and Nico being gone next year, we're going to draft a guy in the second round this year, not have enough balls to go around. He ain't going to do a damn thing in a Texans uniform. But next year at this point in time, boy, we are going to feel great about the wide receivers.
You don't know that. Man. You don't know that. Like Tank missed more than half the season last year. If
Nico's playing well mid-year, you re-up and move on, man.
Which probably would happen. As Mark Vandermeer said, you don't got him.
It's off the table.
Until you got him.
Wide receivers
off the table. It's completely not off the table.
It's off the table.
I'm sorry, man. It's just not. Someone text in $100 show. It's not. I don't know who that is. It's Ron.
$100 what?
We'll keep an eye on that, Ronnie.
I'm guessing they're saying $100 that they won't draft a receiver. I'm telling you. We come back in here Monday. Actually, I'm gonna do the video.
Look,
when it happens.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Oh, now he's backing off, Tyler.
No, I'm not backing off.
Stand firm in it, Dirty.
Come on now. I stand firm in it. I say everything I say with my chest. I say everything I say with my chest. Even if I'm wrong, I'm saying it with my damn chest. Here's the deal. Anything can happen and anything can work out. I'm telling you right now, as we lead into the second round, it would be foolish. This team is not at a spot where you draft guys worrying about what next year looks like.
Will you please, Clint? Will you please just promise me that if this does happen tonight, if Caserio takes a receiver, will you please take an immediate reaction video and put it on Twitter?
Hell yeah.
Because that's going to be appointment viewing for me if it happens.
They got two of them, man. They got two of them.
Yes.
They got one where they can go immediate need and one they can play with a little future. They got 2 second-round picks.
Y'all are kidding me. Y'all got to be kidding me.
I'm not kidding me. Not kidding you. John Harris isn't kidding you. Mark Vandermeer isn't kidding you. C.J. Stroud isn't kidding you.
Y'all got to be kidding me.
That lady over there walking, she's not kidding.
C.J. She is not with that get up.
Okay,
C.J. Stroud.
Right.
C.J. Stroud is the only one that makes sense talking like, hell yeah, if I'm C.J. Stroud, I want as many weapons as I can get.
Piece of positivity.
All right, coming up, we'll continue to get you ready for the NFL draft. Last night, did you want the Texans to jump back in? And speaking of Nico Collins, we saw some moves that were made yesterday, 2 days in a row actually, in the receiver market that may shed some light on the cost that may be with a Nico Collins if he has the kind of season that I think most are hoping he does. We'll continue that. Big 3 at 3 coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Cal and Hannah McNair exclusively with In the Loop. See your
or to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, first we are live here. The Drive is on the road as it is draft day and day 2 of the draft, which means the Texans are going to be right in the middle of this thing with 2 picks in the second round and a pick in the third round as we speak right now. And we're here in the early stages of the draft party. I'm seeing some people starting to come in.
Out in these streets,
grab
Ron.
a seat, have themselves a good time, get themselves ready for what should be a packed house and a packed night here. It should be a good time.
You want to make me feel right at home. Put me right in the middle of an outdoor party.
That's right, man. A little action here, man.
Traffic's picking up.
That's right, man.
Look out now.
People having a good time, and it's a pretty favorable day, in my opinion.
I like that lid. Got that new H right there, baby.
There it is.
Come on.
No burning sun holding down on us, baby. A nice little cloud-covered day, man. It's good times out here.
Beautiful down here, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be a fun time out here.
A lot of greenery, man. A lot of green down here, boys.
It is. It's green right now. Here in a bit, we ain't going to be able to see nothing. But
why's that?
Because it's going to be a big crowd.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be people over here. It's going to be blue.
Hopefully we'll still be able to see those trees, those green trees, though.
Yeah, I guess people ain't that tall, huh? So the banners are coming down. Before we set the scene for tonight, as we said, the Texans sitting there at 42 and 59 in the second round right now, and a third-round pick. Last night, Clint, the Texans, we wondered if they would jump back into the first round. It turns out they didn't. There's a lot of movement going around in the first round. The Cowboys were moving. The Bills were moving multiple times. They moved themselves right out of the first round to the first pick in the second round. A lot of movement. Obviously, the Falcons made a crazy move, and the quarterbacks went in a big way. Before we get to the Texans part of this, I know you said there was a possibility that the quarterbacks would go, potentially 6 quarterbacks would go. How surprised in the top 12?
Oh, shocked.
Top 12 that
shocked.
6 of them would go there.
Shocked. Look, I'm bullish on Michael Penix Jr. I feel like he should have gone there. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I feel like if we're being honest, he should have been the pick at 3 with New England.
You only had Daniels and Caleb Williams ahead
of Michael Penix Jr. And I could have been talked into Caleb Williams being the only one ahead of Michael Penix Jr.
By the way, that's what the Falcons said. They only had Caleb Williams rated ahead of him.
And that makes sense now. But yes, that pick right there, the Falcons taking Michael Penix Jr. obviously just not wrecked the draft, but changed the direction of, I think, a lot of teams. At that point in time,
Denver got antsy.
Minnesota got antsy immediately, and Denver
just went up one spot.
Look, here's the thing: is because of the number of quarterback-needy teams, and all the reports about the 6 quarterbacks were all potential first-round picks. I bought into that. I believe that. I'm not shocked that they went in the first round. I'm shocked they went in the top 12. That blows my mind that they went in the top 12.
Yeah, I was surprised by it as well that early, and really like the movement. You think about it, like really it was really only Minnesota going up one spot that made it right. I felt like I think the Raiders were probably sitting thinking they could get Michael Penix Jr. and then that had to make them change. By the way, Brock Bowers and his family couldn't have looked more angry about where they went.
Really?
God. Did you see them?
I did not.
Oh, God. They looked hot. There was no smiles. You know, everybody got emotional.
Hard to not like Vegas, boy.
Man, there was no smiles. They looked miserable about the place they went. But the thing to me that at least jumps out is I like all of the situations that most of the quarterbacks went to. Chicago, now, I mean, you start to talk about the weapons that they have. They get Rome Odunze as well in this draft, one of the top receivers in this draft to already go along with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and the running game they have there. Like they got a lot of people around Caleb Williams going there. Now, Jaden Daniels going to a system with Cliff Kingsbury, as you talked about, that could be good for him. We'll see what Drake May, what happens there. And then I like where Penix Jr. is going, get to sit with the weapons there as well. And then Bo Nix going, people compared him to a bit of a Drew Brees-like. Well, he goes to Sean Payton, which you would like and think could work there as well. And then I like where J.J. McCarthy went in Minnesota, going in that offense with that coach when we've seen what Kevin O'Connell's been able to do. It is I feel like they've all gone to great situations for them.
Yeah, it's interesting because as you lay it out, with the exception of Drake May, I agree.
Yeah, that one you don't really know. I don't even know who the offensive coordinator is.
Well, look, I mean, we don't know what in the hell they're going to do in New England. We don't know from a general manager and a head coach perspective, what the follow up to Bill Belichick is going to look like. I mean, is it going to be more of the same, or are they going to blaze their own trail, so to speak? It's I just don't trust. I don't have any reason to trust what that regime in New England is doing at this point in time. And he is a player in Drake May, very, very raw. He's going to be able to athlete his way through a lot of stuff. He's going to be able to big arm his way through a lot of stuff. But at the end of the day, is he supported with enough talent? Is he given the grace to develop and make mistakes and get better? We'll see how that happens. I'm a little leery of the Drake May New England situation, but the rest of them, I don't know if they're going to win a lot of games in Washington, but I bet you Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury put up some big numbers.
At least an offense where you would think they could take advantage of some of the things he does. All right, real quick, sticking with what happened yesterday in the first round. Was there any point where you were hoping the Texans would jump back in?
No, there wasn't. There wasn't for me, Ron. I'll be honest with you, man. When the 6 quarterbacks went and the run on offensive players went, I immediately thought, hey, there's going to be really, really good players drop into the second round that I wasn't sure the Texans were going to have a shot at the cornerback position and the defensive tackle position, and other positions as well, by the way. But just those two in particular, I felt really good about that first pick in the second round being a quality one. In fact, we talked a lot about it yesterday. Yesterday I was like, I don't know if you get a plug-and-play starter at that point. I'd be more of a rotational guy. Man, the way this thing is shaped up with the best available and the Texans sitting where they're sitting, I'm gonna back up on that a little bit. I'm not real sure that they can't get a plug-and-play guy that's better than anybody they got at the corner position.
Oh, you think that's in play still?
Yeah, man. I mean, the Cooper DeJean kid, I don't think he lasts. But if he were to last, I mean, that dude could start in one of 3 different places. So it's not crazy to think that he could come in and be a plug and play at one of those 3 positions, nickel, outside corner, or safety. The Newton kid, one of the top 2 or 3 defensive tackles in this draft, that's definitely a plug and play.
Yeah. All right, so that's the latest there. The Texans, they stay in the second round. I'll be honest with you, I was watching those D tackles, and then the kid out of LSU, Brian Thomas Jr., when he started dropping, I was looking at it I was like, how far is he going to drop? Like, is that's a guy that you could have seen going in the top 15. I knew he would. I didn't think he'd get past Buffalo, but hell, I don't know. Buffalo, they seem to be dead set on something to get more picks. But that was one I was looking at. But I think they've actually turned out to be in a really good spot right now to go in a lot of different directions and can move up or move back with the ammo they have to be able to do that. But the first round is over. We're getting ready for the second round as the Texans are going to look to make moves to add to their roster.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the move of the night, the surprise of the night was the Atlanta Falcons taking Michael Penix Jr. And an interesting thing, here's a report coming from the Falcons and Kirk Cousins. The Falcons made this pick despite signing veteran quarterback Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million contract last month in free agency. Cousins' agent said through Pete Thamel that the Falcons did not tell the quarterback they would pick Penix until the team was on the clock. His agent McCartney said there is frustration and confusion coming from Cousins' camp because Atlanta did not use its first-round pick to make the team better in 2024. We've talked about this from Atlanta's point of view. You've been a quarterback here. What would you be thinking if you were Kirk Cousins right now?
Well, look, I would not. I don't know that Kirk Cousins is in a position to be demanding to the front office what they do and don't do. To be completely honest,
clearly he's frustrated.
Yeah, I mean he's frustrated. But let's be honest, the frustration around the Michael Penix Jr. pick is that they didn't help their pass rush. They didn't pick an edge rusher. They didn't pick somebody to help them in the front that would help them pressure the quarterback. This isn't like Aaron Rodgers getting upset because for 42 years straight the Green Bay Packers didn't draft a pass catcher for him. This is a guy that they just signed. He's new to town. Sure, they committed huge money to him. But at the end of the day, I think that they gave him the courtesy of the phone call, and that should be enough. I think there's a lot being made about Kirk Cousins' role in this particular decision, and I wouldn't be concerned about it if I was.
They are going to have to, Raheem Morris and crew are going to have to kind of handle this delicately, and they've already come out and said that Kirk Cousins is our quarterback.
Yeah, they reiterated it within about a 2-minute span.
And Penix is our future.
Yeah.
How would you handle this thing? Like, is this one where you're looking at this and you're saying, Michael Penix, like, there's no way you're getting on this field unless, it's injury and you have to. Like, is this an open competition for you?
No, I don't believe in fake competitions, Ron. We've established that. It's clear. It's Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is tenfold more prepared and more ready to be the starting quarterback.
And they can win.
And you can go win. And regardless of what everybody says around Kirk Cousins, the expectations are when you pay a quarterback $90 to $100 million guaranteed, your expectations are that guy give you a chance to win a Super Bowl. And that's who they believe Kirk Cousins is. That guy's your starter. I don't know that in this situation there's any need to consistently reiterate that Kirk Cousins is your guy. That, to me, if they do that, and I was an Atlanta Falcons fan, I would be concerned. Now you got to worry about, damn, is Kirk that soft? Like, is Kirk really worried about it? At this point in time, you got $90 million guaranteed. Take your ass to work, show up, play quarterback, go win football games. This is blatantly obvious. Kirk Cousins is your guy, and Michael Penix Jr. can put his toes up for at least 2 years and learn how to be a pro.
Yep. From text line, what is there to be frustrated about? You're guaranteed $90 million. Play, don't play. Who gives an S? I mean, the competitor. It's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, these guys make that's one of those money deals. I'm including myself, that texture. Like, we can't relate to $90 million, and we think, boy, you can pay me $90 million, you can treat me however you want to treat me. But in reality, this guy's been making this kind of money for year on year. All he wants to do is win a Super Bowl at this point in time. The money's irrelevant.
The frustration is he's set through this time of free agency to choose where he wanted to go, and he wanted to choose a place where he could go, where he felt comfortable and felt like he could go and win, right? And they drafted a guy where you're on the clock, like you know he's going to play. You don't draft someone at 8 and to think they're not going to play. You know that they're going to play, and and the way Clint said it earlier, I mean, Kirk's got to be sitting there thinking, all right, this is 2 years, right? 2 years potentially, and then I gotta take another look when you're thinking this is 4 years. So yes, I can completely understand
Ron,
why he's frustrated. Not to say the Falcons shouldn't make the move.
Look, Ron, Kurt never looked at this beyond a 2-year deal.
Yeah,
I mean, $90 million guaranteed. Quarterbacks are making $50 million plus a year right now. That's 45 per. 90 guaranteed. This was a 2-year deal. Any way you slice it with Kirk Cousins. I know it says 4. They guaranteed you 2. That's what they think. That's what they feel comfortable doing.
Well, now we definitely know it is.
This was never a 4-year deal.
Well, now we definitely know it is when they've drafted the quarterback.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, fair. It all works out. There's a reason why they only committed enough of guaranteed money for 2 years.
Yeah,
there's a reason.
Frustration should be him only having one playoff win. I mean, people are amazing. Well, I mean, some of you all will just take yourself out of being a human because they make a certain amount of money. You just since to stop being a human, like you would not have a problem with how much you're making right now if somebody came and and they hired the person to come take your job, and they basically sat there and told you they're hiring the person to come take your job that you worked that hard for. And you used to be frustrated about your playoff loss. Get out of here, man. That's all right. So that's going to be one to watch for the next couple of years is how Atlanta handles this thing. I'm sure Kurt may need a couple of days, just like I'm sure some of you can't understand why Ryan Presley is dealing with similar situations that he's dealing with. Somebody just came in and brought him to take his job, and understanding why he is struggling a bit with things. All right, as we continue here, getting you ready for the second round of the draft, Texans at 42-59. That's where we're going to be really keeping an eye on the most. But yesterday, I know some of you looked in that first round and saw some teams that you probably said, damn, I wish they didn't get them. We'll discuss some of those teams that could be in the Texans' way and how they did in the draft. That coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here right in front of the convention center, as things are getting set up, man, and they are doing it. They are moving around very, very fast. The Texan staff, the people associated with putting this draft party together, they are making moves, and we're starting to see some traffic already. Somebody walked by and offered to talk about they could do some Jello shots. And by the way, I wouldn't mind one right now. Boy, that was a good throw. Did you see that kid across the street in the Stingley jersey?
He's a big Stingley.
That big Stingley jersey. I mean, he hit.
Stingley looks like he's got a left guard in his future. Right?
Yeah, well,
is it one of the new jerseys?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And he's throwing to a C.J. Stroud in the.
People are wearing them jokers. They got a shop out here, too. Yeah, they got a team shop. But people are wearing them jokers. But my man here, he better not get that white Stingley jersey. He better stay off the ground.
Oh, he ain't moving fast enough to fall.
My man.
Yeah, I've been watching. That little kid's run all over the place. He ain't moving nowhere.
Yeah, hey, he's playing all-time quarterback.
If he falls, that ambulance better check on him.
He threw that one behind him. Now he's blaming him. Last night, like LeBron dribbled the ball off his shoe, and D'Lo caught that raft. Said, "Damn, LeBron, and you just dribbled that off your shoe, dog." I don't know where he's supposed to be. Yeah, he hit him on a nice little slant route. That young man, he ain't caught none of these balls yet. And it looks like they're just running. They're working on slants. Right here is what we're doing. 2, 4, and 7. That was on Dad. Yep, that was on Dad. Yeah. You got to get that one up a little bit. But a lot here, man. People are having a good time partying around here, and it's gonna get even better. By the way, can you get like the classic jersey or the classic players jerseys, like like Andre? And JJ
in the
new
originals. I would think so.
Like, can you get them in the new?
Well, I mean,
there's Greg Grissom walking right there.
Ask him.
That's what I want to know. Can you get Greg,
I like the way you word
there
it.
There we go.
Greg's
Greg
just
Grissom.
gonna come
There he
out
is. Greg was just walking past. He thought he was going to walk by. Didn't
you can.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Hey, I'm curious, amongst other things, you get like the J.J. Watts or the Andre Johnson. Can you get them in the new jerseys?
What do you mean, as far as taking photos? And
Like, no, like, do they make them in like the
as far as like, can we put their
Yeah,
names
yeah.
on the new- Yes, we can do that. We own it, but we'll have to do it. I mean, with all the jerseys and the launch, you actually had to order all this stuff almost a year ago.
Wow.
And so, our vendors and the licensees, they were all preparing for the launch. And so that's like people have asked, where's no Tank Dale yet and some of those types of things. So they'll catch up here pretty soon, and eventually we'll look at maybe some of those legends and throw them on the jerseys as well.
Greg, I'm sure you're on your way to do something very important.
I'm probably checking this thing out.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool down here.
Hey, but we hadn't had a chance to talk to you, man. I mean, I thought y'all hit a grand slam. You and I talked the other night at the jersey release party. Just your thoughts on how the process went and ultimately how the reveal went with the new jerseys,
Well,
man.
I always go back to the McNairs and our team, right? So this is a long process, and we've talked a lot about this, a couple-year process, and really kind of instigated and empowered and challenged by the McNairs for us to evolve. And then I think, we've talked about Doug, but his entire team, our creative team, and the work that they did, Cara Mandel, Stephen Overturf, and so many others, just to launch that and the blood, sweat, and tears that they put into that process, it was really awe-inspiring for me. And then to see our fans respond the way they did, and uniforms, everybody's got opinions. Ron, you got a few, I know, and
I like them. I like them.
But it's kind of a unique thing, but overwhelmingly positive on what we were able to launch, and that's just, it really is about our fans, and so to see them kind of connect to what we've been working on was really gratifying.
Greg, I know it's while we have you, man. I know it's easy for us as fans to sit here now and say, man, you guys did a great job, and the reconnect, if you will, and y'all have done a great job right now. I think that's probably a popular opinion, man, but I want to tell you, man, because this didn't just start. I mean, you guys were out at training camp 2 years ago in the rough times planning for this day. Y'all were putting logos and H's and stuff on different shirts and pushing it out there.
Right.
Behind the scenes, you've told me stories about y'all were doing 20 different things at training camp, just trying to get to this day right here. And it's easy when we get here to look around and see these kids playing catch in the new jerseys and Stingley jerseys.
His dad can't complete a slant. His dad can't complete a slant to save his life.
He's out on our draft board tonight.
At his ankles, throwing it behind him, and he's blaming the kid. I mean, it's just out of control.
But at least he's out here tossing it
That's
around.
right.
Let's give him some credit.
But Greg, I just want to take Sports Radio 610, man. I don't know how many people had the opportunity to tell you while we're on air, man. Hell of a job, and we know we wouldn't be here without you and your staff. And as a fan, man, we are once again proud of what the hell the Houston Texans are, man. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Clint. It means a lot, and I just it's an overnight success, a few years in the making. But we knew we had some work to do and really some opportunity, and I go back to the team that we built, and across our entire organization, they've just done an amazing job, kind of being resilient when it wasn't easy, and then their creativity, their passion, it's just on full display right now, and so it's really all about them, and so that we can do it for our fans.
Greg Grissom, president of the Houston Texans. We ain't going to take too much more of your time. I say this. I don't know if you all planned this thing. I know it's maybe hard to plan C.J. Stroud and D'Amico and what they did on the field, but it seems like everything is coming together, like the team, and then the new uniforms and the new feel and everything. It just seems like not to say this is a new Houston Texans, but it feels like all of this is happening at the same time. You rarely see everything coming together all at once, and that is especially where the Texans were just a couple of years ago.
I mean, it's exciting, but I think Cal said it, D'Amico said it, Dick said it. Now we got to go to work on the field, and it's all about winning games, and that's what we're all about, right? We want that stadium rocking and winning football games, and for the 2024 Texans, we're 0-0. We got to go earn it every day, and that's what we're excited to go get done.
Greg, how about today, man? I mean, this is obviously a big time.
I'm down
event,
here.
bro.
That tells you what I know.
I'm down here setting the party up, baby.
I heard you talking about what your thought with Johnny Harris and Mark Vandermeer and all that stuff. So I'll leave that alone.
Are you thinking receiver? You want to be the fourth?
I know. I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to stay out of it.
Oh, meow. But this layout you guys got down here, I know. Again, I mean, these are your staff putting this stuff together down here, man. I mean, the knocked it out of the park on Tuesday night, the jersey reveal. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I walked in, I was like, boy, this is in a good way. Boy, this is overdone. This is big time.
Well, I mean, the last couple of years we've been at Miller Outdoor Theater, and it's been an amazing experience. But circumstances are different this year, right? We pick in a different place where we didn't have a first-round pick. We did in partnership with Houston First, who helps us with the George R. Brown for the playoff watch party, and had a really, really good experience down here, and thought it's a great place because you got Discovery Green. You're right in the heart of Houston, and so how can we come down with the draft party and make something special? So we got huge video boards and just invite everybody down. If somebody's wondering if they can still come, this is an open public event. Come down here and join us, and let's welcome some new Texans to Houston.
Well, Greg, we appreciate you jumping on with us impromptu, and much to what Clint has said. You guys had to fight through some difficult times and answer some difficult questions and have some difficult conversations, and I know you guys have worked hard, and I know you guys ultimately are really good people. So we are very, very happy that you guys have been able to get to this point, and the city is happy and ready to roll with you, man. Congratulations with everything that's going on. Hopefully tonight continues to be a big night for the Texans.
I appreciate it, and thanks for all your support. And maybe a few comments along the way.
That's right.
You're always keeping us honest,
so
that's good. But we appreciate it, guys. Proud to be y'all's partner.
All right, have fun, man. We didn't stop Greg from walking.
I'm just checking it out, just making sure everything's in place.
Greg might have been thirsty, might have been hungry. Who knows? They just stopped him out of here.
Y'all have a great show.
All right, that's the president of the Houston Texans, Greg Grissom. All right, coming up, we will look at some of the moves done by some of the teams that the Texans may have to look at. Was there any moves where you were wishing, damn, I wish they took an offensive lineman. Damn, I wish they took a center. With some of the moves of the teams that could be in the way with the Texans. And, Clint, you get to hear him yourself. Joe Espada explained his ejection. Maybe it'll make you feel better. Maybe it'll make you feel a little bit better. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, it's that time of the year, y'all. I just got to talking about how green it is out here, man. It's absolutely beautiful. If you're out there and you're looking to build your dream home, you're looking to build a custom home, Our Vision Homes is where it's at, y'all. And here's the deal. Born and raised, the owners, Ryan and Gretchen Rogers, born and raised right here in the Houston area. They built in 200 different communities. That means
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back, and it's starting to warm up a little bit out here.
Yeah, when them clouds part, boy, and that sun comes out, get ready. We're in H-Town.
That's right. That Texas heat is coming. I see the Texans band as they're walking through. Oh, that sun did now just flat out.
There it is. Yeah.
Flat on.
Hey, but look, don't sweat it. We got there's plenty of bars out here. There's plenty. Look at 1, 2,
don't sweat
3.
I'm gonna sweat it.
I mean, I'm looking. Well, I know you're going to. You're going to sweat right through it.
And that guy's gonna sweat it too. That fella looks like a real
the fella.
Back of the knee sweater. That looks like the back of the knees and them pants.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's 3 bars in my sight right now. Literally, I can hit with this football. All 3 of them.
I might have to go there and hit a couple of them bars myself.
Yeah, you can cool off, get you one of them crackling cold. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm telling you. Telling you right now, man. I'll drink one for you, Tyler. I promise you.
Tyler, you coming down?
Nah.
I can't, man. Be here working.
He's doing work, baby.
Oh, that's right.
He's running the draft, yeah.
I mean, they don't just trust anybody on that day.
No, they don't. No, they don't. That's why they put their ace. That's why they put the number 2 producer. And all of afternoon drive, not in New York and L.A.
Keep in mind, Tyler, the only time you ever been number 1 was when your boy was driving the bus.
I know, and I'll never forget that. I appreciate that.
And make sure you guys are ready because you know it's Friday. You know how we end the week. So
you know we don't have best of the week. You're being a turd.
Wow.
Like, do you want to just do this? Like, I don't get it.
We can do an impromptu turd list.
I'm hurt, man. It is.
You give Ron 3 turds.
I dare you.
Hey, what we got this segment, man?
I dare you. It's my favorite segment of the week.
Well, it ain't happening today.
And you rip it from me.
No, I didn't rip it from you. The whack-ass technology in one of these studios ripped it from me.
Okay, well, then you didn't explain that to me.
I didn't think I would have to.
Yeah, you do. You do. Sometimes you miss it.
Not only do you have to, you do have to do it on live and on air right now.
You damn it, you have to. By the way, Tyler, any teams out there, any teams that you feel like could be issues for the Texans coming up this year, any of their draft picks kind of scare you a little bit? Any picks made?
As of right now, nah.
I ain't gonna lie. That when Jacksonville slid in there and got old Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU,
you like him, huh?
Jaguars.
No, I like him, and they lost Calvin Ridley. That was, now they bring him in and slide him in, and those LSU receivers. That was, I'd have been all right if Buffalo would have scooped him up, but and they moved back and got him. They moved back and it dropped to get him. That was one to me that I looked at. I was like, damn, man, that's an added weapon to that group that's going to come in and probably, do something immediately. I was thinking, they could have gone in a different direction. I'd been all right if they slid in that corner, maybe slid in one of them corners early. I think maybe that ultimately may help the Texans with the cornerback group there. But, yeah, Brian Thomas Jr., I like him a lot. I thought he was a really, really good player. And like I said, what we've seen from LSU receivers. Jacksonville slid into him. That one was kind of.
For me, the keep it in the division, the kid out of UCLA.
Oh, the pass rusher that the Colts got?
The best pass rusher.
I thought they was going to slip in. I thought they was going to slip into Brock Bowers for a second there.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't last to them, did he?
No, the Raiders decided to take a luxury pick.
Like that, I think that kid is the real deal, and I could see him causing some problems for the Texans moving forward, being a Colt.
Yeah, the one that many people are talking about is the Chiefs getting richer with Xavier Worthy, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I know a lot of people saw him. Texas Longhorn fans watched him for years, and he had the fastest time in the combine. Was it John Ross? Is that the last time somebody ran it faster? 4.2 something. He is an explosive, fast receiver, smallest receiver, and look, I think he's got a chance to really help that team with the speed, and we understand what the Chiefs like to do with speed. They just have had a lot of guys like that, and none of them except for Tyreek Hill have worked out the way that some of you like. Like there are people like, oh my God, man, look at Kadarius Toney, and he's been all right. Oh, look at McCole Hardman. He's been cool, right? They already have. Those two guys, they have Hollywood Brown. I don't know. We'll see about Xavier Worthy. I know he's an explosive player. He was a second-round pick until he ran, and we all already knew he was fast. And then he ran the 4.2, and he got up into the first round. So, you could see it could work, but I'm not so quick to just say, oh, man, the Chiefs stole one again. They just got a big piece. We'll see. We're
living in a day and age in the NFL, and Tank Dell, I think, had something to do with that, is those guys are having success at this level, and
he don't run routes like Tank though, do he?
I don't know that he's been asked to run the route tree the way that Tank and Tank wasn't until he got here. If we're being completely honest with you, so I don't know about. I'm just talking about the undersized. You know what I mean? If you put that guy at 190 to 200 pounds, and what he was doing in college, he's a lock number one first round draft pick. He didn't have to run a 4.21 or whatever the hell it was. So I think his size was holding him back, but we're living in a day and age where folks are more apt to overlook that, especially if you're 4.2. And I actually love Worthy. Now, I don't know so much of that depends on, especially when you go to a team like the Chiefs.
Well, everybody keeps compare these guys to, anytime they get somebody fast, you know who they compare to. And nobody's like that.
Yeah, well, that's a different animal, yeah. I mean, but the thing is like,
hell yeah.
The Chiefs are just at a spot where
Clint, stop real quick. Look at that get up.
That's the Texas mariachi right there.
Man, that is clean. That's a new one too. He's got a little of that.
Well, you don't think they're going to drop
H-Town blue in there?
You don't think they're going to drop them new jerseys and drop new mariachi unis
Look
too? Now
that is sexy.
You like that?
I'm turned on.
I'm surprised they didn't come all together. I mean, I don't know why they just come one at a time. What's up, fellas?
There you go. That was sexy. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, look, with Xavier Worthy in Kansas City, I like it. I think you just take everything else out of the equation. Pat Mahomes, Xavier Worthy, and Kelsey. You want to talk about creating space for Kelsey?
I mean, yeah. In theory, yeah.
They're going. He'll now again. I don't know anything about this guy off the field, and so if he's a turd. then they'll find a way to use him as much as they can and then get rid of him as quick as they can because that's what Kansas City's able to do right now. But assuming he's ate up with football and he's ready to rock and roll, I would think that Pat and Andy going to have a field day with that cat.
Yeah, everybody's been coming down on Buffalo because they made that move to give it to him. Hey, man, you got to worry about yourself. They are collecting picks, I tell you that much. They are passing up. They're collecting picks to get, I guess, what they want. All right, as we continue here, getting you ready for the draft. I know some people don't want to look at this, but we didn't hear the explanation from Joe Espada, a.k.a. Dana Espada, a.k.a. Joe Brown. We didn't hear the explanation from him on his ejection that seems to be maybe one of the low points of his early tenure as a manager. But this was Joe Espada giving his explanation on his first career ejection.
Did not agree with his strike zone today.
Throughout the whole game?
Yeah, I thought there was some, pitches that didn't go our way, and I just didn't agree with them.
Why'd you kind of choose that moment right there?
I just got tired of watching.
I mean, you got to be crapping on my face, dude. We're being serious right now? That's some of the weakest, most embarrassing, wimpified BS I've ever heard from a position of power, whether it be a manager or a head coach.
Is this about Joe, or is this just about the 7-19 start?
Oh, I'm sure that goes into it, but no, it's about how damn weak that sounded.
You know what they need? They're in Mexico City right now. They need to just take this like a bachelor party.
Oh, wow.
I think
they a hell of a deal.
Like, let their hair down. Nobody with no phones, no cameras, Tony. Just keep your just get loose. Just get loose. Just let your hair down. Enjoy yourself. Have a good time. And do whatever it is that you would do at a bachelor party. Fellas out there, you know some of the activities you've done at a bachelor party. You're in Mexico. I'm sure they're in a good spot. They got all the drinks, all the tequila they need. Like, let's go. I want to see, let Framber let his hair down. I know
he's
Blanco.
got a pitch now.
No, hell with that. All of them. They may be a little hungover and ready to go, but they need to just get loose. Everybody's so damn tight. Everybody's pressing. Just get loose. You're on. Have a blast. I mean, do it all. Do it all. No cameras. No photos. No phones.
Leave the phones at the door.
Leave the phones at the door, Tony. Nothing.
That's when you know it's going to be a good night.
Let's have really get it going. Take over a resort and just invite everything you need to have invited there, and let's have a good time.
Get weird with it.
You're really trying to get these boys to hit rock bottom, ain't they?
I'm trying to get them to get loose. Alex Bregman needs the first one. Alex Bregman needs to take 15 shots in the evening.
I'm really concerned that this is going to be rock bottom. Mexico's going to be rock bottom.
It's not ideal.
So?
Might as well eat the worm while you're down there.
Tyler, I think you're with me, right? Let's take Mexico guys trip.
Yeah, at this
Joe,
point,
Joe leading it. I want Joe to be somewhere by midnight with his shirt off.
Now, did that guy sound like he was leading
no
any kind of party?
Maybe
in Mexico?
not yet.
Sounded like a man whose
from the
testicles
text line,
fell
baby.
off.
Yeah, turn him into Joey Nada. That's what I want him to be now. Oh, Joey Nada.
Nada
Come out
plums.
there. His armpit shaved or
Not
something.
a chance. That's
His
what you're
armpit
getting.
shaved. Somebody plays. Let's have a good time, man. Shoot, man.
I mean, did you visually see Espada and how sheepish he was with the umpire?
I know it. That's
like
what I'm saying.
Like that meek little walk up and then walk away, and then it looks like he's asking him.
But they got to let this thing pass them, man. They just need to loosen up. Just loosen up, man.
Yeah,
have a little fun, man. You know, if you do some other things illegal, fine, do it. Let's have a blast.
You think that's the answer, huh?
Yes. I want a real, not the bachelor party you went to in Scottsdale. I'm talking about a real one.
Ooh, that was a good time.
Yeah.
Not one of the ones where they just go play a round of golf or something.
Yeah, you think that's all we did?
I'm not talking to you, Tyler. I'm talking to Clint. Clint was a subdued one. That one he went to.
Yeah, I mean we were.
I want people to go out there. I want some potential mistakes to be made. Just to have a great time. That's what I think. They just need to get loosened. Ron is wilding. No, they need to wild. Doesn't that look like? Didn't that you watch those players in that dugout? Don't that look like some guys that need to take a round of shots?
Yes. Looks like they're all clenching their cheeks.
Yeah.
Yes, their butts are so tight, man. They look like a 1 seed playing a 16 seed, and the game is tied at 5 minutes left. That's what they look like the whole time they're walking out there. Butts tighter than hell. Even know how tight that is. Just let it loose. You had a day off tonight. Just let it loose. Everybody show up hungover against the Rockies. Let's do it. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, look, the NFL draft, round 1 happened last night. Ron, I'll be honest with you. I'm disappointed in the NFL, and it is time that they make a move. It is time that they make a move. That is appointment TV. Everybody every football fan in the world is in front of that screen, and they've got to make a change. That buzzkill from the jump, that is not it. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm talking about, and we're going to discuss next. Before we do that, though, I tell you what, one thing that doesn't kill a buzz is one of the more cold Coors Lights, right? We're talking about the world's most refreshing. We're talking about that cold beer that's made to chill, man. And here's the deal. Whether you call them Silver Bullets, Wolf Killers, Coors Lattes, whatever you want to call them, man, when you wrap your hand around it, it's just a game changer, immediate game changer. And here's what for my beer drinkers out there, if you're already drinking Coors Light, I tip my cap. If you're not, check this out, man. The fine folks up in the Rocky Mountains that brew Coors Light, right? They shipped the first 23,000 cases of Coors Light ever brewed directly to the great state of Texas. And the reason I tell you that is because I don't know that a beer brand can pay a bigger amount of respect to the beer drinkers in the Lone Star State than to do that. Born and
Not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, we are live out here at the Texans draft party. Traffic's picking up a little bit. Bars are set up. All the different booths are set up alongside of where we're at right now. Things are rocking and rolling. Got a little cloud cover still. Y'all come on out. Look, we are 59 runs on one side of the George R. Brown Convention Center. We're exactly on the other side. Right? I don't remember what the hell it's called over here, to be honest with you, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
I just can't pronounce it.
We are right in the center of things, and literally we're on the sidewalk of George R. Brown Convention Center. And it is a big party fixing to go down. Y'all come by and hang out with us. We're going to watch this second round. The Texans got 2 second-round picks. They got a third-round pick, and they got 2 fourth-round picks. And so they got a little work to do today and this weekend. And we'll get this thing started off right here tonight with the Texans. Ron Hughley and I rocking and rolling right now, along with T. Meal back at the house. And Johnny Harris, Mark Vandermeer. Who else is running? Is Andre Ware coming out here with him?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Andre Ware coming out there with him, and T. Meal will be on the 1s and 2s, obviously, for that draft coverage. It ain't no time to leave your best at home when you got draft coverage going on, so T. Meal's having to work double.
Matthew McConaughey will also be here for Texans draft coverage.
What are you doing? What are we doing?
All right. Surprise guest.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not.
I mean, where the hell did that come from?
That was weird.
Just see Clint. He got excited.
Where'd you pull that? Oh, I like Matthew. Okay, I got it now.
Clint's going to stick around.
Well,
Denzel Washington will also be a part of the.
I'm damn sure sticking around. I may fangirl a bit, but
I'll be here with Mark and
John. If Denzel was there, I wouldn't be working tonight, boys. I'd be on my way there.
Today's the second round of the draft, and the first round happened last night, boys. And I'm gonna tell you, did y'all watch it? Did y'all watch it from jump?
Absolutely.
Tyler, did you see the? I know you were working. Did you watch it from jump?
Yes.
It's time, man. It's time that the NFL makes a move.
What?
Last
night was fantastic.
No, Ron, don't do it. They have got to stop leading with Roger Goodell.
Oh, wow, dude!
Roger Goodell had Eminem standing, one of the best ever, standing next to him.
Shout out to Marshall Mathers.
And all you remember is how awkward it is, and the boos that came for Roger Goodell. It's an immediate buzzkill. It's an immediate buzzkill. I mean, the dude he's a dud from, like I said, like Eminem can't even make that sucker cool. I mean, the options are endless as well. Could you imagine if Eminem would have came out and just one song, dropped something, and just went at it to open that whole thing up?
But Roger has to come out.
Roger doesn't have to come out and welcome everybody. I get it. He's the commissioner. He's got to come out and he's got to announce. He's got to say hello and he's got to announce all things. I got it. I get that. But this dead open of everything silent, and he walks his ass out there with Eminem, and everybody boos him. That's bad TV, man. That is an absolute buzzkill. I can't be any more serious about it. It's an absolute buzzkill. They got to make a move. Is it
the booing that gets you?
It's the whole thing. His personality is awful. It is terrible for TV. They're booing him and interrupting. I mean, Eminem's trying to talk for 10 seconds, and you can't hear because they're booing the hell out of him.
Maybe they need to stop booing. Maybe the fans.
That's not going to happen. The disciplinarian of the NFL is going to get booed every time he walks on the stage. That's not. You can walk his ass out there and let the boos happen. But how about when the TV comes and we open this thing up? There's something going on that we can all get it. Did you see the Detroit Lions they brought there? They had all the current guys. They brought Barry Sanders' ass out there.
Came out there.
They brought Calvin Johnson out there.
Was Herman Moore out there?
I don't know. I didn't see Herman. No, I didn't see him. Now you're just trying to show off that you may know a couple of them.
Was Lomas Brown out there?
No.
Jerry Ball?
I mean, they brought them dudes out there. I mean, the potential is through the roof.
He's got to be out there, man.
No, he doesn't.
Text line, I agree. Eminem should have done an opening before Roger walked out, then can feed the booth.
What was the point of Eminem being there from it anyway?
Why are they booing? Why is that's Detroit idiotic fans? Okay, they're stupid. All right, that's Eminem or Roger. You gonna boo Roger so you can't hear Eminem?
No,
your hometown guy.
I mean, you're not. You can't be serious right now. You're going to sit here and try to.
I don't watch it and think, God, they have got to get Roger Goodell out of here. I don't.
Boy, you're critical of everything else, but you don't watch. You don't watch the draft and go, boy, that was kind of a buzzkill.
I'm not critical of everything else. You're critical of it.
I'm sitting.
You're
there,
doing it.
Admittedly, I'm critical. I'm sitting there with my feet up, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's settle in with this draft. Texans don't even have a pick, but I'm ready, baby. I'm ready. Let's watch this right here. Oh, but they got Eminem out there. Let's see what happens. Roger walks his ass out there, gets booed, and then just all pointless. Welcome to the 2024 NFL Draft. Man, get your ass off.
They were about to boo the Make-A-Wish kid till they found out he had.
Great point.
He had a lung issue.
Great point. They were booing Roger, and it could have rubbed off on the Make-A-Wish kid. That's a good point.
It's ridiculous.
They got to do away with Roger Goodell. They got to figure out a way. It's the NFL. This is one of the biggest nights of the year for them. I wonder what the eyeballs were that are on that draft. You think it's as big as I think it is?
Great. Oh, amazing. Yeah.
You think it's a big number?
Oh yeah. Yeah, this thing is what they've done now and moving it from place to place now, the visuals and everything. Yeah, I think it's always usually been a big number, but definitely now.
They got to get that. They got to get that figured out. Roger Goodell, your ass got to go. I'm sure you do a great job. They continue to pay you millions and millions of dollars every year, but opening up one of the biggest nights of the year on TV, you ain't it. You ain't got the personality. It just don't. You got to go.
Just keep firing at it, Roger. They'll stop.
No, hell no, they ain't. It gets worse as the damn draft goes along. We were there last year hearing it.
You think? Will they boo Troy Vincent? Do they boo Troy Vincent?
I don't know.
I can't remember because tonight's Troy Vincent night.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it goes to Troy now.
Well, Roger Goodell had back surgery 3 weeks ago, so I was waiting for one of them big.
Oh my God, J.C. Latham did almost probably tore him up.
I was waiting for somebody to yank his ass up and throw him into a pretzel.
Don't be tripping out, Roger. You would think Roger has developed like years of relationships with these kids, the way that they come and embrace him. And
yeah, right. Yeah, it's that's another part of it that bothers me. To be completely honest with you. Like he's embracing these kids like he's raised them or something. I'm like,
but they do it too. J.C. Latham picked his ass up.
Him and Will Anderson Jr., if I remember right, they had a pretty intense embrace.
Yeah, they kissed. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, he does it with everybody.
Who's with you this segment? Jeez.
Sorry. Houston's finest, man. Appreciate what you do, my brother.
Let him in a
Appreciate what you do, man.
There you go.
Thank you very much, man. We appreciate it. But the first,
I need that boa right there.
The first round went down last night, and here's what made me check up. Ron, I don't know if every draft is this interesting in the sense of makes you check up, but 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. Michael Penix Jr. goes to Atlanta, who just paid Kirk Cousins $180 million, 90 of it was guaranteed. As we discussed yesterday, Ron, I thought there was a chance 6 could go. I had no idea. Never in a million years did I think that they would go.
I didn't think that many would go. I didn't think all 6 would go.
Yeah. That's what about Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta?
That was the most surprising thing. Right, I didn't think teams were going to. I didn't think they were going to pull the trigger. It was all you kept hearing was the injury thing was such a big deal. Even though the last 2 years he played every game, but the injury thing was such a big deal, and it just seemed to be something that was off that they did not. Most scouts did not really like about him, and I didn't think that. I thought there was a chance he could go late in the first round, but I thought he was going to be a second-round pick. And I was surprised. But you're right, man. This 2 years in a row, you called your shot.
Well, Ron, I thought he was the third, or truth be told, I thought he was potentially the second, but the third best quarterback in this draft. I figured they'd hold the injuries against him, and I figured he'd end up being the steal because I thought he could potentially slide. And at the end of the day, he ends up being a steal because a team that has a quarterback already took him. And he's going to sit the bench for a couple of years, I would imagine. You mentioned these other 2 teams, Ron, and I completely disagree. In the hell are the Buffalo Bills doing? The Buffalo Bills are, and I know some people that study these rosters and these depth charts may throw a couple of other teams out there, and rightfully so. They have one of, if not the worst wide receiver room in the NFL. And the Buffalo Bills, they trade their first-round pick to the Kansas City Chiefs and let them take Xavier Worthy.
Mm-hmm.
And then they turn around. Before that, Pearsall's taken by the San Francisco 49ers, so they missed that on him as well. And then they trade the last pick, Carolina, and Carolina moves up and takes our guy Leggett out of South Carolina, the countryest accent I've ever heard in my life.
Ocho loves him. Our listener Ocho is a huge fan of him.
Absolutely. Literally the Buffalo Bills, with one of, if not the worst wide receiver room in the game, traded their picks, not only to Kansas City, the team that they can't get beyond, that's kept them from being in AFC championships and kept them from being in Super Bowls, and let them take a wide receiver. But then they let 3 receivers come off the board with moves that they've made in the last handful of picks. I have no idea what the hell Buffalo's up to.
Yeah, I actually like what they're doing. Like if you were to ask me, when you look at those guys, like, do you think there is a huge gap between Xavier Worthy? Now they're different guys. Xavier Worthy, Leggett from South Carolina, and what's the kid's name from Florida? Pearsall from Florida, and then Adonai Mitchell, who is right there. Who's right there for them, because they moved one spot down and got another pick. They got a third-round pick as well from the Chiefs to move out of that pick. And to me, if they were hunting for a receiver, I think Mitchell. For me, as somebody, I wanted the Chiefs to draft Mitchell over Worthy. I think there is more of an upside, and there's more things that kid could do.
Well, yeah, but Ron, you're evaluating what happened when they're making these moves. They don't know. You're passing on an opportunity. Like you're choosing to let 3 receivers, potentially more, but only 3 went off the board.
Yeah, but if they sit there and said, like, we've got these 3 or 4 receivers that we're looking at, and we are good with any of them, right? Like, we have all 4 of them at the same area.
I mean, look, with their receiver room, you are correct.
Right, I'm just saying,
they could
we
be
have
right with any body style, any play style.
Yeah, if we have all 4 of these guys in the same right at the same area. Now you're telling me I could add a third-round pick, and you remember we've unloaded a center, we've unloaded both of our safeties, we've unloaded Travarius White. We're trying to build up our roster some more, and then you just get it down and you move back a spot. I think they got a 4th-round pick for moving down a spot with Carolina. To go and get for them to get their receiver, and they still have him, Ladd McConkey, who we know a guy like John Harris loves. There's still receivers there. I think they go Mitchell right here at 33, and if they go Mitchell right here, big body, good hands, probably a better receiver than a guy like Worthy for them with Josh. I understand them trying to get more picks to get them.
I agree with your point of if it ends up being him, then Mitchell or Coleman, to be completely honest. I mean, if
they don't go receiver at 33 and they go somewhere else, then I don't know.
Right.
But if you really bank on how deep this draft is at receiver, as many have talked about it, and you have them that close, and you're like, I'm gonna get one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as void of wide receivers as they are, that as empty as that room is right now for them, I guess I could see where several different play styles would fit what they do, and so there's no need to.
If you're with Josh, would you want a bigger, would you like maybe a bigger body? And like you said, man, they could really grab anybody type right now. I mean, they got Curtis Samuel.
Yeah,
they got the kid they loved last year. I would just think that they've got an idea of who they want, who they like, and not just, we'll take whatever we can get kind of deal. I think they'd be a little more choosy, but we'll see. What'd you think about just real quick, what'd you think about the Cowboys? That was an interesting pick to me as well. I mean, only because the Cowboys need plug-and-play offensive linemen right now, and it seems like, based on everything I'm hearing, is Guyton's more of a project.
Guyton's more of a developmental guy that'll be a great play in the future, but may not help immediately.
Yeah, I think they wanted tackle. You know, they lost Smith, and a lot of the the guys that were left after some of the top tackles went off the board, especially after Mims went off the board at I believe 18 or 19 with the Bengals. That was probably the last guy that you could look at and say, I feel like I can plug and play him. And so they went and got a tackle that, that has a lot of talent, very athletic like they want, can move, and potentially maybe he's not ready immediately, but somebody they can get down. The Cowboy thing is interesting to me that, listen, the Cowboys choke in the playoffs. They have done that here recently. But the Cowboys have been one of the best teams in the NFL in terms of putting together a roster.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that people get on the Cowboys about is them just being so, they want all the bells and whistles and glamorous and give me all the fun toys. And now they're operating with a little bit of like, hold on, let's chill. Let's add the meat. Let's add the offensive line. And they have been really, like, Jerry's nuts. There's a lot of things I don't trust Jerry with. Like, I wouldn't love Jerry speaking to the media every week if I was a part of the Cowboys.
There
but
it was. Glory hole.
You cannot argue with the fact they have put together.
I think Cal should do the same and speak with us.
I would love it. Yeah. I'd love for Hannah and Cal to speak every week. But you can't argue that the Cowboys have put together for the last decade they've made some of the best decisions in the draft. So I'm surprised that people are coming down really hard on the Cowboys and what they're doing.
That's the first round in a nutshell for me. 6 quarterbacks and 12 picks. Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta is the one that stood out there. What the hell is Buffalo doing? What the hell is Dallas doing? And last but not least, San Francisco goes wide receiver. So Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are rumored to be on the trade block. That's going to be an interesting situation here for day 2 of the draft, right?
Yeah, it is. All right, coming up, let's look at the Texans here as they get ready for day 2. I think the board came together extremely well for the Texans. And now, according to Clint, he thinks this thing is even better than he anticipated before yesterday's first round completed. It's even better. We'll discuss and what we're talking about that coming up next.
All right, it's truck season in Texas, y'all.
It's a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As business is starting to pick up and the crowd is too out here as we are live here downtown right outside of the George R. Brown Convention Center as it is going down out here. We got people, all the new gear coming up. I see you out here, all the new gear coming up. And people are rocking and rolling, and it's going to get crowded around here as people are ready to see what the Houston Texans do coming up here in the second and third round, as it is a big night tonight, and they got it set up big time here as well. It's going to be drinks. It's going to be food. It's going to be good times. I hear the band rolling already. I hear
that Big Nick energy.
That Big Nick. Is that your favorite drop, Tyler? You really
right
love
now?
it.
Absolutely.
You're really.
I love it about
that.
as much as you do like bringing up just random phrases. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not random phrases. I'm just telling you. Maybe I got some wrong information. I thought I saw that Matthew McConaughey was going to be here, and I missed that. Messed that up there. Just a tick. But no, it's going to be good times. There you go. There's my man right there. That's the guy right there. You want to know whiskey? There it is right there. You want to know bourbon? There's my man's right there. But all right, Clint. Tonight, man. Oh no, don't you quit playing with him. Oh my goodness alive! Look at the Lord work. Look at the Lord work at all times, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
The Lord's work.
Come on. He knew it, man. The Lord knew I needed this. I know it didn't show the people. There it is right there. Let me put it on there. All right, Courtney, you ain't going to drink all of it this time, baby.
That's going to get me jumped when I leave here.
Yeah, that's a good time right there. I'd like to get jumped. My man, he always take care of us, right? You had the whiskey, that cider last time.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Woo, yeah, man. Good times, good times. I got to talk to my man after this. I bought a real nice bottle not too long ago. I'm going to see his thoughts on it. But no, man, tonight, man, they got 2 second-round picks. And I think after day one, the thing that jumped out to me, Clint, is the way this board fell for them and the way the draft went for them, Clint, there's no way to me that they don't come away with at least 2 players that are not just, hey, man, let's hope by the middle of the season that they are helping the team. I'm not saying they're going to be straight-up starters right off the bat, but there are players that I think are going to be on the field at Arrowhead Thursday when they open up the season in Kansas City. I'm just calling it. When they open up the season, I think there are guys that are going to be there week one, a part of the rotation, getting real reps and game time action to help this team. They have that chance because of the guys that are left there on the draft board. There are a lot of guys, Clint, here that were thought to be in the first round that are still there for the Texans, and they got a lot of ammo. They got 2 fourth-round picks, a third-round pick, 2 seconds to go and do whatever they need to get any player that they need, Clint. This could not have fallen any better for them in terms of trying to get guys to help.
Well, look, I don't know that second round pick tonight. I don't know what that one ends up looking like, Ron, but I feel like that first, second-round pick has got a chance to be significantly better than I thought. When you look at the draft last night with 6 quarterbacks going in the top 12, 6 quarterbacks going in the first round, 13 or 14 straight offensive players, I think it pushed some of the defensive guys down the draft a little bit. I believe that there's going to be somebody available there at 43 for the Texans in a big way, man. Whether you're talking about, there's a couple of different defensive tackles that are still up there. There's a couple of different corners that are still up there that I just didn't think were going to be available at this point in time. And I don't know if they last to 43, but I think there's a chance the Texans either last to 42. I'm sorry. There's a chance they either get to 42 or the Texans have the ability to move up a bit and get a guy that. Yesterday I was talking about rotational guys. Best case scenario, I think you get, as you mentioned, a big Newton kid out of Illinois. That's a plug-and-play starter. I think Cooper DeJean, the kid out of Iowa, I think that's a plug-and-play, if not a starter, a heavy rotational guy at several different positions, anywhere from safety to nickel defender to corner. So there's some guys out there that could be immediate starters and immediate big-time contributors for the Texans.
Yeah, and the Newton, like Clint, I just never thought that Newton would be on the board for them in the second round. I thought if they were going to go try to get Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois, Clint, a guy that seems to fit closer to the build of the interior guys that D'Amico likes to have in his defensive system. That seems to be closer to what he likes. I thought they would have to move into the first round to get him, right? There was a thought that there would be two first-round D tackles, and then maybe the kid out of Florida State could go in the second round. And with everything that happened with the quarterbacks and the offensive linemen that went into the first round, there was only one defensive tackle to go into that first round, and that was Murphy out of Texas, and he went in at 16, which some people thought he was going to go in the top 10. That is a kid to me, when you talked about so much about the front seven and the guys up front, and that seems like that was the only space that they didn't really hit. And I'm not saying that Johnny Newton would come in and immediately impact this team, as a starter or anything like that. But you made the mention in a similar fashion, maybe not as good, but in a similar fashion of what Will Anderson did, where it seemed to click the second half of the season to see the impact that he could make. I think a guy like Johnny Newton could do that for them. That's the one that really jumps out to me because, like you said, there were guys that you didn't think would be there. He is one that jumps out to me that I never thought was going to be there in the second round for them.
Yeah, if the key is, I don't know if he's going to be there at 42.
Yeah, I know he's not. I know he's not going in the first one. I know Buffalo's not taking him. Right. So we'll see what happens after that.
Well, but I think some of the guys that we're talking about, Ron, because I heard the in the loop guys talking, and I agree to a certain extent. But there's some of that best player available is going to come up around as well, because you can argue that a slew of these teams that pick before the Texans in the second round are going to go wide receiver. They're wide receiver needy football teams, but when you're talking about guys like Newton, when you're talking about guys like DeJean, when you're talking about guys like Kool-Aid McKinstry, you got to really like that wide receiver you're looking at if you're going to take them over some of these guys. So,
Max Melton. We hadn't talked about the Cooper kid out of A&M, the linebackers there that could be there as well. So, and all of those guys that we just named, the ones you quickly just ran through as well, those to me are all guys that would be impact players immediately. I'm not saying starters or not anything like straight up the bat, not like Stingley or Will Anderson, but guys that are going to be contributors that aren't just special teamers. That's how they're going to get on the field. The guys that are going to play. And when you think about this is a team that has expectations, that's big that you could potentially do that. And that's why I say they could get two of those players because of the ammo they have. They could move up with either one of their picks with what they have if they want to. So this has a chance to be a really, really big night in terms of guys that are adding to the team immediately for this team. All right, man, we got to get into the shock of the night. the shock of the night. Listen, I think a lot of people are looking at the Atlanta Falcons like they're crazy, Clint. But, man, I think I completely understand exactly what they did in drafting Michael Penix Jr. I don't know if it's going to work, but I completely 100% support exactly their idea of what they did. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. Look, I got a quick question for you guys and gals out there, man. Have you or a loved one ever been injured in an accident? If so, you need to know this. You have the right to hold a negligent party accountable.
essentials so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. It is starting to pick up, man, as we're nearing 5 o'clock and people are down here and the Houston. I love it, man. I love seeing this fan base and the people here happy, feeling good, and ignoring what is happening at Minute Maid, but really, really getting into this and getting excited. I love seeing this. People are amped. You could tell people who you got hardcore fans out here, Clint, and you got people who don't really give a damn, but just like enjoying themselves.
Just want to get out and be seen, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and be seen and have themselves a good time. And it's happening, man. You can see people are really getting excited about what's going to be a pretty big night here and a big party right here downtown, right in front of the George R. Brown Convention Center. That's where we are set up, and that's where this draft party will be tonight, Clint. Real quick, by the way, you fellas, I turn 40 next week.
40?
I definitely did not realize
4-0.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, man. What day is it? Cinco de Mayo, isn't it?
Yeah. Next Sunday, I got to throw all my draws
40.
away.
You got to throw all your draws away. Why?
Yeah, 40. You throw all your underwear away.
Clearly, I
get new ones.
Oh, boy, that's going to cost you $10. Is it $10, $12?
Probably 40. I'm going to probably get.
I'm buying you underwear for your birthday.
No, I can get 40. I'm
buying you good quality, high quality underwear for your birthday.
I can get 20 pair for 40, $42.
You're going to thank me.
No,
dude, I really didn't realize you were turning 4-0.
Your wife, Courtney's going to take note. Next thing, one thing's going to lead to another. She's going to constantly compliment them draws, and you're going to come back and be like, hey, Dirty, he's right, man. He's right, man. Upgrading and getting out of them old $2 draws, man, did me some good.
They're not $2 draws. They're good. All right, I'm gonna give me some new draws.
You're gonna be the first man I've ever bought underwear for his birthday.
You're not buying me. I'm not accepting it. I'm not gonna accept it.
Yes, you will. I know you.
No, but I'm going to New York.
When are you going to New York?
Going to New York.
Jealous.
Next Wednesday. Be out. Going to next Thursday. Excuse me.
Your birthday's not till Sunday. What are you leaving Thursday for?
Leaving Thursday. Go out there, have us a good time. Come back Tuesday. You
leaving the kids here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, baby.
That was nice. Just you and Court going out, huh?
Court, I got a couple couples.
Okay.
Riding too. I would have invited you and Tyler, but you all have to work. So
yeah, we got work to do.
Yeah, you got. We can't.
You can't take the whole show, man.
Can't all bounce. But no, man, it's gonna be a good time. But
Tyler's like, hell, I can't.
Tyler's like, I still got time. But here, let me ask you all this though. So I'm going to a Yankee game. By the way, I've never been to New York. This is going to be a first time for me.
Okay.
By the way, I ran into Patrick Creighton in the hallway, host of Area 45, and I'm telling you, Patrick tried to plan my whole trip.
Ron Hughley.
Oh, did he?
Oh yeah, he's a New Yorker. He had me ready, man. I mean, from nightclubs, from different areas. He told me where not to be late. He told me about an Italian restaurant.
PC don't strike me as the guy that has the nightclubs.
Oh yeah, he used to DJ.
Oh, really?
Now, I will say 3 of the spots he told me about, Tyler, are closed down. But
well, he's been out of NYC for a while now.
He said there's a place I used to spin. He didn't say spin, but I used to DJ there. But now it's closed down.
That'd be so much better if he would have said spin.
Wouldn't he say spin? But no, man, I'm going to a Yankees game. Going to Dodgers Yankees. Tigers Yankees. I am really concerned about this. Like, what do I wear?
It's a good question.
What I hate is, we'll do this. We'll go to NRG or we'll go to Minute Maid, and you'll see somebody in just in an Arizona Diamondbacks jersey, or you'll see somebody at the Texans Jags game in a Bears jersey. I hate that, but I'm not going to wear Yankees or Tigers gear. Like, what do you get? I feel weird if I go wear, a Royals hat or any, like, what?
No.
Do I just go? Just no hat, just blank, just.
No, you got that. You got that KC Negro Leagues.
Ooh, that's a good. Yeah, I got a couple of Negro League hats. Yeah, that's strong.
Take them both. You can alternate them joints.
That is. I'm not going. In game, alternate them in game.
No, that'd be a tough
that'd be a little
move,
much,
but it'd be a bit much. But yeah, I mean that way. Look, I mean you're not going to offend anybody.
Someone said wear a Royal shirt or an Astro shirt. Like
yeah,
I don't like to. That feels weird to me when you just wear something that ain't involved in the game.
I agree.
Unless it's like a rival and you're being an ass.
Well, the thought of you potentially being perceived as an ass is the reason why you don't do it. I mean, unless it's what you're looking for.
Like I could see Tyler going to a Rangers game and just wearing Astros gear anyway.
No question.
Or a Dodgers or a Yankees just wearing Astros stuff anyway.
Went to a Dodgers game 2 years ago and wore an Astros polo.
But there's nothing with the Tigers and the Yankees for me. But I like that, man. The Negro Leagues hats I have. That's the move right there. That's the move right there.
I think that's your safest bet. It's you. And
yeah,
I think that's it.
Because nobody's going to say anything to me about that.
Well, no, I don't think you're trying.
No, I'm not. I'm just having a good time, baby. All right, I got that. Good, man. Yeah, there you go. Somebody said pull a Rob Lowe and just wear the MLB cap.
The MLB, that'd be nice.
No, it would.
I wish I had one of those.
No.
So lame.
I wish I had the NFL shield on my on a hat too.
Landry has that.
I wish I don't. One. I wish I did.
You wish you did.
Yeah.
Dumb.
Hey, by the way, that shock of the move last night. Some people are killing the Falcons about that. I completely understand it. I think you treat that position completely differently than anything else. If there is a quarterback that you fall in love with, Clint, and unless you have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or C.J. Stroud or Joe Burrow on your team, hell, if I was in Green Bay and there was a quarterback I fell in love with that I thought was going to be the next Brett Favre or the next Aaron Rodgers, whatever, I'm going to get him. If they met with Michael Penix Jr., Clint, and they said, man, this dude is everything we're looking for. This dude is everything we're looking for in a quarterback. There is no way 35-year-old Kirk Cousins is going to stop me. Now, now, listen, it's not ideal to pay somebody $100 million guaranteed and then draft somebody at their position, but I can completely understand the Falcons thinking of why they felt like they could not pass up on what they believe could be a special player at that position.
Look, I don't have a problem with what the Falcons did one bit. I mean, I think they've already spent enough time justifying the move. I mean, that quarterback room is solidified for the next 5 years. I think when you look at young quarterbacks being forced to play early versus having the opportunity to sit for 2 years and learn how to be a pro, if you could draw it up, you would rather that guy sit for 2 years, learn how to be a pro. And really, let's be honest, if you could draw it up, you'd like for it to happen the way it did in Houston with C.J. Stroud being one of the best quarterbacks. But let's not – and we're spoiled here because we
if you could really draw it up, you'd like it to happen like I did with the Bears, and you'd be able to –
Right. Well, look, there's a lot more – when you're talking about early drafted quarterbacks like that, there's a lot more that turn out like Bryce Young last year than C.J. Stroud. And so when you look at it, the reality is – it's hard for young quarterbacks to play right away. Even if you do have a supporting cast that gets it, that's really good. So I have no problem with a team that's guaranteed $90 million to a veteran quarterback, which in today's market is 2 years at $45 apiece ultimately. She's guaranteed $90 million. It's a 4-year deal, but in reality it's a 2-year deal because of the guaranteed money. And you draft your guy. If he's ready in 2 years, you part ways with the $45-50 million quarterback, and you go the route of you have 3 years of cheap quarterback play. Yeah, I think you made the best point.
And it's not like, Clint, when the 2 years is over, that you're necessarily taking a step back when Penix Jr. is ready to play.
Right.
He'll be in your system, and he is more talented than Kirk. He may not be ready, but he is more talented than Kirk. I watched this in Kansas City. They had Alex Smith there, and he was more ready than Mahomes, but then they moved on from him, and Clint, they were better. they were better the next year. Like, you knew there was a ceiling with him, just like I think there's a ceiling with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. Well, I think the point you made a little earlier, maybe it was yesterday. It wasn't yesterday because they didn't draft it yet. It had to be earlier today.
I didn't sense that was going to happen.
You didn't sense that was coming. But the thought of, like, when you paid Kirk Cousins, like, you are not going to be in a position to draft in the top 10. At least you hope like hell you're not. You're not going to be in a position to draft in the top 10 again moving forward for the foreseeable future.
Yes.
Right? And so
Kirk Cousins, you're not going to
you're going to have to trade big time draft capital in order to get back up there and draft your quarterback that's going to follow up Kirk Cousins. Now you got your quarterback, and you happen to have a top 10 and a guy that I think, again, I think he was at the very worst the second best quarterback in terms of transitioning to the league.
And that's what they had on their board. They only had Caleb Williams as rated higher than him at the quarterback position.
Right. And so, look, you got the opportunity. You're probably not going to be in that position again, so it would cost you a ton of draft capital to move up and draft your next guy. So drafting him right now at 8, I don't have a problem at all with, especially given it's a defensive-minded head coach. If anybody's aware of their inability or lack of pass rush right now, it's the head coach. And clearly he signed off on drafting a quarterback. So, I have no problem with that draft pick at all.
From the text line, y'all are wrong. Atlanta front office committed a huge business no-no. $100 million, then drafting a 24-year-old quarterback. If I owned the team, I'd fire them all. No, I just disagree with you. It may not work. But I'm telling you, person who texted in, if you were one of those people evaluating him,
right,
and you worked him out and you sat down with him and you looked at him and you felt like you met whatever it was that Nick and D'Amico did when they met C.J. Stroud and when they worked out C.J. Stroud, you mean to tell me you would have said to yourself, don't draft C.J. Stroud because you got 35-year-old Kirk Cousins that you paid $100 million to? No, that would be moronic to me. If it's at that position, it's different. At that position, it's different. And you're saying, hey man, we got a guy we could sit for a couple of years, year and a half, 2 years, and have this team winning, and then have him step right in, like we've seen it happen with Jordan Love, like we've seen it happen with Mahomes, we've seen it happen many a times in the NFL. If you fall in love with a quarterback and you think that this quarterback has a chance to be special, you cannot pass him over because you have signed Kirk Cousins. He's 35. He's 35 coming off of now, it's not ideal. And damn it, yes, if I were in Atlanta, if I were Arthur Blank, I would say, boy, I sure wish you could have waited and stayed right here. But I would rather them draft the kid who they think is special, and I have him and I deal with it.
Yeah, look, I mean,
he may not be.
We're living in a day where everybody you draft him in the top 10, you got to play him immediately, man. That's just not always the case. Again, we're spoiled here because it worked with C.J. Stroud. It worked like a charm here with C.J. Stroud, but more times than not, it doesn't work that way. And so, this is, to me, it's if I'm in Atlanta, man, I'm stoked about the fact that my quarterback position right now is in a really, really, really good spot for the foreseeable future, and you should be able to withstand an injury and still have a high level of quarterback play. The future should be extremely bright when the guy does play. He's going to know the system. You should have a better supporting cast around him when he does have to play. So I'm 100% A-OK with what Atlanta did.
Yeah, Texter, CJ's not 24. Okay, he was 21. He was drafted. All right. Okay, 21, 24. Okay, fine.
I mean, you just gave $200 million to a 35-year-old. Who gives a rip if somebody's 24?
It doesn't do it. It doesn't mean anything to me. All right, NFL draft continues. We'll get you ready for where the Texans are, as well as a couple of big deals the last 2 days that happened in the NFL that could affect your Houston Texans. We'll dive into that coming up next.
All right, I know there's a lot of you guys and gals out there that get up every morning, you get ready for work, you look in the mirror, and boom.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dill. The big Dill. Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is we are live right out here, and the crowd is starting to go through, man, as people are coming on down here, 5 o'clock. You got spots where you can get drinks, samples. I'm about to sample me something. Food around here. There's a drink spot right there, Clint. I think they got some popcorn or something. I know you're hungry. To jump on something here.
I'm starving.
They got it all for you, man. It's a good time to be had out here as the Texans draft party right here downtown, right in front of the George R. Brown Convention Center, and that's where we are as well. And it's going to be going down tonight here as the Texans are in the second round. By the way, 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. The Texans have 2 picks in the second round. And, wow, this girl did just put her head in the water. Okay. The Texans have 2 picks in the second round and 1 in the third as well. So a big night potentially for the Houston Texans. And, Clint, let's hear it from you real quick, and we'll go through what we see from the draft besides the Texans. But the top 3 positions, and I think all of them are there, the top 3 positions that you want to see filled, just positions that you want to see filled with these picks that they have tonight.
Well, it's easy for me, man. It's on the defensive side of the football, and I think the way this thing is playing out, it's corner, defensive tackle, and potentially linebacker. And I think when you look at what's available right now, because of the way the first round played out, you got some big time players right now at every one of those positions that'll be available. Now, once you get into that second round pick, it's later. What is that, 59? I mean, that I don't know what's going to be available there. They may have to do a little moving and shaking to move up from there. But I think that first one at 42, that's the one that's going to be interesting. Yesterday I was talking he's a rotational player that could potentially make a little noise by midseason and maybe comes onto his own. I think this is actually the way this draft is played out is that 42nd overall pick is a guy that potentially could plug and play, and we as fans see a lot more of than what I personally expected. So if you want me to give you 3 positions, I would go all on the defensive side of the football. I'd go safety, linebacker. Corner, linebacker, and defensive tackle in no specific order.
The thing I'm really intrigued about to see, Clint, is are they comfortable? We talked about this yesterday. Is there a group of players where you're sitting there and you're like, man, we got about 4 or 5 guys that we have around the same grade, and that we are comfortable getting any of them, or are they working in a thought of there's a particular dude that we want to get our hands on. That's who we want to get. Like I think they did with Nico Collins when they went up to go get him. I think they did with a Juice Scruggs when they went up to get him. And obviously the ultimate one to go get Will Anderson Jr. Is there a guy?
Tank Dell.
Tank Dell, yeah, they moved up to get him. Is there a guy that they are seeking to get? And that's the wonder. Are they going to move up? Are they going to sit there? Because I think they probably could sit there at 42 and 59, and at least at the 42 spot, Clint, still get what you're talking about, a guy that can jump in and really impact the team immediately.
Yeah.
Or, to me, do they go up? And I think there are some guys that I wouldn't be surprised that they're looking at to say, this is guy over grouping that we would go up to go get. That's going to be the really fascinating thing to see what the Texans are going to do in this.
For me, I don't know who it is because we're not in that war room. We're not privy to that information. But we've seen the way that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans operate is it's more that's our guy.
It has seemed to feel that way.
It seems like Nick Caserio identifies a guy, and if that guy is attainable.
And maybe the only time they haven't was the Kenyon Green, where they said we'll bounce back 2 spots because maybe there's still a guy there that we want to get. But ultimately,
you got to believe that they like Kenyon and they felt like they could bounce back and still get Kenyon at 15 or 13 or whatever the hell it was. I think the one thing that we've learned about Nick is there's no doubt about it. He's got a preference. I don't think we're going to sit and wait until somebody falls or we like several guys and we'll just take whoever's available when it lands on us. I think he will get aggressive and go get the guy that he wants without a doubt.
Yeah, so we'll see. That'll be the thing to really, really watch, is to see what it is that the Texans do at that 49, 42 and 59 spot. I think they could move up both of them. I think they have enough ammo to be able to do that. All right, outside of the Texans in this draft, the quarterbacks have been – he needs one. The quarterbacks have been – go ahead, he needs one right there. The quarterbacks have been the story, 6 of them going in the first round. And I'm wondering if we see any more. The way it was going, the six going in the top 12, I thought Spencer Rattler, who was thought of being the 7th one, might have a shot. Might have a shot to go in. I wonder what happens in this round and this day two with the quarterback position. Spencer Rattler might be one that comes off pretty early in the board.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, he could. Who's the other one? There's one more.
I know the kid from Florida State.
Went blank. No, not Jordan Travis.
He may be.
Gosh, dang it! My mind just went blank. It's a small school kid, I believe. You're right. Spencer is one. Michael Pratt, the kid from Tulane.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one I was thinking about. So, yeah, I mean, there's still – look, I think I'm looking at the list of quarterbacks right now, Ron. I bet you several of these guys come off the board before the end of the draft. Not tonight, but I bet you several come off the board. Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt, Jordan Travis, you mentioned. The Devin Leary kid that was at NC State and then went to Kentucky. He's undersized, but he's a guy that's played a lot of football. Joe Milton, the big-armed kid of Tennessee. I think he was at Nebraska and UCF. I mean, he bounced all over the place, but that arm is going to turn some folks on. And then Sam Hartman, you want to sell some tickets to some ladies, go ahead and draft him late in this draft and give him a headshot on a billboard, and you can sell some tickets. But I bet you there's a handful of these guys that end up coming off the board before the end of the draft.
Yeah, it's interesting because second round, you draft a quarterback in second round, that used to mean that they could potentially be a starter for you down the line.
That's where your head's at.
I don't know if that is anymore because I don't know that Hendon Hooker is ever going to start for the Detroit Lions. We'll see, but that's going to be one to watch. Those were the moves that were so big and prevalent in that first round. The quarterbacks going down. We will continue this last segment or this last hour here to keep you ready for this draft. This guy's hot as hell in this helmet. I mean, what my man is feeling it right there. He is ready to go. You should have thrown him a ball. That guy in that helmet,
never looked at me.
He didn't look at you. God, you should have thrown him a ball.
My clothes.
Thank you. That would have been it. All right, we'll keep you updated here as day two is getting going and the party is getting going right here, and we'll be ready for the Texans as they draft at 42 and 59.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this outside of the draft, NFL news, fellas, I think this can affect the Texans as we're looking down the line at the receiver position. The last 2 days, the Lions, they get a deal for their receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown. They give him $120 million, 77 guaranteed over 4 years. And then yesterday, the Eagles, who are just signing everybody and taking care of everybody, they bring in and sign A.J. Brown. They just took care of their other wide receiver, Devontae Smith. They took care of their quarterback. They took care of a pass rusher in the offseason. They took care of Saquon Barkley. They took care of Dallas Goedert. I mean, they are not afraid. But they signed A.J. Brown. He has the highest contract per year for a receiver at $32 million. They signed him 3 years, $96.84 of that guaranteed. Now, I don't know where Nico Collins could fall, but these are the last two signings. Now, I don't think he goes up to the A.J. Brown situation because that's more than Tyreek Hill. I don't think he does that, but the St. Brown contract is interesting to look at. If Nico Collins has a breakout, another big year, he had a breakout year, but if he matches that potentially, Clint, this may be around the money that you're looking at if you want to keep him.
What'd you say he got? What'd you say St. Brown got?
He got 4 years, 77 guaranteed. 4 years, 120.
Guarantees what matters? Boy, Nico's have to have a monster year.
I was going to say, what does Nico have to do to get to that? Because I'm telling you, Clint, if Nico, and especially with Diggs and them here, if he replicates his year, if he goes nearly 1,300, 80 catches, and those touchdowns, he's damn sure going to probably push to get that. And I think somebody will probably give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, look.
With his age.
You know, I don't think he's going to get even remotely close to what the top-tier guys are going to get. I don't care what kind of year he has, but.
Is 77 to you? Is that what you're?
Yeah. I mean, because you're not going to be able to deny it, man. I mean, if he'd have stayed healthy, he'd have went for damn near 1,500 last year. I mean, I mean, there's and what I love about it is what I see Nico. I don't think there's going to be enough balls to go around for Nico to
put up numbers like that.
Yeah, I just don't think he's going to be able to put up the same numbers he put up last year. But what I love about Nico is what I did. The way I saw him have success, it's very easy to go, yeah, that dude could go play that caliber ball again. It wasn't a bunch of 50-50 balls. It wasn't a bunch of getting behind coverages. It was within the system. It was run after catch. It was big, strong hand catch in traffic. I mean, everything that he was doing, it's very easy to go, if he can sustain this for a couple of years and convince people that that's him and it wasn't just a one-hit wonder, then he's going to get paid good money for it, without a doubt.
Yeah, Clint, they're going to definitely have to monitor his first part of the season. Because if we get through here and you know that they have had no fear of taking care of trying to get guys mid-season,
right,
and get contracts. Like if you look up at that first 5-6 weeks and he's starting to go off, because I can completely see a scenario where he is one of the guys that's getting left singled up with Diggs in the middle of the field and things like that. You could see him getting a lot of one-on-one, and help just his yards after catch, his ability to break tackles is something there. That's one to monitor, because I do think if he has a big season and he gets to free agency, now you're talking a chance to have to, you got to compete with people.
Yeah, if I'm Nico, I'm not signing anything. Yeah, I'm going.
You're waiting.
I'm going to bet on myself, and I'm going to free agency.
Yeah. Now they throw that into you. They throw that in your face. Figgy decided to come out here hot as hell as well. And it is. So that'll be interesting to watch, to see where he goes money-wise. But those are the latest two deals with wide receivers, one to look at for the Houston Texans down the line.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Last night the draft took over a lot, but the playoffs, the NBA playoffs continued last night, and these two entertaining series, the Philadelphia 76ers were able to get a win at home, as Joel Embiid, Clint, went for 50 last night with his bad legs. Again, I stand by it. I think Joel Embiid is hurt. I do believe Joel Embiid is really playing up his injuries. I like you can't be laboring to 50. That don't even make sense. You can't, just like I stand by it. I don't believe Michael Jordan was that sick that day. You just don't labor to do what he was able to do, as sick as we were expecting him to be, as sick as he was. At 50 burger to get them back. And then one of the most psychological mind tricks I've ever seen, the Denver Nuggets just the Lakers cannot do anything with the Denver Nuggets. It looks like they play games, Clint, when they play this team and wait for them to fall apart. When are we going to lose? When is it going to happen?
Yeah.
When is it going to happen? And the third quarter was when it happened. So the Lakers are done. That series is over.
How bad does that hurt you?
That's killing me. Last night, just sat there in anger.
Yeah, me and Tyler decided we're going to take the high road. We're not going to kick a man when he's down. So we're just going to let you buzz on through that, man.
I put it on myself more than anybody. Yeah, there's Toro hot as hell. It's a good time. No, man, that thing is over. And it is. Someone texted in and said the Lakers win. No, they didn't win. They didn't win. Damn it. And yes, it pisses me smooth off. All right, coming up as we continue live out here, Sean Pendergast has the belt. And he's going to hit Clint in the face if you're looking at us on YouTube and Twitch. We'll let Sean jump in and join us coming up in the next segment as we get you ready for the Texans as they have 2 picks. I want to see if Sean is with my theory. This is 3 different Texans, 3 different people associated with the Texans. I think are giving hints and clues to where I think they're going to go. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Twin Peaks, there's 5 lodges around the city. If you're hearing me right now, you're right around the corner from one, y'all. And the happy hour at Twin Peaks is second.
you're tuned in to your favorite workout mix thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Well, Sean, you done stepped off in it. Come on, Sean. Gosh damn it, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here, get you ready as the draft party is starting to get going. I can see this already. This looks like some bad decisions are going to get made here.
That big
this
Nick
looks like,
energy.
it is. It is.
There's a lot of that around these parts, Tyler.
Why'd you say that when I walked up?
It wasn't when you walked up. I'm just starting to see this crowd come together, and I'm seeing as many stops as you can get. You can get that drink. You get a little food. I'm seeing all these stops.
Easy access in bars. Look at Barrow. There's all by itself. There's no lines, no nothing, man.
Nothing. Look at this right here. I mean, it's bad decisions about to be made right here.
Dude, the Friday draft party. I could get used to the Friday draft.
Draft party.
Friday
great, ain't
draft
it?
party. Yeah.
You got to, especially with your early mornings, man. You got a Thursday night. You got to temper yourself, no matter what kind of fun's being had, right?
No,
Friday's like to hell with it.
I just got to be at the studio by 11 for day 3 tomorrow.
There you go,
let 'em
baby.
loose,
there you
man.
go. Get it loose. No, that's Payne Pendergast. He's with us. Remember, draft coverage, that's coming up behind us. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and then your partner, Seth Payne, is going to be a part of the crew. I see Seth just walked up. I was afraid me and Seth's going to have on the same shirt today. I saw him earlier at the office, but he switched out of the red, went with the blue.
He brought all the uniforms with him.
Oh, yeah, he did. I bet he did.
Case.
So, So, no, a big night tonight here. And, listen, I told Clint this, and Clint doesn't want to hear this because he's totally against the wide receiver position. He is completely against it. And I think – I know.
What do you mean he's against it? Against the Texans taking it?
Yes,
okay.
and especially in the top. I think – is it just the top – these two second-round picks?
I've told you from jump. I don't care what they do after these two twos.
Okay, the two twos. But if one of these –
the hell you want.
Yeah, that one of these twos are receiver – Monday, you're gonna flip.
Sean, it's simple, man.
I think it's gonna happen.
I am, and this is not just as it pertains to the draft. Like, I am really concerned that we start approaching things as if we're established and this roster's rock solid, and boy, we're going. Hey, look, we had a good season last year, right? Nick and the guys have done a hell of a job building this thing, and they've hit on some monster draft picks. We're just not in a position in my opinion, we're not in a position right now where we can just, we can draft for the future. We can draft for not with the more premium picks.
Yeah.
And I want to see the guys that are drafted, particularly with these 2 second-round picks.
Yeah.
I want to see them at the very least be rotational pieces that help us win ball games. That if there's an injury somewhere, all right, it's your turn, big boy, jump up there. That's what I hope for. And wide receiver for me, there ain't enough balls to go around, man.
Well, here's what I would say about that, because I'm not totally anti-wide receiver. I'm probably in between you two guys. Oops, I just hit your camera there.
That's all right.
There we go.
Come on, Sean.
Here's what I would say is that you've got Stephon Diggs under contract for a year, and I think this is going to be a one-year relationship with Stephon Diggs. If I had to guess, I don't think it's going to be a multi-year thing. You got Nico Collins under contract for a year, and I think that's going to be a long-term thing, but these damn contracts that keep popping up with these receivers make it look awfully pricey. $32 million a year for A.J. Brown? Holy smokes. So I think drafting a receiver, I don't think is, depending on who it is. Sometimes we have to apply names to this too. Like blank receiver is just,
he's eating this up.
This is number 4.
Well, and we don't know what John Mechie is right now either. CJ's saying all kinds of nice things about John Mechie. I get what you're saying, Clint, but I wouldn't be up in arms if they drafted
I'm just saying, Clint. I try to tell him you did it too.
Yeah.
He did it just like we had Vandermeer on.
He's just analyzing the current situation.
I mean, I'm just saying he's the fourth
anybody that knows the roster analyzes the situation, and I get that. But here's my deal.
Vandermeer said it. John Harris said it.
Right.
Now Sean said
here's my deal with it, Sean, is you draft a guy in the second round this year.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say he goes out there and gets you 15 catches this year.
17.
Yeah.
17 catches this year.
Yep.
Is that guy really going to make you feel real comfortable about the wide receiver room if you don't sign Nico or Diggs after this year?
Probably not. But
you still got a lot of work to do.
I get it. You're painting a picture where the guy hardly contributes at all. Like I think My expectation would be if they drafted somebody with that pick, there's a decent chance they'd get in the rotation somehow because you're assuming health also. Tank Dell missed half the season with a broken leg last year.
Nico
this
Collins
is the first year Nico's been relatively healthy.
And he still missed 4 games.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too, that I would point out is once either one of those guys went out, either Tank or Nico, and I think for a time they were both out, at least a game or two.
Can't count on Noah.
Nobody could get open after that. Like that's the thing is there was such a big drop-off from those two guys to the next guy. Now, obviously, Stephon Diggs is more than a bridge to get to that next wave of the roster. I think whatever they do at the receiver position is going to be a huge referendum on how they feel about John Metchie III and Xavier Hutchinson and the rest of that, the non-Diggs, Tank, Nico guys.
Sean, I just found it interesting. We had on Mark Vandermeer on Tuesday, and he was saying he said that just same thing, that, hey, there's no guarantee that you have Diggs and Nico past this year. And the thought could be to draft to have a guy ready for that. I listened the next day with John Harris, number 2 person that is connected with the Texans. I'm not saying they know everything that's happening, but I think they know how these guys kind of think. He said the exact same thing. CJ, yesterday said, "Oh, we'll get a receiver anyway."
Yeah,
he said that's 3, and now you're saying it too. The pre and post game host. I'm just telling you,
Ron. It don't matter who you get to tell me about the contract situation with the Texans. I'm still anti-wide receiver.
I'm just saying we had at least 2 people we know 3 people connected with the Texans and the pre and post game show host saying the same thing.
My preference is they go defense. Just to be clear, I'm not standing on the table for receivers. But I'm not. You're anti-receiver right now.
I am, because
I'm not anti-receiver.
But the same thought around the receivers you can say around the cornerback situation. You got 2 guys opposite Stingley on 1-year deals.
Yeah. Well, no, the cornerback situation. Yeah, no, it needs addressing.
You look at the safety position. I mean, I don't know what Jimmy Ward is in hell. I mean, I'm a little higher than on Petrie than in the loop is, but I mean. We don't know a lot beyond this year about several positions. To my original point, Sean, of we got to. I mean, I love where the Texans are at right now, but we got to.
I think real quick, show. Like I get what you're saying. Like if I'm hearing you, what you're saying is like they can go into this season with the receiver room as is, and they're going to be awesome.
Yes,
they're going to be fine.
Yes,
probably, unless they get hit with a bunch of injuries. The other ones, cornerback and interior defensive line, they ain't fine right now.
Agreed.
Okay,
but I just. We've had fun with this, Clint. But is it not different to you with the thought of they've got 2 second-round picks? They have 2 of them. For me, this team, I don't think this team is in Super Bowl or bust mode, right? I don't think it's like certain teams got it like we got to have it right now because Baltimore's got to win a Super Bowl, right? The Niners got to win a Super Bowl, right? The Lions may be shifting into that space. The Texans are. There are expectations, but it's not like Super Bowl or bust expectations. And when you have 2 seconds, a third, and 2 fours to kind of fill the void of these spots, that's to me why I can see maybe receiver there or some future stuff. Offensive line in the future, tackle, is because of the amount of picks that they have.
See, I would blow a gasket if they drafted a tackle.
Oh, I wouldn't. That would make complete sense.
I would too.
That would make complete sense to me because right now you're not going to keep. To me,
you need to see if you can get a gig in Atlanta.
I don't need to see if I get a gig. I like what they're doing. I think really good organizations prepare, and then I got 2 tackles that come up where I can get out of their deals after this year. Am I going to sit here and pay them at the same time when CJ and Will Anderson's deals are potentially able to be added on? How about I draft the tackle and get ready for it so he's here with me for a year, and then I feel better about him stepping in rather than doing what the Cowboys are doing right now and drafting a tackle that's probably a project that may have to start immediately. So when you have the luxury of extra picks, I would not blow a gasket. That would make sense to me.
I'd have a hard-ass time making sense of that one.
And when you say can get out of it after a year, like that, they're both on 3-year extensions, Laramie and Titus. Like, can get out of it means, you can let them go. But I got to imagine there's a lot of dead money on whoever you're letting go after
this year would be 2 years. And next year will be year 3 for both of them. The bulk of the money is already spent.
Okay.
Their cap hits are not going to be as big.
Yeah.
They may keep them both. They may.
Yeah. I skew more towards Clint on anything on the offensive line. Seth and I kind of duke it out on this sometimes too. I don't want them to touch offensive line in the second round of this draft. Seth, I know, is cool with them if they want to look at the interior, that left guard position. Something comes up, your best available is a guard. Because nobody feels settled with Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green and the merry band they've got going on there. But I'm with you on the offensive line. I'm probably in between you guys when it comes to the wide receiver thing. Either way, this is very exciting tonight. I will say that.
I told Clint. Yeah. I told him there's nothing, and this adds more. There is nothing that the Texans can do in this draft that would disappoint me. I don't think they're drafting a quarterback. I don't think they're drafting kickers and punters in this day.
Beyond that,
there's never, to me, I can make sense of whatever move they make.
Even a running back. What if it's Jonathan Brooks?
Okay, now that's dicey, but I can still make sense of.
I don't think it's the worst thing.
I can make sense of it. It's not insane.
The ACL checks out.
Yeah, now if we came in here and they drafted. Spencer Rattler would pick 42. Now I'm in a different spot.
That'd be saucy. That would be saucy.
Now I'm in a different spot.
Yeah.
But the same thing. See, the same thing you're saying, in a way, is a year away. The same thing you're saying about the receivers is I can understand.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying
with the tackles. All right, coming up, we continue riding out here as let's really look at it. Where are the Texans going to go? Where should the Texans go? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump on it. They got picks 42 and 59. Where do you want the Houston Texans to go? We continue. Oh, Larry and Stafford and drug his ass out here. We continue riding on live out here at the draft party on The Drive.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Should they be the hunted?
No, hell no. I don't think anybody in the NFL looks at the Texans.
855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Texans draft party outside George R. Brown Convention Center. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live back here, scaring Tyler to death, as we are live back here for the draft party, it is a fun time being had. The people look beautiful out here. A good time being had. Remember, coming up behind us, the fellas, Texans All Access, John Harris. I see him over here. He is chomping at the bit, ready to go. The man that Clint is against, as he said, if Ladd McConkey's name is on that list, if he's available,
it don't matter, Ron.
At 42, John Harris said he is running. He is running that card for Ladd. He is running that card up there.
I like Ladd.
But John Harris,
the
coming
answer
up
is no.
Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Seth Payne will have second round coverage for you tonight. A big night here, and a potential big night for the Texans. As I said, you can keep texting in. We'll go over that here in just a second. Who are the guys you want? Who are the guys you want the Texans to go after tonight? They've got picks 42 and 59. They've got ammo with pick a pick in the third round as well, 2 in the fourth. Who do you want the Texans to go after? We'll continue getting you ready for the draft coming up. As I said, we're live out here, and the party is starting to go. Somebody said they got Korean barbecue and beer right here in front of us, just ready to go and have a good time as it is becoming a beautiful day. The sun's out, and the beautiful people of Houston are out here celebrating Clint, having a good time. Tyler, this is going to be a fun weekend, Tyler. It's going to be a fun weekend, and hopefully the Texans come out with a couple of contributors, and they've got the ability to do that, Clint. I'm telling you right now, I'll kick it off. I don't care how they got to do it, because they got all the ammo that they need to go up and get this player if they want to. To me, when I look at it, who is available, the number one, and this goes to need, and I think the kid's got a chance to be a really good player in the system. To me, it's Johnny Newton. I didn't think he would be there. He is the defensive tackle from Illinois. Only one defensive tackle. I guess you can count the 3 technique potentially out of Missouri who went. He's like 285. But the only one true D tackle has gone, and that's Murphy at 16 to Seattle. Johnny Newton, who had a first-round grade by most, he is there. He is somebody, to me, that would really make a ton of sense for the Texans. And I would say that was a hugely successful night to be able to get the number two defensive tackle off the board. That's who I am hoping that the Texans go after and get aggressive to get.
Yeah, look, I think in a perfect world, man, you give me Cooper DeJean or Johnny Newton, as you mentioned. Either one of those guys, if they last to 42, or if the Texans want to get Froggy and jump up and get them, that perfect world, either one of those two guys would be tremendous for me. I mean, I like the DeJean kid even more as the more you look at him, just position versatility in terms of being able to play inside, outside at the cornerback.
And you like him more than just because of the historical factor.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'd be fun as hell to cover the only white corner in the league. That'd be fun as hell. We can damn sure on this show have a good time with that.
Don't you let him move you to safety.
White boy Cooper, man. I mean, that'd be.
Don't you let him move you to safety.
It's got a ring to it. But look, I think those two guys would be. I mean, knock it out of the park type of moves. I think they're going to have to move to make that happen. I'll give you one that I like down the board here is the other Florida State defensive tackle, or I guess defensive front, because my boy Jared Verse is more of an edge than an interior player. But Brandon Fisk, he played inside on that Florida State defensive front. I think he will be around at 42.
Yeah,
and I think he is a legit problem inside. He possesses some skill that
I've
just
seen
not
him
all
around
big
at 59.
Man have.
I've seen him mock to the Texans at 59.
Potentially, that would be big. I think that's probably a little more realistic that they end up with him, and I could get real amped up. I think he is a guy that is definitely a rotational guy and could see more snaps early on than what I thought this particular pick, either of these picks, would end up seeing in Houston, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think that the cornerback room, and I'm seeing a lot of people coming in. If Kool-Aid is there at 42, take him. And
wouldn't be opposed to it.
Hopefully, one of the D tackles, Chris Jenkins, as well out of Michigan, is one that's talked about coming through here. We have a lot of fun with Cooper DeJean, and I'm dead ass serious. So I do want to cover the first white corner since Jason Sehorn. But when you look at kind of the things that, D'Amico has done both here and in San Francisco, you can get the sense that he would love to have a player that he can do a whole bunch of things like. And I said this earlier, the name that I am hearing early compared to him is a L'Jarius Sneed, especially the early L'Jarius Sneed, who played mostly in the slot and was used as a blitzer big time, used around the line of scrimmage. You could tell just having versatile guys that can spin and cover, spin and blitz, can do a lot of different things. I think that's how he envisions to be able to try to use a Des King and Petrie and guys like that. And you said it, there's a space for him to play in multiple different roles for this defense. If they were to get him, he's got that kind of skill set. It's not Kyle Hamilton, but it is more like Sneed, more the corner side of it. I don't know how comfortable you say, all right, just stick him on tight ends, or just stick him in the box all the time to play the run like another linebacker.
Yeah, you just end up figuring that out, right? I mean, but a guy that has the history of playing multiple positions, and at the same time, a guy that can fill a need at a spot where, sure, I love Des King, but I'm no fool. I know you can upgrade from Des King. I love Jimmy Ward, right? I love Jalen Petrie, but we don't know exactly who either of those guys or how long either of those guys are going to be around. So, I mean, there's question marks at those two spots along with that corner opposite Derek Stingley Jr. So I just don't think it's crazy that you look at a Cooper DeJean and go, this guy has the position versatility and the overall athletic ability, the tangible skill set to go, let's make a move if he's available, if he starts to slide it off. I don't think he is going to, by the way, but that would be my dream if he did for the Texans.
So you don't think either one of those two, Newton or Cooper DeJean, will?
I don't think either one of them make it to 42.
I'll be honest, I was a bit surprised they're still there.
Fair. It very easily could not be.
Yeah, I thought those were guys that would probably go in the first. I did. I thought you'd had to go in the first round to get those players.
The key is here, Ron, is that you look at the draft order, right? In the second round, you've got several of the teams at the top of the second round that are wide receiver needy teams. Buffalo, New England, maybe not Arizona after taking Marvin Harrison Jr. But L.A. Chargers are in that mix. The Titans are in that mix. The Carolina Panthers are in that mix. So, I mean, those are all teams that you could see taking stabs at wide receivers.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so, you go on a run of all the – and there are a ton of really good wide receivers left. So, I mean, you could see several of the slots between 32 and 42, you could see several of those going to tight ends. I mean, wide receivers. So then all of a sudden, you got DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Newton. You got a run of guys that aren't wide receivers that I think you could make hay with.
What's your gut? You think they sit? You think they sit and let the draft come to them, or you think they force the issue and go up?
I think they draft at 42. I think he uses one of those fourth rounds
to get up from 59.
To get up from 59 and get back in that mix.
Yeah,
that's where I'm gonna go with.
Yeah. I'm with you. I don't know which one he moves. I don't think that.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope he moves the first one.
I don't think Nick sits though. I would be surprised if the Texans sit and draft 42 and 59, in those spots, with the ammo they can get. Because I mean, we've heard that, and John Harris coming up behind us will be able to attest to this as we know what he has left in his Harris 100. But there's thought that there's a drop off coming in the third round in terms of talent of where the thing is, and maybe you get aggressive to go up to get as many talents, and you don't worry about don't worry about your fourth-round picks as much, to maintain keeping them. So we'll see. I don't think that they just sit there at 42 and 59. So it'll be, it'll be fun. People people right there. How could you take Kool-Aid over Cooper DeJean? Like, to me, if those two were both sitting there, I know what I've said about the corner, the white corner situation, but I do think the versatility is probably something that sends you over the edge, and not to mention the little foot issue that Kool-Aid has as well that I think it has hurt him. But I think the versatility is that aspect I think would push me over the top with Cooper.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, especially, again, in the position that D'Amico and Nick are in, and knowing those guys, right? I mean, they are. I mean, Nick is tried and true position versatility. Am I saying that right? Position versatility, but that's just, and it is. I mean, in D'Amico's system, I mean, you can put him in multiple positions, and if a guy has the ability to legitimately play those positions, then it's a beautiful thing. So, if I had my pick of those two, I would take DeJean as well.
Yeah, text line coming in with Devondre Sweat. I don't think that's the route they're going to go. One, and I just think the size-wise, I just don't think he fits the profile of the type of defensive tackle they're looking for. I think they like longer, wiry, rangy. To me, it seems like 6'5" and 305, 295 to 305 to 310 feels like the range that they're comfortable with, and he's like a 360 guy. So I'm not sure if they go there.
We will see shortly, baby.
We will.
We will see shortly.
We'll be turning this thing over to John Harris as I see him walking through